On the high platform in the center of the training ground, the man was awakened by commotion. He slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes with difficulty. But the next moment, he found himself completely unable to move. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was firmly tied to a pillar, which immediately made his heart sink. Chu Feng raised his eyes to survey his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were groups of women clad in standard leather armor, exuding a primal and fierce aura. The women in the audience had gleaming eyes, licking their lips and staring intently at the 5 men on stage, including him. Where exactly is this place? Chu Feng's mind was in complete chaos, but his special forces training made him quickly close his eyes and force himself to calm down. Just then, a strange memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. After he absorbed these memories, Chu Feng abruptly opened his eyes, a look of shock on his face. During a mission, he had an accident and was transported to an ancient, chaotic world. At this time, in this ancient, otherworldly realm, there are dozens of powerful nations constantly at war with each other, where human life is as cheap as grass. And these women's armies are one of these powers. As soon as Chu Feng transmigrated, he was captured by this group of women soldiers and, along with 4 other men, was used as seeds to be distributed for reproduction to continue the family line. This was undoubtedly treating him as a tool for procreation. Thinking of this, Chu Feng felt a surge of grief and indignation, but he quickly suppressed all his emotions and began to think about how to escape. Just then, a clear, cold voice, like an icy spring, drifted over. "Wait! The general has ordered that Chu Feng be immediately escorted to the general's tent." These words caused an uproar in the audience, with disbelief written on every woman's face. Chu Feng, however, was also invigorated, as he keenly realized that this might be his only way out. Perhaps he could use his modern knowledge and eloquence to impress the general, even forging a cooperation agreement, and, with his modern special forces skills, rapidly rise through the ranks in this chaotic ancient world, completely shedding his identity as a spark. Chu Feng was led into a quiet room, before he could even see the furnishings around him. A suppressed groan clearly reached his ears. He suddenly looked up, his gaze passing through a semi-transparent screen. Behind the hazy gauze curtains, a graceful and shapely figure lay prone on the couch, her smooth, jade-like back completely exposed to the air. A woman holding a fine needle was intently piercing something on her back. Chu Feng's breath almost stopped at that moment. He never expected that this general would have such a physique, but also such a hobby, seemingly having a particular fondness for tattoos on his body. "General, the person has been brought." Upon hearing her subordinate's report, the woman behind the screen slowly rose. Without uttering a word, she turned around, draped a thin veil over herself, and emerged from behind the screen. Chu Feng finally saw her face clearly. It was an absolutely beautiful face, with pale skin, delicate features, as if sculpted from ice and snow, and a cold and aloof gaze, as if nothing in the world mattered to her. "You may all leave," Murong Yan said with a flick of her sleeve. The guards bowed and withdrew, silently closing the door behind them. Only the 2 of them remained in the room. "What's your name?" Chu Feng was startled. He hadn't expected her to be so stunningly beautiful. He had assumed this place was full of fierce and valiant people. To leave a good impression, he puffed out his chest. "My name is Chu Feng." "Chu Feng." Murong Yan stepped forward slowly, her slender fingers gently lifting to brush across his cheek and then sliding towards his Adam's apple. Her movements were slow, carrying a clear sense of scrutiny. "Your armor is quite peculiar. It's neither leather nor iron." Her fingertips brushed against the fabric of his special forces uniform. "Judging from your physique, you must be someone who has fought on the battlefield. So why is your face so pale?" "It's just how I am." Chu Feng had never experienced such close contact before. His body tensed slightly, and his heart raced. He secretly wondered if this general truly had ulterior motives. Seeing the change in his expression, Murong Yan smiled slightly and breathed warmly. "Your muscles are firm and strong, far superior to those of ordinary soldiers. It seems that I have not made a mistake in choosing you." Chu Feng's heart pounded faster and faster, and his body tensed involuntarily. Every move this woman made carried a subtle pressure, and a probing intent. He was quite confident in his physique. Years of high-intensity training had given him an extremely well-proportioned and muscular build. But Murong Yan wasn't in a hurry. Her fingertips hovered over his Adam's apple, pressing gently. "Are you from Chu?" Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and after a moment's thought, he nodded, yes. The words had barely left her lips when Murong Yan's gaze suddenly turned cold. She withdrew her hand and turned to walk towards the wooden table beside her. On the table lay a coarse cloth bundle. With a whoosh, she tossed her hand, and the package tumbled open, its contents spilling onto the floor. A military backpack, a short, jet-black pistol gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, an even smaller, strangely shaped metal object. Several round, lumpy iron objects exuded a sense of danger. There was also a much longer, heavy iron weapon, enormous in size and extremely imposing. Finally, there was a dagger. These were all the equipment Chu Feng carried with him when he traveled through time. A QBZ-191 short automatic rifle, a QSC-92 pistol for Type 82 to 2 hand grenades, a QBU-10 sniper rifle, a QSB-91 dagger, and a pair of binoculars. Chu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. It turned out that the military equipment he carried with him had also traveled through time, but had already been confiscated by the other side beforehand. A Chu person? The Chu state is weak and can't even forge decent swords. Where did you get these ironwares? Murong Yan picked up the military dagger, held it in his hand, and examined its craftsmanship closely. This item is exquisitely crafted, and the steel is of an exceptional quality. I have never seen such a sharp weapon before. Her voice suddenly turned cold, revealing her murderous intent. Suddenly, the blade tip pointed directly at Chu Feng's neck, thrusting forward. If you utter a single wrong word, I'll make you bleed on the spot. Chu Feng was shocked. It turned out that the other party had chosen him not for any other purpose, but because they had discovered these military equipment that were difficult to explain in this world. His mind raced. If he could reclaim these weapons and take the general hostage, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. It was better than being at someone else's mercy. He decided to stall for time and devise a plan later. However, before he could speak, Murong Yan's dagger moved an inch closer. The cold blade tip made Chu Feng instinctively lean back to avoid it. Speak. What is your relationship with the Mechanical Mo clan? Chu Feng's heart stirred. The Mechanical Mo clan? This was undoubtedly the most suitable excuse. He composed himself and said in a deep voice, General, you have a discerning eye. I am Mo Chu Feng, the current successor of the Mo family. However, due to the chaos in the world and the massacre of the Mo family, I had no choice but to hide my identity to preserve my lineage. He looked directly into her eyes, his tone sincere. These are all secret weapons of the Manhwa school, passed down only to the greatest general. Each one is a deadly weapon. General, you must not handle them carelessly, lest you accidentally injure someone. Murong Yan gazed at him for a long time. Just as she had expected, in this world, apart from the Mahists, no one else could forge such exquisite weapons. If she could subdue the Mahists and make them work for her, there would be hope for the restoration of the great Yan kingdom. She had already made up her mind. Several days ago, she had been stabbed and nearly died. To cover her wounds, she had a tattoo done on them. Thinking of this, Murong Yan slowly sheathed her dagger. She called out, Commander Shui. The door opened, and the female general who had tattooed her earlier entered again, clasping her hands in greeting. Your subordinate is here. Store these secret artifacts in the secret chamber and guard them strictly. Yes, sir. Shui Ging, a trusted confidant, obeyed the order and collected the weapons from the ground one by one, her gaze remaining fixed on Chu Feng. Chu Feng watched as his equipment was taken away, his heart sinking. It seemed her true purpose was to thoroughly investigate his background. The door closed again. Murong Yan turned around, her phoenix eyes staring directly at Chu Feng. To be honest, I'm the last princess of the great Yan dynasty, Murong Yan. Now the barbarians are causing chaos in China, and the world is in disarray. I wish to rebuild our country and restore the great Yan dynasty. Your Mo family's mechanical arts are unparalleled. If you are willing to help me, the restoration of our kingdom is within reach. She stepped closer, her aura overwhelming. At that time, I'll make you my ruler, and our son will be the master of this world. Are you willing? All of this happened so suddenly that Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. However, Murong Yan interpreted this reaction as indifference. The Mahis are indeed aloof. She shoved Chu Feng onto the couch, then leaned down and pressed down on him. Today, you have your choice, whether you like it or not. After countless entanglements, Chu Feng was bound to the bed in a spread-eagle position, feeling utterly lifeless. The woman in his arms was still fast asleep, her beautiful face devoid of the daytime's coldness, replaced by a languid blush.
Just then, a respectful voice came from outside the door. General, it's getting late. All the commanders have been waiting in the council hall for quite some time. This was from Chu Feng, the commander of the personal guards. Murong Yan slowly awoke from her bed. She opened her phoenix eyes, a moment of confusion flashing across them before her unique coldness and clarity returned. She glanced at Chu Feng, whose muscles were well-defined and whose physique was robust, and a hint of surprise and satisfaction flickered in her usually calm eyes. I never expected your body to be so strong. Her voice held a hint of weariness as she casually picked up an outer robe and draped it over herself. I'm sorry, I had no choice. The fortress is fraught with danger. I must have an heir as soon as possible to stabilize morale, otherwise I wouldn't be in such a hurry. I will make it up to you. Her tone remained calm, revealing little remorse. After speaking, she pulled the blanket over Chu Feng, covering his body. Then, supporting herself against the wall, she slowly walked out of the room. The door opened and closed again, and silence returned. Chu Feng let out a long sigh, feeling little resentment. The scene shifts. In the Iron Fortress, in the military council chamber, long stone tables are lined with the fortress's high-ranking officers. Each is clad in heavy armor, exuding a fierce aura, and many bear gruesome scars. The atmosphere in the hall is unusually heavy. The head seat is empty. All eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, fell upon the imposing figure at the head of the left-hand column. It was Commander Lei Yin. She slammed her massive spiked club heavily beside her. Oomph, what a fine general. Lei Yin finally couldn't contain herself and let out a cold snort. She'd even be late for a military council for a man. Does she have no respect for us sisters who risk our lives for the fortress? She was filled with resentment. She couldn't understand why Murong Yan would act this way, causing her to lose face in front of her subordinates. Murong Yan was her only family. She had once wanted to be a gentle and refined woman, but she had already given up too much to support him. Just then, the doors to the council hall creaked open. Murong Yan, dressed in a black outfit, walked in with steady steps. She gritted her teeth, enduring the discomfort between her legs, and went straight to the head seat, seemingly ignoring Lei Yin's complaints. Everyone's here. She sat down and spoke calmly, as if she weren't the one who was late. You still know to come. Lei Yin slammed her hand on the table, abruptly standing up, her eyes fixed on Murong Yan. General, I ask you, as the commander-in-chief of the three armies, how can you be so infatuated with a man? Have you done justice to the late emperor's entrustment? These words caused an uproar. All the officers looked at Murong Yan in shock. Although everyone had some guesses, Lei Yin's public revelation made the atmosphere extremely tense. Lei Yin's anger clearly didn't stop there. She pointed at Murong Yan, her voice growing increasingly fierce. And another thing, that Chu Feng was the one I chose first. What right do you have to interfere? Don't think I don't know. You took this opportunity to humiliate me because my person contradicted you, stealing my person in front of the entire fortress. You're slapping me in the face, and you're slapping all the soldiers under my command in the face. If you're dissatisfied with me, you can dismiss me or take my life at any time, but I will never accept such humiliation. Murong Yan remained seated, her cold gaze meeting Lei Yin's without yielding an inch. Commander Lei, please watch your words. I'm not targeting anyone. You're all the most loyal soldiers of Great Yan. She was well aware of her cousin's resentment. But ever since Lei Yin embarked on the path of martial arts cultivation, her temper had become increasingly volatile, and she no longer respected herself as much as before, while being overly indulgent towards her subordinates. Privately, she had already received many complaints about her. I don't care about anything. Lei Yin shouted angrily. You're neglecting matters of state for that person. Such behavior will only shake the morale of the army. That's right. The general's actions are indeed unfair. Several officers under Lei Yin immediately stood up to echo him, their tone full of contempt and doubt. For a moment, the entire council hall was filled with a heavy atmosphere of tension. Chu Feng, the commander of the personal guards standing behind Murong Yan, frowned deeply. Although she did not speak, her gaze towards Murong Yan was also filled with doubt. As her most loyal subordinate, she couldn't understand why the general, who always prioritized the fortress and restrained his emotions, would make such a decision. All the neutral officers were waiting for an explanation. Faced with the doubts of almost everyone, Murong Yan finally spoke. She slowly stood up, an invisible pressure spreading throughout the hall. Chu Feng is not the fire seed. His identity is definitely not the plaything you see him as. Her gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Lei Yin's astonished face. He is the contemporary successor of the Mahis School of Mechanical Engineering. What? A successor of the Mahis School? The Mahis School that can create such ingenious mechanical weapons? How is that possible? Wasn't the Mahe school extinct long ago? The council chamber erupted in uproar once more. Everyone was shocked. Murong Yan continued. I kept it by my side for the future of the fortress. The mechanical arts he possesses are far more valuable than you can imagine. With his help, we have no chance of standing firm in this chaotic world. Aha! Lane threw her head back and laughed loudly. A descendant of the Mo family? Just because of your words. Her laughter stopped abruptly, her face full of sarcasm. General, I think you've been bewitched by that brat, believing even such words. Making up an excuse to fob us off? Do you think we're children? She slammed her spiked club down, instantly cracking the stone ground. I don't care who he is. Today you must bring him out, and in front of the entire army, show him the skills that will convince everyone. Otherwise, I, Lane, will be the first to object. My thousands of soldiers will not let this go unpunished. Murong Yan stared coldly at her, offering no response. The standoff between the two fortress commanders seemed to freeze the air. After a long silence, Murong Yan finally spoke again. Fine, if he cannot prove himself within 3 days, Commander Lei can decide his fate. Chapter 4. The imprisoned dragon's observation of the situation. Hidden clues. The meeting ended abruptly amidst a tense standoff, with both sides parting on bad terms. Lei returned to her tent, her anger still burning, and kicked the wooden table to pieces. She gritted her teeth and growled. Murong Yan, you actually turned against me for some random man. All these years I fought for you on the battlefield, and this is the result. Upon seeing this, the deposed crown prince, Xiao Chun, hurriedly stepped forward with a foot basin and pleaded in a low voice. Great commander, please calm down. Let this servant wash your feet to appease you. Lane looked at his obsequious behavior. Her anger subsided slightly, and she sat down and sneered. What are you washing your feet for? Crawl over here and lick them. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, but he dared not disobey. He could only kneel down and force a smile. This servant obeys. But hatred surged in his heart. Living under someone else's roof meant he could only endure humiliation. One day, he would turn the tables and repay the humiliation he had suffered today 100-fold. Soon, news of General Murong Yan and Lei Yin's falling out over a male concubine spread throughout the fortress. Inside the quiet room of the pavilion, Chu Feng sat cross-legged, while female soldiers outside the door gossiped. Commander Lei is banging on the table for that Chu Feng. That man is lucky. He didn't fall into her hands. As the murmurs faded, Chu Feng opened his eyes, his expression calm. He had been thrust into the spotlight, becoming the focus of contention between the two factions. He lightly tapped his knee, already making a judgment. The fortress was not monolithic, and Lei Yin's dissatisfaction might actually become his opportunity. He was confined to the room, his hands and feet locked, with very limited movement. Just as he was pondering this, the door was pushed open, and Shui Ging, the commander of the personal guards, entered carrying food. She was clad in armor, yet her face was beautiful and imposing, her expression indifferent. The general is busy, so I will deliver the meal for the next few days. Chu Feng glanced at her, then smiled and held up the shackles. Could you unlock them? It would make eating easier. Shui Ging replied calmly. You need to prove your worth within 3 days, otherwise these shackles cannot be removed. Chu Feng didn't press the matter, and simply buried himself in his food. He was indeed very hungry, and he finished the millet rice and fish in just a few bites. Shui Ging watched quietly from the side, only clearing away the bowl after he finished eating. Chu Feng let out a burp and suddenly asked, in the fortress besides the general, are you and Lei Yin the highest ranking? Shui Ging didn't answer directly, only coldly saying, you should rest. Then she locked the door and left. For the next 2 days, she delivered meals on time, while Chu Feng took the opportunity to subtly probe her, gradually extracting information about the fortress from her. At first, she was taciturn, but when faced with some trivial questions, she would occasionally respond. The fortress is divided into 5 parts, all under the command of the Grand General. Commander Lei is just hot-tempered, not an unreasonable person. She trailed off, as if she wanted to say something, but then stopped. She concluded with a warning. If you cannot prove yourself, the general will hand you over to Lei Yin. Chu Feng's heart tightened. Shui Ging added casually, and under her command are thousands of shrewish women. This sentence sent a chill down his spine. Chu Feng understood that he needed to establish himself as soon as possible. He wasn't without trump cards. Those modern weapons were enough to intimidate everyone, but they also made him a threat. Therefore, he had to find another way, while simultaneously piecing together the structure and power distribution of the entire fortress in his mind. Standing by the window, he looked down at the training ground. The female soldiers trained fiercely, their battle cries deafening, Their individual combat prowess formidable, but their formation was chaotic, devoid of any discernible tactical strategy. Chu Feng's heart sank. Such an army, once faced with a regular army, would almost certainly be defeated. He withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself, "This ironclad fortress doesn't seem so simple." Chapter 5. The barbarian soldiers appear suddenly. Stone barbarians greed for merit. The night was deep and still. All was silent except for the occasional crackling of torches on the city wall. Chu Feng picked up a piece of charcoal from the brazier, squatted down, and quickly traced patterns on the cold stone slab by the moonlight. He sketched out the outline of the pavilion, the area of the training ground, the distribution of the arrow towers, and the patrol routes he had observed over the past few days into a simple map. He pointed to a spot on the map and whispered, "This is the blind spot of the arrow tower on the east side." He then moved to the other side, noting there's a nearly 1-minute gap here during patrol handover. He then marked several more vulnerabilities. In the eyes of this top special forces soldier, this impregnable fortress was not invincible. On the contrary, it was full of flaws. 2 female soldiers peeked through the crack in the door and whispered, "What is he drawing?" "Just some random scribbles, probably driven mad by being locked up." The 2 left with mocking laughter, convinced he was just a bored prisoner. Chu Feng, however, didn't care at all. In the past few days, he had already seen through some of the secrets of this place. During the day, he had seen a tent where female soldiers took turns entering, and they came out with strange expressions. Without a doubt, that was the so-called spark. This situation made him even clearer that he had to seize the initiative as soon as possible. Whether to escape or stay and turn the tables, he was still weighing his options. His gaze fell on the northwest corner of the map, which he had marked with a heavy question mark. That area was heavily guarded, with elite female soldiers protecting it day and night, and white steam constantly rising from it. It resembled geothermal activity or some kind of energy source. "That's probably a forbidden area of the fortress. My equipment might be there," he vaguely concluded. Chu Feng got up, stretched, and wiped the map off the ground with his foot, leaving no trace. The conclusion was clear. This fortress had a fatal flaw in its defenses. It would absolutely not hold out against a truly organized enemy. He thought of Murong Yan again. She had locked him up for 2 days. It wasn't just out of spite. Beneath her domineering demeanor that night, details revealed her old wounds hadn't healed, and the tattoo was merely a means to conceal them. "She's a woman with a very deep mind," Chu Feng muttered to himself. What concerned him even more was his own body. Logically, he should have been exhausted after that night, but after only 2 days of rest, he felt even more energetic than before. This abnormality made him vaguely uneasy. Lost in thought, he unconsciously pieced together the fish bones on the plate with his chopsticks. He joined them section by section until the last tailbone was in place, at which point he abruptly stopped. The fish bones on the plate had formed a complete, coiled shape, head and tail intact. It was clearly the rudimentary form of a dragon. Chu Feng's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in a low voice, "What kind of fish is this?" The following day, a biting wind howled outside the iron wall fortress. A patrol of 30 men rode forward, their hooves pounding the frozen ground. This was the Golden Cavalry Battalion, led by their deputy commander, Sherman. She was tall and imposing, wielding a heavy hammer, and exuded a fierce aura. Sherman spat towards the fortress. "What a family successor. I think that pretty boy is a fraud." His confidence immediately echoed him, their words full of disdain and mockery towards Chu Feng. The crowd grew increasingly unrestrained, even making fun of Murong Yan, and the laughter continued. Although Sherman tried to stop them, he was equally unconcerned. It's not shameful for a general to take in men, but he shouldn't compromise Commander Lei's rules for the sake of a plaything. She reined in her horse and shouted, "What do we Golden Cavalry believe in?" The crowd responded in unison, "Strength, courage." Sherman nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. Only strength is the truth. Tricks and schemes are nothing but petty tricks." She burst into laughter. "Tonight is the 3-day deadline. When we get back from patrol, if that pretty boy can't prove himself, he'll have to hand him over." A ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. "Then, sisters, you'd better give him a good beating." "Okay." The 30 female soldiers echoed in unison, their laughter wild, as if they could already see Chu Feng being tortured by them. Chapter 6. The Fierce Woman's Defeat. Blood splattered on the wasteland. Inside the quiet attic, the atmosphere was completely different from the outside world. Chu Feng was leisurely eating his lunch. On the table were not only millet rice, but also a large piece of stewed, tender beast meat. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the commotion outside. Shui Ying stood quietly to the side, waiting silently. Chu Feng put down his chopsticks and looked up, saying, "Commander Shui, I think I found a way to prove myself." Shui Ying stirred slightly, but still responded coldly, "What is it?" For the past few days, She had been observing Chu Feng. He didn't seem like a prisoner. On the contrary, his composure aroused suspicion. Chu Feng smiled faintly and said the key point. I want to see the general. This matter requires her cooperation. Shui Ging didn't ask any further questions, only replying, I will pass it on, before picking up the tray and leaving. After her figure disappeared, Chu Feng's eyes gradually calmed down. He had thought it through over the past 2 days. Running away was a last resort, and in this chaotic world, having no foundation would only lead to a worse situation. The only way was to turn the tables. He not only wanted to prove himself, but also to fight for real power within this fortress. The scene shifts to the wasteland, where a scout on horseback reports. Deputy Commander Sure, more than 10 barbarian scouts have been spotted in the valley 3 miles ahead. Upon hearing this, Sherman's spirits lifted, and she revealed an excited expression. The credit has been delivered to our doorstep. She immediately called on everyone to prepare for the attack. An elderly veteran in the group rode forward to dissuade them. That is Ghost Sorrow Gorge. The terrain is narrow and long, easy to enter, but difficult to exit. The enemy situation is unclear. If we rush in, we may be ambushed. It will be better to scout first and then set up an ambush. This suggestion was prudent and thorough, and completely in line with the principles of warfare. However, Sherman impatiently interrupted. Enough talk. Is it worth setting up an ambush for a mere dozen or so barbarians? Won't people laugh at us if word gets out? She directly sent the veterans to the rear, insisting on a frontal charge to prove the concept of brave crushing with a victory. She raised her sledgehammer high, rallying the troops. Sisters, let those cowards see what real battle is. Today, we'll use the heads of barbarians to vindicate Commander Lei. The crowd's emotions were ignited, and they roared in unison. Kill. Crush them. The 30 riders no longer concealed their tracks, transforming into an iron torrent that charged straight into Ghost Sorrow Ravine. Their hooves thundered, their battle cries deafening. In their eyes, this was nothing more than an easy victory. Sherman, leading the charge, his face filled with bloodlust, charged into the valley without hesitation. But the moment they stepped into the valley, a piercing whistle suddenly rang out. A wolf-tooth arrow shot out from his side, instantly piercing a female soldier's throat. The fervor on her face had not yet faded when she fell from her horse. Immediately afterwards, a rain of arrows poured down. Before the warning, "There's an ambush," could be finished, several arrows had already riddled the man with holes. The sudden turn of events caused Sherman to roar, "Charge!" But it was too late. Ambush troops appeared on both sides of the valley, nearly 20 elite barbarian warriors drawing their bows and firing in unison, creating a crossfire. The narrow terrain made it difficult for the Golden Cavalry to deploy, and the female soldiers were immediately thrown into chaos. Some were hit by arrows and fell from their horses, while others were broken up by their frightened steeds, and their initial momentum collapsed instantly. Their bravery had no room to be displayed in this situation. Sherman roared and swung her hammer in retaliation, smashing arrows away as she charged towards the enemy. She smashed a barbarian to pieces with a single blow, displaying astonishing combat prowess. But even with her strength, she couldn't turn the tide of the battle and could only watch helplessly as her subordinates fell one after another. The battle quickly devolved into a one-sided massacre. Only when the last barbarian was killed by the stone barbarian did the valley fall silent. The air was thick with the stench of blood. She leaned on her greatsword, panting, and looked around to see familiar corpses scattered everywhere. 30 people set out, but now only 5 survive, all wounded. The rest of the sisters perished in battle. The cost was unbearable. This battle was doomed from the start. On the other side, the old soldier Granny Lee rushed back to the fortress and stumbled into the council hall, hoarsely reporting, "General, Deputy Commander Sure ambushed in Ghost Sorrow Ravine. Of the 30 men, only 5 remain." Upon hearing this, Murong Yan's face instantly turned icy cold. Lei, carrying a spiked club, angrily volunteered for battle. "General, let me lead my men to raise the barbarian stronghold and avenge them." Her eyes were bloodshot, and her killing intent was almost uncontrollable. Murong Yan retorted coldly, "Revenge? Who do you think we should avenge ourselves against?" Lei replied without hesitation, "Of course, the barbarians." His words were cut short by a sharp shout. "Wrong. We should avenge ourselves against your stupidity and arrogance." Murong Yan's tone was sharp. "You only teach them to be brave, not to strategize," which led Sherman to underestimate the enemy and advance recklessly, resulting in the deaths of 25 people. Now that the enemy's situation is still unclear, are you going to lead more people to their deaths? Each question was like a knife, leaving Lei speechless. Murong Yan's gaze was icy, and the atmosphere in the entire council hall became extremely tense. Chapter 7. Firing of blame and anger. Hatred at its peak. Lei Yin was publicly reprimanded until her face turned pale, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal, for everything Murong Yan said was true. The council hall was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the merciless words. After a long while, Murong Yan finally withdrew her gaze and ordered the situation to be rectified. She ordered Shui Ging in a low voice to immediately escort Sherman and the others back to the fortress, collect the remains of the fallen sisters, and simultaneously dispatch 3 times the number of scouts to closely monitor the surrounding area. She needed to find out why this group of barbarians had suddenly appeared near the Iron Wall fortress. Shui Ging accepted the order and quickly departed. An hour later, the atmosphere in the council hall was extremely tense. With a loud thud, Sherman, bound hand and foot, was slammed heavily to the ground. Lei Yin stood to the side, her face ashen, her usual arrogance completely gone. She bowed her head and begged for forgiveness, admitting that she had failed in her teaching duties, leading to the tragic deaths of 25 of her sisters. Sherman knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, offering her life to atone for her sisters' deaths. Murong Yan sat upright in the main seat, her expression icy, offering no response. Everyone knew that Lei Yin was always protective of her own, and that personally kidnapping someone to plead guilty was already a huge concession. But the next moment, Lei Yin suddenly looked up, her tone abruptly changing, her anger directed at Chu Feng. She gritted her teeth and said, "The 3-day deadline has passed. That troublemaker must be accounted for today." Her emotions grew increasingly agitated, blaming all the strange events on Chu Feng. She accused the fortress of strange occurrences ever since Chu Feng's arrival, the general seclusion, the army's unrest, and even the barbarians daring to set ambushes. She asserted that Chu Feng was a spy, her words growing increasingly inflammatory, causing many officers to change their expression slightly. Murong Yan coldly rebuked him. "One thing at a time, don't make trouble. I'm in seclusion to recuperate. It has nothing to do with him." But Lei Yin completely lost control, and instead of calming down, he exploded in anger, even publicly accusing Murong Yan of being obsessed with beautiful women, his words becoming increasingly outrageous. Filled with grievance and resentment, she questioned why everything had changed after Chu Feng appeared. Their sisterly bond, once strong, was now fractured because of man. She was consumed by jealousy and suspicion, her emotions a complex mix. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, even bursting into tears on the spot. Lei Yin continued to incite the crowd, stating bluntly that if the general indulged in personal feelings, their fighting strength would inevitably decline. 25 men had died today, and there would only be more in the future. These words were highly persuasive, and many officers began to waver, their gazes towards Murong Yan becoming more hesitant. Seizing the opportunity, she pressured him. Either send him to a military brothel and treat him the same as everyone else, or make him prove himself in public. Otherwise, she and her golden cavalry would never obey. The council hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone awaited Murong Yan's decision. Murong Yan tapped her fingertips lightly on the stone table, knowing full well that if not handled properly, this matter could shake the foundations of the fortress. Yet, she couldn't explain the truth. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "Commander Shui, bring Chu Feng here." Soon, Chu Feng was escorted into the hall. He was still wearing his black armor and shackles, yet his expression remained calm. He scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Lei Yin and Sherman for a moment before finally settling on Murong Yan's face. Upon seeing him, Lei Yin's anger intensified. Pointing at him, she roared, "Look at him! He has no sense of responsibility as a prisoner whatsoever." She declared that if she didn't teach him a lesson, it would be tantamount to condoning a man's absolute power. Murong Yan didn't respond, only meeting Chu Feng's gaze. Chu Feng saw a hint of helplessness and expectation in her eyes, and he understood. It was his turn to act. He turned to Lei Yin, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Deal with me? You're not qualified." His words instantly silenced the entire room. Everyone looked at him as if he were a dead man. Even Sherman was stunned, unable to believe that he dared to be so arrogant. Lei Yin was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the hall. The next moment, her eyes flashed with a fierce light as she stared intently at Chu Feng. "Fine, then I'll show you what qualifications really mean." She set a condition. "If you survive 3 of my moves, I'll let it go." Everyone secretly shook their heads. This wasn't a contest. It was a brutal massacre. But Chu Feng gently shook his head, his tone calm. "Dueling is the way of brutes," he said. "War relies on tactics, teamwork, and brains, not brute force." He tapped his temple, adding casually, A brainless general like you only knows how to feed kills. These words struck Lei Yin like a blow to the head, instantly enraging her. After a brief moment of distraction, she erupted completely, roaring as she swung her hundreds of pounds weight spike club down at Chu Feng's head. Chapter 8: The Healer's Edge. A life-or-death gamble in a desperate situation. How dare you? Murong Yan shouted sharply. This is the council hall. Who dares to shout for violence? Do you even have any respect for me? The great general. Her rebuke silenced the entire room, and although everyone was unwilling, no one dared to utter a word in rebuttal. Within this impregnable fortress, Murong Yan might not be the strongest, but she controlled the resources upon which everyone depended for survival. Power, lives, and supplies were all in her hands. No one dared to truly disobey her. Chu Feng saw this clearly, which strengthened his resolve. He ignored the enraged Lei Yin and looked directly at Murong Yan. General, verbal sparring is pointless. Let's try a different approach. Give me a 10-man squad. His words caused a slight pause in the crowd. Chu Feng hesitated, then added, I don't need elite troops, just the least valued and generally considered worst group in the fortress. The crowd looked bewildered, but his tone was firm. Give me 10 days. In 10 days, I will lead this ragtag army in a simulated battle against Lei Yin's most elite 10-man squad. Whose tactics are stronger, whose training is superior, will be revealed in a single battle. His voice was not loud, but clear and forceful. If I lose, I will accept whatever punishment I may receive, without question. These words caused an uproar in the council chamber. Everyone thought he was insane. 10 days to lead a bunch of useless soldiers to challenge a battle-hardened elite force? It was simply impossible. Lei Yin threw his head back and laughed loudly, slamming his spiked club heavily on the ground. What a shameless bastard. You're just trying to buy time and find a chance to escape. I'm telling you no way. Qin Yu also stepped forward and said coldly, General, we can't trust him. If he can't show his true abilities, he should be sent to the military brothel and treated the same as Huazi, to restore morale. Upon hearing the words, military brothel, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. This outcome was far worse than dying on the battlefield, and he naturally couldn't accept it. Murong Yan also looked troubled. Lei Yin's suggestion was almost tacitly accepted, and she found it difficult to openly show favoritism. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, an urgent report broke the deadlock. Report. A blood-soaked military medic stumbled in, immediately kneeling down, his voice hoarse. The 4 sisters we rescued are bleeding profusely from their wounds. They probably won't make it through the night. The atmosphere in the hall instantly shifted from confrontation to heaviness. Lei Yin shuddered, and Sherman's face was filled with guilt. Just as everyone fell silent, a glint of light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. The opportunity had arrived. Compared to the 10-day wager, this was the most direct way to prove himself. I can save them, he said calmly, his voice not loud, but it instantly silenced everyone. Lei Yin sneered. You're just a plaything, medicine? Don't try to stall for time. Chu Feng ignored her completely, walking straight to the military doctor and squatting down. Crying won't help, he said calmly. What kind of wound? A knife wound or an arrow wound? Has the wound turned black? How much bleeding is there? Is the person unconscious or conscious? Is there a fever and delirium? A barrage of questions stunned the medic. She had never heard such questions before, yet each one hit the nail on the head. She quickly replied, it was a barbarian wolf-tooth arrow. The bleeding wouldn't stop after it was pulled out, and now the wound is oozing pus, and the person has a high fever and is unconscious. Chu Feng nodded and quickly assessed the situation. The wound is infected, and the excessive blood loss has caused a high fever and convulsions. He stood up and looked at Murong Yan. If we delay any longer, we'll only be able to collect the corpses. Lei Yin's anger flared up again, and he was about to make a move when Chu Feng suddenly turned around and shouted, Am I talking nonsense? Or are your people just waiting to die? Don't you know the answer? He pressed on. Or is it that in your eyes, your pride is more important than the lives of your sisters? One sentence completely shut down any rebuttal from Lei Yin. The army medic, grasping at a straw, scrambled forward and kowtowed. General, let him try. We have to try anything, or it will be too late. Silence fell upon the crowd. With lives at stake, no one dared to object. Murong Yan stared at Chu Feng, her gaze scrutinizing him for a long time before finally speaking. Fine. Her tone was cold and resolute. If you save them, the matter of the military brothel will be postponed, and you will compete with Lei Yin again in 10 days. If you fail, she looked at Sherman, you will all be handed over to Lei Yin for disposal. Lei Yin gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay. The situation was thus settled. Chu Feng said no more, turned around, and said, Take me to the wounded soldiers' camp. He added, In my backpack, I need everything in it. If we delay any longer, I can't guarantee we can snatch him back from the jaws of death. Chapter 9. A shocking experience. A miraculous healer. Inside the wounded soldiers' camp, for female soldiers lay on mats, their faces ashen, their breathing so weak it seemed they might stop at any moment. The military doctor trembled as he raised a red-hot branding iron, gritting his teeth as he prepared to burn the festering wound. Stop! Chu Feng strode in, shoved her aside, snatched the branding iron, and said coldly, "Do you want to kill her? The wound is already infected and festering. Using the branding iron will only cause the flesh to necrotize." The military doctor was stunned by the shout and stammered, "But this is how we've always saved people." Chu Feng was too lazy to say more. In this era, no one knew how to suture. Survival depended entirely on luck. He glanced at the female soldiers and nurses in the tent. Though robust, they still possessed a certain feminine grace. He quickly regained his composure and ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, listen to my command. Boil 3 pots of water and thoroughly boil all the linen." The men instinctively obeyed. General Chu Feng slammed his backpack down, emptying the equipment with a splash. Scissors, tweezers, gauze, and medicine bottles were neatly scattered, leaving everyone stunned. "What is this? It looks like a toy, and it can save lives?" Questions arose one after another. Chu Feng ignored them, slowly putting on gloves, his fingers tightly wrapped in a thin film, gleaming with a strange light. "Scissors." He held out his hand. The medic handed him an old pair of scissors, and he frowned, saying, "No need for those, use mine." The other person hurriedly picked up the delicate surgical scissors and handed them over. Sherman sneered disdainfully. "This little thing? Can it cut through leather armor?" Before he finished speaking, a snap was heard, and the leather armor and thick clothing were neatly cut open like paper. Sherman choked on the spot, and everyone's expression changed. The deep wound that exposed bone was exposed, running from the thigh to the lower abdomen, the flesh torn up, a horrifying sight. Chu Feng calmly said, "Alcohol gauze." He unscrewed the bottle cap, and a pungent odor filled the air. He quickly cleaned the wound with the gauze, his movements swift, precise, and steady, without the slightest hesitation. Amid the female soldiers' suppressed groans, he whispered, "Bear with it." He then administered local anesthesia with a syringe and began threading the needle. What is he doing? Sewing up flesh with a needle and thread. The crowd gasped in shock, Sherman frowning deeply. "Isn't this torture?" Murong Yan coldly snapped. "Shut up." She chose to believe Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded slightly and continued his work. A moment later, the anesthesia took effect. Chu Feng began stitching, and everyone waited for a scream, but they found the female soldier barely reacted, only trembling slightly. Lei Yin and Sherman exchanged a glance, their gazes simultaneously falling on the syringe, vaguely realizing the problem. Chu Feng concentrated intently, the needle piercing the flesh, the fine thread deftly weaving between his fingers, gradually closing the chapped wound until it was perfectly sealed. At that moment, all the women in the tent were stunned. They realized that a man's hands weren't just for killing enemies. They could also be so delicate and gentle. The female soldier bit the towel, her eyes gradually shifting from despair to dependence. Chu Feng whispered, "Don't be afraid, you won't die. Just bear with it, it'll be over soon." Soon, the stitches were finished. He then disinfected, applied medicine, and bandaged the wound, all in one swift motion. The gruesome wound was covered with snow-white gauze, neat and orderly. Chu Feng wiped his sweat and immediately moved on to the next wounded soldier. The most troublesome case had appeared. The barbs of the wolf-tooth arrow had almost torn apart all the flesh on the inside of his thigh. Chu Feng frowned and said in a deep voice, "No, this won't work." He glanced at the wounded soldier and calmly added, "All the leg hair must be shaved off, otherwise it will definitely get infected again after stitches, and even a miracle won't save it." Chapter 10. A miraculous skill. Shaving as healing. Shaving. These two words exploded in the women's minds like a thunderclap. Even Murong Yan's expression was strange. They would rather die on the battlefield than suffer such humiliation. The atmosphere instantly froze. Lei Yin angry rebuked. Shameless. Don't go too far. How can you shave that place completely? Are you using healing as an excuse to humiliate us? Chu Feng whirled around, his tone icy. Is your life more important, or your shame? Cooperate now. The female medic looked at Murong Yan, and seeing her nod, she steeled herself and stepped forward to assist. Chu Feng took out a sharp scraper and first reassured the wounded. "Don't be afraid, I know what I'm doing. Your sisters are all here, they won't hurt you." Though ashamed and indignant, the female soldier, driven by her survival instinct, ceased her resistance, her body gradually relaxing. Seeing this, The others could only acquiesce. The next moment, Chu Feng bent down to work, extremely close, yet his expression was focused, without a trace of distraction. His movements were clean and efficient, shaving and cleaning in one smooth motion. That almost calm professionalism left Lei Yin's angry curses stuck in her throat, unable to utter a single word, her heart filled only with complex emotions and shock. Wound treatment proceeded swiftly, with anesthesia, disinfection, cleaning, and suturing executed step by step. Chu Feng's needle flew, transforming the gruesome wounds into neat, fine stitches, resembling a work of art. One by one, he pulled 4 wounded soldiers back from the brink of death. Chu Feng removed his bloodstained gloves, let out a long breath, and handed them to the female medic. Wash them before using. It will prevent infection. The female medic was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Chu Feng continued to instruct on the details of medication and dressing changes, his tone calm but unquestionable. Within 3 days, they will all be able to get out of bed. The entire wounded soldiers' camp was silent, everyone looking at him with almost reverence. The rescued female soldiers were especially tearful, filled with gratitude and a hint of respect. Lei Yin and Sherman stood frozen in place, their expressions complex. The facts were undeniable. This man they had once looked down upon had saved their lives with incredible medical skills. The military doctors on the periphery couldn't help but whisper among themselves. His hands are more skillful than an embroiderer's. He can even stitch flesh together. And his eyes are so clear, so focused, it's unbelievable. Their words were filled with amazement and envy. At this moment, the logistics commander, Qian Yu, approached and whispered a reprimand, and everyone quickly dispersed. Seeing that the situation was favorable, Chu Feng tentatively asked, "General, could I keep these medical supplies?" Murong Yan decisively refused and ordered them to be taken back to the secret room. Chu Feng shrugged and said nothing more. He knew perfectly well that these things would not be his until he had completely gained their trust. Murong Yan then announced, "You have rendered meritorious service today and will not be sent to the military brothel camp for the time being. You will remain where you are." Chu Feng was delighted and shook his shackles again. "However," she added coldly, "the shackles will not be removed, but you may freely enter and leave the training ground." She looked around at everyone, her tone authoritative. "The bet will remain in effect in 10 days. If you win, you will become the head instructor. If you lose, you will be at the mercy of Lei Yin. Life or death will be irrelevant." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. The scene shifts to night. Chu Feng lies in bed pondering training when Murong Yan suddenly arrives and orders her men to leave. The guards tacitly withdraw, and the atmosphere instantly becomes tense. Murong Yan enters the room, closes the door, and begins to remove her armor. Chu Feng, looking at her aloof demeanor, feels disdain and silently criticizes her. She says coldly through the screen, "Take it off." Chu Feng rolled his eyes, lying lazily without moving, a smile on his lips. "You're so imposing during the day. Can't you be a little gentler now?" He casually glanced at the figure, his expression a little amused. Chapter 11: The Power of the Bedchamber, Undercurrents. Murong Yan paused, then suddenly pounced on him, her movements swift and agile, startling Chu Feng. She curled her lip and said coldly, "Don't think that just because you performed well in the camp today, you could be so frivolous with me. You better know your place." She had assumed Chu Feng would back down as he had last time, but to her surprise, he suddenly flipped her over and pinned her beneath him. Their positions were completely reversed, and for the first time, a clear look of astonishment appeared in Murong Yan's sharp phoenix eyes. Chu Feng leaned closer and whispered, "My identity? Now, I am your man, and you are my woman." He pinned her struggling hands down with one hand, while his other hand slowly traced the phoenix totem along her back. "How dare you?" Murong Yan was about to shout when a domineering kiss silenced her. Her initially strong will crumbled under his skilled and forceful rhythm, and her body gradually became uncontrollable. Just as the atmosphere reached its most tense moment, Chu Feng suddenly withdrew and said in a low voice, "General, you are the commander on the battlefield, but in bed, I set the rules." His tone was calm, yet carried an oppressive force. Murong Yan was filled with shame and anger, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Get off me." But when she struggled, she discovered that her hand had been bound by chains at some point, and she could not break free at all, and her body was firmly suppressed. "How dare you?" she glared angrily. "Believe me or not, this general will kill you. Chu Feng Smai Fai Li. If you have the guts, don't call for help. Let's fight one-on-one." With just a few words of confrontation, the two reached a tacit understanding, neither willing to back down. On the bed, undercurrents surged, and a silent contest began. The two fought for a full incense sticks time before Murong Yan finally collapsed from exhaustion, her breathing becoming disordered, and she completely lost the strength to resist. She didn't even call for her subordinates, perhaps out of consideration for her reputation, or perhaps she had already made her decision. Chu Feng observed this and understood the situation. This female general wasn't just relying on brute force. Once her hands and feet were restrained, it would be difficult for her to turn the tide. He chuckled softly. "A beauty kills me? Would you be willing to?" He then slowly added, "I let you struggle for so long last time to save face for a beginner like you. Today, I'll show you what real skill is." That night, the commotion in the attic was even more intense than it had been 3 days prior. From initial resistance to gradual loss of control, and finally to complete surrender, Murong Yan experienced the taste of being out of control for the first time. The once cold-faced female general who commanded thousands of troops was now completely at the mercy of her opponent, all her pride and restraint crumbling bit by bit until she was utterly powerless to resist. After an unknown amount of time, everything returned to calm. Exhausted, Murong Yan slumped into Chu Feng's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, inside Commander Lei Yin's tent, a completely different and oppressive atmosphere prevailed. Despite the desperate efforts of the deposed crown prince Xiao Chun, she couldn't muster even the slightest interest. "Get out, useless thing." Lei Yin kicked him away, pacing back and forth in the tent, her expression irritable, the image of the wounded soldier's camp flashing through her mind. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Sorcery. It must be sorcery. He's been tormented all day. How can he still be so energetic? His eyes, his techniques, they're nothing like those of an ordinary person." The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Logically speaking, anyone should have been exhausted, but Chu Feng was not only unharmed, but also full of energy, which made her even more unwilling and suspicious. Xiao Chan was kicked into a corner, but instead of being angry, he was delighted. He quickly crawled over and hugged her leg, carefully saying, "Commander, please calm down. It's not worth getting sick over someone like that." Lei Yin snorted coldly. "What do you know? I'm just furious that the general is protecting that pretty boy like this." Xiao Chan followed up, saying, "This servant also finds it strange. What kind of person is the general? How could he so easily favor one person? There must be another reason." He lowered his voice and slowly guided the conversation. "This servant has heard that the dragonfish in the fortress is a highly nutritious food, rarely tasted by ordinary people. But since Chu Feng has received such favor, could he be treated as a delicacy?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lei Yin jolted, as if she had been awakened, and anger suddenly surged in her eyes. Yes, that must be it. No wonder he has so much energy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her chest heaving. So he secretly prepared special meals for himself, eating dragonfish like it was food. No wonder he was exhausted for a whole day and night and still acted like nothing happened. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he continued to add fuel to the fire. The Grand Commander is the pillar of the fortress, and that Chu Feng is nothing but a plaything. How is he worthy of enjoying such resources? Lei Yin's expression suddenly darkened, and he stared down at him. "Wait, how do you know that our Iron Wall fortress has dragonfish?" Chapter 12: The plan to build the 3 talents dragon locking formation. Seeing his purpose exposed, Xiao Chan hurriedly explained, "Commander, this rumor is no secret. Otherwise, why would those barbarians be so restless?" Lei Yin pondered for a moment, his anger gradually subsiding. "I see, no wonder." She nodded, then glanced at Xiao Chun. "I didn't expect you, the crown prince of a fallen kingdom, to actually have some brains." Her tone was still sarcastic, but noticeably gentler. Suddenly, she lifted Xiao Chun up from the ground, grinning. "You're right. I was being stubborn. That kid is just relying on the dragonfish to hold on. What real skill does he have?" Her mood instantly brightened considerably. Lei Yin felt more and more comfortable and started to find Xiao Chun more pleasing to the eye. He immediately declared, "Just wait. In 10 days, I, the commander, will beat him to a pulp in the training ground. Then I'll give you half of a dragonfish tail." He didn't forget to add a curse, telling Xiao Chun to strengthen his body. "Thank you for your mercy, Commander." Xiao Chun hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, his face full of joy, but when he looked up, a glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. He took the opportunity to probe, asking if he was truly confident in achieving the 10-day agreement. He reminded him that Chu Feng claimed to be a descendant of the Mo family and might have some strange methods. Lei Yin, however, scoffed, 10 elites against 10 pieces of trash. What unexpected things could happen? Xiao Chun immediately flattered him with, "Great Commander, you are mighty." Then, his tone shifted to caution. "But even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Otherwise, the general will only think that the Golden Cavalry is acting like reckless fools." This sentence hit the nail on the head. He continued, saying that he had studied military strategy extensively, and although he dare not boast, he had some knowledge of troop deployment and was willing to offer a plan that could both secure a victory over Chu Feng and leave the general speechless. Lane immediately became interested and urged him to explain. Xiao Chun grabbed a wine cup from the table and began fiddling with the animal hide map. Great Commander, please take a look. We can use the 3 talents dragon locking formation. 3 people form a group, 1 to attack first, and the other 2 to support and contain from the flanks, forming a coordinated attack. He explained as he set up the formation. The 3 groups are mutually supportive, allowing for both offense and defense. No matter how the enemy attacks, they'll be separated by the formation, gradually surrounded, and finally defeated one by one, until they are completely wiped out. Lane stared at the formation of the wine glasses, listening to his clear and logical explanation, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. This method of fighting was clearly more organized and reliable than a chaotic rush. Excellent. What a brilliant 3 talents locking dragon formation. Lane slapped her thigh excitedly, immediately approving of it. The more she looked at Xiao Chun, the more pleasing he seemed to her. She felt that this crown prince of a fallen kingdom actually had some use. She wrapped her arms around Xiao Chun's neck, pulling him into her embrace, and said with a laugh, I never expected that you, this delicate-skinned prince, would actually be such a talent. Her tone was hearty, clearly indicating that she was in a great mood. Lei Yin laughed heartily, all her pent-up frustration vanishing, and immediately declared, Tonight, this commander will give you a good thrashing. The atmosphere then became ambiguous. The following afternoon, 2 guards stood idly outside the pavilion, occasionally exchanging meaningful glances. Shui Guiying approached with a somber face, her steps noticeably heavier than usual. She asked if the general had woken up, and the guards quickly replied that he hadn't yet, adding in a low voice that the commotion last night had been extremely loud, continuing even after dawn, their tone full of ambiguity and teasing. Shui Guiying scolded in a low voice, What nonsense are you talking about? But her cheeks were slightly flushed. She was conflicted, worried that the general would become obsessed with beauty and neglect his duties, yet also feeling a sense of relief for her. She shook her head, suppressed her thoughts, and turned to leave. But just as she reached the edge of the training ground, she heard a burst of boisterous laughter. Lei Yin and the others were chatting animatedly. Seeing her appear, Lei Yin immediately raised his voice and teased. Oh, isn't this Commander Shui? The general hasn't gotten up yet. His tone was clearly mocking. Shui Guiying's face darkened. She was extremely displeased. She favored Chu Feng and didn't want her general to be ridiculed like this, so she immediately decided to call him out to prevent further gossip. She turned back to the pavilion, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. General, the food has been reheated 3 times. When would you like to eat? Her tone was as restrained and tactful as possible. She knew that if she continued to indulge in this, she would surely fail when the 10-day agreement was reached. She hoped the general would come to his senses, at least to put on a show. A moment later, Murong Yan's slightly languid and hoarse voice came from inside the room. I know, I'm coming. Her voice was clearly tired and still had a lingering ache. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Chu Feng pressed her down again, his tone relaxed. What's the rush? Murong Yan was about to struggle when he kissed her, and all her resistance seemed futile. Chu Feng whispered in her ear, General, don't worry about me. The 10-day agreement won't take that long. In 5 days, I can make Lei Yin completely convinced. His tone was confident and composed. After he finished speaking, he added with a mischievous smile, Leave the remaining 5 days to us. Upon hearing this, Murong Yan's face instantly turned red, and her eyes showed a tenderness she had never felt before. Half an hour later, Chu Feng walked towards the training ground, looking refreshed. Shui Guiying followed beside him, but her expression remained unpleasant, clearly still harboring doubts. The training ground was filled with shouts of battle, and the female soldiers were training with great enthusiasm. However, in one corner, a stark contrast to the surroundings, the place was unusually quiet. 10 women, some sitting, some standing, lazily wiped their weapons, their spirits utterly lacking. Chu Feng approached, raising an eyebrow slightly. These women resembled more abandoned refugees than soldiers. They were sallow-faced and emaciated, their thin figures and loose, ill-fitting leather armor clad in them. The difference between them and the strong, muscular female soldiers of the Golden Cavalry was stark. Everyone hung their heads, their eyes dull and lifeless, their faces etched with numbness and resignation. They clearly knew all along that they had been chosen as cannon fodder. Shui Guiying looked at these 10 men and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, stating bluntly that this was the worst group Lei Yin had deliberately selected for Chu Feng to train. She couldn't help but wonder if this man truly possessed ability or was merely a figurehead using tricks to please the general and buy time. Chapter 13, the dragonfish is served, and the instructor establishes his authority by breaking with old rules. This is the man Commander Lei gave me? Chu Feng asked in a calm tone. Shui Guiying nodded. These 10 female soldiers were all weak soldiers selected from the logistics battalion, who usually only did odd jobs and had never been on a battlefield. Looking at their thin and weak appearance, the hope that had just risen in her heart waned again. It was obvious that Lei Yin was deliberately making things difficult for them. Chu Feng didn't say much. He just nodded. Okay, it's my request. He turned to the 10 people and smiled. Come over, sit down, and let's talk. The female soldiers exchanged glances, hesitant to sit down. Chu Feng sat cross-legged first, patting the spot beside him, which only made them more reserved. In the distance, Sherman and his golden cavalry sneered, their words full of contempt. Chu Feng seemed not to hear him and spoke gently. My name is Chu Feng, and I will be your instructor from today onwards. And you? After a moment of silence, a little girl with her hair in 2 buns whispered, My name is Xiao Qi, and I work in the kitchen tending the fire. Then, everyone else introduced themselves, and their experiences were almost identical. They were all war orphans who did the hardest work in a logistics battalion, but ate the worst food. After listening, Chu Feng stood up and looked at Shuaging. Training is not urgent, but there's one thing to take care of first, the meals. From today onwards, their meal standards must be the same as those of the elite troops participating in the performance. The portion owed today will be made up for at dinner. As soon as he finished speaking, Sherman and the others burst into laughter. They think they deserve to eat the food of the elite? Dream on. Various taunts rose and fell. Chu Feng remained unmoved, simply stating, Since we'll be competing in the same arena in 10 days, the standards will naturally be the same. If anything is not in compliance, it can be reported to the Grand General for a ruling. His words silenced the crowd. Shuaging immediately nodded. It was my oversight. Dinner will be made up to the elite standard. Chu Feng was satisfied. The 10 female soldiers' faces immediately showed long-lost smiles. He turned around and ordered, No training today. Go back, wash up and rest. Have a good meal tonight, and we'll start again tomorrow. Then he had Shuaging lead the way to the recruit camp. As night fell, the food was delivered to the barracks. The roasted meat sizzled, the millet rice was piled high, and what was even more astonishing were the 2 plates of fish that gleamed faintly. Dragonfish, Xiao Qi exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth. The others stared wide-eyed. They had never actually eaten this fortress treasure. They had only ever smelled it. Chu Feng observed their reactions and made his judgment. He picked up a piece of fish belly and put it in Xiao Qi's bowl. Eat up, this is what you deserve. Xiao Qi waved her hands repeatedly. Instructor, this is too precious. Chu Feng smiled and said, It's just a fish. After saying that, he took a bite himself and felt a warm flow into his body, and all his fatigue disappeared. The female soldiers could no longer resist and began to devour the dragonfish. Chu Feng didn't argue with them. He put down his chopsticks and casually asked, This fish is so rare. Is there some special reason for it? Chapter 14, The Secret of the Dragonfish, Bearing Weight to Temper the Mind. The female soldiers are now extremely close to Chu Feng. There would naturally be no secrets. Instructor, you really don't know? Xiao Qi asked cautiously as she approached. Chu Feng said sincerely, I really don't know. Please tell me. Alan glanced around and whispered, This dragonfish is a treasure of our fortress. The sisters from the Golden Cavalry say that eating it can increase strength and improve physical fitness. Look at Commander Lei and the others. They're all as strong as bears. It's because they have high military merits and can often get dragonfish to eat that they've grown so tall and strong. Yes, we can only drink soup, but they can eat meat. So they eat more and more and get stronger, and their military merits increase, while we can only get weaker and weaker. Then where did this fish come from? Chu Feng, vets? I don't know. Xiao Qi shook his head. This is the fortress's top secret. Only the general knows it. The fish are also personally allocated by the general, and no one dares to ask any questions. Chu Feng understood. No wonder Murong Yan, a woman, was able to sit calmly and keep a powerful general like Lei Yin firmly under her thumb. She not only controlled the military, but also this strategic resource that could enhance individual strength. The fact that my body was able to recover so quickly after transmigrating, and even become stronger than before, is probably related to the dragonfish I ate these past few days. That woman had been investing in herself from the very beginning. He didn't ask any further questions. He knew very well that even if these 10 female soldiers ate dragonfish every day, their physical condition could not change drastically in just a few days to be able to fight against those fierce women who had eaten dragonfish for many years and had been through countless battles. His only chance of winning lay in tactics, equipment, and the knowledge in his mind that was ahead of its time. Stop staring, let's eat. Only when you're well fed can you have the strength to win battles. Remember, from today onwards, you're no longer those who tend the fire or sew clothes. You are my soldiers, Chu Feng soldiers. Yes, thank you, coach. Watching the female soldiers wolf down their food. A meaningful smile appeared on Chu Feng's lips. Looks like I need to make some serious plans. The next morning, while it was still barely light, the sky began to brighten. Shui Guiying arrived on time with the food. The general gave an order last night. She has important matters to attend to for the next 9 days and will not be seeing you again. Focus on training your troops and do not disappoint her. Chu Feng felt a warmth in his heart. The woman claimed to be dealing with business, but in reality, she was creating a completely undisturbed environment for him. If she doesn't come, Lane will have even less reason to cause trouble. Even if she doesn't come to be intimate with him, she will still allow him to devote all his energy to training the female soldiers. In short, this woman seems to have begun to develop feelings for him. That means that I've practiced my bedroom skills quite well these past few days, and the other person is very satisfied. Okay, I understand. Chu Feng nodded and took the food plate. Today's breakfast was as lavish as ever, including meat, millet rice, and a whole dragonfish. Sooner or later, he arrived at the recruit camp. Everyone had just finished eating. Compared to yesterday, these 10 female soldiers had flushed faces, were full of energy, and were brimming with enthusiasm. All right, let's begin formal training today. A corner of the training ground. Chu Feng looked at the 10 slender female soldiers in front of him. Go, everyone find a cloth bag, fill it with stones, and carry it on your back. Although the female soldiers were puzzled, they immediately did as instructed. Soon, 10 heavy stone bags were placed on their thin shoulders. The first training session today is running. Chu Feng pointed to the patrol road that encircled the fortress outside the martial arts arena. Run 5 laps around it. 5 laps. Zioki's face turned pale. That road is about 10 miles long in one loop, so 5 loops will be 50 miles. Let alone carrying stones, they have never completed a lap, even if they were running empty-handed. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But if anyone dares to stop, they can go back to the logistics camp. Chu Feng's voice turned cold. I don't keep useless people here. Do you want to go back to being useless? Or do you want to be soldiers who eat and drink well every day? The choice is yours. After saying that, he was the first to take a step and run out. Splash, splash. The heavy shackles on his hands and feet made a heavy sound with every step he took. They watched his retreating figure, seeing that he bore a heavier burden than they did, yet ran with such determination and without the slightest hesitation. Keep up. Alan gritted his teeth and was the first to follow, carrying the stone bag on his back. The others silently followed, and a strange team composed of delicate female soldiers and prisoners began their first hellish training. Sherman's surveillance team followed behind like a swarm of flies, neither too close nor too far. This is hilarious. This is the solution he came up with? Running? Running while carrying stones. I don't think he wants to train the soldiers. He wants to exhaust these sickly guys on the way, so there's no need for a competition. Look at him running around in shackles. He's incredibly stupid. Wait until he's halfway through the race and his ankles are all blistered. Then let's see how he pretends. They rode their horses with ease, pointing and gesturing at the struggling group with a mocking expression. The female soldiers were able to keep up with the first lap, albeit with some difficulty. On the second lap, everyone's breathing became like broken bellows, and their legs felt like lead. On the third lap, Xiao-Qi was the first to give in. Her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground, scattering the stones from her bag all over the ground. She lay on the ground, panting heavily, tears streaming down her face. I can't do it anymore. I really can't. Sherman and the others laughed, even louder on horseback. See? I told you it wouldn't work. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. He can't even run properly. How can he fight on the battlefield? Exactly. I really don't know why the general would order such a meaningless thing to be done. Sai, what's the point of wasting these dragonfish on them? They're just a bunch of useless trash. However, Chu Feng, who had already run far away, stopped and slowly walked back. He didn't help Zioki up. He just looked down at her. What's your name again? Little Seven. Why did you join the army? My parents died at the hands of the Xiongnu, but it was the general who saved me. Then how can you face your parents? How can you face the general? Chu Feng's voice was very calm. Xiao-Qi was startled, her whole body trembling inexplicably, and a sense of pride welled up inside her. Stand up. Chu Feng continued to encourage him. Pick up all your stones, one by one. Then, catch up with the group. We'll be waiting for you at the finish line. After saying that, he turned around and continued running forward. There was no help, and not many words were spoken. Just a few words. Zioki seemed to have gained indescribable strength out of nowhere. She looked at the blood seeping from the shackles on Chu Feng's feet, which had chafed through his skin. Looking at his spine, which had never bent. She abruptly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, her eyes now completely different from before. She began picking up stones without saying a word. I will definitely live up to the coach's expectations. I can do it. I have lived up to my parents' expectations, and I have lived up to the expectations of the general. I'm not a waste. Chapter 15. You piece of trash, don't deserve to wear armor? I'll make you divine gear. Sherman laughed heartily on horseback, while the several fierce women from the Golden Cavalry camp beside him were even more amused, as if watching a comical monkey show. Xiaoqi, stop struggling. Give up. It's useless. You're just asking for trouble. Commander Sure, look at how she's crying and sobbing. Is she trying to get that pretty boy instructor to come over and give her a kiss and a hug before she'll get up? I think she's not too tired to run. She just wants to lie on the ground and wait for a man to pamper her. Hee. With her withered body, even men would find her repulsive. All right, stop wasting your breath on a piece of trash. Trash is trash. Even if you feed a dragonfish every day, it won't turn into a phoenix. However, their laughter did not last long. Little Chi, who was picking up stones, did not cry and give up. She didn't even glance at the shrewish women who were mocking her again. He silently picked up the scattered stones, one by one, and put them back in his cloth bag. Her movements were slow and clumsy, and every time she bent over, her whole body ached. But she didn't stop. I can't give up. I will not be looked down upon by anyone. I can do it. When she slung the heavy stone bag back on her back, Alan, who had been holding her up, paused for a moment. Then he silently reached out and helped her steady herself. What? Alan, panting, managed to utter only one word, but his eyes revealed an indomitable will. These logistic soldiers have been suppressed for too long. Not only are they emotionally devastated, but they also suffer in their daily lives, including eating, drinking, and using the toilet. They even miss out on men. Having finally gotten a chance to change things, they were all determined to cherish this hard-won opportunity to prove themselves. Slowly, the girls started running again, trying their best to keep up with Chu Feng's pace. They moved slowly and unsteadily, each one looking as if they had been pulled from the water, their thin clothes soaked with sweat. But no one else fell. The smile on Sherman's face gradually froze as he rode on horseback. Putting on airs. I'll see how long you can hold out. Time slipped away little by little amidst the torment. The sun rises in the east and then slowly slides towards the western mountains. Fourth lap. The female soldier's consciousness was beginning to fade. What sustained them was only their last breath of refusal to admit defeat and the ever-present figure ahead of them. We're almost there. Keep up and don't fall behind. They encouraged each other, their voices so faint they were almost inaudible. Fifth lap. The finish line is in sight. Chu Feng had been waiting for a long time. Alan was the first to complete the task, but he collapsed to the ground as soon as he reached the finish line. Then, they arrived one after another. Xiaoqi was the last to arrive. Although he was a lap behind Alan, his willpower was extremely strong. Splash! Upon reaching the destination, she threw the stone bag on the ground and lay down, feeling dizzy and disoriented. She succeeded. They, who were considered useless by everyone, actually accomplished it. Xiaoqi lay on the ground, too weak to even lift a finger, but a radiant smile, more beautiful than ever before, bloomed on her face. Not far away, Sherman and her men were completely speechless. The expressions on their faces changed from initial mockery to surprise, and now to disbelief. Did those sickly kids actually all run away? How could that be? Chu Feng ignored them. So thirsty. Alan sat up after resting and opened his water bag to drink some water. Don't drink it yet. Chu Feng stopped her. Alan's hand froze in midair as she looked at him in bewilderment, her throat dry as if it were on fire. The same applies to the other women. Chu Feng walked up to her, took the water pouch, but did not drink from it. I know you're thirsty and tired right now, and wish you could drink the whole river dry. But now is precisely the time when you should not gulp down water. He shook the water pouch and continued. Remember, after strenuous running, your heart is beating fast, your blood is flowing fast, and your body is burning like fire. If you suddenly drink a lot of cold water at this time, it's like pouring cold water on a red-hot iron. Your body won't be able to handle it. The female soldiers looked on with a mixture of understanding and confusion. Chu Feng explained it in a more colloquial way. Your internal organs have just run 50 miles with you, and they are tired and need to catch their breath. Suddenly pouring in a large amount of water will put a huge burden on them. At best, it will cause abdominal pain and intestinal cramps. At worst, it will cause blood and qi to stagnate, faint on the spot, and may even leave you with a chronic illness, making it impossible for you to fight the enemy again. These words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Really? It seems to be true. There was a sister who died in this situation before. I didn't understand why at the time, but now I know it was like this. Then can't I drink it at all? Or will it be a long time later? Zyoki asked weakly, her lips already dry and cracked. You can drink it now, but you have to drink it like this. Take small sips first to make your mouth less dry. Chu Feng unscrewed the water pouch, took a small sip, and held it in his mouth without swallowing it immediately. Instead, it slowly moistened the entire mouth and throat, and after a while it was swallowed. Wait a while, then sip slowly. Take only 1 or 2 sips at a time, and drink several times to give your body time to adjust. This way you can truly quench your thirst and help your body recover as quickly as possible. He handed the water pouch back to Alan, his tone much gentler. Remember what I said, it will be very useful for you to save your lives on the battlefield later. Now do as I say. The female soldiers looked at each other. Then, imitating Chu Feng, they carefully took a small sip of water. A cool sensation instantly soothed my parched throat. Although it wasn't as refreshing as drinking a large gulp, it did relieve the burning thirst quite a bit. Only then did they realize that there was so much to learn about drinking water. After the water drinking session, Xiaoqi looked up at Chu Feng and said, Instructor, I did it. Her eyes sparkled with a bright light. Chu Feng nodded, his face still expressionless. You were great. You didn't disappoint me, and you didn't disappoint yourself either. As he spoke, he looked at Sherman, whose face was ashen, and suddenly grinned. Deputy Commander Sher, you've been watching the show for so long, and your mouth hasn't stopped moving. Are you thirsty? Would you like to dismount and have a drink of water? Sherman's face instantly turned red. Snort, don't be so smug. She cracked her whip and led her men away in a sorry state. Their disheveled appearance made the female soldiers, who were sprawled on the ground, burst into laughter. The laughter was soft, yet filled with pride. Chu Feng waited until they finished laughing before slowly speaking. Rest for another incense sticks time. The girls felt as if they had been granted a pardon and collapsed to the ground, not wanting to move at all. But Chu Feng's next words made their bodies tense up again. After an incense stick is burned, everyone, I'll take you to a nice place to reward you properly. A nice place? The female soldiers all showed a hint of excitement. Could it be that the instructor was rewarding them for their good performance? Unable to hide the excitement in their hearts, they licked their dry lips. For them, it was a delicacy even rarer than dragonfish. They couldn't wait to taste what a man really tasted like. Rumors circulated within the fortress that men were the greatest reward a woman could receive in the world, capable of bringing her to the brink of ecstasy. They were eager to know what that feeling of ecstasy was like. Chapter 16, Skillful Modification of the Bellows. The Astonishment of the Fierce Woman's Camp. Iron Fortress, Forging Battalion. This is the noisiest and warmest place in the entire fortress. The huge bellows roared, and the crimson flames in the furnace illuminated the entire camp in a fiery red glow. The shirtless female blacksmiths wielded heavy hammers, striking the red-hot iron blocks again and again, sending sparks flying everywhere. This group of shrewish women forging iron is quite unique. This made Chu Feng pause for a moment. No wonder there wasn't a single man in sight at Iron Arm Fortress. Tisk tisk tisk. What a bunch of shrewish women. Those huge muscles, those pecs, those abs, those defined waistlines, those massive gluts. What man could withstand that kind of beating? Entering this place is like a rabbit walking into a wolf's den. It'll be ruined in one night. When Chu Feng appeared here with 10 girls, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him with curiosity. Coach, what are we doing here? Alan asked, puzzled. Here you are, to forge your own equipment. Chu Feng's answer was earth-shattering. What? To forge equipment for us? The girls were all stunned. In the Iron Fortress, only the female warriors who fight on the front lines are qualified to be equipped with fine armor and weapons. These logistics battalion members didn't even have a decent short sword, let alone any close-fitting armor. That's right. Chu Feng walked to a corner where scrap iron was piled up and started rummaging through it. Stop looking. Those are all useless scrap metal, not even worth recycling. At this moment, a sturdy female craftswoman with a chest as big as a mountain and an outstanding appearance walked over carrying a hammer. Commander Yan. When the subordinates saw that Commander Yan Xin had come to visit in person, they all bowed their heads in submission. Hearing this form of address, Chu Feng carefully examined Commander Yan in front of him. His physique was like that of a bodybuilder with massive muscles. Although he was all muscle, his appearance was outstanding. Tisk tisk tisk. This figure is still very arousing to men. It's much more refined than those shrewish women. To express goodwill, Chu Feng also cupped his hands in greeting. Commander Yan, my name is Chu Feng. I didn't come to the forging camp to cause trouble. I just need these scraps. Scrap materials? What are you going to do with them? Yan Xin asked, puzzled. Chu Feng picked out several pieces of iron of different sizes, weighed them in his hand, and then picked up some leftover leather. Is this stove just sitting idle? I'd like to make some improvements to it. Is that okay? Yan Xian frowned. Boy, what exactly do you want? Forging weapons isn't child's play. What can you do with this scrap metal? Besides, the general sent you to train new recruits, not to train our forges. Although she said that, she did not stop him, because Commander Shui had already given the order that all camps should cooperate with Mo Chu Feng for the next 10 days. This furnace isn't good either. We need to train it. You? Chu Feng ignored her and walked straight to the forge. He first dismantled the old bellows. A single-chamber wooden box and a polished piston. Yes, that's where the problem lies. A single-chamber pump can only be pulled and pushed at the same time. When pushing, air enters, but when pulling, the airflow is interrupted, resulting in weak and scattered airflow. First, perform a double-chamber procedure. Chu Feng weighed the wood in his hand, ignoring the comments and confusion of others. He used an axe to split two identical wooden grooves, then put them together like building blocks, separating them with a thin piece of wood in the middle to create two closely connected chambers. The commotion attracted even more onlookers. He tightly bound the joints of the wooden trough with hemp rope, and then carefully filled the gaps with crushed wood ash mixed with pine resin oil, like applying putty. This way, the air won't leak out, the wind won't escape, and the power will be stronger. Next up is the piston. He continued talking to himself. Next, cut the old cowhide into round pieces slightly larger than the cavity. Wrap the edges with 3 layers of oil-soaked linen. Fix them to 2 parallel pull rods with thin iron strips, and then pass the pull rods through the holes on the side of the box, sealing the holes with oil-soaked linen as well. When 2 pistons move against each other, one pushes while the other pulls, so the airflow is never cut off. The most crucial part is the transmission. Chu Feng found a sturdy horizontal log, fixed one end to the pillar under the roof beam to make a simple lever, and then used an iron bar to connect the lower end of the lever to the double pull rod of the bellows. He also attached a wide wooden board to the other end as a foot pedal. It used to be tiring and unstable to pull by hand. Now we use our feet to step on it, which saves energy, allows us to control the rhythm, and can be done independently, saving one person's labor. Yan Xian was increasingly amazed as she looked at it. The crowd began to chatter amongst themselves. Will this work? Is stepping on someone's foot stronger than pulling on their hands? Yes, if you have to swing a sledgehammer with your hands and step on it with your feet, how can you maintain your balance? Chu Feng didn't answer. After finally changing the air vent to an arc shape, he added a small, movable baffle. He clapped his hands. Others might not be able to do it, but you bunch of shrewish women should be. He stepped onto the pedal and gently pressed down with his ankle. Call dash. The bellows emitted a deep, powerful rumble, unlike the intermittent sound of before, as a continuous stream of air rushed into the furnace through the air duct. Test complete. Chu Feng called out to Yan Xian, Commander Yan, start a fire, give it a try. Snort. Zan Xin snot gun li. After seeing him fuss for so long, she naturally wanted to see what he was up to. Someone start a fire. He really didn't believe it. Could one really do 2 things at once? Is there any manpower left to save for one person? If she could, she would kneel down and call her master. In no time at all, a fire was lit in the stove. Commander Yan, come here. Chu Feng had Yan Xian personally step on the foot pedal to brake. I'll do it. Yan Xian remained dismissive, seemingly disbelieving. It was a bit difficult at first, and she couldn't help but smile. It's nothing special. It's quite laborious. Don't rush. Let's get it running first. Indeed, gradually, the force required to brake with the foot became smaller and smaller, even negligible. Slowly, the flames, which had been dying, suddenly leaped up half a foot high. Before long, the blue flames, wrapped in red flames, instantly filled the furnace to the brim. Keep pushing. As the rhythm became more even, the roar of the bellows turned into a continuous whooshing sound, and the air pressure was strong enough to blow the coal slag in the furnace. Yan Xian was somewhat surprised, but she was still willing to admit defeat. She threw in a piece of iron that could never get red hot. In just a short while, the iron block was heated to a deep red, even gleaming with a faint orange glow, much hotter than when it had been heated for half an hour with the old bellows. Good heavens! This wind can be so even and so strong. It seems easy to step on. If that's really the case, it won't just be a matter of saving one person's labor. I noticed everyone's curiosity. Chu Feng pointed to the double-chamber box and laughed. The 2 chambers take turns supplying air, so the air can't be cut off. The leather is soaked in oil and sealed, so the air can't escape. The foot pedal uses a lever, which saves effort. Look at this barrier. He adjusted the small wooden board at the air vent. If the furnace fire is too strong, turn it down a bit. If you want to save coal and forge hard iron, turn it up a bit. With enough air pressure, the iron blocks can be heated through more quickly. Yan Xian listened with great interest. She thought her years of experience in blacksmithing had made her a master, but after seeing it today, she felt that she had been living in vain, trapped in her own limited understanding. Everyone should try it and experience it. She was really embarrassed, her face burning, so she quickly found an excuse to leave. With permission, everyone curiously stepped lightly on the ground, feeling the continuous force of the wind, and exclaimed in amazement. Even more curious individuals picked up the red-hot iron block and smashed it down hard. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. The iron block was smashed flat, and the deformation was much smoother than before. Instructor Imo, what you've modified isn't just the bellows, it's a treasure for our blacksmith shop. With this bellows, think how many more weapons and armor we can produce in a day. Yes, and we won't have to work so hard anymore. Coach Mo, you're amazing. All the female soldiers in the forging battalion had their eyes turn into hearts, and their small hands were rubbing against their chests. If it weren't for the great general suppressing them, they probably would have dared to rape Chu Feng right here. Chapter 17 Scrap Iron Forged into Divine Armor. One strike shocks all. Yan Xian and Sherman stood on the outside, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. They racked their brains, but couldn't understand how the bellows could be changed from being pulled by hand to being pedaled. Is this the mechanical art of the Mahists? Chu Feng didn't give them much time to be shocked. He threw the selected iron sheet into the furnace fire. Soon, the scrap metal was heated until it was glowing red. He used pliers to remove the sheet of iron and placed it on the anvil. Everyone was drawn over. Sherman looked at Chu Feng with eyes full of suspicion and contempt. Stamping the bellows with your feet is nothing but a fancy trick. Want to forge blacksmithing? That's just wishful thinking. That's right, blacksmithing is not as simple as it seems. Looking at his pretty face, he probably can't even lift a hammer. He's building equipment for this bunch of trash? Trash with scrap metal, what a perfect match. Ha ha ha. However, Chu Feng did not forge directly. Instead, he first directed several female blacksmiths to layer the scrap iron and crushed charcoal, and then found a few pieces of tin ore in the corner, crushed them into powder, and sprinkled them evenly into the mixture. To grow steel bones, you need to feed iron a lot of carbon and then add some seasoning. Yan Xian was completely baffled by this, while Sherman scoffed. They really know how to play tricks. Chu Feng ignored it and waited until the new bellows ignored the fire until it was bright red before taking out the red-hot iron block and placing it steadily on the anvil. His swinging motion with the hammer wasn't exaggerated. Each swing was precise, efficient, and full of control. He flattened the iron block with a hammer, folded it in half, hammered it again, and then folded it in half once more. He's folding and forging. Yan Xian gasped in shock, her eyes fixed on the iron block that was shrinking under the hammer. Once, twice, oh my god, that's 8 times already. He's trying to force all the impurities out of the iron. That's not forging iron. That's forging a piece of scrap iron to give it strength and structure. When the iron block was forged into a thin, willow leaf-like armor plate with fine folds covering its surface, Chu Feng's forehead was already covered in sweat. Then, he did something that no blacksmith could understand. Bring a pot of boiled salt water. The moment he said that, the entire room erupted in uproar. Are you crazy? Who uses boiling salt water for quenching? Sherman burst out laughing. But Chu Feng's eyes were firm and unwavering. When the scalding salt water was brought over, he did not hesitate to plunge the orange-red nail plate into it. Sizzle! A shriek, far sharper and more explosive than quenching in cold water, rang out, followed by a burst of thick, pungent white steam that nearly obscured everyone's vision. Before the steam had dissipated, Chu Feng had already used iron pliers to pick out the armor plate, and then stuck it into the pit next to him, where wood ash was piled up. If it is quenched too hard, it will easily break. It needs to be tempered with a gentle heat to achieve toughness without being brittle. This smooth and unprecedented operation left Yan Xian and the group of blacksmiths completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. A moment later, Chu Feng took the piece of armor out of the ashes, wiped the ashes off with a rag, and handed it to Shao Qi, who was already dumbfounded. Take it. The armor plates felt slightly warm to the touch, and were incredibly light, thinner than any armor they had ever seen. The surface was a restrained dark gray, with flowing forging patterns visible upon closer inspection, yet the texture was exceptionally hard. Instructor, these are your armors, Chu Feng said calmly. He turned around and picked up a tattered breastplate that the golden cavalry had replaced, which had a deep, bone-revealing knife wound on it. Whose knife is this? I can borrow it. With a disdainful look, Sherman threw the sword from his waist over. Here you go. I want to see what use this piece of junk is. Chu Feng took the knife and weighed it in his hand. He placed the thin piece of scale armor on the knife wound on the tattered breastplate, and then raised the battle sword in his hand high. Watch closely. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung his knife and brought it down fiercely. Clang! A piercing clang of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Everyone's heart clenched suddenly. The battle blade thrown by Sherman drew a fierce arc in Chu Feng's hand, striking the thin, cicada wing-like scale armor squarely. The moment the blade collided with the armor plate, a tremendous recoil force traveled back along the blade. Chu Feng felt a slight numbness in his hand, and a nick the size of a grain of rice appeared on the blade of the 100 refined steel knife. Looking at the scales again, apart from a shallow white mark left where they were slashed, they were completely unharmed. As for the tattered breastplate below it, covered in knife marks, there wasn't even a single new scratch. This is impossible. Sherman's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. She rushed forward and, incredulously, snatched her sword from Chu Feng's hand. When she saw the clearly visible notch on the blade, she was completely stunned. This knife was a treasure she had painstakingly crafted with great military merit. Having the best forge master in the blacksmithing camp forged it 100 times with fine iron. Normally it could cut through iron like mud, but now it had been shipped by a piece of armor made from scrap iron. It's fake. It must be fake. She went mad, raised her knife, and began hacking at the scales lying quietly on the ground with all her might. Clang, 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 clang. A series of even more intense impacts rang out, and sparks exploded like fireworks throughout the forging camp. The blacksmiths and shrewish women of the Golden Cavalry around them were all dumbfounded, their mouths agape, forgetting to breathe. When Sherman finally stopped, panting heavily, the blade of her prized battle sword was now pitted and mangled, looking like it had been chewed by a dog. The small scale remained intact, except for a few more white marks on its surface. Were these armor plates? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sherman muttered to herself in a daze, her hand loosened, and the battle sword clattered to the ground. She felt as if all her strength had been drained away, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. The entire forging camp was completely silent. The shrewish women of the Golden Cavalry camp, who had previously looked down on Chu Feng, now looked at him with awe and even a hint of fear. If those 10 good-for-nothings wore this kind of armor, they dared not think any further. Commander Yan, do you still think these are just scrap metal? Chu Feng's voice broke the silence. No. Yan Xin came to her senses, her face filled with excitement and fervor. She rushed to Chu Feng in 3 steps, picked up the scale armor with both hands, as if she were caressing a priceless treasure. A divine artifact. This is simply a divine artifact. She trembled with excitement. Young brother, no, Instructor Mo, how did you do this? The same iron. Why? Why does it seem to be reborn in your hands? Chapter 18 Technological Overwhelming. You call this scrap metal? You got a slap in the face. Chu Feng glanced at the surrounding gazes, which ranged from shock to fervor, and knew that the time was right. He cleared his throat. Want to know the principle? Actually, it's not complicated. When you forged iron before, you only knew one word. Hammer. You hammered it blindly, try to force out the impurities in the iron, right? Yan Xin nodded frantically, like an apprentice being called upon by a teacher, pecking at rice like a chick. Yes. Isn't that the principle of forging steel through tempering? The logic is correct, but the method is too clumsy. Chu Feng picked up the battle sword that had been chipped, pointed at the messy hammer marks on it, and looked disgusted. Look, this kind of smashing method is uneven. The impurities are just haphazardly pushed to other places and don't actually roll out. So your steel may be hard, but it's as brittle as a biscuit. He paused, picked up the thin, willow leaf-like scale, and spoke with a hint of smugness. My method is called the 1,000-layer cake forging method. With each fold, the number of iron layers doubles, and impurities are squeezed out layer by layer. Look at the flowing patterns on it. This isn't just for looks. Each line represents a complete transformation. I just folded it 8 times. That makes 256 layers. In your words, this is called 256 layers of refined steel. Yes, 256 refinements. Yan Xin gasped, her hands trembling. The best master craftsmen in their forging camp could only manage to produce 100-fold refinement, even if he risked his life, and he would treat it like a treasure. This is just the appetizer. Chu Feng pointed to the still steaming salt water channel beside him. Quenching is to instantly maximize the hardness of steel, but you're using cold water, which creates too large a temperature difference, causing the steel to break down instantly and become so brittle that it crumbles at the slightest touch. But when I use boiling salt water, the temperature difference is much gentler, and the salt can also improve the surface of the steel, making it even better. As for finally burying it in ashes, He smiled, like a master imparting knowledge and teaching skills. That's called tempering. It allows the armor plates to slowly cool down, releasing the tension accumulated during quenching and regaining their toughness. In this way, the armor plates can be both hard enough to break your blades and tough enough to be easily bent. This is called a balance of strength and flexibility. His words captivated all the female blacksmiths, who felt their worldviews had been completely transformed. Yan Xin stood there, her mouth agape, wide enough to fit a fist. She stared blankly at Chu Feng, then at the armor plate in her hand, her mind buzzing. What exactly have they been doing all these years? It's a complete waste of the fortress's precious iron. Sherman was also dumbfounded. Although she didn't understand these intricacies, she understood the phrase's 256 refinements and combining strength and gentleness. She looked at her precious sword, which looked like it had been chewed by a dog, and then at the small piece of armor. Her face turned red and white, and it stung with pain. After all that, his prized 100 times forged steel knife was nothing more than an unkeyed lump of dough in their eyes. I really lost face today. Cough. Sherman coughed heavily, trying to regain some face, but found that he couldn't say a word. He could only glare at Chu Feng fiercely, then slunk out of the crowd and ran away. Ink instructor. Yan Xin came to her senses and was so excited that she stammered. She was about to kneel down with a plop. Instructor Mo, could you teach us these amazing skills? Get up, of course you can. Chu Feng helped her up. From now on, your forging camp will be my personal workshop, and I will teach you all these techniques. However, I have one condition. Go ahead. We'll agree to anything, not just one, but 100. From today onwards, all the sisters in your forging battalion must have the same meals as these 10 soldiers under my command. Meat at every meal and fish every day. The female soldiers in the forging battalion were all dumbfounded. What kind of condition is that? Isn't this fucking working for their benefit? What is Chu Feng trying to do? They modified the bellows for them, taught them divine techniques, and even improved their food. What kind of deity or living bodhisattva has descended to earth? Can we really do it? A young female blacksmith asked timidly, her voice trembling. Although their forging camp was tough, their status wasn't much higher than that of the logistics camp. As for the precious dragonfish, they were lucky to get even a small piece a week. Why not? Chu Feng countered with a question. Have you shed less sweat than anyone else while forging weapons for the fortress? Why can't you eat well? Listen to me, from now on, eat your fill. Only when you're well fed will you have the strength to forge iron and create better weapons to protect our sisters. The coach is right. Why, finally someone speaking up for us. Instructor Mo, from now on, you're like a father to our forging camp. If you tell us to go east, we'll never go west. In an instant, the entire forging camp was in an uproar. All the female blacksmiths looked at Chu Feng with eyes full of admiration and gratitude, as if they wanted to devour him alive. In the corner, Zioki, Alan, and the other 10 female soldiers stood up straight, their faces beaming with pride as they watched their instructor being surrounded by the crowd. For the first time, they felt that they were no longer despised as worthless trash. Instead, they were warriors valued and protected by their instructors. The night was as dark as ink. Inside the sealed room, the candlelight flickered. Shui Ying reported everything that had happened that day to Murong Yan in great detail. From carrying heavy loads for 50 miles to modifying the bellows, and then to that incredible scale armor. Murong Yan listened quietly, her icy face revealing no emotion. You also agreed to improve the food for the forging camp? Shui Ying asked finally, her tone full of worry. General, the production of dragonfish is already limited. Now that the new recruits and the forging camp are being supplied with the same standards as elite troops, it probably won't last long. If the Golden Cavalry's allowance is cut off, Commander Lei Yin will probably be furious again. Murong Yan raised her eyes, her phoenix eyes clear. If we don't stop them, she won't explode? She got up, walked to the window, and her voice carried a hint of coldness. The barbarians beyond the frozen Great Wall are already stirring, and the Zainu in the west are also eyeing us covetously. This iron fortress seems impregnable, but in reality, it's just a paper lantern that will break with the wind. If we don't take drastic measures now, you and I, sisters, will probably become fish on the chopping block. Shui Ying's heart sank. She knew the general was telling the truth. So you staked everything on Chu Feng? Murong Yan did not answer directly, but sighed softly, a complex and unfathomable emotion flashing in her eyes. Hopefully, he won't let me down. She turned around and looked at the steaming dragonfish on the table. This was her portion for the day. Take this fish to him. General, Shui Ying exclaimed anxiously. You are still injured and need the dragonfish to nourish you. It's all right. Murong Yan waved her hand, Anyway, it would be a waste for me to eat it, so let him have it. Send it over. As she recalled the passionate nights she had spent with Chu Feng, a beautiful blush involuntarily rose on her cheeks. It was a blush that came from the bottom of her heart, because only by making his body stronger could she experience greater pleasure. Seeing the general's appearance, Shui Gang felt a mix of emotions, and could only finally agree, yes. Just as she was about to turn around, she remembered something. By the way, General, Chu Feng also made a list, saying he needs to prepare some materials to forge new weapons. As she spoke, she handed over a rough cloth covered with scribbles. Murong Yan took it and looked at it. There were some strange shapes drawn with charcoal on it, with crooked words written next to them. 10 pieces of the finest winter Namyu wood, each 5 feet long, are selected from the heartwood. Mountain ox tendon, dried for more than 3 years, the longer the better. Fish maw, made from the swim bladders of large deep-sea fish, must be used to bind it. A number of iron sheets, feathers, and silk threads. These things, individually, seemed quite ordinary, but when put together, Murong Yan couldn't think of anything she could do with them. Is this a bow? Shui Gang also came over to take a look, her face full of doubt. But the style of this bow is too strange. It looks like a child's toy. The bow drawn on the drawing was short, but its 2 ends curved outwards, making it extremely peculiar. It was completely different from the longbows they usually used. Is he going to equip those 10 useless guys who can't even draw a bow with this kind of thing? Shui Gang found it absurd. Give it to him. Murong Yan handed the list back to her, her tone leaving no room for argument. Give me whatever I want. She paused, then added a sentence, her voice carrying a hint of expectation that she herself was unaware of. Let him do it. She wanted to see what kind of magic potion this man, who always brought her surprises, was up to. Chapter 19, The New Bow Pierces Armor, startling the stone barbarians. The next few days, a strange sight appeared at the Iron Wall Fortress. The forges burned all night long. Yin Xin, along with a group of female blacksmiths, were like bewitched, frantically improving the ceiling boxes, forging armor plates, and modifying the armor according to the methods taught by Chu Feng. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training ground, Chu Feng's 10 female soldiers were undergoing unbelievable training. Step by step. After the 50-mile weight training, additional training exercises were added, including crawling, rolling, using obstacles for rapid movement and concealment, and drawing a bowstring. These actions were observed by Sherman and others. It looked just like a stray dog rolling around on the ground. It was utterly ridiculous. Ha! Oh look, that pretty boy is teaching them how to doggy paddle again. I think he's run out of tricks. Knowing he can't beat us, he's teaching some weird and strange moves, hoping to make the general laugh during the martial arts demonstration and save his dog's life. These good-for-nothings have brought shame upon themselves. The daily pastime of the shrewish women in the Golden Cavalry Battalion was to watch Chu Feng's circus troupe and then burst into laughter. Chu Feng ignored this. Besides training with the female soldiers every day, he spent the rest of his time in a separate workshop, which was filled with winter Namyu wood, ox sinew, and fish glue sent by Shui Gang to make composite bows. Today, it was the last day of the 10-day period. Inside the workshop, 10 uniquely shaped short bows were neatly arranged on the ground. The bow is made of a composite of Namyu wood and ox horn, presenting an elegant yet deadly recurved arc. The bowstring is made of dozens of strands of ox sinew mixed with silk thread, full of explosive power. Instructor, is this the new weapon you were talking about? Zioki stroked the smooth bow, her eyes full of curiosity. This bow was shorter than any longbow they had ever seen and looked like a toy. It's called a compound recurve bow. Chu Feng picked up a bow and handed it to Xiao Qi. Give it a try. Xiao Qi imitated Chu Feng, knocked an arrow on the bowstring, and pulled the bowstring hard. However, even with all her might, she could only pull the bowstring less than 3 fingers width apart. Teacher, I can't pull them apart. Xiao Qi's face turned bright red. I'll give it a try. Alan, who was standing to the side, took the bow. She was stronger than Zioki. She took a deep breath and tensed the muscles in her arms. The bowstring was slowly pulled back, but only halfway through, Alan could no longer hold on, and his arm began to tremble uncontrollably. How can this bow be so hard? Alan exclaimed in horror. This seemingly small bow requires a force comparable to that of the 2-stone bow used by the most elite archers in the army. Ha! That's hilarious. Outside the workshop, Sherman's undisguised mockery rang out as she swaggered in with a few of her men. After all that, all you've done is create these useless, unusable toys? Chu Feng, you really are a genius. Vice Commander, sure, don't speak too definitively. Chu Feng smiled faintly and took the bow from Alan's hand. He didn't pull it himself, but turned to Zioki. Do you remember the breathing techniques and power generation skills I taught you? Zioki nodded as if she understood, but not quite. Okay, try again. Inhale, lower your waist, rotate your hips, use your whole body strength, not just your arms. Under Chu Feng's guidance, Xiaoqi picked up the bow again. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and, following Chu Feng's instructions, suddenly exerted force in her waist and abdomen. Buzz. A clear and melodious string sound. To everyone's astonishment, the powerful bow that even Alan couldn't draw even halfway was slowly drawn to its full length by this thinnest girl in the entire fortress. How is this possible? Sherman's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Chu Feng ignored her shock and pointed to the armor targets used by the forging camp to test, swords 100 paces away. Put. Call out. The arrow left the bowstring with a sharp whistling sound, so fast that it left only a blur in the air. The next moment, clang, a loud bang. 100 paces away, the heavy target, forged from 3 layers of refined iron, was pierced through by a single arrow. The jet-black arrowhead emerged menacingly from behind the target, its fletching humming so loudly that the entire target trembled. The entire workshop was deathly silent. Sherman and the several shrewish women behind her were all petrified on the spot, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Piercing through armor at 100 paces. That's something only experts of the caliber of the great General and Commander Yan could barely accomplish using specially made armor-piercing heavy arrows. Now, someone they consider useless has easily accomplished this with what they consider a toy. This is sorcery. This must be sorcery. A female soldier from the Golden Cavalry exclaimed in a trembling voice. Now, do you still think of it as a toy? Chu Feng picked up the bow and looked at Sherman, whose face was deathly pale. Sherman's throat bobbed, his face flushed, but he couldn't utter a single word. This isn't just a slap in the face. It's like repeatedly rubbing her understanding into the ground. Snort. I'll be waiting for you on the training ground. She was thoroughly humiliated and could only utter harsh words before leaving in a sorry state. Now it's time to test your strength. Chu Feng said something to everyone. We will absolutely not let Coach Mo down. Yes, we will definitely prove ourselves. Chu Feng was very satisfied with the girls who had regained their confidence. They had a proud spirit that refused to admit defeat. Set off. At a command, Chu Feng led his 10 female soldiers, who were equally shocked and overjoyed, out of the workshop. The training ground was already packed with people. All the female soldiers on leave at the Iron Wall Fortress gathered here, ready to witness this wager that would decide the face of a man and 2 commanders. On the high platform, Murong Yan sat upright in the center, her face ashen. Beside her, Lane's burly body was like an iron tower, carrying that ferocious spiked club. His large, copperbell-shaped eyes were filled with barely suppressed rage and murderous intent. When Chu Feng led 10 female soldiers, clad in brand-new scale armor and carrying peculiar longbows, onto the field, a suppressed gasp and whispers rippled through the crowd. Those are the new armor and bow crafted by instructor Mo. It looks so lightweight, but is it really useful? Seeing Chu Feng's calm and composed demeanor, Lei-Yin's anger flared up instantly. She slammed the spiked club heavily onto the ground. Montauk Chu Feng, stop playing tricks. The 10-day deadline has arrived. Today, in front of all the sisters of the fortress, I, the commander, will peel off your pretty boy skin. With a wave of her hand, 10 elite, fierce women from the Golden Cavalry Battalion stepped forward in unison. They were all tall and strong, clad in heavy iron armor, wielding long swords and heavy shields, exuding a fierce and murderous aura honed in the crucible of countless corpses and seas of blood. The 2 teams presented a stark contrast in size and presence. On one side is a bloodthirsty tiger, seasoned by countless battles. On the other side, they looked like a flock of trembling lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The outcome seemed to be predetermined before it even began. Chapter 20, a shocking turn of events in the martial arts competition. Divine armor shakes the entire field. Before the competition, I have a suggestion. Lei-Yin's deep, booming voice echoed throughout the entire training ground. She pointed at the 10 female soldiers under Chu Feng's command, her face full of contempt. These past few days you've been making armor and bows, all that fancy stuff. I'm afraid that once the fighting starts, my men won't be able to stop and will smash all your precious darlings, armor and all. Why don't we inspect the goods first? Let's see just how divine your divine armor really is. Upon hearing this, the Golden Cavalry Battalion below the stage immediately erupted in deafening laughter and cheers. The president is right. Let's see just how hard that tortoise shell is. It can't be made of paper. It shouldn't break at the slightest touch. Murong Yan's phoenix eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Chu Feng, her gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Chu Feng, I was just worried about not having a chance to show off, and here you are, offering your face up. He nodded. Okay, but how do we test it? Easy. Lane grinned, revealing her gleaming white teeth. She pointed to one of her strongest and most shrewish subordinates. Amon, you come out here. Yes, Commander. Sherman was nearly 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a thick waist. The heavy iron armor he wore was so heavy that 2 ordinary men couldn't lift it. Let her stand there, and let my best archers shoot her 3 arrows. Then, have your men stand in the same spot, and have the same men shoot. How does that sound? Lane's tone was full of unquestionable domineering authority. This is an open conspiracy. She wanted to use her subordinate's strongest shield to highlight the utter vulnerability of Chu Feng's side. Okay, Chu Feng agreed readily. The atmosphere in the entire venue was instantly ignited. Amon walked to the center of the arena and slammed the massive tower shield heavily into the ground with a dull thud. She patted her thick breastplate, her face full of confidence. On the high platform, 3 of Lei Yin's most elite archers drew their bows and knocked their arrows. They used heavy bows that required 200 pounds of strength to draw. Put, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 armor-piercing arrows, arranged in a triangular formation, whistled as they shot towards Amon. Clang, clang, clang. 3 clear, metallic clangs rang out. The arrow struck Amon's breastplate hard, scattering a few sparks before bouncing off weakly and falling to the ground. Amon's figure swayed slightly. She patted the 3 faint white spots left on her breastplate and grinned at those around her. Good. The Golden Cavalry is mighty. Thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. A smug smile appeared on Lei Yin's face. She looked at Chu Feng, her eyes seeming to say, "See, this is the strength of my Golden Cavalry." It's your turn, Lei Yin said coldly. Chu Feng turned around and looked at the 10 female soldiers behind him, their palms sweating with nervousness. Xiao Qi, go ahead. Me? Zioki pointed to herself, her face pale. Although she knew her armor was powerful, the fear of facing those heavy arrows capable of splitting stone tablets was still unavoidable. What are you afraid of? Chu Feng patted her shoulder, the steady force calming her panicked heart. Stand up straight. Let them see who the real Iron Wall is. Yes, yes, instructor. Xiao Qi took a deep breath and walked to the spot where a man had been standing. She had no shield, only a thin, dark gray scale armor, and stood there all alone. Her frail figure appeared even more thin in the shadow cast by the burly Amon. Amidst the cheers and murmurs of pity, the crowd erupted. This little girl is probably going to be riddled with bullets. What a tragedy. For the sake of a man's pride, she's willing to risk her life. On the high platform, the 3 archers knocked their arrows again, this time with even colder eyes. Lei Yin is given a death order. There's no need to hold back. Put. 3 arrows, carrying an even fiercer killing intent than before, tore through the air and aimed straight at Xiao Qi's vitals. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear watching the bloody scene. However, the expected screams and sounds of flesh being pierced did not occur. Instead, 3 sharper, more piercing explosions rang out. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was not like an arrow hitting armor, but more like a hammer striking hard rock. When everyone opened their eyes again, they all saw a scene they would never forget. Zioki remained standing in the same spot, motionless. 2 of the 3 armor-piercing heavy arrows, which were powerful enough to penetrate iron armor, broke in half the moment they hit the scale armor on her chest. The arrowheads and shafts shattered into several pieces and scattered on the ground. The remaining 1 only managed to leave a white mark on the scales before being thrown more than 10 steps away by the enormous recoil. Unharmed, the entire training ground was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's expression froze on their faces, as if they had been frozen in place. Lane's smug smile froze. The 3 archers stared in disbelief at the bows in their hands and the broken arrows on the ground, questioning the meaning of life. This is impossible, Amon stammered, breaking the silence. In their understanding, even if a sword couldn't penetrate, it would be difficult for such a heavy arrow not to break through their defenses. Boom! The next second, the entire training ground erupted in chaos. Oh my god, what did I just see? The arrows broke? What kind of armor is that? It's made of scrap iron plates, yet it can shatter armor-piercing arrows made of fine steel. A miracle. This is a miracle. The logistics battalion and the forging battalion formations erupted in thunderous cheers. Yan Xin and her apprentices hugged each other excitedly, tears welling up in their eyes. We did it. On the high platform, for the first time, a monstrous wave surged in Murong Yan's usually calm and composed phoenix eyes. She gripped the armrest tightly, staring intently at the still calm man in the center of the room. Lane's face turned ashen. She felt her face being slapped repeatedly and fiercely by an invisible hand, burning with pain. What good is strong defense alone? She roared hysterically, like a wild beast whose tail had been stepped on. On the battlefield, only weapons that can kill the enemy are the true king. All right, Chu Feng's smile deepened. Then let's see whose weapon is more powerful. He waved to his team. Form ranks 100 paces away, still that iron target, 3 rounds of volleys. The 10 female soldiers quickly lined up in a row, their movements perfectly synchronized, a stark contrast to their lazy demeanor just 4 days ago. They simultaneously raised their compound bows. Commander Lei, please have your men demonstrate in the same spot as well, Chu Feng said. Looking at Lei Yin, Lei Yin gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Shoot. 10 archers from the Golden Cavalry immediately stepped forward, drew their bows, and knocked arrows. Put. 10 arrows whistled out and struck the iron target 100 paces away with a dull thud. The arrows penetrated half an inch into the target, which was already their limit. It's our turn. Chu Feng spoke Gan 1 round, fire. Buzz. 10 composite bows simultaneously emitted a clear, resonant sound, and 10 dark figures instantly traversed a distance of 100 paces. Clang, 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 clang. A series of rapid, loud explosions, like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Everyone stared intently, and all gasped in shock. On the heavy iron target, 10 holes, 1 through and 1 through, were clearly visible. Sunlight streamed blindingly through the hole behind the target. A volley of 10 arrows, each one piercing the target. Second wheel, fire. 3-wheeler, release. 2 more rounds of fire, another 20 holes. When the shooting ended, the once indestructible iron target was riddled with holes, like a piece of broken iron sheet, swaying precariously in the wind. The training ground fell silent once again. If the defense test just now was shocking, then the attack test now is a complete and utter crushing defeat. With weaker men and lighter bows, they achieved devastating effects several times greater than their opponents. Lei Yin stood on the high platform, trembling all over, whether from anger or fear, it was hard to tell. Her elite troops, whom she was so proud of, were like a group of children wielding sticks in front of the enemy. Enough, she roared in frustration, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Chu Feng. These are all just for show. Real battles rely on guts, courage, and formations. If you got the guts, let's have a real fight. She pointed at the field and roared, word by word. Live fire simulation. Now, immediately, begin. Chapter 21 Formation Battle. A dimensional reduction strike. The live-action simulation has finally begun. In the center of the training ground, a large open space was cleared out, and some wooden boxes and fences were placed around it to simulate obstacles on the battlefield. The rules are simple. Use a specially made, unsharpened training weapon coated with white ash to strike a vital part of the opponent's body, leaving an ash mark, which means death. The arrowheads were removed, and the arrows were wrapped in linen to prevent injury. Golden Cavalry, form ranks. At Sherman's command, the 10 fierce women under Lei Yin's command quickly sprang into action. They formed 3 groups of 3, with the remaining person in the center providing support, instantly creating a seemingly loose but deadly formation. Each group is arranged in a triangular formation, with one person holding a heavy shield for main defense and 2 people wielding long swords to move around on the flanks. They can attack or defend, and they support each other from all sides, leaving no openings. It's the 3 talents dragon-locking formation. On the high platform, a discerning commander exclaimed in surprise. This is a long-lost military formation. Where did Lei Yin learn it? Look, that formation is so unpredictable. No matter which direction you attack from, you'll be attacked from at least 3 people at the same time. It's terrifying. The deposed crown prince, Xiao Chan, stood not far behind Lei Yin, looking at the formation he had presented in the arena, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Mo, Chu Feng, do you think you can win by relying on a few strange and ingenious skills? In the face of true military strategy and tactics, you are nothing but a clown. Today, I'm going to show those shrewish women of the Iron Fortress who their true masters are. On the other hand, let's look at Chu Feng's side. His 10 female soldiers had absolutely no formation whatsoever. They simply followed Chu Feng's orders, dispersing in 2s and 3s, each finding wooden boxes or fences as cover to hide. To everyone else, they looked like a rabble who had been scared out of their wits and were preparing to flee for their lives. Ha ha! Is this the army you trained? A bunch of cowards! Sherman shouted mockingly from within the ranks. Can you win a war by playing hide-and-seek? The audience booed, and the little confidence that had been built up by the divine armor and the divine bow collapsed in an instant. Chu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring the taunts around him, and calmly watched the scene unfold. Start with Shui Guiying's command. Kill. Sherman roared, and the Golden Cavalry Camp's 3 talents dragon locking formation activated. 10 heavily armored, fierce women, like a sophisticated war machine, marched in orderly and heavy steps, crushing towards Chu Feng's troops. Their momentum was like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami. However, just as they reached the optimal range for their compound bows, Alpha Team, free fire, suppressed the front. Chu Feng's emotionless command rang out clearly. The 5 female soldiers hiding behind the cover suddenly peeked out. They didn't aim. Instead, relying on muscle memory honed through countless training sessions, they unleashed a torrent of arrows at the front of the Golden Cavalry at top speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dense vibrations of the bowstrings blended together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of arrows instantly enveloped the front of the 3 talents dragon locking formation. Raise your shields. Sherman's expression changed drastically, and he roared fiercely. Ding, 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 ding. The dense impacts pounded on the shield like a storm. Although the fierce women of the Golden Cavalry were unharmed thanks to their heavy shields and armor, the terrifying impact caused their formation to falter for the first time. They were so oppressed they couldn't lift their heads. The relentless rain of arrows made it impossible for them to advance an inch. What kind of fighting style is this? How can their rate of fire be so fast? The commanders on the high platform were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such unreasonable archery. It wasn't for killing, it was purely for suppression. Just when everyone's attention was drawn to the rain of arrows coming from the front. Bravo's team, advance on the left flank. Target, enemy flank. Chu Feng issued his second order. Led by Alan, the other 5 female soldiers rushed out from behind the cover on the left side like ghosts. Wearing light-scale armor, they moved with astonishing speed, and in just a few breaths, they had already circled around to the side of the 3 talents locking dragon formation. Not good. The fierce woman from the Golden Cavalry Battalion responsible for the flank finally realized what was happening and hurriedly turned her blade around. But it was all too late. Alan and the others didn't even draw their swords. The 5 men simultaneously raised their bows and, at point-blank range, fired arrows at the 2 shrewish women who hadn't even had time to turn around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white ash exploded. The backs and necks of the 2 shrewish women were instantly stained with a blinding white. They stood there, stunned, their faces full of confusion. Killed in action. A huge gap was instantly torn open on the left flank of the 3 talents locking dragon formation. How could that be? Behind Lei Yin, Xiao Chen's smile froze completely, replaced by utter horror. His formations emphasize overall coordination and interlocking elements. But the other side doesn't play the overall game with you at all. They used overwhelming firepower and mobility to smash a corner of your formation. How can we play like this? Hold on. Change formation. Tighten your defenses. Sherman's eyes were bloodshot as he roared madly. However, Chu Feng gave her no chance to catch her breath. Alpha Team, cease fire and advance. Bravo Team, provide covering fire. Command switching is seamless. The barrage of arrows suddenly stopped. Before the Jinkai camp women, who had just been struggling to breathe, could even look up, they saw Shao Qi's 5 figures pounce out from behind their cover like cheetahs. And above their heads, they were once again enveloped by a barrage of suppressive arrows from Alan and his group. The balance of power was reversed in an instant. What followed could no longer be called a battle. It was a one-sided textbook massacre. Chu Feng's 10 female soldiers, under his command, were like a pair of the most precise surgical scalpels. Alternating cover, fire suppression, flanking maneuvers, and encirclement and annihilation. These tactical terms, which they had never even heard of before, were executed perfectly. The fierce women of the Golden Cavalry Battalion, despite their brute strength and so-called formations, were like a giant bear trapped in a net, powerless and passively killed off one by one. Their formation was as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of Chu Feng's squad tactics. When the last fierce woman from the Golden Cavalry fell unwillingly, her body marked with 7 or 8 fatal wounds by white ash, the entire training ground fell into a long, deathly silence. We won. They won just like that. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, 10 useless logistics battalions completely annihilated the most elite 10-man team under Commander Lei Yin. Moreover, they suffered 0 casualties. Everyone felt like their brains weren't working properly. This is no longer a victory. This is a myth. We won. Shao Qi threw down the bow in her hand, looked at the corpses all over the ground, and trembled with excitement. We won. The 10 girls erupted in thunderous cheers, embracing each other and weeping with joy. At this moment, all the ridicule, contempt, and humiliation vanished. They proved themselves to the entire fortress with a resounding, overwhelming victory. Chapter 22 The head coach establishes authority. from mortal enemies to comrades. On the high platform, Lei Yin stood there, motionless like a petrified statue. Her face, contorted with rage, was drained of all color, leaving only a deathly pallor. She lost. They were utterly humiliated. They lost so badly that they couldn't even find a single excuse. Everything she was so proud of, her bravery, her courage, her formations, became a joke in front of that man. Murong Yan slowly stood up. She neither looked at the defeated Lei Yin nor at the ecstatic crowd. Her gaze pierced through the entire training ground, through the sea of people, and landed only on the man who still stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. In those clear, cold phoenix eyes, a storm gathered, shock, ecstasy, admiration, and reliance, all ultimately transforming into an unprecedented, dazzling light capable of melting an iceberg. She knew. She made the right bet. The bet is settled, and the outcome is decided. Murong Yan's voice was clear and authoritative, resounding distinctly in everyone's ears. I hereby announce that, effective from this day forward, the position of chief instructor shall be established at Ironwall Fortress, to be held by Chu Feng, who shall oversee the training of the three armies and hold a position equivalent to that of the Grand Commander. Boom! These words caused another uproar in the audience. Head coach, the same rank as the Grand Commander. This means that this man rose from a prisoner to become one of the highest-ranking officials in the Iron Fortress. I refuse to accept this. A roar interrupted everyone's discussion. Lei Yin suddenly raised his head, his burly body trembling violently. She slammed the hundreds of pounds spiked club hard onto the stone platform beneath her feet. Click! The hard stone platform was smashed open, revealing a spiderweb-like network of cracks. Her bloodshot eyes were fixed on Chu Feng as she walked down the platform step by step, each step causing the ground to tremble. In terms of battle formations, I, Lei Yin, admit defeat. But the real battle is a clash of blood and bones, an exchange of lives. She walked up to Chu Feng, and the shadow cast by her massive body almost completely enveloped him. Chu Feng, do you dare to fight me to the death here alone? If I lose, my life, along with the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Golden Cavalry, will be yours. If you lose, I'll make you kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone, then send you to a military brothel where you'll never be able to rise again. Duel. A life-or-death duel. Everyone held their breath and looked at Chu Feng. This is Lei Yin's last battle for dignity. She wanted to use her personal strength, which she was most proud of, to salvage some face. However, to everyone's surprise, it happened. I refuse. Chu Feng calmly uttered 3 words. He stepped out from the celebrating crowd, meeting Lei Yin's murderous gaze without fear. Commander Lei, my duty is to teach the sisters how to survive on the battlefield and how to kill more enemies, not to waste time here with you in a pointless internal struggle. Your life is precious. It should be left on the battlefield to smash barbarian heads, not to bet on your personal pride. These words are like a bucket of ice water poured over my head. Lei Yin's burning anger was momentarily extinguished. The way all the neutral officers present looked at Chu Feng changed. Pattern. This is the vision of a true general. You? Lei Yin was speechless. She might not care about her own life, but she couldn't argue that Chu Feng stood on the side of the entire fortress. Just then, Murong Yan stepped down from the platform and stood between the two. Her black cloak fluttered in the wind, and her phoenix eyes were as cold as ice. Lei Yin, if you lose, you have to admit it. She first addressed Lei Yin, her voice devoid of any warmth. Then, she changed the subject and glanced around the room. But Chu Feng is right. Your life belongs to the Iron Fortress, not to yourself. Lei Yin remained silent for a long time. She lost. From armor to bows and crossbows to tactics, she was utterly crushed by that pretty boy in her eyes in a way she couldn't understand at all. That wasn't a battle, that was a game. Sudden, clang, with a loud crash, Lei Yin slammed the hundreds of pound spike club he was holding onto the ground. To everyone's astonishment, the commander-in-chief of the Iron Fortress, who was second only to the emperor, knelt on one knee. She lowered her proud head, which she had never bowed to anyone, towards Murong Yan on the high platform. General, I, Lei Yin, am completely convinced of my defeat. She paused, then changed the subject. But I lost because of my brains, not because of my fighting spirit. From today onwards, I, Lei Yin, acknowledge you as my head instructor. These words caused an uproar in the audience. If the previous victories were merely a matter of technical skill, then Lei Yin's kneeling and surrender at this moment represents a complete spiritual submission. This means that Chu Feng has completely tamed the most unruly tiger in the Ironwall Fortress. In the corner, the crown prince of the fallen kingdom, Shao Chun, watched this scene, his face ashen. His carefully crafted plan, which he thought would help Lei Yin crush Chu Feng and gain a foothold in the fortress's upper echelons, unexpectedly became a stepping stone for the other party to reach the top. His gaze toward Chu Feng was filled with resentment and fear. This man is terrifying. How many more tricks does he still have up his sleeve? No, I absolutely cannot let him stand out like this, or I'll have a hard time living. At this moment, Murong Yan said coldly again. Sure Man underestimated the enemy and acted rashly, losing 25 sisters whose blood feud remains unavenged. The barbarian scouts of Gosaro Gorge remain a major threat to our fortress. I command you, Lei Yin. Yes, Lei Yin straightened up instinctively. Within 3 days, you shall atone for your crimes and perform meritorious service. Lead the scouts to re-explore Gosaro Gorge and find out the true nature of those barbarians for this general. And the new head coach is Chu Feng. Murong Yan looked at Chu Feng with an undeniable air of authority in her eyes. I will serve as your strategist for this operation and accompany you. I will oversee your tactical execution to ensure absolute success. What? This order stunned everyone, including Chu Feng and Lei Yin themselves. This means that, in name, this man has become the number 2 figure in the Iron Fortress. Moreover, they bound these 2 mortal enemies, who had just been at each other's throats and wished they could kill each other, together to carry out a mission with a slim chance of survival. What kind of move is this, General? In a corner of the crowd, Xiao Chun, the crown prince of the fallen kingdom, watched this scene, a flash of resentment in his eyes. He retreated silently and quickly disappeared into the crowd. On the training ground, Lei Yin stared intently at Chu Feng, his chest heaving violently. The general's intention was clear, to promote Chu Feng. She wanted to object, but she couldn't find any reason to do so. For a long time, she squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Okay, I agree. She grinned, revealing a chilling smile that was more unsightly than a grimace. But if he dares to give poor orders during the mission and endanger my sister's lives, I will smash his head in on the battlefield. Let's go. Chapter 23, Intertwined Power, The Secret of the Dragonfish. Lei Yin left first. Murong Yan later left the training ground with her personal guards. After a brief moment of shock, the Logistics Battalion and the Forging Battalion were the first to erupt in thunderous cheers. Yan Xin and her blacksmiths shouted the loudest, their faces practically overflowing with fervor. That's their coach. That's the man who brought them new technology and dragonfish meat. Zioki and Alan were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. They stood tall, enjoying the gazes from all directions that were a mixture of envy, jealousy, and awe. They knew that from this day forward, they were no longer useless trash to be bullied, but the most elite personal guards under the head instructor. Coach, does that mean we can follow you every day from now on? Xiao Qi sidled up to Chu Feng and whispered, her cheeks flushed and her big eyes sparkling with admiration. Of course. Chu Feng rubbed her head. Then where does the instructor sleep at night? A bold female soldier named Alan blurted out. Boom! The Alpha team members around him blushed instantly, but they all pricked up their ears and stared at Chu Feng with bright eyes. Yes, the head coach has such a high position now. He can't still be living alone in that little attic, can he? Should we take turns serving you in bed? No, it's protection. Chu Feng's lips twitched. Good heavens, these girls, they just want a battle, and their minds are already filled with all sorts of nonsense. He hadn't had a chance to answer yet. Shui Ging had already walked up to him and conveyed the order with a blank expression. Chief Instructor, the general has given orders. She paused, then glanced at Chu Feng with a complicated expression. Please move to the general's tent. The general said she wants to personally reward you, a great contributor. The scene changes. Under the general's command, inside Murong Yan's bedroom, the atmosphere was both enchanting and subtle. Without the shackles, Chu Feng felt true freedom for the first time. He leaned back on the bed, toying with an exquisite wine glass in his hand, watching with amusement the stunning figure who was removing her armor. Murong Yan removed her cold armor, revealing a tight-fitting silk lining underneath. The perfectly outlined curves were enough to drive any man crazy. She turned around, a hint of unease on her usually cool face. What are you looking at? Look at my woman. Chu Feng put down his wine glass, pulled her into his arms, and rolled over to pin her down. Presumptuous. Murong Yan struggled symbolically for a moment, but quickly softened completely under that domineering, yet familiar kiss. Her once proud willpower seemed to be increasingly vulnerable in the face of this man. A night of passion. Murong Yan lay lazily on Chu Feng's strong chest, her fingertips unconsciously drawing circles. Her phoenix eyes had long lost their former coldness, leaving only an unyielding spring-like tenderness and contentment. Today, Lei Yin is convinced, and the entire Golden Cavalry Battalion is convinced as well. But others may not be so. I know. Chu Feng's hand roamed over her back, where her twin phoenixes danced. Power is never bestowed by others, but is seized little by little. Murong Yan suddenly said, the position of chief instructor is equivalent to that of a grand commander. This means that you have the right to oversee all the resources of the fortress, including the allocation of dragonfish. Chu Feng's heart stirred. The woman finally brought it up herself. He asked casually, speaking of dragonfish, I've always been curious about where these things come from. They seem to be the foundation of the fortress. The air inside the bedroom seemed to freeze for a moment. Murong Yan's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. She remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. This is the fortress's top secret. Let's wait until later. It's not the time for you to know now. She raised her head to meet Chu Feng's probing gaze and added, when you can make me feel at ease handing over the entire Iron Wall fortress to you, I will tell you. Chu Feng smiled. This woman still doesn't fully trust me. However, this was not unexpected. She's currently whetting his appetite, giving him plenty of sweet treats, but not giving him the full reward all at once. Okay, I can wait. He lowered his head and kissed him again. But now, shouldn't you take the initiative and reward your head coach? The next day, Chu Feng officially took office. The first thing he did was to inspect all the military camps. When he appeared in the mess hall, the entire logistics battalion erupted in excitement. The head coach is here. Look, it's the head coach. The female soldiers put down their work and surrounded her, their eyes filled with fervor as if they were believers seeing a god. Head coach, what would you like to eat today? I'll cook your specialty. Instructor, I've sewn a new robe. Would you like to try it on and see if it fits? Instructor, come to my tent tonight. My bed is big and soft. A voluptuous female soldier said, puffing out her chest and boldly giving him a flirtatious look. Chu Feng was left speechless, both amused and exasperated by the spectacle. These female soldiers made no attempt to conceal their lust for their own beauty. It seems that I have now become the easy target for the entire fortress. He waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then found the commander of the logistics battalion, Kinyu. Commander Qian, I need a detailed roster of all personnel in the fortress, as well as records of food and supplies distribution for the past 3 months, Chu Feng said bluntly. Kinyu is a bit older, around 30 years old. The allure of such women is self-evident. Even normal men can't help but glance at them a few more times, and might even fantasize about their intense desires. Head coach, isn't this against the rules? The allocation of supplies has always been decided jointly by the general and several of us commanders. Kinyu's implication was quite clear. As a newcomer, what right do you have to interfere with our core authority? Now I am the rule. Chu Feng's eyes turned cold. Or does Commander Qian think that the general's orders can be discounted? Kinyu was so choked that her face turned pale. She dared not say anything more and could only obediently order someone to fetch it. Chu Feng received the record, glanced at it, and immediately frowned. The quota of dragonfish for the Golden Cavalry Battalion is 5 times that of the Logistics Battalion and the Forging Battalion combined. Other supplies were also vastly different. This is a tradition of the fortress. Distribution is based on military merit, which is perfectly reasonable, Kinyu explained cautiously from the side. What a load of rubbish about tradition. Chu Feng threw the records on the table. What kind of war can an army fight if even the cooks and blacksmiths can't get enough to eat? From today onwards, the basic food rations for all branches of the military will be the same. Military merits will be used to earn extra rewards, not to deduct rations from others. This, Kinyu exclaimed in shock, this will shake the foundations of the army. Commander Lei and the others will never agree to it. Whether they agree or not is my business. Chu Feng snorted coldly. You just carry out their orders. He knew this would inevitably cause a huge backlash. But that's exactly the kind of backlash he wanted. No destrucción, no construcción. He wanted to take this opportunity to thoroughly implement his will in every corner of the fortress. At that very moment, report. A scout stumbled and crawled into the council hall, his voice hoarse and terrified. Head instructor, Commander Qian, something terrible has happened. A barbarian army has been spotted outside the snowfield Great Wall in the direction of Go-Saro. A dark mass, at least 100,000. They're attacking my iron fortress. Chapter 24 Barbarians, an army of 100,000 attacks. The news quickly reached Murong Yan's ears, and all the generals gathered in the council hall. A barbarian army of 100,000. This number made everyone's faces turn solemn. The Iron Wall fortress, at its most formidable, has no more than 10,000 soldiers capable of fighting. A tenfold difference in troop strength. They arrived so quickly. Before we could even investigate their strength, they were already at our gates. What should we do? These barbarian bastards are notoriously reckless. Even though we have divine retribution, We can't withstand their relentless attacks day and night. General, why don't we destroy the drawbridge? Murong Yan's expression was solemn. Destroying the drawbridge would cut off the Iron Wall Fortress's livelihood. It would be self-destruction. She would never give such an order unless absolutely necessary. What's there to be afraid of? Lei Yin slammed his hand on the table. Barbarian scum. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all. General, please allow me to lead the Golden Cavalry out of the city to meet them in battle, and I will slaughter them without leaving a single one alive. Fight back? What will you use to fight back? A cold voice rang out. Chu Feng had already stood in front of the sand table at some point. He pointed at the enemy positions that the scouts had just marked, his eyes sharp as knives. The enemy has 100,000 troops, divided into 3 routes, forming a pincer movement. This is clearly premeditated. If you lead your men out now, you'll only be walking into a trap and throwing your lives away. You! Lei Yin was furious, but seeing Chu Feng's calm and confident eyes, and recalling her crushing defeat in a martial arts arena, she swallowed back the curses that followed, and only snorted defiantly. Murong Yan's gaze fell on Chu Feng. Head coach, what's your best strategy? At this moment, all the commander's eyes were focused on Chu Feng, questioning, scrutinizing, and anticipating. Chu Feng did not answer immediately. He simply stared at the sand table, his mind racing. In the era of cold weapons, siege warfare was nothing more than relying on city walls to wear down the enemy. However, with a tenfold difference in troop strength, if the city is dragged out in a prolonged battle, its fall is only a matter of time. The only chance of victory lies in a surprise attack. It lies in using knowledge that is ahead of its time to fight an unequal war. To defend is to wait for death. Chu Feng finally spoke, each word clear and distinct. Our only way to survive is to attack. Attack. Commander Kinyu exclaimed. We only have 10,000 men. How can we attack their 100,000? Exactly. Didn't you just say that blindly engaging in battle is like throwing an egg against a rock? A pointless death? Head coach, what tricks are you trying to pull? You've said everything you could want, from the nicest to the worst. A conventional attack would be suicidal, Chu Feng said calmly. But what if we could cut off their heads before the battle even begins? Decapitation strike. Although the leaders present did not understand the word, they all understood its meaning. You mean assassinate the barbarian king? Shui Guiying gasped. That's too risky. The barbarian king is surrounded by heavily armed guards and countless experts. How can we get close? That's right. It's an assassination. Chu Feng's gaze swept over everyone. If a regular force goes, it's suicide. But what if it's a special forces team equipped with advanced weaponry and highly trained? His gaze finally settled on Murong Yan's face. General, I have proven my methods of training troops within 10 days. Now, it is your turn to fulfill an even more important promise. Murong Yan narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly. She knew what Chu Feng was going to say. I need to get my things back, Chu Feng said firmly. My genuine Mahist secret artifacts. The council chamber fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath. They had all heard the rumors that many of Chu Feng's family secret weapons have been confiscated, but apart from the general and Commander Shui, few people had actually seen those things, let alone knew how to use them. But if the composite bow and scale armor have already overturned their understanding, then is it really possible for Chu Feng's real killing weapons to turn the tide of battle? Lei Yin's breathing became heavy as she stared intently at Chu Feng. If Chu Feng truly possesses something even more powerful than the martial arts demonstration that day, perhaps it's not impossible. She dared not think any further. No. Kinyu was the first to stand up and object. Those things are uncontrollable weapons. If they fall into the hands of bad people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Her words voiced the doubts of everyone present. Because no one fully trusts Chu Feng, the general confiscated these items to prevent any unforeseen events. If we return this uncontrollable man, this is tantamount to entrusting everyone's lives to his hands. The atmosphere in the council chamber was extremely oppressive. All eyes were focused on Murong Yan, who sat in the main seat, awaiting her decision. This is the ultimate test of trust. Surrendering your weapons could be like inviting trouble, leading to utter ruin. If they do not surrender their weapons, the fortress will be in imminent danger in the face of a barbarian army of 100,000, and they will also face certain death. Murong Yan looked into Chu Feng's dark, calm eyes. She saw not a trace of greed or ambition in those eyes, only absolute confidence and a calm composure that seemed to control everything. She recalled everything that had happened in the past few days, from being a prisoner to her stunning performance in a martial arts arena, and then to her complete succumbing to this man in bed last night. He has repeatedly shattered her understanding of the world, bringing her unprecedented shock and hope. It turns out that he had always wanted to take the lead and make himself submit. And this just happened to be an opportunity, so he brought it up now in front of everyone. If they refuse, the Iron Fortress has no other choice. This man is a potential threat. A long time. She finally spoke slowly. Good. A single word carries immense weight. She stood up and walked step by step to Chu Feng, her clear, cold phoenix eyes fixed on him. I'm betting the lives of 10,000 sisters at Iron Fortress on you. But what guarantee do you have that once these secret weapons are back in your hands, you won't turn them against yourselves? Chu Feng looked into Murong Yan's phoenix eyes, which were filled with struggle and determination. He laughed. Sure. General, do we still need such things between us? He walked slowly to her in front of everyone. This move surprised everyone. This man must have a death wish. He actually dared to assume a high position in the council chamber. But the next second, the female generals looked even more displeased. Chu Feng actually extended a finger and gently lifted Murong Yan's smooth chin. The movement was flirtatious, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. On the other hand, Murong Yan's face was filled with astonishment and anger, but she did not stop her. Chu Feng wasn't courting death, but he knew that no matter what extreme actions he took, these tough women would have to watch and listen obediently. Because no one but him can break this deadlock. Chu Feng leaned down, his lips almost touching her earlobe, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. You didn't say that in bed last night. Chapter 25 Blood Pact as Alliance. A gamble for life and death. That bastard. Murong Yan's body tensed instantly, a blush spreading rapidly from her neck to her ears, and a mixture of shame, anger, and murderous intent flashed in her clear, cold phoenix eyes. How dare he use sex to blackmail her in this kind of situation? Inside the council chamber, all the commanders held their breath. Although they couldn't hear what the two were saying, their extremely ambiguous posture had already led them to imagine 1,000 words of what was going on. Chu Feng's voice returned to normal. My life, everything I have, was tied to you the moment you took me away from the training ground. I shared the glory and the shame with everyone present. If I wanted to rebel, I could take you hostage right now and force them to hand over their weapons. There's no need for all this trouble. I win. Iron Fortress survives. If I lose, if I die, if the fortress falls, we'll keep each other company on the road to the underworld. He then lifted Murong Yan's chin. Now, are you still asking me for a guarantee? How dare you? Murong Yan finally lost face and slapped Chu Feng's hand away. Core death. A thunderous roar echoed through the deathly, silent council chamber. Not just one person, but everyone. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of metal clashing mingled together as more than a dozen sharp longswords were instantly drawn. A chilling, killing intent surged toward Chu Feng like a tide, and the temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees. The one who reacted the fastest was Shui Ging, the commander of the personal guards. She moved almost the instant Chu Feng's fingers left Murong Yan's chin. In a flash, a thin, soft sword was drawn, its tip like a viper's tongue, and it was firmly pressed against Chu Feng's Adam's apple, without the slightest deviation. If she had pushed her wrist in just one more inch, Chu Feng would have been instantly bleeding. You bastard! How dare you insult my great general? I'll smash you into a pulp today. Lei Yin's burly body erupted with a terrifying aura. She grabbed the spike club that had been thrown to the ground, her arm veins bulging, and her large, copperbell-shaped eyes filled with savage killing intent, as if she were about to smash Chu Feng's head to pieces at any moment. General, you saw it. This man is a wolf in sheep's clothing, making disrespectful gestures towards you in public. He is utterly lawless. Commander Kinyu was so angry that she trembled all over and pointed at Chu Feng. Such a madman cannot be trusted. I request that the general immediately order his execution on the spot to uphold military law. General, we would rather die fighting these barbarian scum than suffer their humiliation. The other female generals also had fierce expressions on their faces, pointing their swords at each other. They were just waiting for Murong Yan's order to chop this audacious man into pieces. However, Chu Feng, surrounded by more than a dozen swords and endless killing intent, showed no fear on his face. He didn't even glance at the sword tip pressed against his throat. His gaze remained fixed on Murong Yan's face with amusement, as if the man-eating female generals around him were nothing but non-existent air. He even had the leisure to smile at Shui Ging. Commander Shui, the sword is good, but I don't know if it's as strong as my new armor. Mel, that's insane. Even on the verge of death, he still dared to provoke us. You're asking for death. Lei Yin went completely berserk, raising his spike club to strike. Stop. At this critical moment, Murong Yan shouted to stop him. Everyone was stunned, looking at their general in disbelief. Murong Yan remained standing in the same spot, her pretty face contorted with rage, her phoenix eyes blazing with fury, but the alluring blush that spread from her neck to her ears could not be concealed no matter what. She clenched her fists tightly, her murderous gaze fixed on Chu Feng's calm and composed smiling face. Yes, they've been in the same boat for a long time. Murong Yan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the complex emotions surging within her, and resumed her cold demeanor as a female general. Put all the sword away. She turned to Shui Guiying. Go to the secret room and take the items out. Let him choose for himself. General, please reconsider. Qinyu spoke again, her face full of urgency. You can't judge a book by its cover. You absolutely mustn't. Yes, General. Men are the most shameful of men. Never trust his silver tongue. However, at this time, shut up all of you. Lei Yin's booming voice was actually the first time he had spoken up for Chu Feng. Is this the time to worry about these things? The barbarians are already at our doorstep. If we keep dragging this out, we'll all die. She stared intently at Chu Feng. I believe him, because he's more afraid of death than any of us, and he doesn't want to be a prisoner of the barbarians. Lei Yin also had his own little schemes. Because of this, she was able to drive Chu Feng, this menace, out of the Iron Wall fortress without firing a single shot. As for his boast that he could assassinate the barbarian king, that's pure nonsense. She only hoped that this uncontrollable man would never come back. Chu Feng's lips twitched upon hearing this. This rough woman has such a unique way of praising people. Thank you for speaking up for me, Commander Lei. Chu Feng grinned at her. After I kill the barbarian king, I'll give you a powerful backer. Get out. I want his head. Final. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Shui Guiying departed. Soon, a wooden box was brought over. The wooden crate was opened. Chu Feng saw his familiar military backpack and a modern weapons neatly categorized. The cold metallic luster made him feel incredibly at ease. The female warriors beside them were also shocked. They craned their necks, like a group of curious and wary female leopards, staring intently at the contents of the box. That was not any weapon they knew. It has no sharp edge of a knife, no pointed tip of a gun, and no weight of a hammer. They are entirely black, gleaming with a cold and unfamiliar metallic sheen, with smooth lines and complex structures. What's this? Commander Qinyu muttered to herself unconsciously. She had never seen such strange iron lumps before. Some were long, some were short, and there were several black iron eggs the size of fists, covered with strange patterns. Lei Yin's breathing became heavy, and her large, round eyes were filled with confusion and shock. She could sense that each of these seemingly insignificant secret artifacts contained a dangerous aura that made her heart pound. Especially those iron pipes of varying lengths. Their ingenious construction far exceeded their imagination. The dark openings of the pipes seemed like entrances to hell, and just looking at them sent chills down their spines. Is this the mechanical art of the Mahists? No, this has transcended the realm of mechanical arts. It's more like a masterpiece of craftsmanship, a weapon that only a god could forge in legends. They finally understood why the general had confiscated and sealed these things before, and they also vaguely understood why Chu Feng had the confidence to assassinate the barbarian king with them. These things are weapons that ordinary people cannot possess. Just as Chu Feng was about to step forward to take it, etc., Murong Yan's voice sounded behind him, tinged with a hint of wariness. You can only choose one from them. Chapter 26 Arrogant remarks lead to execution, General accompanying him. Same. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. This woman really isn't willing to suffer any loss. Even now, she's still testing and restricting herself. To everyone's surprise, Chu Feng surprisingly agreed without hesitation. I want the longest one, the one with a scope. He pointed to the AWM sniper rifle, which has the longest range and the greatest power. Beheading is the most appropriate course of action. Unfortunately, the standard configuration only includes 5 magazines, totaling about 50 rounds of ammunition. That would be awesome if it could be sent indefinitely, but 50 is enough for him to show off. It's impossible to use all these precious bullets on low-level thugs. They're definitely going to be used on the big bosses. For you, Shui Guiying handed the sniper rifle to Chu Feng. When Chu Feng took the gun in his hand, everyone became wary, fearing that he might rebel. Chu Feng simply shook his head. Generals, there is no need to be too nervous. If I wanted to kill you all, none of you would be alive today. Please trust in my character and my loyalty to the general. As he said this, he even gave Murong Yan a flirtatious wink. He wasn't bragging. If he had an assault rifle in his hand and fired a round of bullets, he was certain that no one present would survive. But to the female generals, these words were nothing short of a fantasy. The council chamber was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Immediately, a discordant sneer broke the tense atmosphere. Oh, Lane felt as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Hey kid, it's windy. I didn't hear you say it again. The way the others looked at Chu Feng was as if they were looking at a clown performing for money. Commander Lei, has this man gone mad? Exactly. This pretty boy has no fighting skills, but his bragging skills are top-notch. You could kill us all in an instant, believe me or not. We'll chop you into mincemeat right now. At this moment, Kinyu frowned, quietly took half a step back, and distanced herself from this madman. In her view, although Chu Feng had done many amazing things, his words and actions at this moment had gone beyond the scope of confidence and were purely arrogant and reckless. Only Murong Yan's phoenix eyes flashed with a complex and unfathomable light. She neither laughed nor got angry. She simply looked at him quietly, as if reassessing the man she had just decided to entrust her life to. He was met with ridicule and disdain from everyone present. Chu Feng's smile only grew wider. You don't believe me? He suddenly raised his hand and took up his sniper rifle. Da, 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 da. He was making sounds while his fingers mimicked the recoil of a gun in the air, shaking up and down, his expression focused and absorbed. Okay, you're gone. Lane's laughter stopped abruptly, and the fat on his face twitched. Chu Feng then turned to Commander Kinyu. Da, da. You get it sorted out too. Like a child who had gone mad with fun, he enthusiastically pointed at all the female generals present, making endless rat-a-tat-tat noises, and finally even pressed the gun directly against Shui Ging's head. Bang! The same as you. The entire council chamber was completely silent. Everyone stared at him blankly, as if he were an idiot. What are they doing? He really is a madman. A complete madman. Lane's face turned ashen. She felt that her intelligence and dignity were being trampled on by this man in an extremely childish and ridiculous way. This is even worse than just beating her up. Montag, Chu Feng. She squeezed out those 3 words, one by one, through her teeth. That serious expression seemed to say, if you dare to mess with him again, I'll smash his head in. Even Murong Yan, whose face was as cold as ice, showed a rare crack. She held her forehead, feeling a throbbing sensation in her temples. That bastard always find a way to show her, just when she's about to completely trust him, just how unreliable he really is. Enough! Murong Yan finally lost her temper and coldly stopped her. Chu Feng reluctantly withdrew his hand and slung the sniper rifle behind his back. He shrugged, looking completely innocent. Just kidding, everyone, don't be so tense, okay? The barbarian army hasn't even invaded yet. Murong Yan had no time for leisurely play. Where are the manpower? How many Alpha Squad members do you want to bring? Them. Chu Feng shook his head. Their mission is to defend the city. Murong Yan then said, how many people do you want to send on the mission? You can choose any people from the fortress. Chu Feng patted the sniper rifle, a smile playing on his lips. For a decapitation strike, I alone am enough. These words shocked the entire audience. Are you crazy? You're going to storm a camp of 100,000 men all by yourself? Lane was the first to shout. You're fucking insane. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're God? What's the difference between this and suicide? General, he's gone mad. We absolutely cannot risk our sisters' lives on this madman. General, I hope you will reconsider. Shui Guiying was also somewhat worried. Chu Feng ignored the uproar and looked at Murong Yan. The key to victory is quality, not quantity. Speed and stealth are paramount for this mission. Too many people will only be a burden. Just then, sudden, wrong. With a thunderous roar, Lane fixed his gaze on Chu Feng. You're not going to be beheaded. You're trying to escape. That shout was like igniting a powder keg. The female generals, who had just been intimidated by Chu Feng, instantly realized what was happening, and their eyes turned hostile. Yes, let him go alone. With such a powerful weapon, the sky is high and the sea is wide. Who can control him? If they just slip away like greased butter, where they go to cry. Commander Lei is right. Commander Kinyu's expression changed, and she was the first to stand up. General, this man's origins are a mystery, and his methods are strange. Now he has a complete grasp of the fortress's strengths and weaknesses. If we let him leave the city alone, it would be tantamount to letting a tiger return to the mountains. What if he's a spy sent by the barbarians? Wouldn't we be letting a wolf into our house? We can't let him leave. Yes, kill him, to prevent future trouble. General, give the order. The murderous aura that had just been suppressed now swept through the entire council hall again with 10 times the intensity. More than a dozen long swords were once again pointed at Chu Feng, their tips flashing with a cold light. However, Chu Feng, who was enveloped by this overwhelming killing intent, showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he looked at Lei Yin with great interest. Commander Lei, you have such a fiery temper. Why do you explode at the slightest provocation? Can't you be a little more composed? You're a girl after all. You. Lei Yin was furious, but without Murong Yan's orders, she could not take action. General, hesitation only leads to disaster. Murong Yan still did not react. At this point, she already had an idea in mind, albeit a rather radical one, but she had no other choice at the moment. All right, put down your weapons. Commander Lei is right. Hesitation will only lead to chaos. Then I, the general, will accompany you. Chapter 27, A lone man and woman infiltrate the enemy camp at night. General, you mustn't. Absolutely not. General, please reconsider. Murong Yan's words instantly caused an uproar in the entire council hall. Shui Ging was the first to kneel down, her voice trembling with tears. General, you are of inestimable worth. How can you risk your life yourself? If you perish, the Iron Wall Fortress will truly be finished. Yes, General, you absolutely must not risk your life. We can die, but you absolutely cannot be hurt. All the commanders, including Lei Yin, who had just been challenging Chu Feng, knelt down and begged for mercy. General, if you insist on going, then cut off my head first. Lei Yin went even further. Murong Yan was speechless with anger. Get up, all of you. General, you can take my head too. General, please consider the overall situation. Shui Ging, his most trusted confidant, also offered the same advice. Murong Yan was utterly speechless. Okay, I won't go. I'm not going. Shui Ging, you go with Chu Feng. Are you satisfied now? Meeting adjourned. But just as everyone dispersed, Shui Ging and Chu Feng began preparations under the general's tent. Murong Yan delivered a sudden chop to Shui Ging, knocking her unconscious. Chu Feng was stunned. I'm worried about her going alone. I'll go with you. Murong Yan changed in her night clothes. Are you sure? Chu Feng joked. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you halfway and run away? You don't have that ability. Murong Yan knew very well that her move was a huge gamble. But she knew even more clearly that this was her only chance to completely control this man. This man will definitely not run away. Give him the weapons and let him and Shui Ging go. If he succeeds, his prestige will surpass that of the emperor, and no one will be able to control the Iron Fortress. Wouldn't she then become a mere decoration? If he fails, or he walks away, you'll gain nothing. The crisis at Iron Wall Fortress will still not change by then. Only by going there in person and binding your life to theirs can you firmly grasp the initiative in your own hands. She changed in her night clothes and prepared her sword and rope. He looked at Chu Feng with a hint of provocation in his eyes. What? Head coach, you're afraid to take on a burden like me. I just feel that you look even more beautiful in this outfit. I want to take a few more glances. Chu Feng looked at her and suddenly smiled. This woman was even more ruthless than he had imagined, especially to herself. Glib-tongued. Darling, for our safety, I'd like to request a few more handheld bullets. What kind of handheld bullet? Those are the same few, each holding a perfectly sized iron ball in one hand. You, even at a time like this, still not doing your proper work. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold wind was as sharp as a knife. Murong Yan led Chu Feng from the secret chamber under the general's tent, winding their way underground until they finally arrived at a cliff face. I never imagined the Iron Fortress had a place like this. Is it for emergency escape? If you dare to tell anyone, I'll kill you. As Murong Yan spoke, she removed the snow from the cliff face and took out a glider with 2 ropes at the front, like horse reins. It's just the right size to seat 2 people. Come here and hug me tight. Murong Yan sat down first and tightened the rope. Looking at her small frame, Chu Feng was really afraid that if she rushed down this steep slope, she would be buried in the snow. General, are you sure this is really okay? Why don't you hold me? I'm a professional at horseback riding and skiing. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Murong Yan said coldly. All right, helpless. Chu Feng had no choice but to sit down under the eaves, tightly embracing Murong Yan with both hands and clamping his legs together. Murong Yan was speechless. She was caught in the middle and couldn't even control her direction. Do you have to go to such lengths? This makes me feel safer. What can Murong Yan do but adjust her posture while surrounded? Slippery. 2 black figures like ghosts silently descended vertically under the cover of night. The roller coaster-like thrill made Chu Feng cling tightly to Murong Yan the whole way, almost making her faint. We finally reached the stable zone. Bang! Suppressing their screams, the 2 plunged head first into the snow. It took quite a while. The 2 of them then climbed out. I say, General Mu, you were just bragging about how sure you were going to succeed. So this is what you call stable? You almost got me killed. It's all your fault. Murong Yan was so angry she wanted to punch Chu Feng. She had never been in this situation before. If it weren't for him holding her tightly from behind and yelling in her ear, she would have been fine. It's simply impossible for it to get out of control. Chu Feng persisted. Next time, let me do it, okay? I'm an experienced driver. Murong Yan scolded. Enough with the nonsense. The barbarian camp is about 15 miles from here, and it is divided into 3 parts, left, middle, and right, arranged in a triangular shape. The barbarian King Huyan lies should be in the central command tent according to custom. But he is cunning and suspicious, and the central command tent is the most heavily guarded. It is probably just a decoy. Chu Feng nodded and handed her the binoculars. What is this? Murong Yan asked curiously. 1,000-mile eye. One look and you know. Murong Yan took it with some skepticism, and following Chu Feng's example, aimed the scope at the brightly lit camp in the distance. The next moment, she shuddered. In an instant, the blurry firelight in the distance was brought closer and became crystal clear. She could even see the stubble on the faces of the barbarian soldiers patrolling back and forth at the camp entrance. This is truly a creation of the gods. It can see so far and so clearly. Murong Yan exclaimed in shock. The things of the Mahis are indeed unbelievable. What? Now you know how amazing your man is, right? Be nicer to me from now on, or you'll scare me away and you'll be crying your eyes out. Just a clever trick. Murong Yan Jiao snorted, seemingly indifferent, but her heart was actually warmed. Although this man is somewhat unreliable and always uses his abilities to manipulate her, it has to be said that she can no longer live without him, whether physical or mental. To put it more dramatically, it's the kind of security that women need from the bottom of their hearts. Chu Feng took the binoculars back from her and began to observe for himself. The layout of the barbarian camp was laid out in full. The campfire, patrols, sentries, all the defensive deployments seemed so primitive and rudimentary in the eyes of this modern special forces king. Found it. Chu Feng put down the binoculars, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What did you find? The barbarian king's tent. No, Chu Feng pointed in one direction of the camp on the left. We found their outhouse. Murong Yan. She suppressed the urge to kick him and asked, holding back her anger, what do you need the outhouse for? Where in a camp is the busiest place, the smell the strongest, and the defense the most lax? Chu Feng Gao De. Murong Yan instantly understood. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The dirtiest places are often the easiest to overlook. But aren't we supposed to be stopping the barbarian king? Didn't you say you could kill someone silently within a kilometer? The barbarian king isn't a wooden stake. He can't just stand there and let you hit him. We have to make some noise to force him to come out. Are you trying to create chaos? That's just how it is. Walk. The two concealed their presence, like 2 elusive raccoons, and stealthily made their way towards the barbarian camp under the cover of grass and shadows. The telescope makes it look closer. By the time they got closer, they had used up a lot of their energy and were exhausted, panting heavily. A patrol of barbarian soldiers walked by, drunk and cursing in their barbarian language. One of them walked to the edge of the bushes, unzipped his pants, and was about to relieve himself. Chu Feng and Murong Yan hid in another bush 2 meters away, not daring to breathe. Murong Yan's cheeks burned, and she cursed inwardly. She, the dignified princess of Great Yin and the great general of the Iron Fortress, actually had to accompany a man and hide here to smell the stench of barbarian urine. Just as the barbarian soldiers left, satisfied, Murong Yan was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Careful! Chu Feng's voice suddenly rang in my ears. A warm, large hand suddenly covered her mouth, while pressing her tightly into his arms and pushing her down onto the snow. Murong Yan froze, about to struggle. Call out! A stray arrow flew silently past the top of the bush where she had just been standing and embedded itself in a tree trunk not far away. Chapter 28, Using Fire as Bait to Lure the Barbarian King. It's a hidden sentry. Murong Yan's heart leaped into her throat. If Chu Feng hadn't reacted quickly, she would be dead by now. The man's warm breath sprayed onto her neck, his strong chest pressed tightly against her back, and a strong, unique masculine scent enveloped her completely. Murong Yan's body went limp uncontrollably, her heart pounding like a drum. Will he be discovered? After an unknown amount of time, and confirming that the sentries had not discovered him, Chu Feng slowly released his grip. It seems it was just a probe, a feint that mistook us for wild beasts, not a real discovery. Stay close. We need to find a place with a good view. Chu Feng whispered, and took the lead in reaching for higher ground. Murong Yan looked at his broad back with an extremely complicated expression, her cheeks still burning, and silently followed him. The 2 men sneaked into the area above the outhouses of the camp without any major incident. Even though it was several hundred meters away, it was still winter. However, occasionally a stench would rise up, almost making Murong Yan vomit on the spot. Hee, what's up? Murong Yan covered her mouth and glared at him. What did you say? It's all because of your terrible idea. But why does this barbarian smell so bad? A moment later, 2 barbarian soldiers swaggered out of the latrine. How well do you speak the barbarian language? Chu Feng asked. I know a little bit. What's wrong? Nothing. Then why did you ask that? Just chatting, otherwise you'll be thinking about those stench. You're never serious about anything. I also have serious business to discuss. If I behead the barbarian king today, will you be able to sit on me and dance tonight? I think you want to die. Oh dear, are you trying to murder your husband? The two fooled around for a while. They then began searching for the Central Command tent. The location of the Central Command tent was not hard to find. It was guarded in layers upon layers, and torches illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime. The barbarian king is not there. Chu Feng made his judgment after just one glance. Why? The defense is too deliberate, like it's deliberately telling others I'm here. A real royal tent wouldn't be so ostentatious. Chu Feng's gaze swept across the entire camp, finally settling on a rather inconspicuous, even somewhat secluded, tent at the very back of the camp. That tent, in terms of both size and style, was no different from the tents of ordinary soldiers. The only difference was that around it stood a few inconspicuous barbarian soldiers, seemingly casually. However, Chu Feng could tell from their posture, sharp eyes, and the habitual action of their hands never leaving the hilt of their swords that they were top-notch experts. A bodyguard disguised as an ordinary soldier, and a patrol team would pass by every now and then, extremely frequently. There it is. Chu Feng pointed with his chin. Murong Yan followed the gaze and also noticed something amiss. But how do we get across? There's not even any cover there. There's no need to go back. Chu Feng pulled her to a high slope, calculated the distance, which was about 1 kilometer, within the range where he was confident in his ability to snipe. This is enough. He untied the cloth bag from his back and, under Murong Yan's shocked gaze, assembled the uniquely shaped MO family secret weapon. He skillfully mounted a cold, metallic-looking scope on the gun. He lay down, unfolded the tripod, and aimed the gun at the inconspicuous tent in the distance. You intend to kill the barbarian king here. Murong Yan's voice was trembling. This place is a good 800 paces away from that tent. How can one take the head of a general from 800 paces away? This is not just a miraculous skill. This is a myth. Moreover, the tool used is this iron rod, and it's not anything offensive. Chu Feng, what on earth are you doing? Fine. I promise you I won't expose you when we get back. Now listen to me. The two of us will sneak in, and we might even have a chance to assassinate the barbarian king. Are you sure you can go in and come out again? Chu Feng countered. And since the barbarian king is the leader of the barbarian tribe, his martial arts and combat prowess must be extraordinary. Are you sure you can get close to him? Murong Yan did not answer. She was indeed not confident, but Chu Feng's appearance did not seem like that of someone who came to assassinate the barbarian king, but rather that he came to gather intelligence. So what are your plans? At this point, there's no need to hide anything from me. Just wait patiently. Chu Feng didn't explain. His right, I was already covered by a cold, hard scope. The crosshair glowed a faint red light in the darkness. He slowly turned the adjustment knob, and the distant scenery was continuously magnified and brought closer in his field of vision. The tent flap was lifted by a soldier. In that instant, he saw a burly figure with his back to him, looking at a map hanging on the wall. The man wore a luxurious animal skin cloak and had a gold knife inlaid with jewels hanging at his waist. He's the one. Chu Feng's breathing became long and steady at this moment, and his whole body seemed to merge with the snow beneath him. His fingers slowly rested on the trigger. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. All Chu Feng could see was the magnified figure in the scope. All the data, wind speed, humidity, distance, were rapidly calculated in his mind, ultimately translating into a tiny adjustment of a fraction of a millimeter at the muzzle. Murong Yan knelt beside him, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her throat. She stared intently at the tent in the distance, and at Chu Feng in front of her. She couldn't understand how this man could use that iron pipe to kill a heavily guarded barbarian king from such a great distance. Are you trying to kill someone with your eyes? Just then, the tent flap was lifted again, and a guard carrying wine walked in, blocking Chu Feng's view. The curtains are heavy in winter. There's no chance of getting a chance just by the occasional person coming out or going in, or by the moment the curtain is lifted. No, we need to get the barbarian king out of his tent. This was the only solution Chu Feng could think of. Murong Yan's heart sank instantly. Stand up. I knew it wouldn't work. Just listen to me. You stay here and guard the place. I'll go assassinate him myself. Chu Feng immediately grabbed her. Come back here. He is very strong, no doubt about it. Whose orders should we follow for this assassination plan? Yours or mine? Murong Yan sighed. Fine, I'll do whatever you say. Chu Feng ordered. Since that's the case, I now order you to set fire to the nearest few tents and create some chaos. If a fire breaks out in the army, Even if the barbarian king doesn't come to the scene in person, he will probably come out of his tent to check the situation and direct the operation. That will be your opportunity. Go quickly and come back quickly. Don't linger in battle. I'll wait for you here. Murong Yan paused for a moment, then decided to follow Chu Feng's arrangements this time. After all, this man had brought her surprises and unexpected moments more than once. But she still managed to ask the question that had been weighing on her mind. Can I trust you? This sentence has a double meaning. How much you can understand it depends entirely on your own comprehension. Chu Feng naturally understood the other party's ulterior motives. He sighed and touched her little face. General, have you fallen in love with me? Chapter 29 is expected of my woman. Her body is so soft. Murong Yan was speechless. She didn't know how to answer. Do you love me? Indeed, who wouldn't love a man like that? She admitted that she wasn't worried about him attacking her. Instead, she worried that the man would run away the moment she left. He escaped. Where am I supposed to look for him? She even regretted it a little. She thought it would have been better to just burn down the drawbridge of the Iron Wall fortress and hide inside for the rest of her life. With the secret she possessed, she could live a life of comfort and happiness with this man, never having to worry about food or drink. But what about her sisters who trusted her? What about her ambition to restore her kingdom? Are you really going to throw everything away for a man? Obviously not. As a royal daughter with the ambition to restore her kingdom, she cannot do that. If she were to abandon the entire nation for the sake of personal feelings, how would she differ from those incompetent and sensual emperors? Just as she was lost in thought, Chu Feng grabbed her little head and kissed it fiercely. What are you doing? Why, However, it is clear that her physical strength is much weaker than her willpower. They were captivated by it in no time. Murong Yan was aroused by the sudden passionate kiss, her body burning with desire, and she wished she could make love to him right there in the snow. But just as she took the initiative to welcome him back, forgetting everything else, Chu Feng pushed her away. Do we have an answer yet? Murong Yan? Chu Feng cupped her face in his hands. Haven't you felt my passion for you? You are my woman, and I will never abandon you. How could I bear to? Chu Feng was speaking from the heart. Although Murong Yan appeared cold and stern, she used her power within the fortress to protect him at all times. Especially in bed. She is more like a woman adrift in the storm, longing to find a man to shelter her from the wind and rain and shoulder half the burden of her life. He could feel that deep affection. Go quickly and come back quickly. A few tents will be enough. He patted Murong Yan's bottom and said, You better watch yourself. You're my woman. Your whole body belongs to me. You're not allowed to hurt a single hair on my head. Murong Yan snapped out of her daze, rolled her eyes at him, and was secretly overjoyed. She had finally gotten the answer she wanted from this man. But the arrogance of a royal princess still made him stubborn. Who do you think you are? Although I cannot fight against 1,000 men, as long as I do not want to get too involved, no one can stop me. Besides, this is under the cover of night. But you don't disappoint me. After saying that, she got up and slid down the snow slope. Chu Feng wiped his mouth, savoring the memory. He shook his head. She's such a captivating woman. He picked up his gun again. The cold metal pressed against my cheek, and the whole world was compressed into that small circle in the scope. In the mirror, Murong Yan's figure glided silently towards the barbarian army camp at the foot of the mountain, like a nimble female leopard in the snow, getting closer and closer. Chu Feng's finger lightly rested on the trigger. Murong Yan moved swiftly and stealthily to a tent. With a swift stroke of her knife, 2 guards clutched their necks and fell to the ground one after the other, without even having time to utter a sound. The tinderbox was lit, and a corner of the tent was quickly ignited. The firelight illuminated her stunning profile, giving her a fatally alluring beauty. As expected of my woman, her body is so supple. Chu Feng had just breathed a sigh of relief. To everyone's surprise, the woman became addicted. After ordering one, instead of retreating immediately, she used the cover of night and the chaos to stealthily make her way towards several other tents. 1, 2, 3. Damn it, that greedy woman is practically asking for trouble. Chu Feng cursed under his breath as his vision in the mirror shifted rapidly. Flames shot into the sky, and more barbarian soldiers were alarmed and swarmed toward the source of the fire. A barbarian centurion noticed the unusual movement in the snow. He drew his bow and arrow, aiming the arrowhead directly at the shadow where Murong Yan was hiding. Hold! A close call. Chu Feng no longer hesitated and slightly adjusted the muzzle of his gun. Bang! A deep, yet extremely penetrating explosion ripped through the winter night sky. The archer fell to the ground with a thud, half of his head blown off, red and white splattered all over the ground. The sudden clap of thunder startled everyone. What's that sound? How could there be such a thunderous roar in the dead of winter? Oh no, we've been discovered. Murong Yan then realized that she had been exposed and that Chu Feng had saved her. One can't help but wonder how Chu Feng managed to produce that muffled thunderclap. And how did they manage to blow that barbarian's head out of shape? She seized the fleeting opportunity, and in a flash, disappeared into the deeper darkness. Chu Feng quickly pulled the bolt, the hot cartridge case ejected, and a new bullet was chambered. The movements were fluid and graceful. The gun barrel turned. His crosshairs instantly locked onto the barbarian king's tent. The tent flap was suddenly flung open, and a man with a burly, bear-like build rushed out. It was none other than the barbarian king, Huan Lai. But as soon as he showed his face, his personal guards surged forward like a tide, surrounding him completely and forming a human shield wall. Oh shit, no chance left? No, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you give it up, you'll miss your chance. Chu Feng's eyes remained completely unmoved. Now, bang, press down hard with your index finger. The bullet spun as it left the barrel at speeds several times faster than sound, drawing a deadly straight line in the dark night sky that was invisible to the naked eye. 800 paces away, one of the guards standing in front of the barbarian king suddenly shuddered, a bloody hole exploding in his chest. However, although the bullet's kinetic energy was somewhat reduced, it still pierced through his body and precisely entered the back of the barbarian King Huan Lai. An even larger flower of blood exploded on the barbarian king's back. That tough leather inner armor was as fragile as paper in the face of his proud, steel-like muscles. Well, Huan Lai's tall body suddenly lunged forward but was caught by his guards. The king, your majesty. He didn't even feel any pain. He just looked down at the bowl-sized hole in his chest, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only spat out a mouthful of scalding blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Protect the king. An assassin. A group of people roared and carried the limp barbarian king into the tent like madmen. The entire barbarian camp instantly erupted in chaos. What was that sound? What happened? The gods are enraged. It's heavenly lightning. The king has been assassinated. Catch the assassin. Catch the assassin now. Countless barbarian soldiers, like headless flies, ran wildly in all directions, howling and roaring, plunging the entire camp into unprecedented chaos and panic. Chapter 30. Hero saves the beauty and repays her with his body? On the high slope, Chu Feng quickly disassembled the sniper rifle and stuffed it back into the cloth bag. Withdraw. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed Murong Yan, who had just touched him, and turned to run wildly into the darkness. Murong Yan was still reeling from the two thunderous roars and the shock of the barbarian king falling to the ground. Her mind was blank. 800 steps. That unassuming iron pipe from 800 paces away, amidst 10,000 troops, truly took the life of the barbarian king. This is not martial arts, nor is it mechanical arts. This is divine punishment. Were those two thunderclaps made by you iron rod? She couldn't understand it all and stopped in her tracks. Want to get surrounded and turned into dumplings by barbarians. Chu Feng pulled her up again. I'll explain later. Murong Yan looked back. Behind him, the entire barbarian camp had gone completely mad. Countless torches lit up and spread outwards from all directions, searching outwards. This way, Murong Yan grabbed his hand and, relying on her familiarity with the terrain, led him into a dense pine forest. The two figures darted swiftly through the snowy forest. Roar! Behind them, the roars of barbarian soldiers, the neighing of war horses, and a mournful sound of bull horns echoed through the night sky. They were like two lone wolves being hunted by an entire pack. Ow, how did you do that? Murong Yan asked breathlessly as she ran. I told you, I'm a descendant of the Manhwa school. What are these little tricks? Chu Feng made up some nonsense while cautiously observing his surroundings. Why can your secret weapon emit thunder and kill people from such a distance? I'll explain when we get back. For now, just survive. The two ran out of the pine forest and were met with a wide-open snowfield with no cover. Meanwhile, the pursuers' torches had already surrounded them from 3 sides. No, there are too many of them. If we keep running like this, we'll be caught sooner or later. Murong Yan stopped in her tracks, her eyes resolute. You go first, I'll lead them away. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Feng grabbed her and pulled her behind him, his eyes icy cold. You're my woman. If anyone's going to die, it'll be me dying before you. Murong Yan's heart trembled, and that warm feeling surged up again. She never expected that this man would actually die for her, and he kept calling her my woman. Can. No bots. Chu Feng interrupted her, pressing her behind a rock. I'll distract them. You hide and wait for my signal. After saying that, he actually rushed out towards the direction where the flames were most concentrated and, at the same time, took something out of his pocket. This was his way of preparing for future trouble, so he was making preparations with hand grenades in advance. Chu Feng! Murong Yan lowered her voice, trying to call him back. But it was too late. Chu Feng had already charged forward with a shout. You must come back alive. I'll do anything for you, as long as you come back alive. You must come back alive for me, General. She could only hope and pray in her heart, and a strange emotion brought tears to her eyes. You barbarian scum, your grandpa is here. It reached about 20 meters. With a roar, Chu Feng bit open the pin on the grenade with his teeth and threw it forcefully towards the area where the pursuers were most concentrated. Boom! An explosion, even more violent than the previous gunshot, resounded through the crowd. Flames shot into the sky, and dirt and snow were thrown several meters high, mixed with severed limbs and shrill screams. The pursuing troops' formation was instantly blasted open with two huge gaps, plunging them into chaos. Sorcery! It's sorcery! The gods are punishing us! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chu Feng flashed and ran off in another direction. The pursuers at the front were terrified by the explosion. Evil spirit! Quickly capture that evil spirit and sacrifice it to the heavens. However, some reckless barbarian soldiers, upon hearing the order, instinctively chased after the direction in which Chu Feng had disappeared. Please, you must not be hurt. Murong Yan hid behind the rocks, covering her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming. She watched the figure recede into the distance in the firelight, drawing all danger toward itself, and for the first time, her clear, cold phoenix eyes were shrouded in mist. She leaned against the crevice in the rock, feeling a heart-wrenching pain. It was exactly the same as when her father and mother died before her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, when the clamor of the pursuers had completely faded away, a dark figure silently crept back from another direction. I'm back! Upon hearing that familiar voice, Murong Yan rushed over and hugged him tightly. Chu Feng, you're not dead. You're really not dead. Her voice was choked with sobs, and her body was trembling slightly. I told you I won't die. Chu Feng patted her back, feeling the soft, warm body in his arms, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. What? So worried about me? Have you decided that once we get back, you'll repay me with your body? Murong Yan then realized that she had actually cried so much for him. That's so out of line. Her pretty face flushed red, and she pushed him away abruptly, reverting to her cold demeanor. Stop dreaming. Although she spoke toughly, her large, watery phoenix eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Chu Feng didn't expose her, but simply took her hand and said, Let's go. They'll soon realize they've been tricked. We need to get back to the fortress as soon as possible. The two traveled quickly under the cover of night. When the imposing silhouette of the iron wall fortress came into view, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Chu Feng suddenly stopped. He pulled Murong Yan along and quickly hid behind a large tree. What's wrong? Murong Yan asked, puzzled. Chu Feng made a shushing gesture and pointed to the shadows under the fortress wall. A furtive figure emerged from a hidden corner, carrying something in its hands. Stop! A cold voice made the figure freeze abruptly. Chu Feng and Murong Yan emerged from behind the big tree, one on the left and one on the right, blocking all his escape routes. The man slowly turned around, revealing a pale and terrified face in the light of the distant barbarian camp. It was none other than Xiao Chun, the crown prince of a fallen kingdom. The grand instructor? The great general? When Xiao Chun saw the two of them, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. The color drained from his face instantly, and the package in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, scattering some dry food and water pouches. How did you get here? Murong Yan's phoenix eyes flashed with murderous intent. The fortress gates are tightly closed. How did you get out? Xiao Chen's eyes darted around, and he stammered, Is there even a need to ask? Chu Feng sneered, giving him no chance to explain, and pounced like a cheetah in a flash. Xiao Chun felt a blur before his eyes, and a tremendous force gripped his throat, slamming him hard against the city wall. Bang! The back of Xiao Chen's head collided violently with a hard brick wall, causing him to see stars and almost faint on the spot. Speak. Are you trying to tip off the barbarians? 100,000 barbarian troops are pressing in. What does that have to do with you? What he hates most is a traitor. Chapter 31. The man who was glowing light. No, it wasn't me. Xiao Chen's throat was tightly constricted, his face flushed red, and his legs kicked weakly in the air. Cough, cough, it's a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Chu Feng increased the force in his hand by 3 points. I love hearing people explain misunderstandings, but unfortunately, the king of hell doesn't. Stop! Murong Yan shouted to stop her. She rushed forward and grabbed Chu Feng's arm. Don't kill him yet. Ask him what happened first. Chu Feng glanced at her and loosened his grip slightly, but still kept Xiao Chun firmly under control. This woman is still soft-hearted. But that's all right, the dead can't talk. Once he could catch his breath, Xiao Chun, like a fish out of water, greedily inhaled the cold air and coughed violently. The Grand General and Chief Instructor have truly misunderstood. Tears streaming down his face, he pointed to the chaotic barbarian camp in the distance and desperately tried to explain. Just now, there were 2 thunderclaps in the night sky, and then flames shot into the sky. The barbarian camp was in chaos. The sisters on the fortress walls all saw it. Commander Lei is worried that you two have gotten into trouble while you were out, but you left the city secretly, not daring to make a fuss, for fear of shaking the morale of the army. I volunteered, saying that I was of lowly status and had nothing to lose, so it didn't matter if I was captured by the barbarians. That's why Commander Lei used the excuse that he'd had enough fun and told me to get lost. That's why the City Defense Battalion threw me out. We're all doing this for the General and the Chief Instructor. I really came out to scout out the situation and meet you two. He spoke with great emotion, his face full of anxious loyalty, as if he were truly risking his life for the safety of the two of them. Murong Yan felt a chill run down her spine. This is indeed like Lei Yin's style of doing things. After all, she's her own cousin. If something happens to her, the Iron Wall Fortress will also be in crisis. She had every reason, both emotionally and logically, to save herself. Could we send Xiao Chen out? Chu Feng smiled after hearing this. His acting was good, but unfortunately, the cunning and panic in his eyes couldn't fool him. Keep making things up. Chu Feng slapped him across the face, making him see stars. That simple-minded, stupid woman Lei Yin, would she have such a meticulous mind? And send you out to meet her? She should be grateful she didn't send anyone out to be sent to the barbarians to die. I'm telling the truth. Xiao Chun cried out in anguish, covering his face. Commander Xue can testify too. She personally escorted me to the city gate before the City Defense Battalion let me through. Xue Guiying? Even Murong Yan's brows furrowed tightly. If even Xue Guiying was involved, then the authenticity of this story is even greater. You're about to die, and you still want to drag Commander Xue down with you? Chu Feng's eyes grew even colder. It seems you won't tell the truth unless I teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he pulled a dagger from his waist and gently patted Xiao Chen's face. I'm not a very patient person. I like to carve words on the faces of disobedient people for fun. Tell me, should I carve I am a spy or I betrayed my master for personal gain on you? Xiao Chen was terrified when the blade was pressed against his cheek, and a warm, foul odor instantly surged through his crotch. Faced with life and death, he was so scared that he wet himself. I'm telling the truth. It really was Commander Lei who sent me. Xiao Chen broke down in tears. General, spare my life. If you don't believe me, take me back for questioning. If I've uttered even a single lie, you can punish me as you see fit. Chu Feng, spare my life. I have no grudge against you. Murong Yan looked at his pathetic state, tears streaming down his face. A flicker of disgust crossed his eyes, but she knew in her heart that now was not the time to act impulsively. We still need to go back and ask clearly. She looked at Chu Feng and shook her head. Take him back. I want to ask Lei Yin and Xue Ging in front of everyone whether this really happened. Chu Feng looked at the weak and incompetent man in his arms. He was certain that the kid wanted to escape, but he wasn't sure if he was a spy. He let go and threw Xiao Chun to the ground. Let's go, Your Highness. Chu Feng looked down at him. I hope your story will give you a few more days to live. Tonight, this ironclad fortress is destined to be sleepless. The council chamber was brightly lit. All the commanders at the fortress level were urgently summoned here, each with a solemn expression, unaware of what had happened. When Chu Feng threw Xiao Chun into the center of the hall like a dead dog, everyone was stunned. Bang! Lei Yin slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and stared intently at Chu Feng with his large, round eyes. Montauk Chu Feng, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? Chu Feng clapped his hands. General, I caught this sneaky fellow outside the city. He confessed that he left the city on the orders of Commander Lei. Boom! One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire council chamber erupted in chaos. What? Commander Lei is the mastermind. Impossible. Commander Lei hates barbarians the most. How could he possibly collude with the enemy? Commander Kinyu's expression changed drastically. She looked at Lei Yin, then at Xiao Chun on the ground, her eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Lei Yin, Murong Yan's voice was icy cold, her phoenix eyes blazing with barely suppressed rage. Do you have anything to explain? Explain. Lei Yin sneered. Instead, he stepped forward and roared confidently. That's right. I'm the one who sent them out. Her words caused another uproar in the audience. She actually admitted it. Lei Yin ignored everything, pointed at Chu Feng's nose, and cursed. Mo Chu Feng, how dare you accuse me first? The great general risked his life for you. and you two sneaked out, treating the lives of more than 10,000 sisters in the fortress like a joke. My mother heard the commotion on the city wall and was extremely anxious. What's wrong with sending someone out to provide backup? She looked around and said in a booming voice, whether I, Lei-in, am right or wrong, it's all out in the open. Unlike some people who, relying on the general's favor, dare to lead the general into a pit of fire. If anything happens to the general today, I, Lei-in, will be the first to twist your pretty boy's head off. Chu Feng was so angry he almost laughed. This rough woman is not only reckless, but also brainless. Send someone to meet him? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. Of all the people to send, why send a powerless crown prince of a fallen kingdom? Commander Lei, have you lost your mind or been kicked by a donkey? Lei-in was struck where it hurt and flew into a rage. Just then, Shui Ging, who had been silent all along, stepped forward and bowed to Murong Yan, saying, General, this is true. The general risked his life and was trapped in the enemy camp. Commander Lei was indeed extremely anxious at the time, and this matter could not be spread within the fortress. Given the urgency of the situation, I, your subordinate, took it upon myself to open the city gate for him. I will bear all the blame. Shui Guiying's words completely shattered all of Chu Feng's accusations. She was the general's most trusted personal guard commander, and no one would question her words. Chu Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. He stared intently at Shui Guiying, a woman who was usually stern and reserved, but who was generally polite to him. Why did she help Lei-in? Lei-in might not be able to figure out, but she should be able to think that this crown prince of Shao Kingdom was just a peasant. What good would it do to go out and investigate? He would definitely be the type to just run away. Murong Yan's face also turned extremely ugly. That being said, it seems flawless. But she always had a vague feeling that something was wrong. But I couldn't figure it out for a while. She thought she could trust Shui Guiying completely, but after this incident, she realized that she couldn't trust anyone. But then her mind changed. Perhaps there is one more person who could be trusted. Her gaze was intense as she looked at the man who seemed to radiate light. Chapter 32 Ba. You two are a disgrace. Just then. All right. Since both Commander Lei and Commander Shui have said so, it seems that it was indeed a misunderstanding. Chu Feng looked around, his gaze lingering briefly on Lei-in and Shui Guiying's faces. I made a mountain out of molehill. I apologize to everyone, especially His Highness the Crown Prince who was frightened. These words stunned everyone. So you're backing down already? Lei-in opened his mouth, ready with a bellyful of sarcastic remarks, but he swallowed them back. It was like punching cotton, leaving him feeling indescribably uncomfortable. Xiao Chun was even more incredulous. He had thought he was going to die for sure, but he never expected that the other party would let him go so easily. Overjoyed at surviving the ordeal, a barely perceptible hint of pride flashed in his eyes. But Chu Feng changed the subject. The death penalty may be waived, but punishment is inescapable. He walked to the sand table, picked up the flag representing the barbarian army, and his voice suddenly turned cold. Commander Lei is right. Now is not the time to dwell on these trivial details. Although the barbarian king is dead, the 100,000-strong army is leaderless. They will either collapse or launch a most frenzied attack in their quest for revenge. Therefore, from this moment forward, Ironwall Fortress is entering its highest state of combat readiness. He stopped looking at anyone and began issuing orders on his own. His aura of complete control made all the commanders subconsciously hold their breath. Commander Qinyu, Qian Yatong. She was a little confused. What was going on? How could someone bypass the general and give me orders? Before she could speak, Murong Yan's icy gaze slowly swept across the entire room. Are you asking him what gives him the right? Because it was all witnessed by my own eyes. The barbarian camp was filled with 100,000 fierce warriors. Yet Chu Feng, all alone, from 800 paces away, amidst the horde of 10,000 men, killed the barbarian king Huan Lai with a single strike. The barbarian army camp was thrown into chaos upon arrival. Boom! The air in the entire council chamber seemed to be ignited by those words. 800 paces away, amidst a vast army. This is something no ordinary person could do. This is a scene that only happens in legends. Lei-in's eyes, as big as copper bells, could not believe Chu Feng's words, but she could not disbelieve the general's words. Such military achievements, such courage. Murong Yan looked around, and every commander whose gaze swept over her subconsciously lowered his head. Looking at my iron fortress, no. Looking at the whole world, who can compare? She paused briefly, giving everyone time to catch their breath and process what was happening. Then, he made a decision that shocked everyone. I hereby declare that, from this moment forward, the chief instructor's authority is not only to train the three armies, but his command is also second only to this general. From this moment forward, Instructor Mo shall be in charge of all military affairs during wartime, and his orders shall be as if I were personally present. Head coach. This position was never originally established at Ironwall Fortress. They already had a great deal of authority to train the 3 armed forces. More permissions have been added. If it is the position of Grand General, then wouldn't that be above the position of Commander-in-Chief? This is tantamount to telling everyone that this man is now the de facto number 2. Commander Kinyu, the great general, turned pale and still tried to make a final stand. Who disagrees? Murong Yan's eyes sharpened instantly, interrupting her. She took a step forward, staring intently at Lei Yin, who was closest to her. Her phoenix eyes were devoid of any warmth. You, Lei Yin, are you not convinced? Lei Yin's chest heaved violently, and he made a hoarse sound in his throat, but he couldn't utter a single word. If you disagree, that's fine too. It's simple. Go out of the city now and kill a barbarian commander of 10,000. No, not 10,000. A commander of 1,000 will do. If you can do it, I'll let you be the head coach. Lei Yin's face turned ashen after being silenced by these words. Finally, he lowered his head in dejection. It's impossible. She knew she absolutely couldn't do it. That's not something that can be accomplished by martial prowess alone. How could an army of 100,000 possibly return unscathed? But he just couldn't understand it. How did Chu Feng manage to do it? How could that be? He should have died out there. Lei Yin couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Is there anyone else with objections? Murong Yan stopped looking at her, her gaze sweeping across the entire room, her voice regaining its usual authority. Silence reigned. The commanders who had been eager to make a move were now all silent and trembling with fear. What a joke. Comparing your military achievements to a godlike feat like slaying the barbarian king from 800 paces away. That's not just looking for trouble. That's courting death. Murong Yan's strong support. This gave Chu Feng an unprecedented sense of confidence. He cleared his throat. General, you flatter me. This successful decapitation was not achieved by Chu Feng alone. If it weren't for the great general's understanding of righteousness, his overrule of public opinion, and his return of the Mo family's secret weapon to me, I would have no use for my dragon-slaying skills. He abruptly changed the subject, his gaze fixed intently on Murong Yan. Moreover, if the great general hadn't risked his life, like a Valkyrie in the night, to single-handedly storm the enemy camp, set off more than 10 raging fires, and thrown the barbarian army into chaos, creating a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Even if I had the body of a god, I would never have been able to lock onto the barbarian king amidst the vast army and achieve victory in one strike. Therefore, the greatest credit for this battle belongs to the great general. Hearing his words that praised her to the extreme, Murong Yan felt a warmth in her cold phoenix eyes, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She knew the man was returning the favor and upholding her authority, so she went along with it, putting the compliment back on his head. The head instructor is too modest. As the saying goes, a poor soldier is a poor soldier, but a poor general makes a poor army. The great victory that our Iron Wall Fortress has achieved today is not due to my impulsiveness and recklessness, but to your strategic decision-making and superb skills. She stepped forward and looked around the room. It was he who, from 800 paces away, amidst 10,000 troops, with the power of thunderous divine punishment, precisely slew the barbarian king, thus fundamentally shattering the enemy's will. It was he who, before the battle, had a clear understanding of the enemy's situation and turned the tide, transforming what could have been a bloody and brutal siege into a precise ambush. It was he who, with his wisdom alone, managed to minimize the casualties at our iron fortress. Such extraordinary talent is the true pillar of strength in this battle. The two exchanged words, one praising the other's wisdom and prowess, the other commending the other's intelligence and courage. Their words were filled with undisguised admiration and tacit understanding, and sparks flew when their eyes met. The intimacy and ambiguity between them were so uninhibited that they wished they could embrace each other right now and have a good time to cool down the burning passion in their hearts. The other leaders in the council chamber went from initial shock and astonishment to gradual numbness, and finally began to understand the situation. Lei Yin stood there, his face contorted with twitching pain, feeling as if 100,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Still bragging, if you keep blowing, you'll tear the ceiling off this iron fortress. One praised her as a Valkyrie descended to earth. The other lauded her as a divine pillar descended to earth. Ha! They just spent a few days together, and now they're family, teaming up to put on a show for their mother? Nausea. Commander Kinyu lowered her head and looked meek, secretly making plans in her heart. My goodness, this isn't a meeting, it's a massive display of affection. Look at the general's eyes. They're so watery. Where is the usual coldness? Then look at Chu Feng, who kept praising the great general's divine might. His flattery was deafening. Well, this fortress will belong to the couple from now on. I'd better stay on the right side and avoid getting into trouble. Xiao Chun, huddled in the corner, lowered his head even further, his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. "Pa, you two, you shameless couple, flirting in front of so many people. And Chu Feng, you just wait. You won't be smug for long." Shui Guiying couldn't bear to watch any longer and hurriedly reminded her. "Grand General Instructor, can we speed up the deployment? It's almost on." Chapter 33. She defecated on her neck. Chu Feng then cleared his throat, feeling embarrassed. "Where's the commander of the logistics battalion?" "Yes, Commander Kinyu paused, then subconsciously replied. "Take inventory of all grain, herbs, logs, pounding stones, and kerosene. I need to see the exact number, down to the last digit, within half an hour." "Yes. Where is Commander Yan of the Forging Battalion?" "Head Instructor, I am here." Yan Xin from the forging camp stepped forward excitedly. Although she was one of the top leaders, she actually had the lowest authority. This was the first time she had been addressed so formally. "The forging camp needs to work in shifts 24 hours a day. I want you to forge all the scrap iron you can find into one thing. Barbed wire, the more the better. Lay 3 layers of barbed wire under the city wall. I will teach you how to forge barbed wire later." "Yes." "Commander Shui." "Yes." Shui Guiying's voice remained calm. "You will lead the personal guard battalion to oversee the city's defenses. Anyone who dares to spread rumors or undermine morale during wartime, regardless of their status or rank." Chu Feng's gaze swept over Lei Yin and Xiao Chun. "Will be killed without mercy." "Yes, sir." "Where's the commander of the city defense battalion?" A series of orders were issued swiftly and decisively, leaving no room for doubt. Inside the council chamber, everyone was awestruck by his decisive and efficient demeanor. He seemed to be the true master of this fortress. At last. "And what about you?" Lei Yin finally couldn't help but speak, her tone unfriendly. "You're here pointing fingers, and we're all supposed to risk our lives? What are you going to do next?" Chu Feng smiled, walked up to Lei Yin, and looked down at her. "I will naturally do what I should do as head coach." He held up 2 fingers. "First, my 10 soldiers will now be officially named the Alpha Squad. As my direct personal guard, they will have the highest priority in command and resource allocation during wartime. They will be under the command of no one except you, Commander Lei." "You," Lei Yin roared in fury. "Secondly," Chu Feng ignored her anger, "I want all units of the fortress, including your golden cavalry, to unconditionally follow my tactical manuals from this moment on. Any disobedience will be treated as treason." He stared into Lei Yin's eyes and spoke each word clearly. "I don't care how you fought before, but from today onwards, you must learn to fight with your brains. If anyone dares to use the lives of our sisters to exchange for that laughable act of brute force, I will be the first to object. You're trying to seize my military power." Lei Yin completely lost his temper, his whole body surging with murderous intent. "No, to put it simply, you have to listen to me now." Chu Feng refused to back down. "General," Lei Yin suddenly turned to Murong Yan and roared, "Are you just going to let him run rampant like this? He's too arrogant." Chu Feng wasn't setting up defenses at all. He was clearly using the pre-battle opportunity to conduct a complete power reshuffle. He wanted to firmly grasp the military command of the entire fortress in his own hands. She looked into Chu Feng's extremely confident eyes, which burned with an ambition and brilliance she had never seen before. Murong Yan looked at the two facing off and felt helpless. Lei Yin was used to being domineering and would even contradict himself. So how could he swallow his anger and listen to Chu Feng? But now the fortress must centralize power and cannot allow Lei Yin to act recklessly. Otherwise, other commanders will follow suit, and where will our authority be? A long time. Murong Yan spoke slowly. "Do everything as the head coach says." "General," Lei Yin exclaimed. "I said, do as the head instructor says." Murong Yan emphasized, her phoenix eyes sweeping across the room. "In wartime, military orders are absolute. Anyone who dares to question the head instructor's orders is questioning me. You can act first and report later." This command silenced all dissent. Chu Feng gave Murong Yan an approving smile. This woman, when it really matters, still knows what's what. He turned around and took one last look at Xiao Chun, who was huddled in the corner, trembling. "As for you, Your Highness, from today onwards, you'll be with the Alpha Squad, responsible for serving them tea and water, washing their feet, and massaging their backs. I'll consider letting you go when my men say you've performed well." "Oh, right," Chu Feng added. "Remember to change your pants so you don't smell the fumes on my soldiers." What could Xiao Chun say? His pale face held only hope in Lei Yin. He looked at his owner on the shore with pleading eyes, like a drowning dog desperately trying to get help. But the moment that look was cast, the owner on the shore was kicked into the water. Lei Yin's chest heaved violently, and she felt a rush of hot blood to her head. Insult. This is not just a simple insult. It is an utter disgrace. Chu Feng had previously crushed the pride of her golden cavalry in front of the entire fortress. Now, she's using her position as head coach to boss her around. She tolerated all of this. It's because she's less skilled. That wasn't enough for him. He also had to give her man away to his group of lowly maids in front of everyone, like a dog. Isn't this clearly targeted? These words were carved on her face. It's dancing on her spine. They pooped on her neck. This is intolerable. Montak Chu Feng. I'll kill you today. Huh. The humiliation caused Lei Yin to completely lose his mind. She grabbed the spike club and smashed it down at Chu Feng. The overwhelming force startled everyone, causing them to instinctively step back. In a real, unexpected attack, she used all her strength, wanting only to smash the man's head into a pile of mud. However, Chu Feng didn't even lift an eyelid in the face of his thunderous attack. Just as the spike club was about to strike him, he simply sidestepped with an uncanny agility, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, his body moved closer like a ghost, and his left hand transformed from a palm into a claw, precisely gripping Lei Yin's wrist holding staff. Lei Yin felt a numbness in her wrist as an extremely skillful force came through, rendering her brute strength, which was enough to split rocks, useless. She tried to pull her hand away, but found that the other person's hand was like an iron clamp, not moving an inch. You! She had just uttered one word. Chu Feng suddenly raised his other hand. Snap! A crisp, piercing sound of bone cracking echoed throughout the deathly silent council hall. Lei Yin's arm, which was powerful enough to wield 1,000 pounds of force, drooped down softly at an odd angle. Excruciating pain swept over her nerves like a tidal wave. She let out a shrill scream, and the spike club in her hand crashed to the ground with a loud bang. For the first time, pain and horror appeared on that Tengming face. Chapter 34. The Barbarian Army of 100,000 presses in. This scene left everyone speechless and dumbfounded. What did they see? The invincible commander of the Golden Cavalry and the strongest individual fighter in the Iron Wall Fortress. Incredibly, in a single encounter, that seemingly refined man broke one of her arms with ease. The way everyone looked at Chu Feng changed completely. It was no longer a sense of apprehension, but a deep-seated fear. This man not only dared to take action, but his strength has also exceeded everyone's comprehension. Murong Yan watched this scene, a hint of reluctance flashing in her phoenix eyes, but the emotion was fleeting. Because of the time she spent with Chu Feng, they had developed a strange understanding. She immediately stepped forward. Commander Lei, you mutinied before the battle and turned your weapons against the chief instructor. What should be done according to military law? Her voice was devoid of any warmth. General, Commander Kinyu and the others were shocked and knelt down to beg for mercy. Commander Lei acted impulsively. Please, General, consider her past merits and show leniency. Guards, Murong Yan remained unmoved and shouted sternly. Strip him of his position as commander of the Thunder Sound Golden Cavalry Battalion and throw him into the dungeon to await further orders. The Golden Cavalry Battalion will be temporarily headed by Chief Instructor Chu Feng. This order stunned everyone. When two guards stepped forward to restrain Lei Yin, she finally snapped out of her pain and shock. She struggled frantically, not in resistance, but by howling at Murong Yan on the high platform. Cousin, you can't do this to me. She no longer referred to herself as I or General, but instead used the title that only the two of them would use in private. You can't trust him. He's a fraud. He's a fraudster of unknown origin. If you keep favoring him like this, something terrible is bound to happen to our Iron Wall Fortress sooner or later. Cousin, look at me. I'm your own sister. Have you forgotten how we supported each other when we were kids in the palace? Have you forgotten your father's dying words? How could you treat me like this for an outsider, a lowly man? Her shrill voice was filled with the despair of being betrayed by her closest relatives. However, Murong Yan simply closed her eyes slowly, turned her face away, and refused to look at her again. For the future of the fortress, for the great cause of national restoration, no one who could shake the morale of the army or disrupt the overall situation, not even her own sister, was acceptable. Take away. More than a dozen guards rushed forward and, with great difficulty, put Lei Yin in shackles, and it took them a lot of effort to carry him away. Cousin, you can't do this to me. Sisters, kill that scoundrel quickly. He's bewitching the general. Kill him. Great general. Lei Yin left amidst a chorus of wails. What are you all looking at? Deploy the entire army according to the chief instructor's orders. Murong Yan shouted angrily, and all the commanders suddenly realized what was happening. They dared not be negligent in the slightest and went to carry out their orders. In the corner, Xiao Chun collapsed to the ground, utterly despairing. His last patron fell in a tragic way he could never have imagined. His fate afterward was predictable. Although he wasn't thrown into a military brothel, he had to serve Chu Feng's 10 personal guards. One man fighting 10 men is unlikely to survive. No. General, spare my life. Chu Feng, help. I don't want to die at the hands of those shrewish women. Help me. He was being escorted by 2 guards to his destination. Wait a moment. Chu Feng suddenly called out to them. He scoffed inwardly. You're dreaming. The girls on my team aren't meant for you. I was just trying to scare you. However, on the other hand, Xiaoqun really can't be sent to those shrewish women for now. Military brothels are even worse, as they are poorly managed. One reason is that he was killed by those shrewish women. Secondly, they were afraid he would take advantage of the chaos to escape. The fact that this person suddenly appeared here is definitely not simple. There must be some conspiracy behind it. First, lock Xiaoqun up in jail and keep him under strict guard. The guard paused and glanced at Murong Yan. Murong Yan immediately roared. Didn't I say we'd follow the head coach's instructions? 2 guards immediately responded and jogged away to escort Xiaoqun away. Soon, only Murong Yan and Chu Feng remained in the council hall. Murong Yan sat down wearily, looked at the still calm man, and suddenly said, Are you satisfied now? She knew that Chu Feng was doing it on purpose. He deliberately provoked her, angering Lei Yin and forcing her to take action. Then, in front of everyone, used the most swift and ruthless methods to completely kick away this biggest stumbling block and establish authority. My woman is just different. You saw right through my little scheme. Chu Feng walked behind her, gently placed his hands on her shoulders, and slowly massaged them. Your cousin is brave, but lacks strategy, and her temper is easily ignited. She couldn't possibly be a spy, but keeping her in command is like having a powder keg ready to explode at any moment in this life-or-death battle. This hidden danger absolutely cannot be allowed to remain. He paused, his voice softening as he whispered into Murong Yan's earlobe. She's your cousin. If I don't take action, you won't be able to make up your mind. I'll be the bad guy. Murong Yan felt the warmth and strength coming from her shoulder, and her tense body and nerves slowly relaxed. She leaned back in her chair, tilted her head back, and looked at the man who had shouldered everything for her, her phoenix eyes filled with complex emotions. She knew he was right. She understood, and that's why she supported him without reservation. Chu Feng also followed suit and slid down. Faced with such passionate tenderness, Murong Yan trembled and subconsciously tried to struggle, but he pressed down on her shoulder with his other hand, making her unable to move. She slowly closed her eyes, her rapid breathing betraying her inner turmoil and palpitations. I've helped you solve such a big problem, shouldn't I, as the head coach, ask for a reward from you? Chu Feng's lips touched her earlobe, his voice husky and magnetic. Not here. Murong Yan's voice was barely a whisper as she pressed her hand against him, her voice tinged with pleading. This is the council chamber. Why not? Chu Feng chuckled, his actions becoming increasingly bold. Right now, it's just the 2 of us here. Everyone else has gone out to make arrangements, so no one will bother us. Just this once, okay? He pressed down lightly with his fingertips. Murong Yan gasped, her body completely softening in his arms. No, she said weakly, more like a pleading voice. I'm afraid. I'm afraid my voice will be too loud, and someone might hear. Then bite your clothes. Chu Feng pulled her sleeve to her lips. Be good. Reward your man. Consider it encouragement before the big battle. Murong Yan looked at the sleeve, so close to her face. Her usually cool and beautiful face was already flushed red, and her phoenix eyes were filled with tears, a mixture of shame and indignation, as well as despair. She hesitated, then slowly opened her mouth. Just then a scout rushed in, stumbling and crawling. Report. General, something terrible has happened. The barbarian army outside the city has gone mad. They didn't retreat, nor did they panic. Instead, they launched a full-scale attack and began besieging the city. Suddenly, a noise came from outside the door. The sight startled Murong Yan, who immediately turned her back and tried to appear calm while adjusting her clothes. She was lucid and extremely relieved, but the city gates had fallen. Chu Feng also cooperated by standing in front, deliberately putting his hands on his hips to block Murong Yan's body. What's the panic? What can 100,000 troops do if they come? Get out of here. The instructor and the general will be coming to inspect us shortly. Chapter 35 General, if this continues, we won't be able to hold out. The icy wind, carrying the pungent smell of blood, relentlessly penetrated every corner of the iron fortress. Chu Feng and Murong Yan climbed the city wall side by side. The sight before them made even Murong Yan, who was used to seeing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, gasp in shock. Beneath the city walls, a black torrent surged forth. Countless barbarian soldiers, wearing animal head hats and animal skins, stretched as far as the eye could see, like a swarm of ants. They let out incomprehensible roars, which coalesced into a deafening sound, as if they wanted to devour the lonely fortress alive. Roar, roar, roar. The shouts of 100,000 people made even the hard city bricks tremble slightly. Chief Instructor, how do we fight this? Alan's face turned ashen, and his hand holding the compound bow trembled like a leaf. Panic spread like a plague across the city walls. The female soldiers of the Iron Wall fortress, though fearless and valiant, had never witnessed such a terrifying battle. This was not a skirmish involving a few hundred or a few thousand people. It was a war of annihilation waged by an army of 100,000. What's the panic? Chu Feng walked to the edge of the battlements, his gaze calmly sweeping over the dark mass of enemy troops below, his face expressionless. Isn't it just 100,000 head of livestock? Kill them all, and we'll have enough to eat for years. This half-joking remark eased the tense atmosphere slightly. As the female soldiers watched his composed back, their previously panicked hearts miraculously calmed down. It was as if as long as this man stood there, the sky would never fall. Beat the drums. Pass the order down. Chu Feng's voice suddenly turned cold. Archers, prepare for 3-stage volley fire. Logistics battalion, bring up rolling logs, boulders, molten gold, and kerosene. Yes, sir. This is where the importance of rear supply becomes apparent. Commanders Yin, Xin, and Xian, you personally oversaw the operation, leading their respective soldiers to carry out orders in an orderly manner. And at that very moment, woo dash, the mournful, somber sound of bullhorns echoed from behind the barbarian army. The attack has begun. Roar, kill. The thousands of barbarian soldiers at the forefront, carrying makeshift ladders, let out a deafening roar and surged toward the drawbridge of the Iron Wall fortress like a floodgate bursting open. There was no fear in their eyes, only bloodthirsty madness. Release the arrows. At Shui Guiying's command, arrows rained down from the city wall. However, these barbarian soldiers neither dodged nor avoided them. They raised their rough, round shields above their heads, letting the arrows pierce them relentlessly, without pausing their steps. People kept falling, wounded by arrows, but those behind them immediately stepped over their fallen comrades and continued their charge. Clang! The first siege ladder was heavily placed on the city wall. A burly soldier with a fierce face, a scimitar in his mouth, climbed the ladder like a monkey, using both hands and feet. Get the hell out of here! One-Eyed Stone roared angrily, picked up a millstone-sized rock, and threw it down with all his might. Boom! The stone smashed onto the ladder, along with the barbarian soldier, turning several other barbarian soldiers who were climbing below into a bloody pulp. But then even more ladders were erected. At this moment, war revealed its most ferocious and primal face. Blood, screams, and the clang of metal. The city wall became a giant meat grinder. Barbarian soldiers kept climbing up the city walls, only to be torn apart and pushed back down by the fearless female soldiers with long knives, spears, and even their teeth. Female soldiers were also constantly struck by the barbarian soldier scimitars, letting out a scream as they fell to the ground below the city walls and were instantly swallowed up by the black torrent. General, why don't we burn the drawbridge? Otherwise, Shui Guiying worriedly said, the barbarian army will pile up corpses all over the city walls. They're all reckless, inhuman beasts. Holding a long sword, Murong Yan personally killed a barbarian warrior who had just climbed onto the city wall. Hot blood splattered all over her face, adding a touch of eerie and murderous intent to her beautiful features. She's hesitating. Her heart was bleeding. These are all the sisters she personally trained. Every time one of them fell, it felt like a knife was being ripped from her heart. If things continue like this, even if we manage to hold off the first wave, what about the second and third waves? With only 3,000 soldiers capable of fighting, how could they possibly withstand a war of attrition waged by an army of 100,000? But if they burn the suspension bridge with rockets, how will the 10,000 people in their fortress survive? There isn't enough food for even a month. They can't get in from the outside, and they're getting less and less inside. Sooner or later they'll be trapped and die. She subconsciously looked at Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng did not participate in the battle. Instead, he held a magical object called telescope and stared motionlessly at the rear of the barbarian army, his brows furrowed. What are you looking at? Murong Yan asked breathlessly. Isn't the barbarian king dead? Why is the barbarian army still attacking the city so recklessly? No, Chu Feng slowly lowered the binoculars, his expression more solemn than ever before. He's not dead. What? Murong Yan was struck dumb. Or rather, the one who died was just a substitute. Chu Feng's voice was icy cold. Look over there. He handed the binoculars to Murong Yan. Murong Yan looked in the direction he pointed. At the rear of the barbarian army, on a high platform made up of countless shields, sat a burly figure dressed almost exactly like the barbarian king who had been shot down earlier on a huge animal skin chair. Around him, countless barbarian experts surrounded him like stars around the moon, firmly protecting him in the center. He even leisurely raised his wine glass, offering a distant toast towards the city wall, his face full of mocking and cruel smiles. That look seemed to say, "Your struggles, in my eyes, are nothing more than an interesting show." Huanlai. Murong Yan gritted her teeth. She finally understood that from the ambush at Go Sorrow Gorge to the clamor outside the city, and then to that lifelike double, it was all a scheme set up by this cunning barbarian king. A series of schemes to lure her and Chu Feng out of the city, thereby observing the true nature of the Mo family secret artifact, and taking the opportunity to deplete the fortress's manpower. This enemy is far more terrifying than she imagined. Traitor. There must be a traitor inside the fortress. Fortunately, Chu Feng and I went out secretly last night. Otherwise, it would have been a different story whether we could have come back safely. Kill. The bloody battle on the city wall brought Murong Yan's thoughts back to reality. The barbarian soldiers were fearless and charged the city walls wave after wave like mad dogs. The rolling logs and stones had long been used up, and the female soldiers even began to dismantle the stone bricks on the battlements and throw them down. A young female soldier was hit by 3 arrows at the same time. Her body swayed, and she fell from the city wall, instantly swallowed up by the surging crowd below. Aïe. The female soldier next to her let out a shrill scream, and the next second, she was beheaded by a barbarian soldier who had just climbed up. Blood stained the city walls. General, if this continues, we won't be able to hold out. Quickly order the suspension bridge to be burned. Covered in blood, the one-eyed Sherman, wielding a large hammer, rushed to Murong Yan and pleaded hoarsely. In her view, burning down the suspension bridge would allow her sisters to live a little longer. If we don't burn the offerings, this day, next year, will be their death anniversary. Chapter 36, The Avalanche Plan. The Wolf Riders' Encirclement and Suppression. Murong Yan looked at the faces around her, some terrified, some numb, and some resolute, and her heart ached. Is heaven destined to destroy my great Yan? She instinctively looked at Chu Feng. This man was her last hope. However, Chu Feng seemed detached from the situation, still holding his binoculars, observing the distance without moving, his brows furrowed. What was he looking at? He was looking at the towering, snow-capped mountains on both sides of the fortress. The winter winds whipped the snow on the mountaintops, making it flutter like a flag. A crazy idea formed in his mind. Pass down the order. Chu Feng put down his binoculars. Have 10 of my personal guards, with ropes, assemble in front of the general's tent. What? Sherman was taken aback. What are you going to do? Take your men and run away. Run away? Chu Feng glanced at her and curled his lips into a smile. No, I'm going to take them to invite divine retribution. He pointed to the majestic snow-capped mountains. Look what that is. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and all they saw was snow. It's snow. No, that's a graveyard that can bury an army of 100,000. Chu Feng's voice carried a chilling magic. I will make this mountain fight for us. Avalanche. Murong Yan instantly understood Chu Feng's intention. She was jolted, and an incredulous light flashed in her eyes. Is Chu Feng going to lead his team out through the secret passage to trigger an avalanche? How is this possible? Avalanches are the wrath of nature, not something that can be caused by human power, Sherman said in a trembling voice. Heavenly might? Chu Feng Laoget? In the eyes of the Manhwa school, there is no such thing as heavenly might, only power that can be calculated and utilized. He patted the inconspicuous cloth bag at his waist. I have a way to wake up that sleeping white behemoth. He looked at Murong Yan with an unprecedentedly serious expression. But I need people like a fearless suicide squad to come with me to that spot on the mountaintop. He pointed to a steep cliff in the snow-capped mountain to deliver thunder there. I'll go. Sherman was the first to step forward. She stared intently at Chu Feng. I want to see if you're just pretending or if you really have extraordinary abilities. You're not up to the task. Chu Feng shook his head. You're brave and fierce in battle, better suited for defending the city and facing the enemy head-on. Let me and my Alpha team handle this mission. After saying that, he then prepared to leave. Chu Feng. Murong Yan grabbed him. The city walls are about to fall. Even if you can't hold it, you must. Chu Feng looked at her, his eyes sharp as knives. Use everything you have to hold them off for half an hour. If I'm not back after half an hour. He paused. You burned down the suspension bridge and then forgot about me. After saying that, he ran down the city wall without looking back. Shuang, quickly take me to the secret chamber. I want my Mo family's divine weapon. General, do you really believe Chu Feng? If the barbarian king is still alive, could he not be a traitor? Yes, General. This is very strange. General, in my opinion, burning the drawbridge and killing Chu Feng is a gamble we can't afford. After Chu Feng left, Qian Yu, Qin Shuang, and the other commanders were all filled with confusion. Returning Chu Feng's secret artifact now and releasing the fortress would be too risky. Shut up, all of you. Murong Yan watched Chu Feng's departing figure and gripped the long sword in her hand tightly. She absolutely did not believe that Chu Feng would betray her. Those days and nights of tender intimacy. Last night, Chu Feng ventured deep into enemy territory to rescue her. Those scenes are etched in her memory. Sisters of the Iron Fortress. She turned to face the endless enemy troops below the city wall, her voice shrill and mournful. Fight to the death. Release it. Hold on for another half an hour. With Murong Yan's command, the few remaining catapults in the fortress groaned as they hurled balls of straw soaked in kerosene toward the right flank of the barbarian camp. That area was not the main direction of attack. It only housed some logistics and supply troops. Boom! Boom! The fireball landed and instantly burst into flames that shot into the sky. On the high platform behind, the barbarian King Huyan Lai frowned. A desperate struggle. A shaman who looked like a strategist beside him sneered. Attacking our army's logistics, trying to cut off our food supplies? How laughable. We barbarian warriors eat human flesh. Food supplies are everywhere. Huyan Lai didn't speak, but just watched the firelight with great interest. He always felt that things weren't that simple. That Ma, his disciple, is extremely cunning. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out that this was just a feint to attract his attention. The real killer move was quietly brewing in the snow-capped mountains right under his nose. We must race against time. Hurry, hurry. Halfway up the snow-capped mountain, Chu Feng led his team through knee-deep snow with great difficulty. Head coach, how much further? Alan asked, panting heavily, her face red from the cold. Once you cross that ridge, you'll arrive. Chu Feng pointed to a protruding cliff not far away. That's the perfect spot to trigger an avalanche. This would neither endanger their people nor prevent the barbarian army from being swallowed up by the heavy snow. However, just as they were about to arrive, woo dash! A mournful horn sounded behind them. Oh no, it's the barbarian patrol team. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Below the hillside, 100 elite barbarian warriors were seen riding giant, long-haired wolves, a rarity in the snowy region, charging rapidly toward them. We've been discovered. Alpha team, take cover, compound bows with armor-piercing arrows, prepare for battle. Chu Feng made a decisive decision, his voice frighteningly calm. The girls scattered instantly, using rocks and snowdrifts to quickly build a makeshift defensive line. The reason for bringing these girls along is to deal with this special situation. It was broad daylight, and the snow-capped mountains were a vast expanse of white. A small black that would be easily spotted and difficult to hide. There's no difference between him coming alone and bringing 10 people. No, this is a crucial moment. The female soldiers of the Alpha Squad came in handy. Shoot! Once within firing range, Chu Feng gave the order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Alpha Squad's composite bows began to unleash their power, firing precise arrows continuously at the wolf riders. Although it was very powerful, it pierced through many wolf riders. But those giant wolves were too fast and extremely agile, maneuvering through the snow, and more than half of the cavalry managed to dodge most of the arrows. In the blink of an eye, the leading barbarian centurion, riding a tall wolf king, was the fastest and most agile. He grinned and brandished his lasso, aiming straight for Alan's neck. At a critical moment, Alan neither dodged nor avoided, letting the lasso entangle him. Using the force of the other's pull, he leaped into the air like a cannonball, plunging the knife deep into the centurion's chest. The centurion didn't even have time to scream before he was stabbed through the heart and died instantly. Alan landed, but it was like a lamb entering a pack of wolves. Head coach, don't worry about me. You guys get out of here. Alan was a good person. She wanted to make her death more meaningful and by time for everyone. Chu Feng was thrilled. As expected of the women's army of my Iron Wall fortress, they are not afraid of death. Suppressive firepower. Chu Feng no longer hesitated and pulled out the weapon that was lying on his back. Da-da-da. A sudden burst of unfamiliar, rapid-fire sounds, like popping beans, rang out. Chu Feng finally used his last trump card. QBZ, 191 short automatic rifle. The bodies of those dozens of wolf riders were struck repeatedly as if by an invisible hammer, instantly riddled with holes, blood, and bits of flesh gushing out. Alan was stunned. All the barbarian soldiers who were fighting and shouting in the back row were thrown off by their fleeing wolf mounts. They fell into the snow crust and were stunned. They stared in horror at the iron pipe in Chu Feng's hand that was constantly spitting out tongues of fire, their minds blank. What kind of sorcery is that? Run! Chu Feng grabbed Alan, who was still in a daze, and ran towards the highest point of the ridge. The Alpha team retreated while firing. The Wolf Riders' mounts were scared away, and they lost their most preferred means of transportation, leaving them vulnerable to being shot at like sieves. But these barbarian soldiers roam the snow-capped mountains year-round, so even when they run, it's as if they're walking on flat ground. They're not afraid of dying. More than 50, piece by piece. After suffering half casualties, they chased after them again. Roar! Just then, a barbarian warrior, who had been pierced by 4 arrows, somehow jumped out of the snow shell beside Chu Feng. The curved swords in his hands slashed straight at his back. Head coach, watch out. Chapter 37. This man is her god. Huh. Xiaoqi's eyes were about to burst. Without thinking, she roared and, like an angry little female leopard, slammed Chu Feng away with her whole body. The tip of the bayonet was deeply embedded in her shoulder. If it weren't for the extremely tough scale armor that blocked most of the attack, Xiaoqi would have died on the spot. Well, Xiaoqi let out a muffled groan, her body swaying violently, but she used the momentum to spin around, her petite figure appearing behind the barbarian soldier like a ghost, her dagger flashing like lightning. The barbarian soldier's throat was instantly slit open, and he collapsed without even being able to scream. She collapsed into a pool of blood, screaming at Chu Feng with her last breath. Head coach, let's go. Chu Feng looked at her, and his heart suddenly clenched. Damn it, this silly girl actually risked her life to save me. They had only known each other for a little over 10 days. He thought 5 magazines of bullets would be enough, but he ultimately underestimated the ferocity and strange physique of these barbarian soldiers. An ordinary person would fall down after 1 or 2 bullets. They were like enraged beasts. Nothing worked unless they hit the vital points. There was no time to think. Let's get through this hurdle first. He pulled out the last 2 Type 82 to 2-hand grenades from his waist and bit open the pin with his teeth. Get down on your knees, all of you. A furious roar. He threw a grenade with all his might at the pursuing horde of barbarians. Boom! The violent explosion sent up a cloud of snow and mist, and the first few barbarian soldiers were instantly blown to pieces. Quick, get to the top of the mountain. Tie a rope to that rock. Chu Feng bought everyone a few precious seconds. He picked up Xiaoqi, who was covered in blood, and rushed towards the top of the mountain without regard for anything else. Head coach, don't worry about me. Xiaoqi was in his arms, her breath weak. She knew she was dying and would only be a burden. Shut up. So what if he got stabbed in the back? You won't die. Head coach, you should quickly ask a god to save me. I'll be a burden to you. For you, for the sisters of the fortress. Xiaoqi is not afraid to die. Xiaoqi stubbornly clung to him. Shut up. I am a god. Chu Feng roared and accelerated his pace. I cannot abandon any of my soldiers. Taking advantage of the brief chaos caused by the grenades, everyone helped each other and struggled to climb to the top of the mountain, quickly tying the other end of the ropes they were wearing tightly to the huge pointed rock at the summit. But just then, Alan pointed down the mountain, his voice trembling. Head coach, something bad has happened. This exclamation drew everyone's attention. At the foot of the mountain, a dark mass of people surged in from all directions, like a black tide, numbering at least several thousand, if not 10,000. Oh shit, looks like my news of leaving the fortress has been leaked again. Who is the mole? There must be a traitor among us. Chu Feng was burning with rage. Otherwise, the barbarian king wouldn't have gone to such lengths, mobilizing so many troops to besiege and suppress us. Pity. You could never have imagined that I would show you what divine intervention truly means. Chu Feng had already scouted out the key detonation point of the avalanche and devised a foolproof plan to ensure the safety of himself and his team. Now, the entire Alpha team has reached the summit, secured by ropes, and no matter how turbulent the snow on a mountainside may be, it poses no threat to them whatsoever. He pulled out a grenade, pulled a safety pin. Goodbye, you scum. The grenade traced a perfect parabola through the air before landing precisely deep within the thick snow below. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. 3 seconds later, boom! A muffled explosion came from beneath the snow. Immediately afterwards, a deep, resounding roar, seemingly from the depths of the earth, began to echo throughout the entire mountain range. Click, click. The entire snow-capped mountain like a sleeping ancient beast, was completely awakened and began to tremble violently. At the edge of the cliff, a huge crack, like a black lightning bolt, spread rapidly. Boom! A roar that defied description resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The massive snow cover that covered the entire mountain began to writhe and disintegrate, eventually transforming into a white death god that devoured heaven and earth. At first, the speed was very slow. Not enough. Chu Feng took out all the grenades and threw them in again. Boom, boom, boom. Accelerated by both gravity and explosion, the White Reaper began to accelerate and accelerate even more. In the end, it transformed into a white curtain of sky, hundreds of meters high, that could destroy everything in its path. Divine retribution has arrived. Beneath the city walls, tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers, who were frantically attacking the city, heard the thunder from sky. They looked up in horror, their pupils reflecting the collapsing sky. What is that? Run, run. The gods are enraged. It's divine punishment. Panic, despair, hysteria. However, it was all too late. Faced with the absolute, world-destroying power of nature, humanity is so small and laughable. The white sky crashed down with the force of a thunderbolt. Time passed second by second. The tens of thousands of barbarian troops besieging the city, along with their rudimentary siege ladders and siege equipment, were washed away like ants on a beach by a mischievous child with a bucket of water. A moment later, the whole world fell into a deathly silence. On the city wall, all the surviving female soldiers stared blankly at the scene before them, which seemed like a myth, as if their souls had been ripped from their bodies. On the high mountains behind, the barbarian King Huyanlai's hand, holding a wine cup, froze in midair. The muscles in his face twitched violently, a twitch of unprecedented, bone-deep horror and fear. Tens of thousands of elite troops just vanished like that. Only his 3,000 personal guards remained. That wasn't human intervention. That was divine punishment. Is true divine punishment. He finally realized that he was not facing a successor of the Manhwa school at all. That was a deity who could summon wind and rain and command the might of heaven. He smashed his glass and ran away in fear. Retreat, retreat quickly. Retreat the entire army. Quickly. The remaining barbarian army, numbering less than 5,000, abandoned their armor and fled frantically back the way they came, wishing they had more legs. The crisis has been averted, in a way that no one could have imagined. On the city wall, Sherman looked at the distant snow-capped mountain peak and saw those few ant-sized shadows wriggling in the wind and snow. General, it's the head instructor and the others. Then her knees buckled. He knelt down with a thud. For the first time, this fearless and shrewish woman shed tears mixed with awe and fervor and knelt heavily on the ground. It's the head coach. They're still alive. The head coach saved us. The head coach is still alive. Immediately afterwards, all the surviving female soldiers on the city wall, including those unruly commanders, knelt down in unison, facing the direction of the snow-capped mountains. They looked in that direction, their eyes no longer filled with awe, but with a fanatical worship, like believers looking up at a god. The head coach is awesome. The head coach is in awe. The shouts, like a mountain roar and a tsunami, resounded through the sky, one wave higher than the next. Murong Yan stood in the crowd, gazing intently in the direction of the man who was being worshipped by the masses. Her heart was pounding, her blood was burning. Shock, ecstasy, infatuation, and adoration ultimately transformed into unconditional trust and surrender, enough to melt an iceberg. This man is a god. She is her god. It is the only hope for the restoration of the great Yin kingdom. Chapter 38, Snow Peak Emergency Rescue, Healer's Compassion. At the summit of the snow-capped mountain, the wind howled like a knife. The shouts, as loud as a mountain and as powerful as a tsunami, came intermittently on the wind. The head coach and the others are calling her name. Xiao Qi leaned against Chu Feng's chest, her breath faint, but a proud smile played on her lips. I knew you could do it. Shut up. Save your energy. Chu Feng's tone was harsh, but his movements were as light as if he were touching a feather. He quickly took off his cotton padded coat and placed it on the ground. The female soldiers around them instantly understood and immediately took off their outer garments, using their bodies and clothes to create a tent, effectively blocking the biting cold wind from the outside. Chu Feng quickly removed Xiao Qi's leather armor, which was soaked in blood and frozen stiff. The leather armor was stuck to the wound, and with a gentle tug, Zioki gasped in pain, her face turning deathly pale. Bear with it. Chu Feng took out surgical scissors, his eyes focused, and carefully cut away the stuck clothing and leather armor little by little along the edge of the wound. The gruesome wounds were exposed. The cut slashed diagonally down from the right back shoulder, so deep that bone was visible. The skin and flesh were turned outwards, and the surrounding tissues were a horrifying bluish-purple due to the severe cold. The female soldiers couldn't help but cover their mouths, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Shrink everything up tightly. Make sure there's no draft. Chu Feng didn't even look up. He took out alcohol, gauze, and sutures from his medical kit and lined them up in a row. His movements were as fast as a blur, and as steady as if he were not on a blizzard-ravaged mountaintop, but in a sterile operating room. Head coach, what do you need me to do? Alan squatted down and asked eagerly. No need, just standing firm is the biggest help you can give. In such a godforsaken place, the effective treatment time is pitifully short. Every second is a race against death. It will hurt a little, just bear with it. Chu Feng cleaned the wound with an alcohol swab while speaking to Xiao-Qi. The cold alcohol touched the exposed flesh, and the piercing pain made Xiao-Qi shudder. She gritted her teeth, but didn't utter a sound. Chu Feng looked at her furrowed brows and pale lips, and his heart softened for no reason. He leaned down, brought his voice very low to her ear. When the pain became unbearable, it bit me. Xiao-Qi's body stiffened abruptly, and she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Chu Feng's deep gaze, which was so close to hers. There was not a trace of frivolity in it, only a focusedness that put her at ease. A sickly blush rose uncontrollably across her cheeks, and she gently shook her head. Chu Feng didn't say anything more and began stitching. His fingers were long and steady as he threaded the needle with fluid movements, each stitch precise and machine-like in its depth and the tightness of the thread. Time passed second by second. In a biting cold wind, only the rustling sound of metal needles piercing flesh and the girl's suppressed breathing could be heard. Alan and the others watched intently. The bloody wound was perfectly repaired, stitch by stitch, by the head coach. All right. When the last stitch was inserted and the surgical knot was tied, Chu Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. He cut the sutures and carefully bandaged the wound with gauze and bandages, his forehead already covered with a fine layer of sweat. Head coach Xiao-Qi's voice was still weak, but noticeably stronger. I don't feel so much pain anymore. Of course, I gave you anesthesia. Chu Feng rolled his eyes at her, reached out and touched her forehead, but his brows instantly furrowed into a knot. Scalding hot. Damn it, he still has a high fever, he muttered under his breath. Even with timely wound cleaning, it cannot withstand excessive blood loss and the invasion of severe cold. Xiao-Qi has a high fever. In such an environment, once the infection gets out of control, even a miracle won't save them. Chief instructor, quickly take Xiao-Qi down the mountain and back to the camp to find the army doctor. Chun Tao said anxiously. It's too late. Alan shook his head, his face grave. It takes at least an hour to get down the mountain. She won't make it. Chu Feng didn't say anything, but quickly took out a pack of 100 Beprofen tablets, which was affordable, effective, and cheap. After feeding 2 tablets, he was still worried. We must immediately use physical methods to cool down the body and replenish energy and fluids. Physical cooling? Replenishing energy? The female soldiers looked at each other, completely bewildered. Chu Feng was too lazy to explain. He looked at Xiao-Qi's dry, chapped lips and was extremely anxious. There was no hot water, no glucose, not even a clean snowflake. In desperation, he grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. Head coach, what are you doing? Alan exclaimed. Chu Feng ignored her, slowly melting the ice and snow with the warmth of his tongue, then lowered his head and brought his lips close to Xiao-Qi's. Everyone was stunned. His eyes widened. At first, the girls blushed and their hearts raced as they watched, but gradually, their gazes changed. They probably know what the head coach is doing. A strange pang of jealousy welled up inside me. I wished it were them lying there instead. Chu Feng carefully fed the melted snow water in his mouth, little by little, into Xiao-Qi's chapped mouth. 1, 2. Xiao-Qi's tightly closed eyelashes trembled slightly. Her parched throat was moistened, and she instinctively began to swallow. Chu Feng moved slowly and gently, as if afraid of choking her. His focused expression was as if he were handling a rare treasure. After feeding the child water, Chu Feng tore open another pack of compressed biscuits, chewed them up himself first, and then fed them to Xiao-Qi one bite at a time in the same way. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao-Qi's complexion gradually regained some color, and her breathing became much more stable. Chu Feng then straightened up. I looked down the mountain. An hour is definitely not enough. Xiao-Qi can't wait. We must get back within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. This is a matter of life and death. On the walls of the Iron Fortress, however, the atmosphere was completely different. The ecstasy of surviving the ordeal, mixed with the miraculous worship of Chu Feng, plunged the entire Iron Wall fortress into a frenzy. The head coach is incredibly powerful. The head coach is awesome. The female soldiers spontaneously cleaned the city wall and took care of the wounded, and each of them was beaming with pride. Murong Yan stood on the city wall, gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains, her phoenix eyes filled with tenderness and worry. General, scouts have been dispatched and are clearing the mountain road. They will be able to bring the chief instructor and the others back soon. Shui Guiying came up behind her and reported softly. Murong Yan nodded, but her gaze never left the snow-capped mountain. Go and prepare all the best medicine and fabric. Also, stew those dragonfish I treasure into soup and send them over as soon as the head instructor returns with his men. Yes, Shui Guiying replied, but hesitated as if she wanted to say something more. Is there anything else? The general's message regarding Commander Lei. Upon hearing the name Lei Yin, Murong Yan's eyes instantly turned icy cold. How is she? She's still in the dungeon, but her bones have been set. She's just been making a scene, saying you've been deceived by a villain and will regret it sooner or later. Murong Yan fell silent. She knew that things could never go back to the way they were. After a long while, she finally let out a soft sigh. Let her be. No one is allowed to visit her. I will handle things myself once the fighting has subsided. By the way, how's the investigation into the mole going? Chapter 39. The saddle is a bit small. Commander Shui squeezes in. At the summit of the snow-capped mountain, Chu Feng's gaze fell on the tough leather armor they were wearing. Take them all off. The female soldiers were taken aback. Although they were puzzled, they quickly removed their leather armor due to their almost blind trust in Chu Feng. Head coach, this is the boat that will take us down the mountain. Chu Feng didn't explain. He quickly stacked the two leather armors back to back and then tied them tightly together with leather ropes to form a simple, smooth-bottomed flat plate. A single thought caused the pupils of all the girls present to dilate instantly. Is the head coach using this as a sled? Quickly pair up. Chu Feng secured the unconscious Xiao Qi to his chest with ropes, then stepped onto the simple leather snowboat. Remember, keep your center of gravity low, dig your feet into the snow, and use your heels to control direction and slow down. No matter what, stick close to me. Good. Soon, everyone followed Chu Feng's method, made simple sleds, sat firmly, and were ready to set off at any time. 3, 2, 1. Chu Feng glanced at the almost vertical slope below the mountain and took a deep breath. Set off. At his command, he kicked off with both feet. Whoosh! Like an arrow released from a bow, the leather-armored snow boat instantly carried him and Xiao Qi in his arms down the steep mountain ridge. The feeling of weightlessness and extreme speed caused the girls, experiencing this divine ride for the first time, to scream with a mixture of fear and excitement. The wind was like a sharp blade, lashing against my face and making it impossible to open my eyes. The surrounding scenery rushed past, turning into a blurry white afterimage. Chu Feng crouched on the snowboat, his eyes narrowed to slits, calmly observing the rocks and cliffs rushing past ahead. Head coach, am I dead? I feel like I'm flying. Zioki suddenly woke up groggily, looked at the sky, and felt like she was floating. Hold on tight, silly girl, we'll be home soon. He lowered his head and wrapped Xiao Qi in his arms even tighter with his own body, shielding her from all the cold winds that rushed towards her. Zioki seemed to feel that familiar warmth and sense of security, and unconsciously snuggled closer to him, her chapped lips moving as she murmured a dreamlike sound. The head coach is so handsome. To die in the head coach's arms, Xiao Qi has no regrets in this life. Meanwhile, Alan and the others following behind were already terrified and screamed repeatedly. Because of the recent avalanche, the downhill slope was too steep and too bumpy. They could only mimic Chu Feng's movements, completely entrusting their fate to the godlike man in front of them. In their eyes, this was no longer an escape. This is their God, leading them to experience yet another miracle that mortals cannot imagine. Time flies by in a flash. A stick of incense burns, seemingly in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud bang, Chu Feng was the first to rush out of the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, plunging headfirst into the thick snow along with his boat. Immediately afterwards, with a few plop sounds, Alan, Chun Tao, and others rushed out one after another, falling into a heap of pieces. Survived a disaster. They lay in the snow, panting heavily, their bones feeling like they were about to fall apart. Yet their faces radiated a triumphant, exhilarating joy at having escaped death. We really came down in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Chun Tao murmured to herself, as if she were dreaming. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats approached from afar. Dozens of female soldiers riding tall war horses appeared before them, and the one in the lead was none other than Shui Guiying, the commander of the personal guard. Head coach. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Shui Ging felt a great weight lifted from her shoulders and leaped off her horse. Thank goodness. You're all right. Quick. Xiao Qi is seriously injured, has lost too much blood, and has a high fever and infection. A scout quickly lifted the man onto a horse and returned to the camp ahead of them. Everyone else seemed to consciously ride in pairs with the scouts, except for Shui Ging, who waited for Chu Feng to mount his horse. Shui Ging mounted her horse first and extended her hand. Chief Instructor, you've worked hard. The general is waiting for your triumphant return. Chu Feng smiled, knowing he hadn't stooped to being carried by a woman. Shui Ging's outstretched hand froze in midair, somewhat embarrassed. She meant well, seeing that he had just gone through a fierce battle, climbing snow-capped mountains and fighting barbarian soldiers, and wanted to help him. To everyone's surprise, Chu Feng simply smiled, his gaze sweeping over her face before he said something. Commander Shui, I prefer to be in the back. Before Shui Ging could react, he gently braced himself on the horse's back, mounted it, and landed steadily behind her. Caught off guard, Shui Ging's entire back slammed solidly into a firm, burning chest. A strong and unfamiliar masculine scent instantly enveloped her from head to toe. She froze completely. A saddle is a single-person saddle, narrow and tight. Chu Feng sat down so dramatically that he practically encircled her entirely in his arms, his legs pressed tightly against hers, forming an impenetrable embrace from behind. Shui Ging could clearly feel the astonishing heat emanating from the body behind her, as well as the strong, muscular outline of a man's body that she couldn't ignore even through his clothes. Her face flushed red instantly, from her ears to her neck. Head coach, you. She was both ashamed and angry, and instinctively wanted to struggle, straightening her back and trying to create some distance. But the more she leaned forward, the tighter the person behind her pressed against her. Chu Feng acted as if nothing had happened, and even adjusted his posture to make himself more comfortable, taking the reins in front of her with both hands. This action caused him to almost fall onto Shui Guiying's back. Don't move. I just had a near-death experience dancing. My legs are weak. I need to find something to lean on. His warm breath tickled Shui Ging's sensitive earlobe, causing tiny goosebumps to rise all over her body. How dare you? Shui Guiying's voice trembled slightly. In her entire life, she had never had such intimate contact with a man. Insolence. Chu Feng chuckled, resting his head on her shoulder and lazily saying, Commander Shui, you're a great commander. Are you afraid that I, an unarmed wounded soldier, will eat you? Besides, look at this saddle of yours. It's too small. It's unfair to me. The guard around him kept their eyes down, trying their best to suppress their laughter, their faces turning almost purple. Their leader, Commander Shui, who was usually stern and cold as ice, actually had a day when he was rendered speechless by someone. Moreover, it was done in such an embarrassing and heart-pounding way. Shui Ging was so angry that she trembled all over, but she couldn't retaliate. Beat? She had witnessed Lei Yin's fate firsthand. Scold? This man's skin is so thick it could block an armor-piercing arrow. Moreover, he is now a god who saved the entire fortress and a favorite of the general. If I were to embarrass him in public, I would not be able to get past the general. She could only grit her teeth and utter a single word. Drive! With a flick of the reins, the warhorse neighed and galloped forward. She wanted to use her speed to throw the scoundrel behind her off the ground. But Chu Feng's legs were like iron clamps, firmly gripping the horse's belly, his hands tightly holding her lower abdomen, and he deliberately pulled her back sharply. No matter how much the horse jolted, he didn't move an inch. Instead, the jolting made him press his body even closer to hers, causing them to bump into each other even more violently. Shui Guiying's face was so red, it looked like it could bleed. She gave up struggling, her body stiffened, and she let him hang on her like a koala. The two sped along without saying another word, until the towering silhouette of the iron wall fortress came into view in the distance, and the cheering figures on the city walls became clearly visible. Chu Feng, who was resting his head on her shoulder, suddenly stirred. His lazy tone disappeared. Commander Shui, that night, Xiao Chun left the city. Are you really only thinking of him and came to meet us? Chapter 40, The Hero's Reward, A Bath for Two. When Chu Feng and his group were brought back to the Iron Wall Fortress, they were greeted with thunderous cheers. The female soldiers of the entire fortress lined the streets from the city gate to the drill ground to welcome them. Their eyes no longer held the former fierceness and arrogance, but only the purest and most fervent worship. The head coach is incredibly powerful. The head coach is awesome. Some of the bolder female soldiers even try to rush up and kiss their hero. However, they were firmly blocked by Shui Ging's personal guard battalion. Chu Feng carried the unconscious Xiao Qi in the middle, followed by the equally battered alpha team. With each step he took, the crowd erupted in a deafening roar. The sight of being revered by thousands, like a king on an inspection tour, made Chu Feng feel a little smug. Damn, this feels so much better than being a special forces soldier. Quick, military doctors. Bring me all the best military doctors. As soon as he entered the fortress, Chu Feng shouted at the top of his lungs. No need. A cold, clear voice rang out. Murong Yan was already waiting at the foot of the general's tent. She wasn't as enthusiastic as the other female soldiers. She just stood there quietly, but the undisguised tenderness and concern in her phoenix eyes were more fervent than any shout. I've already made arrangements for all matters related to the post-war period. Just send her directly to the wounded soldiers' camp. She looked at Xiao Qi in Chu Feng's arms, then at Chu Feng's blood-stained face, and her voice softened unconsciously. You've worked hard too. Chu Feng grinned. Serving my future queen is worth any hardship. This blatant flirtation sent a blush instantly across Murong Yan's cheeks. She glared at him reproachfully, then turned and went into the attic first. Zioki was properly placed in the wounded soldiers' camp, and several of the most experienced female military doctors immediately surrounded her to conduct a new round of examinations and treatments. Chu Feng then went to the general's tent. Hot water bucket, clean clothes, and plenty of food were all prepared in advance. In particular, the large bowl of steaming, fragrant dragon fish soup on the table made Chu Feng, who had been busy for a day and a night, very hungry. He sat down at the table, picked up the bowl of dragon fish soup, and started gulping it down. A warm current instantly spread from his stomach throughout his body, quickly replenishing his depleted strength. He could clearly feel his exhausted body recovering at an astonishing speed. Arowanas are truly wonderful things. Chu Feng smacked his lips, gaining a new understanding of the dragonfish's miraculous effects. Just then, footsteps sounded. Murong Yan changed out of her military uniform and walked in wearing a loose purple dress. Having shed her coldness and authority as a female general, she now resembles a charming and sophisticated housewife, with a hint of languor and allure in her eyes. She walked over to Chu Feng, naturally picked up a towel, and wiped his face. Zioki's condition has stabilized. The military doctor said that thanks to your timely treatment, she would definitely not have survived. That's right. Don't you even know who I am? Chu Feng mumbled something while eating large mouthfuls of roasted meat. Murong Yan's gaze softened as she watched him wolf down his food. Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. She paused, then asked seemingly casually, is Zioki's body pretty? Chu Feng almost choked on a piece of meat, coughing violently and turning red in the face. What had someone said? 2. He's a high-ranking general. The details of his treatment couldn't possibly be kept secret. Cough, cough. What nonsense are you talking about? I did it to save her. Physical cooling. Artificial respiration. Do you understand? It's science. Science. Murong Yan could not hide her jealousy. All I saw was that after the girl woke up, she didn't say a word, but her face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Moreover, when the army doctor changed her dressing, he found that even the straps of her bodice were untied. Puff. Chu Feng spat out the mouthful of soup he had just drunk. I'm innocent. I was stitching up her wound. I swear, I didn't even glance at the parts one shouldn't have touched. Chu Feng raised 3 fingers, his face full of confidence. Thank God. All he could think about at the time was saving people. He didn't have time to think about anything else. Although it does feel really good. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Murong Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. That smile was like 100 flowers blooming, leaving Chu Feng stunned. All right, I was just kidding. I can sense where your mind is. Murong Yan stopped smiling, and her expression gradually became gentle and tender. You've eaten and drunk your fill, right? Then hurry up and take a shower. I'm already done. This general will personally serve you. Okay, but you'll have to wash again. Chu Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He reached out and swept the woman in front of him into his arms. Murong Yan gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The blush that had just faded from her pretty face instantly turned an even deeper shade of red. What are you doing? I've already washed. You promised to serve me, so what kind of service is it if you don't come in and serve me? Chu Feng lowered his head and blew a warm breath into her ear. He walked a few steps to the huge Namyu bathtub and, without saying a word, began to untie the ties of her loose long dress. The silky fabric slid down her smooth skin, revealing a pale purple undergarment underneath. Murong Yan closed her eyes in embarrassment, her body trembling slightly, but she did not resist anymore. She knew that in front of this man, all her pride and pretense were incredibly fragile. Chu Feng admired the beautiful scenery before him, and without hesitation, he tore off her last restraints and threw them on the ground before gently placing her into the already steaming bathtub. Splash! The warm water washed over her body, allowing her tense nerves to relax slightly. Immediately afterwards, Chu Feng quickly took off his tattered and blood-stained clothes, revealing his still strong and muscular body covered in small wounds, and stepped inside. The bathtub was large, but it still felt a bit crowded when a tall man entered. Chu Feng let out a long sigh, leaned against the tub, and scooped up Murong Yan, who was trying to shrink into the corner, so that she could sit steadily in his lap with her back to him. You! Murong Yan's body stiffened instantly, her entire back pressed tightly against his burning chest. Even through the water, she could clearly feel his strong heartbeat and his undeniable control. She had never experienced anything like this before, and she was a little nervous. Don't move. Chu Feng wrapped his arms around her restlessly. Let me hug you, my great general. His palm moved upwards, gently stroking her smooth back, admiring the large, embroidered back with phoenix-like patterns. That was the mark that was imprinted on his heart the first time he saw her. His fingers gently caressed the scar, as if he were touching a rare treasure. Murong Yan's body trembled, and an unusual warm current spread from the scar throughout her body. With me here, who would dare to hurt you? Chu Feng's lips pressed against her earlobe, his voice deep and domineering. You. Murong Yan's voice was barely audible, with a slight tremor. You're hurting me. Chu Feng chuckled softly. The woman in his arms had already melted into a puddle of spring water. He said nothing more, but simply turned her around so that she was facing him. Their eyes met, and a misty haze filled the air. He saw the unyielding tenderness, adoration, and utter devotion in her phoenix eyes. The next second, he lowered his head and kissed her. The water in the bathtub began to shake violently, overflowing in waves and quickly wetting the floor. Splash, splash. Chapter 41, Who Exactly Killed My Cousin? The waves crashed and surged for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. Murong Yan leaned lazily against Chu Feng's chest. That usually cold and aloof pretty face was now flushed with satisfaction, her phoenix eyes hazy, as if filled with spring water. What were the casualties at the fortress this time? Thanks to you, fewer than 100 of our sisters died in battle, and about 1,000 were wounded to varying degrees. However, the barbarian army's attack destroyed many houses in the fortress, and repairs will take some time. That's excellent. Chu Feng finally felt relieved. These casualties were exchanged for a barbarian army of 100,000. Such a deterrent will surely make the whole world tremble with fear at the ironclad fortress's methods, and they will absolutely not dare to offend it again in the short term. Chu Feng, Murong Yan suddenly spoke in a delicate voice, like a young wife. Who exactly are you? She finally asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for so long. Does the Manhwa school really have someone as all-knowing and insightful as you? Chu Feng chuckled softly, lowered his head and kissed her delicate earlobe, his large hand beginning to move downwards. Who I am is not important. All you need to know is that I am your man, and that's enough. It was that same domineering and unreasonable response again. Murong Yan chuckled inwardly, yet felt incredibly pleased. She didn't press him further, but simply rested her head gently on his shoulder, savoring this rare moment of tenderness and tranquility. This man is like a bottomless mystery. The more you explore him, the more you sink into his depths. By the way, you've done a great service this time, saving the lives of all the sisters in the fortress. I'm going to prepare a celebration banquet for you in a few days. First, we need to reward the entire army. Second, we need to reward all the sisters. But we only have a limited number of dragonfish. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng pondered for a moment. This thing was so precious that even if it were used as a reward for the entire army, there probably wouldn't be enough resources. What he cares about most now is where this thing came from and how big it is. Since Murong Yan has taken the initiative to ask, why not take this opportunity to find out more? General, you must be troubled by how to distribute it. As the saying goes, scarcity increases value. If you're asking for my opinion, at least let me know how much this stuff is produced. Upon hearing this, Murong Yan tensed up, then calmed down and said softly, I'd better think about it some more. She regretted asking the question as soon as she asked it. I feel like slapping myself. Because I was feeling too good just now, I didn't think too much and blurted out something that put me in a difficult position. Upon hearing this answer, Chu Feng was naturally somewhat dissatisfied, and his movements slowed down. Murong Yan sensed the other party's dissatisfaction. Feeling that those words were indeed a bit out of place at the moment, she softened her tone and took the initiative to greet them. Don't be angry as long as you can get me pregnant. Not only will the secret of the dragonfish be yours, but the entire Iron Fortress will be yours. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng paused slightly. Murong Yan had made this promise to herself more than once. Is it really that difficult for women here to get pregnant? This is a bit illogical. Could it be that the geographical environment in this cold northern region has altered people's physical constitution? Or is it related to eating dragonfish all year round? In a short time, Chu Feng didn't have anything to hold on to yet. This matter requires time to prove. It cannot be resolved in a short period of time. But this is evident. The royal family's emphasis on the inheritance of bloodlines is ingrained in their very being. She was really anxious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to ask for it so many times every time they catch themselves. Fine. He smiled, but his hands started to wander again. This matter concerns the life and death of the great Yin kingdom, so I won't force you. But if you don't agree to another matter, I'll get angry. What is it? Tell me. Murong Yan gave a shy sigh, and remembering the embarrassing request he had made before, she resolutely refused. Could it be that he's forcing me to speak? Opening. Chu Feng has done such a great service this time. I should reward him properly, otherwise it will definitely cause a rift between us. But Chu Feng said, the Mahi's secret artifacts that the general has confiscated from me must all be returned to me. I have a great use for them. Hearing this, Murong Yan frowned slightly. This man always spoils the fun at times like this. I thought it was some unreasonable request, but it turns out he still cares about his treasures. In fact, even if Chu Feng hadn't made this request, Murong Yan wouldn't have deliberately blocked him. Without Chu Feng and those treasures, Iron Wall Fortress would probably have been captured by the barbarian army by now. All right, I'll have Commander Shui escort you to the attic later. Murong Yan agreed easily, but she felt empty inside. But just then, thank you for your trust, General. Chu Feng suddenly lifted her up, creating a splash, and stirred the water with his large hands. I definitely won't let you down. Murong Yan gave a soft snort. Be gentle. Chu Feng, let's go to bed. The water's all spilled out, and it's a bit cold. Yes, General, that's exactly what I was thinking. Chu Feng stood up with great strides, then swept Murong Yan up in his arms. Splash. The sound of water filled the air. In fact, he already knew the answer in his heart. Even though he had made great contributions and was now playing with Murong Yan in his arms, compared with the entire Iron Wall Fortress, it was still not enough to make Murong Yan completely submit. After all, the secret of the dragonfish is the lifeblood of their great Yin kingdom. Perhaps he was still missing a catalyst, a reason for Murong Yan to hand over the Iron Wall Fortress to him. So he first presented reasons why she couldn't possibly agree, and then demanded the return of the weapons, making it difficult for her to refuse. But just then, knock knock knock, a rapid knocking broke the ambiguous atmosphere inside the room. General, head instructor, something terrible has happened. Something's happened in the dungeon. The guards outside the door were calling anxiously. Murong Yan froze, abruptly sat up from Chu Feng's embrace, grabbed the clothes beside her, and quickly put them on. What's up? Chu Feng, Thou Wen. A dungeon? Could be Lane? Or is it Xiao Chun? The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. Commander Shui didn't say anything specific. He just sent his subordinates to invite the general to go and see for himself. Okay, I'm coming right now. The scene changes. Iron Fortress dungeon. The dungeon was dark and damp, filled with a foul, musty smell. Lane lay in a pool of blood, with a deep, bone-revealing wound on his neck, and a sharp shard of porcelain lying beside him. Her chest barely rose and fell. Her face was ashen white, and it was clear she was not going to make it. Shuaging knelt beside him, her face equally grim, while several female jailers stood trembling to one side. What on earth is going on? Upon witnessing this scene, Murong Yan tried her best to control herself and not lose her composure, but her body trembled uncontrollably. Reporting to the general, Shuaging bowed. Commander Lei took his own life with a shard of porcelain from his broken rice bowl. When I found him, he was already. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Feng interrupted her with a cold laugh. To end it all, but nothing more was said. Instead, he crouched down, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and then looked at the murder weapon. Well disguised, Chu Feng stood up and clapped his hands. Unfortunately, there are too many loopholes. He pointed to the wound on Lei Yin's neck. This wound is clean, with a uniform depth, and was made in one smooth motion from left to right. How could someone desperately seeking death, in such excruciating pain, possibly make such a precise cut? Wouldn't their hands tremble? He then pointed to the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground. The edge of this shard of porcelain still had bits of vegetable scraps stuck to it from her bowl, but her hands were spotless, without a trace of oil. How did she manage to handle such a greasy shard of porcelain while keeping her hands clean? Most importantly, given Commander Lei's personality, she would never commit suicide. Chu Feng's analysis aroused suspicion in both Murong Yan and Shui Guiying. Traitor, Murong Yan muttered to herself. She had suspected it long ago. She was nearly assassinated a few days ago. If there hadn't been a traitor within the fortress, How could she have been assassinated? Although she killed the assassin, there were no clues whatsoever. Commander Xue. She suddenly turned around and stared intently at Xue Ging. You're the one who locked Lei Yin up, and you're the one who found him. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? They faced criticism. Xue Ging knelt down with a thud, her face as pale as paper. General, I truly do not know. When my subordinate arrived, Commander Lei had already been involved in an accident. Don't know. Murong Yan suddenly roared. She's my cousin. She's my only family in this world. No matter how stupid or reckless she is, she would never commit suicide or betray me. My own cousin, the commander of the Golden Cavalry, died mysteriously in the dungeon, and you're telling me you didn't know? Someone come here. She screamed hysterically. Arrest all the jailers on duty. Torture me severely. I want to know who it was. Who on earth dared to kill my people and my cousin right under my nose? Chapter 42, The 3-Day Bet. Capturing the traitor. General, you mustn't. Xue Ging was terrified and immediately kowtowed. The great battle has just ended, and morale is low. Arresting people indiscriminately and using torture at this time will inevitably cause panic and shake the morale of the army. I urge the general to think twice. Think it over? My only remaining family member is dead. How can you expect me to think it over? Murong Yan's eyes were red and filled with tears. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be punished. Yes. The guards looked at each other, caught in a dilemma, but had no choice but to obey the general's orders. Just then, wait a minute. Chu Feng walked up to Murong Yan and reached out to wipe away her tears. Why are you crying? She's already dead. Will crying bring her back to life? Murong Yan slapped his hand away. What do you know? That's my sister. That's the commander of the Golden Cavalry. She died in the dungeon under mysterious circumstances. How am I supposed to explain this to my sisters? How can they accept it? If this isn't handled properly, it'll cause chaos. Understand. Chu Feng looked directly into her eyes. I know you want to kill people right now, to turn the entire Iron Fortress upside down. But then what? Even if you kill all the jailers, it will only make the real traitors applaud and laugh at your stupidity and impulsiveness. Although Murong Yan was unwilling, she had to admit that Chu Feng was right. Listen to me. Chu Feng didn't give her a chance to refute. I know you're upset, but now is not the time to let emotions get the better of you. The fortress has just been through a major battle and suffered heavy casualties. What we need most now is stability, not internal strife. If you start killing people now, it will only discourage the sisters and give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Murong Yan was breathing heavily, her chest heaving, her mind in turmoil. She knew perfectly well that Chu Feng was right, but she was unwilling to accept that her sister had died tragically in the dungeon. Then what do you suggest we do? Are we just going to let her die in vain? Of course not. A cold glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. A blood debt must be repaid in blood, but it must be done in a smarter way. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over Xue Ging and the trembling jailers before finally settling back on Murong Yan's face. Give me 3 days. What? Murong Yan and Xue Ging were both taken aback. I've already guessed the second half of the sentence, and it feels like a pipe dream. I said, give me 3 days. Chu Feng said, word by word. Within 3 days, I will find this traitor hiding among you and hand him over to you. Then, whether he is torn to pieces or dismembered, it's up to you. Xue Ging's pupils contracted sharply, and she subconsciously looked up at Chu Feng, her eyes filled with disbelief. 3 days? With tens of thousands of people in the fortress, how could they possibly find the traitor within 3 days? This is simply a fantasy. Murong Yan was also stunned by Chu Feng's arrogant words. She didn't even bother to give a sarcastic laugh. Montauk Chu Feng, I know you possess the secrets of the Manhwa school and the 1,000 machines, but those are all about mechanical techniques. Catching an internal traitor isn't about designing elaborate mechanisms. Can you please stop joking around here? If you're trying to comfort me, I've calmed down a lot now. Thank you. Chu Feng said coldly. Do I look like I'm joking? Murong Yan met his serious gaze. His face was full of earnestness. Maybe he really can? After all, this man had never disappointed her since the first time she had favored him in bed. And each time it surprised and excited her more than the last. A moment of silence. Murong Yan decided to give it a try. It's only 3 days. She can wait that long. Okay, 3 days it is. She agreed sternly. But then the tone suddenly shifted. But what guarantees do you have? Take this one. Chu Feng pointed to his neck. If I can't find the traitor in 3 days, my head, along with the lives of those little girls who make you jealous, are all yours to do with as you please. Murong Yan, do you really think this general wouldn't bear to kill you? Chu Feng curled the corners of his lips, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, I know you're willing to do it, but if I do, my great general, Will you listen to me in bed from now on? For example, that foreplay you find hard to talk about. These outrageous words instantly made Murong Yan blush with embarrassment. Oof, what a stinky man. I knew you wouldn't let this go. At that moment, she didn't know whether to be angry or to believe. This man always manages to stir her deepest emotions in the most inopportune moments and with the most vulgar methods. She pushed him away abruptly. Fine, I'll give you 3 days. If you can't hand over the person after 3 days, this general means what he says. Then she turned and left without looking back. Shui Guiying, for the next 3 days, you and your personal guard battalion will fully cooperate with the chief instructor. Give him whatever he wants. Take him wherever he wants to go. If he runs away, you'll be the one to answer to him with your head. Yes, General. Shui Guiying quickly responded. She knew very well that the general was serious this time. Her life was now completely intertwined with that arrogant man. Chu Feng watched her leave, not forgetting to remind her, but if I do it, General, don't forget your promise. It has to be done with your mouth. He only said half of what he meant, and he didn't say the whole second half. He just wanted the other person to understand. Shui Guiying didn't know what the little secret between the two was, but she always felt that speaking with her mouth made her mouth feel strange and uncomfortable. A moment later, inside the dungeon, only Chu Feng, Shui Guiying, and a scene of utter chaos remained. Head coach Shui Guiying slowly stood up, looking at Chu Feng with a complicated expression. Are you really confident? Whether we're confident or not, we'll know in 3 days. Chu Feng was treating Lei Yin's wounds. Even though he had stopped breathing, he still intended to try to revive him. Suturing, applying medicine, and bandaging. Head coach, she's already dead. Is there any point in continuing? Shui Guiying pressed. Chu Feng didn't look up. After all, she is the commander-in-chief of the fortress. Even if she leaves, let her leave with dignity. Shui Guiying looked at his focused profile, her heart filled with mixed emotions. This man is sometimes cynical, sometimes ruthless and decisive, and sometimes, like now, frighteningly calm. She couldn't see through him at all. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly stood up. Commander Shui, please take me to retrieve my belongings. Your Mahist secret weapon? Right. When investigating a case, you always need some handy tools. Chu Feng stood up and clapped his hands. By the way, let's chat on the way. What should we talk about? Let's talk about all the strange things that have happened these past few days. A meaningful smile appeared on Chu Feng's lips. For example, why did the barbarian scouts that Sherman was chasing happen to appear in Gosaro Valley by such a coincidence? For example, why didn't we receive any prior warning of the 100,000-strong barbarian army pressing on our border? For example, he suddenly turned his head and stared into Shui Guiying's eyes, making her feel flustered. Why would you believe Lei Yin's nonsense and let a defenseless crown prince of a fallen kingdom leave the city at that time? Shui Guiying's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively avoided his gaze. Don't rush to answer. Chu Feng interrupted her and strode outside. Think it through before you speak. Chapter 43, do you want it or not? The passage leading to the secret chamber was even deeper than the dungeon. Shui Guiying walked ahead, the torch in her hand crackling. Chu Feng followed behind her, his gaze involuntarily falling on her firm waist that swayed with her steps, and he fell into deep thought. Murong Yan trusted Shui Guiying immensely. When she was tattooed, she even had Shui Guiying personally perform the procedure. If she wanted to harm Murong Yan, she would have plenty of opportunities. But strangely, all the strange things that have happened these past few days seem to be related to her. Did Murong Yan really not notice anything at all? Or is there some other secret between them that they are unaware of? Commander Shui, Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Yes. Shui Guiying's body tensed almost imperceptibly. Aren't you curious about who I suspect? Shui Guiying remained silent for a moment before replying in a low voice. I'm curious. But the chief instructor's actions have their own profound meaning, and I dare not speculate. Oh, this woman actually lowered herself to call herself a subordinate? Is it truly sincere? Otherwise, she knew that her current status was given to her by the Grand General, and she was simply showing respect to that one and only master. I suspect Xiao Chun, Chu Feng said tentatively. Xiao Chun is indeed suspicious, Shui Guiying said calmly, and continued to lead the way. Chu Feng chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his voice. Come on, you're probably cursing me in your heart, thinking I'm settling a personal score and deliberately causing trouble for that kid. What happens between you two is none of my business. Shui Guiying's cheeks flushed as she thought about how the general and Lei Yin were jealous of each other over these two men. That's exactly what she thought. After all, Chu Feng was affiliated with the Grand General, and Xiao Chun was affiliated with Commander Lei. Now that Commander Lei has fallen, Xiao Chun is also suffering the consequences. Everyone in the fortress knows about this rift. According to past practice, Those in power will definitely try to eliminate those in power and will not give them a chance to recover. I'm asking you, Chu Feng asked seriously, that night, when you let Xiao Chan leave the city, was it really because of Lei Yin's orders? Shui Guiying paused and stopped. She turned around, the firelight reflecting on her exquisite face, making her breathtakingly beautiful. After a long silence, she finally nodded. Yes, Commander Lei was indeed extremely anxious at the time. She said that Xiao Chan was not a man of the fortress, and that releasing him would be useful. At least it would not shake the morale of the army. The situation was urgent at the time, and my subordinates didn't think too much about it. Didn't think too much about it? Chu Feng Moket, Commander Shui, you are the general's most trusted personal guard commander, in charge of the fortress's punishments. Your mind is meticulous, far surpassing that of ordinary people. You would believe such nonsense. Shui Gui was stumped. Her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. You don't trust her, you just don't want to offend her, Chu Feng said bluntly. Because she is Lei Yin, the great general's cousin, and the commander of the Golden Cavalry. You're afraid that if something really happens to the great general outside, she'll offend her after she takes over, right? Shui Ging slowly lowered her head, which was considered her acquiescence. So that's why. Chu Feng walked up to her and tidied her wind-blown hair, an intimate gesture that made Shui Guiying stiffen. You're a smart person, but sometimes being too smart can backfire. But I like smart people. He pinched her chin. Because smart people know how to assess the situation and know when to align themselves with whom. So you should think about it carefully now. He only said half a sentence, but the implication was already quite clear. Shui Ging did not stop Chu Feng's offense, but looked shyly into his eyes, trying to figure out his intentions. Does she want me to depend on her? Was this ambiguous gesture implying that I should become his woman? This man is too ambitious. It wasn't enough that I had the general's favor. He even hinted that I should become his person. Did he intend to betray the general? Just as she was lost in thought, Chu Feng withdrew his hand and continued walking forward. She has already been given a hint that she needs some time to weigh the pros and cons. Soon, with their own thoughts, the two approached the large box. The box was opened. His treasures lay quietly in the wooden box. All the standard equipment for special forces is here. Chu Feng touched the bulletproof vest, then the pistol, as if caressing a lover. My old friends, do you miss me? He skillfully inspected all the weapons, disassembling, loading, oiling, and reassembling. The fluid movements dazzled Shui Guiying. She had never seen such a complex and sophisticated mechanism, nor had she ever seen anyone so familiar with it. After all checks are completed, Chu Feng suddenly began to take off his clothes, one piece at a time. What are you doing? What are you doing? Chu Feng smiled wickedly. Didn't I already make my intentions quite clear? I wonder if Commander Shui has made up his mind yet. Upon hearing this, Shui Ging suddenly tensed up, her legs involuntarily coming together and clamping tightly. Seeing Chu Feng smile, she recalled the sweet voices she had heard outside the general's tent these past few days. She was extremely nervous. As a woman, she naturally longed for the comfort of a man, especially in the Iron Fortress where things were rare and precious. Being able to reproduce and add offspring to the Iron Fortress is a major contribution, and the number of dragonfish will increase. But she was never ready. She has always believed that there must be an emotional foundation between men and women, and that she would only give her body to someone she liked. Really, Chu Feng also stirred her long-dormant heart. Even when hearing the general's gentle, melodious voice, she couldn't sleep at night, and in her hazy state, she would imagine herself as the general who had merged with Chu Feng. She absolutely cannot cross the line. This man was the general's favorite. I wish I could tie it to my waist every day. If the general finds out about my affair with him, I can imagine what my fate will be. No. Thinking about this, she instinctively stepped back and covered her chest. You can't do this. I can't betray the general. Don't force me. Seeing her like this, Chu Feng curled the corners of his mouth into a wicked smile. Oh, it seems Commander Shui knows what I'm about to do. Shui Ging's body stiffened, and her mind went blank with a buzz. As the commander of the personal guard, she was a ruthless killer, but when faced with a man's naked desire and aggression, all her composure and strength seemed to vanish instantly. Don't want it. Her voice trembled, and she clutched her chest tightly with both hands, retreating step by step until she was cornered against the wall with nowhere left to go. Commander Shui, I didn't hear you clearly. Do you want it or not? Chu Feng looked down at her shy little face, feeling very happy. Chapter 44. Don't overthink it. I never said you were a traitor. Head coach, please don't do this. Shui Guiying's voice was choked with sobs. The oppressive yet frantic noises she had heard outside the general's tent these past few days flashed uncontrollably through her mind. Even the aloofness of a great general melts into a lump of spring water beneath this man. What kind of heart-wrenching lament will she then utter? The thought made her cheeks burn and her heart race. What are you afraid of? Chu Feng braced himself against the wall next to her ear with one hand, completely encircling her beneath him. He lowered his head, his hot breath spraying onto Shui Ging's sensitive earlobe. Are you afraid I'm not gentle enough with you? Are you still afraid of the general who betrayed you and will be punished? Shui Ging suddenly looked up and met those deep eyes. There was a subtle, almost imperceptible, playful quality to it. She suddenly understood. He wasn't venting his desires. He's pressuring her. He forced her to choose between loyalty to the general and submission to him. I didn't, she gritted her teeth, clinging to her last shred of stubbornness. Yeah. Chu Feng chuckled softly, and with his other hand, slowly lifted her chin. Your heartbeat doesn't say that. Really? At this moment, Shui Ging could clearly feel that the man's aura and body were like an electric current, making her tremble all over. An experience unlike any I've ever had before. As one of the top warriors in the Iron Wall Fortress, her body went limp against her will, and her legs could barely support her weight. Is this what makes men so powerful? Just close breathing and contact can render a woman powerless to resist. What a strange power. What's wrong with me? She opened her mouth, but found herself too nervous to utter a complete sentence. My heart felt like it was going to jump out of my throat. What's even stranger is that she didn't have any intention of resisting. In fact, she even seemed to be looking forward to it. This feeling, which she had never experienced before, made her want to give it a try, even if she had to set aside all her concerns. Seeing her terrified expression, Chu Feng's wicked smile widened. He knew that the time was almost right. If we push them any further, the string will snap. No, I can't breathe. Just as Shui Ging was filled with shame and indignation, she used her last bit of reason to push him away. Chu Feng suddenly withdrew his hand, took a step back, and created distance. That suffocating sense of oppression vanished instantly. Shui Ging leaned against the wall, panting heavily, as if she had survived a calamity. She looked at Chu Feng with a puzzled expression. But then he turned around and began to slowly put on the MO family secret artifacts that he had taken out of the box. Black bulletproof vest, leg holsters, tactical belt. He put on each piece of clothing in an orderly fashion. The ambiguous and romantic atmosphere from just now has completely vanished. Shui Guiying was completely stunned and a little disappointed. Although she rationally did not want to have a relationship with Chu Feng, her body desperately longed for him to be more forceful. She even considered that if the other party was trying to force her to do something, she would deliberately push them away and cooperate. But nothing happened. This inner turmoil made her feel ashamed and indignant to the point of wanting to die. How could I think like that? How embarrassing. He's just a man. If I, Shui Ging, wanted something, I could have any kind of man I wanted. How could anyone have such high expectations of Chu Feng? Just as she was lost in thought, Chu Feng had already put on all the special forces gear. He skillfully holstered the pistol. Pity. Of the 7 magazines that come standard with the rifle, 5 have already been used up. There are only 2 magazines left, 60 bullets in total, so we have to use them sparingly. Fortunately, it's alright. The pistol has 3 magazines, 45 bullets in total, and not a single bullet has been used yet. With the 48 rounds left in the sniper rifle, it should last for a while. All that's left are 1 smoke grenade and 1 flashbang. We have compiled a list of the available war supplies. Chu Feng turned around excitedly. He looked at Shui Guiying again. He deliberately feigned a hint of surprise. What's wrong, Commander Shui? Your breathing still seems very uneven. Could it be that she is sick? Shui Guiying's face flushed red again. What could she say? She said she really wanted the other person to be bolder with her? How embarrassing. She didn't know how to explain her unusual behavior. Chu Feng interrupted her calmly. All right, I won't do anything to you. Of course, if you want to have a deeper conversation with me, I'm willing to listen. I'm waiting for the day you figure it out, but I hope that day won't come too late, since I only have 3 days. This statement has a double meaning and carries multiple layers of significance. Shui Guiying frowned, feeling deeply ashamed, but also calmed down. It turns out that everything that just happened was intentional on his part. She's testing me. An indescribable sense of shame and anger welled up inside me. But even more so, I felt a strange sense of loss. You bastard. She squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. Perhaps. Chu Feng shrugged noncommittally. But to deal with traitors, you have to use the methods of scoundrels. He walked up to Shui Guiying, his expression becoming extremely serious. Don't overthink it. I never said you were a mole. Commander Shui, I need your help now. You are an absolutely loyal and reliable assistant. Shui Guiying looked at him, her heart filled with emotion. This man, in the most humiliating way, stripped away all her pretenses, yet gave her a reason she couldn't refuse. How would you like me to help you? She asked, still somewhat nervous. It's very simple. Chu Feng curled the corners of his lips into a smile. We need to lure the snake out of its hole. Let's go to the prison again. You can interrogate that young master for me. Xiao Chun. Shui Guiying was taken aback. You still suspect him? No, I'm not doubting him. Chu Feng shook his head. I'm certain that he is the snake's tail. Xiao Chun, a crown prince of a fallen kingdom, doesn't have that ability. But he must have someone behind him. Lei Yin's death was definitely not suicide. To be able to kill her in the dungeon, right under your nose, and then fake it as suicide, this person must have an intimate knowledge of the fortress's defenses and personnel rotations, and must hold a very high position. Speaking of which, Chu Feng's eyes sharpened. Moreover, this person is definitely someone Lei Yin knows very well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so careless, allowing the other party to take her life with just a broken bowl. A long time. Shui Guiying took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Good. I'll help you. Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction. Very good. He leaned close to Shui Guiying's ear and whispered a few words in a voice only the two of them could hear. Shui Guiying's face grew increasingly shocked as he spoke. Finally, it turned into unbelievable horror. Will this work? She asked in a trembling voice. How will you know if you don't try? Chu Feng patted her shoulder, his eyes full of confident assurance. Go, my commander Shui. Remember, when you're acting, you have to go all the way. Chapter 45. The bait is in the water. We await the fish. The dungeon was cold and damp. It seems to seep into a person's bones. Be careful. Move quietly. Two jailers carried a stretcher covered with a white sheet out from the depths of the dungeon. Their steps hurried. Blood dripped from the seams of the white cloth onto the slippery stone slab, leaving dark red marks. As they passed Xiao Chen's cell, they deliberately slowed their pace. Tisk tisk. I really didn't expect that Commander Lei would be gone just like that. Keep your voice down. Are you out of your mind? The head coach has given a death order. Anyone who dares to leak even a single word of this will lose their head. The jailer looked around nervously. I just find it strange. Commander Lei was exceptionally brave, so why would he commit suicide out of the blue? What's suicide? The head coach said he was assassinated. Alas, it seems the situation at our fortress is about to change drastically. The two voices faded into the distance, leaving only the dripping bloodstains and the deathly silence of the cell. What? Xiao Chan stood frozen in place like a stone statue. He heard every single word clearly. Commander Lei, dead. He lunged at the cell door, gripping the iron bars tightly with both hands, his eyes wide like copper bells, staring intently at the departing stretcher and the bloodstains on the ground. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's Lei Yin, whose combat power is unparalleled. She is the general's cousin. He is the commander of the Golden Cavalry. She is the most powerful woman in this fortress besides Murong Yan. He is my only support. How could she have died? Suicide? Assassinated? This chilling news made Xiao Chan feel as if all the strength had been instantly drained from his body. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's all over. His greatest asset has fallen. In this ruthless women's army fortress, without Lei Yin's protection, he was less than a dog. He was still thinking that once the general's anger subsided and he was released, he would remember that he had served her like a dog and made her feel very comfortable, and would let him go. But now, what to do? Is death inevitable? Just as he was in despair, the cell door was slowly pushed open. With a creak, Shui Guiying, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, walked in with a water-soaked leather whip in her hand and an icy expression. Behind her, two jailers tactfully withdrew and closed the cell door. Xiao Chun, it seems you already know. Commander Shui. Xiao Chun was so frightened that he scrambled to the corner of the wall, screaming, Am I, Commander Lei, really dead? Shui Guiying didn't speak, but simply flicked her wrist. Snap! The whip drew a sharp arc in the air and struck the ground next to Xiao Chun heavily, splashing water everywhere. Ah! Xiao Chun cried out in pain. Commander Shui, why are you doing this? It hurts. No. Shui Guiying, holding a leather whip, approached step by step. 100,000 barbarian troops are at the city gates. Why didn't we receive a single word beforehand? Tell me, after you left the city that night, who did you meet? What did you say to each other? I didn't. I really didn't. Xiao Chun cried, tears streaming down his face. I just wanted to escape. How could I possibly have a chance to see anyone? Commander Shui, please spare my life. Snap! The whip struck him squarely on the back. Skin torn and flesh ripped open. Xiao Chun let out a shrill scream and rolled on the ground in pain. Lei Yin is dead. Shui Guiying looked down at him, her tone cold and sharp. Murdered and staged as suicide. Did you do it? Or was it someone behind you? It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Xiao Chun is going crazy. He kowtowed desperately. Commander Lei is my backer. How could I possibly kill her? If you don't believe me, you can ask the jailer. I haven't stepped out of my cell since I was locked up. I even relieved myself in the cell. How could I have had the chance to kill Commander Lei? Also, don't you know my strength? How could I possibly have a chance? He knelt down and kowtowed frantically, begging for mercy. Please, believe me, as a man as well. Xiao Chen's weakness and Chu Feng's strength made Shui Guiying appear superior. A flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. If you don't tell, I'll beat you to death today. She didn't ask any more questions, but silently raised the whip once, then again. Snap, snap, snap. In the dungeon, only the whistling sound of whips tearing through the air remained. Xiao Chen's screams were inhuman. Commander Shui, spare my life. I am a man. I'm very skilled. If you just let me go, I'm willing to be your slave. You're also looking for a man, aren't you? Trust me, I can truly give you an ecstatic, exhilarating experience, the most thrilling, scalp-tingling pleasure in the world. Snap! Shut up, you slut! Shameless scoundrel! Hearing his lewd pleas for mercy, Shui Guiying whipped him even harder. I don't know how much time passed. Xiao Chun was covered in blood, lying on the ground, too weak to even cry out. Only weak twitching remained. He just couldn't understand it. Aren't all the women in Iron Fortress crazy with desire for men? Why, even after I've begged for mercy, does the other party still insist on killing me? Waste. Shui Guiying stopped when she saw that he didn't even have the strength to howl anymore. She threw the whip on the ground as if she had touched something dirty. I, the commander, will give you one last night. Think it through and reveal everything about the people behind you and everything you know. Otherwise, tomorrow morning, I will personally cut off pieces of your flesh and feed them to the dogs. She scolded him with disgust. Not wanting to stay a second longer, he turned and walked away. The prison door slammed shut. Xiao Chun lay on the ground in despair. The physical pain was far less than the fear in his heart. Dead. How could that bitch Lane die? She is the supreme commander, second only to the emperor. How dare that Chu Feng? No, that's not right. Who exactly is it? Who on earth wants to kill me? The scene changes. Deep inside the dungeon, in a hidden storage room, the candlelight flickered. Chu Feng, dressed in a black Special Forces uniform, was intently wiping the Type 92 pistol in his hand, his movements practiced and efficient. Shui Guiying pushed open the door and entered, a hint of awe and shyness on her face. Head coach, everything has been done as you instructed. She bowed respectfully to Chu Feng's retreating figure. Chu Feng didn't turn around, but simply clicked the magazine back into the gun, his voice calm. How did he perform? Just as you predicted. Shui Guiying's voice was a little dry. He knows nothing about Commander Lei Xiyin. His fear and despair do not seem fake. I suspect that he is just a pawn, and it will be fine to kill him. Very good. Chu Feng turned around and smiled. Since he is a pawn, we should make good use of him. How can we just kill him? He still has great uses. Shui Guiying looked at him, a chill running through her. This man has managed to manipulate people's hearts to such an extent. What exactly does he want to do next? She couldn't figure it out for a moment, then continued her report. As you instructed, I accidentally left the dungeon night shift roster in the duty room. At the same time, the western city wall was also guarded by my two laziest and most sleepy personal guards. Chu Feng walked up to her and patted her on the shoulder. This time, there was no flirting in his actions, only the approval of a superior for a subordinate. Well done, Commander Shui. You have truly not disappointed me. Then he added, Commander Shui, is there anything else you want to say to me? Think it over before you speak. These words made Shui Guiying's heart skip a beat. She suddenly felt a strange sense of unease about the calm, decisive, and all-controlling man in front of her. A moment of silence. She quickly cupped her hands in greeting and said, I have not concealed anything from you. Okay, let's go then. Chu Feng holstered the pistol back into its leg and walked outside. Where are we going? Shui Guiying asked instinctively. Chu Feng stopped at the door and looked back at her. The candlelight cast a shadow long and deep. The bait has entered the water. The trap has been set. Now let's go to the city wall and find the best spot with the best view to watch the show. Let's see which big fish will finally surface tonight. Chapter 46 Head Coach. Was that your thunderous strike? It was late at night. The dungeon was deathly silent. Xiao Chun huddled in the cold hay, his body covered in congealed bloodstains, each breath bringing excruciating, tearing pain. It's over. Only those two words remained in his mind. Lei Yin is dead, and that madwoman Shui Guiying says she's going to slice herself into pieces and feed her to the dogs tomorrow. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. If he had known this day would come, he shouldn't have risked his life. Night Owl, how can you still be so calm? Come and save me. Don't force me to betray you. Just as his consciousness began to fade. Squeak. A sound so faint it was almost imperceptible rang out. The iron lock on his cell actually popped open by itself. Immediately afterwards, a dark shadow, like a leaf blown by the wind, drifted in silently and landed steadily in front of him. The newcomer was dressed in black night clothes, tall and slender, completely covered from head to toe, with only a pair of eyes that shone brightly in the darkness showing. Who? Xiao Chun was so frightened that his heart stopped. He thought that Shui Ging had sent someone to carry out the execution ahead of schedule. Just as he was about to scream, his mouth was covered tightly by a soft but strong little hand. "Don't make a sound, it's me." A woman's voice, deliberately lowered, rang in his ear. Xiao Chun shuddered, his pupils dilated, and he stared intently into those eyes. He recognized those eyes. After he arrived at the Iron Wall Fortress, this figure appeared in Lei Yin's tent more than once, like a ghost. "Night Owl," he probed, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Enough with the nonsense, come with me." The owl used a key to unlock his shackles. "Lei Yin is dead. That madman Chu Feng is now convinced that you are the murderer. There is no way for you to survive in the fortress. I will send you out of the city right now." "Thank you, Lord Night Owl. Thank you for saving my life." Xiao Chun felt as if he had been granted a pardon. The joy of surviving a disaster instantly filled him with strength, and he scrambled to catch up with the dark figure. The owl's movements were extremely unpredictable, always managing to find blind spots in the patrolling guard's field of vision. The two moved silently through the labyrinthine dungeon, like wisps of smoke. "Lord Night Owl, is Commander Lei really dead?" Xiao Chun asked, still unable to believe it. "Dead? Who killed him? Could it have been Chu Feng? Who else but him?" There was a hint of coldness in the owl's voice. "He is now the head instructor, the general's bedmate, and wields immense power. Killing a disgraced commander would be as easy as turning his hand. With your backer dead, you have no way out." Upon hearing this, a deep-seated hatred flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. "Montauk Chu Feng, it really is you again. If it weren't for you, I would definitely have been the one chosen by the great general. You stole my woman, insulted my dignity, and now you've even killed my backer. I, Xiao Chun, swear I will not be a man if I do not avenge this. Rest assured, Lord Night Owl." He lowered his voice and said obsequiously, "Once I return safely to the northern barbarians and meet the prince, I will report everything that has happened here in detail. When the prince breaches the city, you will no longer have to endure humiliation in this women's army. I, Xiao Chun, will never forget your great kindness and virtue. When I am ready to restore my kingdom, I will certainly invite you as an honored guest." The owl's footsteps paused almost imperceptibly. "Tell the prince to refrain from any further rash actions for the time being." Her voice was even colder than before. "With Chu Feng here now, Iron Wall Fortress is no longer the Iron Wall Fortress it used to be. The barbarian army of 100,000 was almost completely wiped out in a single day. Even if you northern barbarians send troops, you will not gain any benefit. On the contrary, you will completely offend Murong Yan. From now on, your caravans will not be able to pass through the northern borders safely." Xiao Chun nodded repeatedly. Yes, Lord Night Owl is right. I will definitely report the truth." All he wants now is to survive. He'd do anything, even bark like a dog, let alone relay a message. The two quickly slipped out of the dungeon. The guard on the west side of the city wall were indeed slumped on the battlements like mud, snoring loudly. Night Owl took out a bundle of rope from his pocket, secured one end to the battlement, and threw the other end to Xiao Chun. They also threw him a bundle containing dry rations. "Hurry up, run as far as you can before dawn." "Thank you, Lord Night Owl." "Take care, Lord Night Owl." Xiao Chun was moved to tears. He grabbed the rope and clumsily slid down the city wall. After landing, it ran headlong into the depths of the vast snowfield without looking back, as if a demon was chasing it. Night Owl stood quietly on the city wall, watching the disheveled figure disappear into the darkness before slowly retracting the rope and letting out a long sigh of relief. Finally, this trouble is gone. She turned around, ready to blend into the night and disappear without a trace. However, in the instant she turned around, a loud bang rang out in the night sky. Immediately afterwards, a heart-wrenching pain shot through her right shoulder, and a terrifying force pierced through her body, sending her flying backward. Well, Night Owl let out a muffled groan as her body slammed heavily against the city bricks, instantly losing all sensation in the right half of her body. What happened? Her mind went blank. She endured the excruciating pain and looked down. She saw a shocking hole in her right breast pocket, her night clothes, which was widening and gushing blood. It wasn't an arrow wound, nor a knife wound. It was a wound she had never seen before and could not understand. But she recognized the voice. She suddenly remembered the thunderous explosions she had heard during the chaos of the barbarian army that night. And who was the instigator? Chu Feng. Just then, what's that sound? Who's there? Before she could react, the two guards who had been snoring loudly on the wall suddenly jumped up, drew their swords, and charged at her. His movements were so swift and decisive, a stark contrast to his previous laziness. Don't move, or I'll kill you. They flanked her, one on each side, and with perfect coordination, held the knife to her neck. Not good. They've fallen for their trap. Night Owl's pupils contracted sharply, and she wanted to fight to the death. But the sharp pain and numbness in her right shoulder caused her internal energy to become disordered instantly, slowing her movements by more than a beat. The two guards moved swiftly and quickly bound her tightly. Only then did the Night Owl fully understand. Everything tonight, step, step, step. The sound of steady footsteps approached from afar. 3 figures slowly emerged from the shadows of the city gate, followed by a row of patrol soldiers. The leader was none other than Chu Feng. He was dressed in a black Special Forces uniform and held a strangely shaped iron pipe in his hand. Beside him stood Xue Guiying, her face grave, and another woman with a figure as plump as a ripe peach. She was Qin Shuang, the commander of the city defense battalion, who had just been alerted by the gunshot. Qin Shuang's tight military uniform accentuated her stunning waist and hip curves. Especially her full breasts, which seemed about to burst out, rose and fell slightly with her rapid, terrified breathing, as if they were about to burst through her hard leather armor at any moment. Head coach, that was your thunderous strike just now, wasn't it? Chapter 47, A Terrifying Shot. Unmasking the Night Owl. Qin Shuang stared at the man in black who had been subdued in an instant, then glanced at the Mo family secret weapon in Chu Feng's hand, a weapon she had never seen before, and her breath caught in her throat. She only heard a clap of thunder. Then, from a distance of nearly 100 paces, this assassin, whose movements were as unpredictable as a ghost, simply fell straight down. What kind of divine power is this? Qin Shuang's mind was buzzing. She recalled what she had heard and seen with her own eyes. That night, Chu Feng had spread rumors that the barbarian king had been assassinated from 1,000 paces away. But the next day, the barbarian king appeared perfectly fine and led an army of 100,000 to attack the city. She was convinced at the time that the general had fabricated the achievement to support this man. But now, reality has given her a resounding slap in the face. Taking the enemy's head from a kilometer away, it's not just boasting at all. Xue Guiying was also trembling all over. All of this happened too fast. She watched helplessly as Chu Feng, in the darkness of the city tower, raised that long pipe and aimed it in a posture she couldn't understand at all, while uttering some words that were meant to belittle her. Then, a deafening roar resounded, and before she could even see what had happened, the battle was over. Chu Feng ignored the 2 female commanders' shock. He slowly walked up to the owl who was being held firmly to the ground. He looked down at her from his elevated position. Run. Why did you stop running? The owl stared intently at him, its exposed eyes filled with incomprehensible horror. She believed that she had acted flawlessly and had no miscalculations, but she couldn't figure out where she had slipped up. I, the commander, would like to see who you really are. Qin Shuang strode forward, her heart pounding with rage as she looked at the captured traitor. It was this man who attracted the barbarian army, turning the entire fortress upside down. Who exactly is she? Qin Shuang reached out to remove the other person's mask, wondering which of her close sisters it was. Wait a moment. Chu Feng suddenly spoke. Qin Shuang's hand froze in midair. What's wrong, head coach? She was puzzled. Chu Feng did not explain, but instead turned his gaze to Xue Guiying, whose face was deathly pale. Summon Commander Xue. Upon hearing this, Xue Guiying frowned. The implication was clear, leaving everyone present quite confused. Pick it, Chu Feng said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a traitor in your personal guard, and it's your responsibility to uncover it yourself. Only in this way can it be more profound. What could Xue Guiying do? She gritted her teeth, her hand trembling as she reached out, inching closer and closer to the black mask. Tear it apart. The mask was ripped off. A familiar, delicate face was exposed to the firelight. Commander Lin? Xue Guiying's entire world collapsed. Lin Shu. How could it be you? Lin Shu, the deputy commander of the personal guard, was her most trusted right-hand man. Lin Shu, who was pinned to the ground, stopped struggling when she realized that her identity had been completely exposed. She raised her head, met Xue Guiying's gaze, and gave a desolate, cold laugh. Is the president surprised? What? Xue Guiying staggered back a step, her body swaying precariously. Why you? What? Lin Shu laughed self-deprecatingly. Commander-in-Chief, you follow the general to revive the Great Yan. But what about me? My family was all killed by the Great Yan royal family. Why should I risk my life for the enemy's kingdom? I. Shui Guiying opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't utter a single word. All right. Chu Feng impatiently interrupted this melodramatic accusation. Gag her and take her away. Betrayal is betrayal. He had no interest in hearing any melodramatic, tragic love stories. Yes. The soldiers of the City Defense Battalion immediately stepped forward, stuffed Lin Shu's mouth with a rag, and lifted her up from the ground to take her to the dungeon. Just then, Qin Shuang pointed to the figure below the city wall that had almost turned into a black dot and shouted urgently. Head coach, there are people there. Should I take men and chase after them immediately? The snowfield is open. We can still catch up on horseback. Need not. Chu Feng waved his hand. What? Qin Shuang was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. But, I said no need. Chu Feng turned his head and looked at her calmly. Sent a team to fire a few arrows outside the city and shout a few times to make a big show of it. Remember, don't catch up, and definitely don't bring them back. I have a greater use for that fish. The scene changes. Deep inside the dungeon, in a solitary cell. The torches crackled and burned on the wall, distorting and elongating the shadows of the three people. Lin Shu was tied to the rack, her face ashen, but her eyes were still fixed on Chu Feng. You all get out. Chu Feng waved to the guards watching over him. Yes, head coach. After the guards left, only Chu Feng, Shui Guiying, and the prisoner Lin Shu remained in the cell. Head coach. Shui Guiying looked at Lin Shu, who had been tortured beyond recognition, and her lips moved. She's very stubborn. My subordinates have already tried to torture her, but we can't get anything out of her. I know. Chu Feng slowly walked up to Shui Guiying and extended his hand. Give me the whip. Shui Guiying was taken aback. Head instructor, do you wish to interrogate him personally? Otherwise what? Chu Feng retorted. You interrogated her for so long, and besides causing her some physical pain, what did you get out of it? Did you hold back because of past sisterly affection? Shui Guiying's cheeks flushed instantly. I hesitated for a moment. They still handed over the leather whip that had been soaked in salt water. Chu Feng took the whip and weighed it in his hand. He walked up to Lin Shu and gently lifted her chin with the tip of his whip. Night Owl, what a beautiful name. What a pity they followed the wrong master. Lin Shu spat out a mouthful of blood, her hatred in her eyes undiminished. Don't expect to get anything out of me. Just kill me if you want, and stop talking nonsense. Yeah. Chu Feng smiled. My wrist jerked violently. Snap. A crisp, explosive sound. A bloody gash instantly bloomed on Lin Shu's cheek. She groaned in pain, her body trembling violently, but she gritted her teeth and didn't cry out. The bones are quite hard. I like. Snap. Another lash struck her collarbone, tearing her skin and flesh. Snap. 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 Chu Feng remained expressionless, lashing the whip again and again. Shui Guiying stood aside, watching this scene, her fists clenched tightly, her face growing increasingly grim. A long time. Chu Feng stopped and tilted his head to look at Lin Shu. Go ahead and call out. Why aren't you calling out? I can't get excited at all if you don't call out. Lin Shu spat out a mouthful of blood and burst into maniacal laughter. Just a male concubine who rose to power by relying on women. You won't have a good end. Sooner or later, you'll be gang raped to death by the sisters of the fortress. Ha ha ha. Oh, Chu Feng shook his head and suddenly sighed. He looked at Shui Guiying with a troubled expression. Commander Shui, this is your woman. What should I do? She won't say anything. How am I supposed to explain this to the general when I get back? Shui Guiying's heart tightened, unsure how to answer. How about we try another method? Chu Feng muttered to himself. The next second, he threw away the whip and pulled out the all-black Type 92 pistol from the holster on his leg. The metal parts gleamed with a cold, eerie light under the fire. Sudden, he pressed the muzzle of the gun firmly against Lin Shu's forehead. Such a scene. Shui Guiying's pupils instantly contracted to the size of a pinhead. Lin Shu's maniacal laughter abruptly stopped. They had all witnessed the power of this MO family secret weapon, a divine punishment capable of taking the head of a general amidst a vast army. It seems you're no longer of any use. Then kill them, before the two could react. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out in the cramped space of the dungeon. The entire dungeon seemed to tremble violently. Chapter 48. The gun turns around. Night Owl reveals his true form. The flash of gunfire was fleeting. The pungent smell of gunpowder instantly filled the small cell. But Lin Shu's head didn't explode. Instead, rubble flew into the wall behind her, leaving a shocking deep crater. Lin Shu was completely stunned. The terrifying force that grazed her scalp, the thunderous roar that exploded in her ears, caused her body to instinctively, violently, and uncontrollably begin to tremble. Shui Guiying froze on the spot, her pretty face drained of all color. She stared intently at the bullet holes in the wall, then looked in horror at the iron pipe in Chu Feng's hand that exuded an aura of death. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, almost leaping out of her throat. It was dark on the city wall, and she couldn't see anything at all. Now, she sees it clearly. It only takes a gentle flick of the finger. A thunderbolt beyond the comprehension of mortals can roar forth, easily piercing through flesh and blood, and embedding itself deeply into hard stone walls. This is an absolute power that is irrational and capable of instantly stripping everything away. See, isn't this much more efficient? Chu Feng blew on the muzzle of his gun, his gesture full of lazy provocation. He turned around and slowly walked towards Shui Ging, who was still in a petrified state. Under Shui Guiying's terrified gaze, he did something she would never forget. He held the pistol, but facing forward, and offered it to her. Take it. You fire a shot at her too, and see how it goes. What? Shui Guiying's voice trembled, and she instinctively took a step back. I said, you try firing a shot. Chu Feng, the beat. Shui Guiying stared intently at the gun, and finally, with trembling hands, took it. The black gun, cold and heavy to the touch, gleamed with a dark metallic sheen, as if possessing some kind of magic, both enticing and threatening her. Head coach, don't be afraid. Chu Feng smiled slightly, wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, pressed his warm chest against hers, and covered her hand holding the gun with his other hand, teaching her step by step. Just hook your finger here, yes, aim for her head. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe. With just a gentle tap, her head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Commander, give your subordinate a quick death. Lin Shu, bound to the rack, trembled violently as she listened. The instinct for death terrified her, but she still straightened her spine, gritted her teeth, and closed her eyes. Chu Feng released his grip, stepped forward, and watched with a leisurely air. Night Owl, this is your last chance, really? You'd rather die than tell me. Pa, you bastard. I regret it. I regret not killing you with my sword before this. Lin Shu spat again. Then he shouted at Shui Guiying. Commander Shui, what are you still hesitating about? Shoot, give me a quick death. Lin Shu closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and waited for the end that would pierce her skull. The expected thunder did not arrive. Dead silence. In the cell, only the crackling of the burning torches and the different heartbeats of the three men could be heard. Lin Shu opened her eyes again with difficulty. The scene before her eyes terrified her. Shui Guiying was trembling all over as she held the iron pipe that exuded an aura of death. They changed direction. It was aimed squarely at the back of Chu Feng's head. Montauk Chu Feng, pick up the shackles on the ground. Lock it to your own feet. Quick. Shui Guiying's voice was extremely shrill. But Chu Feng still had his back to her, looking at Lin Shu without raising an eyebrow, and even a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Lin Shu stared in astonishment with her almond-shaped eyes, unable to understand this man, and a very ominous premonition arose within her. Chu Feng, don't you understand? Shui Guiying completely lost control of her emotions and hysterically roared. I told you to lock yourself up, otherwise I'll shoot you dead. Lin Shu could no longer control herself and blurted it out. Miss, you're confused. Why did you save me? Kill him quickly, then let's go. Don't worry about me. Otherwise you'll be exposed too. Kill him quickly. This is his treacherous scheme. Miss. Chu Feng finally couldn't hold back his playful expression any longer. He first grinned, then laughed silently. Finally, he could no longer hold back, tilted his head back, and let out a wild, unrestrained laugh. Ha ha, ha ha. Laughter echoed wildly in the dungeon, filled with the exhilarating joy of a successful scheme. Shui Guiying and Lin Shu were both stunned. Has he gone mad? His life is clearly in my hands. Chu Feng, didn't you hear what I said? I told you to put on these shackles, or I'll kill you. You know what this is all about. With just a snap of my fingers, you're dead. Pinky promise? Chu Feng clapped his hands, slowly turned around, and approached Shui Guiying step by step. Commander Shui, your acting is not bad. Keep going. Why did you stop acting? You acted so well, really. If you had shot Lin Shu dead just now, maybe I would have actually believed you. But why didn't you kill her? Why expose yourself? Shui Guiying was forced to retreat repeatedly, and the muzzle of her gun trembled violently as he advanced. You don't come any closer. Come any closer, and I'll really shoot. Don't think I wouldn't dare. It wasn't that she was afraid. She just didn't want to hurt Chu Feng, and even more so, she didn't want her maid, Lin Shu, to die here. She regretted it. Regretted letting Lin Shu let Xiao Chun go. If she had known this would happen, she should have just killed Xiao Chun. That way, they wouldn't have been exposed. Pity. After all the calculations, she still fell into Chu Feng's trap. At this time, there was not a trace of fear in Chu Feng's eyes, only a playful, cat-and-mouse expression. So, you were the night owl all along. All of this sudden incident at the fortress was orchestrated by you behind the scenes. Shui Guiying's body suddenly stiffened. Her last pretense was completely torn away by this man in the most brutal and humiliating way. You? Her voice was trembling uncontrollably. So you've been plotting against me all along. You made me interrogate Xiao Chun, made me deliberately leave behind the troop rotation roster, and made me arrange manpower on the West City Wall. It's just giving me the illusion that everything is under my control. You want me to keep an eye on you, and on the other hand, give me a chance to order someone to release Xiao Chun. You thought everything was flawless, but I never imagined you could actually take someone's head from a kilometer away. Chu Feng nodded, his smile bright. Yes, if we don't do this, how will you give yourself away? You really haven't disappointed me. I'm very satisfied. Shui Guiying took a deep breath, her eyes filled with despair. I had planned everything, but I never expected you to actually do it. I underestimated you. She sobbed. When did you start to doubt me? Chapter 49, a step-by-step attack on the heart, a desperate game. This is the problem. Even Lin Shu, who was tied to the rack, perked up her ears. She couldn't understand it. Her mistress's plan was flawless, so where exactly did things go wrong? Suspect. Chu Feng smiled. He didn't even look at Shui Guiying, but instead leisurely walked up to Lin Shu and wiped the bloodstains off her face with his fingers. I have never doubted you, because from the very beginning, we knew that this person was you. What? Shui Guiying and Lin Shu's pupils contracted violently at the same time. Chu Feng turned around, his eyes full of mockery. Do you remember? On the way to retrieve my Mo family's secret artifacts, I asked you why you believed Lei Yin's nonsense and let Xiao Chun leave the city. Shui Guiying's body trembled violently. Your answer is that you don't want to offend Lei Yin, and you're afraid that if something happens to the general, she will take over and cause you trouble. That's a good reason. It aligns perfectly with a smart person's tendency to seek advantage and avoid harm. Pity. He suddenly changed the subject. You're too clever. So clever that you forgot your persona is that of the general's most loyal personal guard commander. Your first reaction should have been to immediately take down Xiao Chun to prevent him from colluding with the enemy, instead of weighing the pros and cons. Your loyalty cracked at that moment. Not me. Shui Guiying tried to explain, but found that she had no reason to argue. Secondly, the death of Lei Yin. Chu Feng raised his second finger. I told you, the person who could kill her in the dungeon and fake it as suicide must be someone she absolutely trusts. In the entire fortress, besides Murong Yan, there is no one else who could make her lower all her guard except you. That's why she was so calm before she died, without even a trace of struggle. Because she never imagined you would kill her. Every word Chu Feng uttered precisely revealed the truth. Shui Guiying held the pistol tremblingly, her whole body shaking. She was unwilling to accept it. I can't believe it. Having spent years lying low and doing everything meticulously, how could Chu Feng have seen through everything so easily? How could Chu Feng be so calm and composed when facing her? He even handed the gun to her. He wasn't on guard at all. Where did he get his confidence from? Is he really not afraid that I'll ambush him and kill him? No, there must be a conspiracy involved. Why did he hand this gun to me? Is this still a test? Shui Guiying's mind was in complete turmoil, and she couldn't make sense of anything at all, just as she was struggling with this internal conflict. Chu Feng walked up to her, almost touching her face. Finally, and most ridiculously, you think letting Xiao Chun go was a stroke of genius? You're wrong. That was your biggest mistake. It's just a dog, a powerless crown prince of a fallen kingdom. And under those circumstances, you actually sent your most trusted maid to rescue him. Is a pawn that can be silenced at any time worth taking such a big risk? If it's worth it, then there's only one answer. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. You're not trying to save him. You're using him to send a message to your master. Sudden, Chu Feng roared. Tell me, who exactly is your master? Shui Guiying screamed in fright and backed away, yelling, go away, go away. They only stopped when they were pressed against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. All her scheming and backup plans became a transparent joke in front of this man. Her pride and her wisdom was crushed to pieces. Don't force me. Don't push me. Put on the shackles right now, or I'll really shoot. Her hand holding the gun trembled violently, almost causing her to drop it. In this situation, Lin Shu screamed hysterically. Miss, don't listen to his nonsense. Kill him. Kill him now. She knew it was all over. The only chance of survival now is to kill Mo Chu Feng. Then, they would fabricate a story that they had killed Chu Feng in retaliation, so that the young lady could survive and continue to infiltrate the fortress. Kill me. Chu Feng felt as if he had heard the funniest joke. Instead of retreating, he took another step forward, his chest almost touching the muzzle of the gun. Shoot me. The dungeon was deathly silent. The cold muzzle of the gun was pressed firmly against Chu Feng's chest. Shui Ying's hands were trembling, her teeth were chattering, and her entire soul was shaking violently. "Miss, don't hesitate. Kill him." Lin Shu, on the rack, screamed with all her might. "Miss, this is our only chance. Kill him and say you've caught a traitor and that I killed him in retaliation. The general won't blame you. Do it now." She knew very well that Chu Feng was a terrifying man. His mind and his methods were far beyond what they could contend with. If they failed to kill him here today, what awaits the two of them, mistress and servant, is absolutely unimaginable. "Shut up!" Shui Ying suddenly screamed at Lin Shu, tears streaming down her face. She didn't want to kill him. On the one hand, she was unsure whether she could kill the other person if she pulled the trigger. If she can't take it, then death is certain to await her. On the other hand, there is emotion. From a moment this man carried her across the snowy plains, whispering sweet nothings in her ear, a crack appeared in her heart, which had been frozen for many years. Once inside the secret room, his forceful teasing had completely captivated her, and she was thoroughly enjoying and anticipating a deeper and more wonderful experience with him. She even fantasized about whether she could win Chu Feng over if she weren't the traitor, and if he weren't the general's man. We weigh the pros and cons based on two considerations. She gave up. Chu Feng, I beg you. With a sob in her voice, Shui Ying stubbornly kept the gun pointed at him, seeking that sliver of security. "Please let us go. Xiao Shu and I will never tell anyone your secret. We'll leave the fortress and never come back." She even had an even crazier idea. "Or let's go together. The world is vast. There's always a place for us. I don't want to live like this anymore." "Miss, you're insane." Lin Shu could hardly believe her ears. "You actually abandoned our grand plan for a male concubine, a plaything. Have you forgotten? Men are all poison. They're just playthings. How could you take them seriously?" Upon hearing this, Shui Ying paused, seeing that Chu Feng showed no sign of wavering and remained in control. Her pleas for mercy were all in vain. Yes, he was the general's male favorite. He was a highly coveted prize, second only to the emperor in the fortress. In his eyes, he was nothing more than a traitor. So what did he amount to? Perhaps from beginning to end, it was all just wishful thinking on my part, a laughable one-man show. At this moment, all defenses completely collapsed. Sudden, she pressed the gun against her head. So be it. Living in such agony is worse than being dead. Death would end it all. She was ashamed to face the general who trusted her, unable to save her maid, and unable to change Chu Feng. Perhaps only death can bring an end to one's life. Chu Feng, don't force me. If you don't release us, I'll die here with Xiao Shu. You'll get nothing but our corpses." Shui Ying roared, as if she wanted to shout out all her grievances, resentment, and despair. "What if I say no?" Chu Feng looked at her coldly. Chapter 50. Kill the enemy's spirit and achieve complete submission. "Miss, no." Lin Shu glared angrily at the blood-stained tears and roared. "Miss, just kill him. Kill him. Why are you doing this? We still have a chance." Shui Ying cried and shook her head. "Xiao Shu, you don't understand. You don't know how ruthless he is. He is a descendant of the Qinji Mo family. I can't kill him. I can't kill him." Shui Ying broke down. Even if she could kill, she couldn't bear to. Struggle. An unbearable struggle. She only regretted that she had fallen in love first, while the other person only treated her as a plaything and had no affection for her at all. Since you were so heartless, then let's meet again in the next life. Finally, in despair, she closed her eyes and resolutely pulled the trigger. Click! A crisp, yet eerily soft sound. The expected earth-shattering thunder and carnage did not materialize. Dead silence. Silence. Shalt. What happened? Lin Shu was completely dumbfounded. Shouldn't her head have been blown apart? The wall was just shot through by that so-called pistol. So why is the young lady completely unharmed? Chu Feng was very satisfied to see that Shui Ying had witnessed her final decision. "Commander Shui, you truly have not disappointed me." He slowly took the pistol from Shui Ying's hand without explaining why, nor did he need to explain too much to them, because such a secret would be more intimidating if only he knew it. Shui Ying stiffly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the silent iron pipe in Chu Feng's hand. He touched his perfectly intact temple again and was completely dumbfounded. What happened? Why am I still alive? Chu Feng put away his pistol and said calmly, "Because I am a descendant of the Mahe's school." Montauk Chu Feng. Shui Ying broke down. She was in despair. "What exactly do you want?" The next second, she knelt down with a thud. The youngest, most ruthless, and most trusted personal guard commander of the Iron Wall Fortress knelt down straight down. She abandoned all dignity and resistance. Like a lost child, clinging tightly to Chu Feng's thighs with both hands, burying her face in his body, and crying loudly. Don't kill her. Please don't kill Lin Shu. She's my only family. We grew up together. We're sisters, nominally master and servant. But in reality, we're sisters. Please, just don't kill her, and I'll do whatever you say from now on. I'll tell you everything I know. I just beg you to spare her life. Ugh. Please. Chu Feng remained silent. Shui Guiying continued to beg for mercy. Please, for the sake of how well I've taken care of you these past few days, let her go. The general dotes on you so much, she won't make things difficult for you. Just ask, and she'll agree to anything you want, please. At this moment, she was no longer the ruthless and decisive Commander Shui. She was just a pitiful woman begging for pity. Chu Feng let out a long sigh. He looked down at the woman at his feet, who was crying her eyes out and had completely given up resisting, and he felt a pang of pity for her. He really needs a loyal ally in his current situation. Shui Guiying was the perfect match. He slowly bent down and helped Shui Guiying up. Commander Shui, people aren't plants or trees. How can they be without feelings? But I've given you 2 chances already. With tears in her eyes, Shui Guiying looked at Chu Feng, recalling, You mean, Chu Feng et lai. The first time was on the way to get my weapon. I asked you about Shao Chun and reminded you to think it over before you spoke, but you just brushed me off with some official jargon. The second time was after I set a trap in the dungeon. I asked you again if you had anything to say to me, and again I told you to think it over before you spoke. You still chose to remain silent. Commander Shui, I gave you 2 chances, but you didn't cherish either of them. If you had just once been truly sincere with me, I could have protected your maid, Lin Shu. But now that the die is cast, the news of the traitor's capture must have already reached the general's ears, and many people know her identity. She is doomed. Upon hearing this, Shui Guiying trembled, and her hands, which were holding Chu Feng's leg, slipped limply to the ground. She muttered to herself, lost in thought. No, that won't happen. The general trusts me the most. All I need to do is ask her. Beg her. Chu Feng scoffed. Commander Shui, have you been kneeling for too long and your brain has gone foggy? He squatted down, pinched Shui Guiying's chin, and forced her to raise her head and look directly into his eyes. Do you think Murong Yan is a fool? The deputy commander of the personal guards is a traitor, and she, the commander of the personal guards, is completely unaware? Do you think she would believe that? She'll only think that you and Lin Shu are in cahoots. Even if she spares your life out of consideration for our past relationship, do you think she will still trust you from now on? Will you still be able to hold on to your position as the commander of the personal guard? Every word is piercing to the heart. Shui Guiying's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She understood. She understood everything. From the moment Lin Shu's identity was exposed, no matter what she did, she could no longer gain Murong Yan's trust. All that awaited her was endless suspicion and cold alienation. She's finished. Lin Shu, who was tied to the rack, finally understood the danger involved. She regretted it. She had dragged her mistress down with her. She cried in despair, screaming with all her might. Head instructor, I take full responsibility for my actions. I did everything. It has nothing to do with Miss. Kill me. Please kill me. I'll kowtow to you, even as a ghost, if you'll spare my young lady's life. Chu Feng ignored Lin Shu's roars and simply watched Shui Guiying, who had completely collapsed. He knew the time was right. To completely tame a wild horse, you must first break its pride. Actually, there's a way to cover this up. Chu Feng's voice suddenly became calm. In despair, Shui Guiying seemed to grasp at the last straw, suddenly looking up with a strong will to survive bursting from her eyes. What method? It's very simple. Chu Feng stood up and looked down at her. You have passed my final test. Therefore, I can spare your life. Test? Shui Guiying and Lin Shu were both stunned. They then suddenly remembered the fatal click of the gun. That gun just now. Shui Guiying's voice trembled as an absurd yet uniquely reasonable thought began to frantically grow in her mind. Wasn't that gun loaded with thunder? Of course there is, Chu Feng said calmly, but only I can control it. Chapter 51, A Strategy to Win Heart and Mind, Winning Both Body and Soul. Shui Guiying finally understood. From beginning to end, Chu Feng was in control of everything. He handed me an empty gun, not to test whether I dared to kill him, but to see what choice I would ultimately make after having the ability to kill him. Should they kill him and escape with Lin Shu? Or perhaps, she just couldn't bring herself to do it to him. Being unable to bring oneself to do something can be seen as a form of loyalty, a sense of liberation, or a sign of loving the other person and being unable to let go. In short, whichever it is, it will be the final test of whether she can survive. Coincidentally, amidst her complex emotions, she reluctantly chose the latter. So she survived. If her choice just now had been to turn the gun on Chu Feng, A chill that penetrated to the bone ran wildly up Shui Ying's spine. It made her feel cold all over. She had no doubt that at that moment, she and Lin Shu would instantly become two cold corpses. This man, what a terrifying scheme, what a horrifying calculation. Wah! Shui Ying knelt down again. Head coach, your subordinate knows he was wrong. She kowtowed deeply. Your subordinate is willing to die for the head instructor. From this day forward, I will obey the head instructor's orders without question. If I utter even the slightest lie, may I be struck by lightning. I have no other request. Please think of another way to save Xiao Shu. At this moment, all her pride, all her scheming, and all her resentment transformed into the purest reverence and submission. Chu Feng looked at her with satisfaction. Very good. This wildest horse has finally been tamed. What he wanted was not a simple subordinate, but a woman who could control his personal guard battalion and be his absolute confidant. Get up first. Chu Feng's tone softened somewhat. Remember what you said today. Yes, head coach. Shui Ying stood up shakily, her eyes filled with pleading tears, and looked into Chu Feng's eyes, then Xiao Shu. Miss! Lin Shu watched this scene with tears streaming down her face. She knew that her mistress had survived. That's enough. She looked at Chu Feng, her eyes no longer filled with hatred, but with a sense of relief and pleading. Head coach, please give me a quick death. Chu Feng didn't look at her, but simply straightened his clothes and turned to walk out of the cell. He stopped at the doorway without turning around. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. You two sisters have a good talk. Shui Ying and Lin Shu trembled. Then, Chu Feng continued. Shui Ying, yes, your subordinate is here. We want her to leave this world comfortably. He paused. You should personally see her off. This is her final act of dignity. I'll gloss over the matter with the general. I hope you'll dedicate yourself to your princess from now on. The scene changes. Chu Feng went to Murong Yan to report the situation. He knew Murong Yan's current feelings. Her cousin was in trouble, and she had encountered a traitor. What a huge blow that is. Therefore, Shui Ying absolutely cannot get into trouble. Otherwise, the general's world will collapse. Even if he's going to lie, he'll make sure it works. Then let time, as a buffer, handle all these variables. Inside the general's pavilion, in his sleeping tent, the atmosphere was oppressive. Murong Yan remained silent. Her phoenix eyes, which had once been cold and majestic, were now filled with unyielding sorrow and astonishment. Sadly, the death of her cousin Lei Yin has become an unchangeable fact. To everyone's surprise, Chu Feng promised to find the traitor within 3 days, but he actually found out in just 1 day. She didn't know how to describe the complex feelings she was experiencing. She eagerly awaited news of the interrogation from Chu Feng. The best news would be that Lei Yin is still alive. That's all a lie. But she didn't want him to come back so soon. Because as soon as he arrived, all the news was confirmed. The death of Lei Yin. The secret of the traitor may even implicate more people or events. Her biggest worry was whether Shui Ying was also involved in this matter, just as she was torn between her thoughts and unable to sleep. Chu Feng pushed open the door and entered. General, I'm back. The traitor has been identified. Murong Yan's body trembled violently, and she slowly raised her head, her gaze fixed on him. Is it really Lin Shu? Chu Feng walked up to her and hugged her. Yes, it's Vice Commander Lin. Just her. A hint of surprise flashed in Murong Yan's eyes. Where's Guiying? As the commander of the personal guards, her deputy was an inside traitor, and she didn't even know? Chu Feng nodded. Yes, she was kept in the dark the whole time, and now that she knows all this, she's still having trouble accepting it. After, he recounted everything that had happened in the dungeon in a very brief and understated manner. From his setting of the trap, to Lin Shu's exposure, and then to Shui Ying's disbelief. Of course, he omitted many details, only saying that he used ruthless methods to force them to submit, and in the end, Shui Ying put righteousness before family and personally killed the traitor. After listening, Murong Yan fell silent. After a long while, she gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Haha, so my spy is actually my personal guard deputy commander. I killed my cousin. At this moment, the majestic and aloof general seemed to have all his strength drained away. His only relative died from betrayal. Even his most trusted confidants had long harbored rebellious intentions. This impregnable fortress, which she had guarded with all her might, was already riddled with holes. Complex emotions welled up inside her. She needed to vent everything. Sudden, Murong Yan pounced on Chu Feng and pinned him down. She didn't say anything, but instead used the most primitive and savage method to frantically tear at his clothes. This is not flirting, much less lovemaking. This is venting. It is grief. Chu Feng did not resist, but responded even more fiercely. He knew that this was the best way to vent his emotions at this moment. There was no other way. He let her vent. Let those delicate hands leave scratches on her body. He let her pour all her pain, anger, and despair onto him. Let her scream and roar recklessly in the dead of night. He simply endured it in silence, and then responded to her demands in a more forceful and domineering manner. The bed shook violently, and muffled moans, indistinguishable as to whether they were from pain or pleasure, echoed intermittently within the bedchamber. Once, twice, 7 times, 8 times. In the end, Murong Yan completely exhausted all her strength, collapsing into Chu Feng's arms like a lump of mud, unable to move even a finger. That tear-streaked face showed extreme exhaustion and a hint of flush from satisfaction. Chu Feng, she suddenly spoke. Did my cousin leave any last words before she died? Do you want her to have any last words? Chu Feng stroked her smooth back. What do you mean? Murong Yan's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Chu Feng made a shushing gesture. Just leave everything to me. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Murong Yan instantly understood. The Iron Fortress is not safe. There may still be spies among them. She didn't ask any further questions. She didn't ask for anything else. She just wanted her cousin to be alive. She changed the subject. Let's hold a victory celebration banquet sometime after we bury our fallen sisters. She buried her face deeply in Chu Feng's chest, her voice muffled. The sisters have won the battle and deserve to be rewarded. Those who died in battle should also be given an explanation. Good. As for Lei Yin's death and the matter of the traitor, you are the head instructor, so it is most appropriate for you to handle it. I will not get involved anymore. Chu Feng smiled slightly. Clearly, Murong Yan is a smart woman. Some things don't need to be said. The two already have a tacit understanding. She was beginning to trust herself, which indirectly increased her power within the fortress. How should Shui Guiying deal with her deputy commander being a spy? She can't escape blame, Chu Feng asked, seemingly casually. What do you think? Murong Yan asked in return. I think she's still useful. Chu Feng's hands started to wander. First, this isn't what she wanted. Second, she's loyal to you and has no other intentions. Third, she's an old hand, and she's more useful than a new one. Most importantly, he lowered his head and breathed warm air into her ear. These days have seen Lei Yin and Lin Shu, 2 powerful figures in the fortress, run into trouble one after another. If more people are implicated, it might not be good. After a while. Okay, Murong Yan said softly, I'll do whatever you say. In truth, she didn't want to involve Shui Guiying in this matter, as Shui was the person she trusted most. If something were to be discovered, she simply couldn't accept it. She also knew that she could no longer trust Shui Guiying as openly as before. A rift of trust had appeared between them. Perhaps turning a blind eye and passing the problem on to Chu Feng is the best solution at the moment. Listen to me. Chu Feng chuckled and flipped her over, pinning her down once more. My great general, you were too emotional just now, venting your anger without restraint. Have you forgotten the promise we made in 3 days? After venting his anger, Murong Yan calmed down considerably, so it's natural what he was referring to. She covered her mouth, a little frightened, and said, Can we not? How can we do this? That's not up to you. Wah. Murong Yan was weak and powerless, and could only let him do as he pleased. Half an hour later, there was a 10-minute break at halftime. Chu Feng asked for it again. Murong Yan begged for mercy. You're not human. Chu Feng didn't allow her to refute him and attack directly. You're right, I am your heaven-supporting war god. Chapter 52 Strong Liquor as Medicine. The head coach's new rules. Nothing was said that night. The next day, inside the general's tent, Murong Yan was still fast asleep. Last night, she was fought by Chu Feng until dawn before she could catch her breath and rest. She was exhausted after that night. Her legs and feet were numb, and even turning over in bed made her sore all over. But it was Chu Feng. He walked out of the tent feeling refreshed, stretched, and even yawned. At this moment, Shui Guiying was already waiting outside the door. She changed into a clean military uniform, her face still pale, but her eyes were brighter than ever before. Upon seeing Chu Feng, she knelt down on one knee with a thud. Your subordinate, Shui Guiying, greets the chief instructor. Her voice was clear, strong, and full of absolute obedience. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction and helped her up. Has Xiao Shu cleaned it up? Shui Guiying's body stiffened, and her eyes instantly reddened, but she still nodded heavily. Yes, I personally saw her off on her journey. Very good. Chu Feng patted her shoulder. From today onwards, you will still be the commander of the personal guard, but you must remember who gave you your life. Understood, Shui Guiying said with a trembling expression of gratitude. I will serve the chief instructor to the death in this lifetime. Chu Feng suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, Take a quick inspection of the post-war situation and restore order to the Iron Wall Fortress as soon as possible. The general will probably ask you to report on the situation when he wakes up later. Just talk about Lei Yin and Lin Shu as usual, but don't expose yourself. Yes. Also, give this to Commander Yin Xin of the forging camp. Chu Feng handed her a parchment scroll covered with intricate drawings. Tell her to get it made as soon as possible. I need it urgently. Shui Guiying took the blueprints, glanced at them, and her pupils suddenly contracted. The drawing showed a strange, unfamiliar type of pipe connected together. The name says distillation equipment. She didn't ask any further questions. Yes, I will take care of it right away. Shui Guiying accepted the order and prepared to leave. Wait. Chu Feng called her back again. Leave the door open for me tonight. I want to talk with you all night long and tell me in detail what you know. Your subordinate obeys. Upon hearing this, Shui Guiying felt a pang of anxiety. She knew that some things were simply unavoidable. She had a vague feeling that Chu Feng's visit to her tonight wasn't just to find out the details of the matter. Something unspeakable was bound to happen. Or, should I go wash up first? Oh dear, what am I thinking? Thinking about all these messy things, she quickened her pace. Chu Feng didn't sit idle. After dinner, he led the Alpha team to patrol the fortress. As the head coach, restoring order to the Iron Fortress is now crucial. The first place he arrived at was the Wounded Soldiers Camp. This place is less a camp and more a living hell. The strong smell of blood, the sour smell of rotting herbs, and the burnt smell of flesh being branded with a hot iron mixed together to create a stench that could knock a person unconscious. Hundreds of seriously wounded soldiers lay on simple straw mats, their groans and cries echoing throughout the room. Several elderly female military doctors and their apprentices were sweating profusely as they moved among the wounds, holding red-hot irons and black herbal ointments, treating them in the most primitive and brutal way. A young female soldier was branded hard on the leg with a hot iron, letting out a shrill scream before losing consciousness. Chu Feng's brows furrowed into a knot. Behind him, Kinyu's expression was equally unpleasant. Head coach, some of the sisters can't stand the stitching and insist on using a hot iron, so, she explained in a low voice, her tone tinged with helplessness. Chu Feng did not refute. He knew that without anesthesia, every stitch was like tearing out his heart. Once the branding iron is applied, it's better to have a short, sharp pain than a long, drawn-out one. There is a limited supply of anesthetics, and he cannot possibly use all of what is left for everyone, and there is currently no effective solution. It was truly a last resort. Finally, he stopped in front of a female soldier who was running a high fever and whose wounds were oozing pus. An apprentice was holding a bowl of foul-smelling black ointment, preparing to apply it to her festering wound. Stop! Chu Feng gave a cold shout, which startled the apprentice so much that his hand trembled, and he almost dropped the medicine bowl. Head instructor? The apprentice looked at him timidly. Take this away. Chu Feng pointed at the bowl of ointment, his disgust undisguised. This will only hasten her death. This is a secret medicine for stopping bleeding and promoting tissue regeneration. A secret medicine? Chu Feng retorted. I think it's a deadly poison. At this moment, an elderly military doctor with gray hair and a wrinkled face walked over. She was Granny Ma, the most skilled doctor in the fortress. Head coach, you are indeed a war god, and your methods of healing and saving lives are also extremely powerful. However, the medicine you left behind last time is limited, so we can only save people according to the old prescription. Saving people? Chu Feng pointed at the female soldiers groaning in pain around him. You call this saving people? Of the 10 wounded soldiers, 7 died from festering wounds, and 2 died from the excruciating pain. With so many seriously wounded, how many could be saved? Grandma Ma was speechless, her face turning red, but she couldn't refute it. Because what Chu Feng said was true. In the past, it was considered high if even 10% of seriously injured people survived. It all depended on fate. But they had no other choice. She wanted to say, it's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. If you're so capable, then you do it. But because of her position, she could only swallow these words. Just then, Kinyu simply couldn't bear to watch any longer. As a commander of the logistics battalion, she knew all too well how difficult it was to treat wounded soldiers. Chu Feng did demonstrate exceptional skills in the previous treatments, but his limited resources, which he guarded like precious treasures, were hardly enough to cover the needs of thousands of injured patients. Head coach, do you think we want to watch them die? If we really had those life-saving drugs in your bag, we could certainly speak with our heads held high, but we don't. Do you have one? In her view, Chu Feng's appearance was undoubtedly a transgression. I really didn't. Chu Feng didn't try to force himself. The first aid supplies in his backpack were indeed limited. Upon hearing this, he shook his head inwardly. I knew it. Although the head instructor is a descendant of the Mo family and his methods are superior, he is still a human, not a god. Alas, it seems these severely injured sisters are doomed to die. Forget it. Let's save as many as we can. Just then, Chu Feng continued. But since Commander Kinyu has said so, then I will do my part. I dare not say that I can pull everyone back from the brink of death, but it will at least increase the survival rate by 50%. Furthermore, those women with minor injuries can receive effective treatment, greatly reducing their disability and infection rates. 50%? Upon hearing this number, everyone couldn't help but sigh. If that's the case, at least 60 or 70 of the seriously injured sisters could be pulled back from the brink of death. The risk of infection leading to disability will also be reduced for thousands of women with minor injuries. Then their Wounded Soldiers Battalion will have made a great contribution. You need to know how serious the population crisis is at Ironwall Fortress. For every person who dies or is injured, the fortress loses one person. Over the years, their population has dwindled to less than 10,000. If we can't use the people we bring in from outside, and we don't have any newborns, then the fortress will eventually run out of resources. Thinking about these things, Kinyu was a little excited. Head coach, are you really not joking? How could I joke about something so important? Chu Feng waved his hand and said, go and bring over all the best spirits from the warehouse. Wait a minute. Kinyu's expression turned somewhat grim. Chief Instructor, may I ask your purpose in requesting this strong liquor? Is it to clean the wounds of the injured soldiers? In Kinyu's view, wasting precious grain wine is a desecration of all the sisters' contributions. She wasn't unaware of what Chu Feng wanted the wine for. It's simply used to clean wounds. They had tried before, but the effects were minimal and did not reduce the probability of infection at all. They were not as effective as wound medicine. Chu Feng finally turned his head. I don't have time to explain. Execute orders. Kinyu was so angry that she trembled all over. Those were grains and wine prepared for the victory celebration banquet to reward the soldiers of the three armies. But she had no choice but to obey orders. All right, but the head instructor should think it over carefully. If the good wine in the fortress is wasted, I will definitely go to the general and demand an explanation. Of course. Chu Feng paused for a moment. What if I succeed? What will happen to Qianyu as the new ruler? Chapter 53, The Head Coach's Bet. From strong liquor to divine water. Kinyu was speechless after Chu Feng asked. And what are you going to do? She then gave a cold laugh. She is the logistics commander-in-chief. She is in charge of all the assets of the fortress. Every grain of rice, every drop of wine, was earned by the sisters with their lives. Chu Feng wasted so much strong liquor with just one sentence. In her eyes, he was no different from spendthrift. The head coach is joking. Kinyu straightened her back, her full chest rising and falling slightly due to her unsteady breathing. If you can really increase the survival rate of the seriously injured sisters by 50%, I, Kinyu, and my entire logistics battalion will listen to you from now on. Not enough. Chu Feng shook his head, his gaze sweeping over her stubborn face with a hint of amusement. Then what else do you want? Kinyu gritted her teeth. If I win, Chu Feng said, emphasizing each word. From now on, I'll decide how everything in the logistics battalion is distributed. In addition, you, Commander Kinyu, must personally make and warm my bed for a month. Every time you see me, no matter who is present, you must respectfully call me Dear Head Instructor. Kinyu's face turned completely red in an instant. This isn't a bet. It's blatantly humiliating her in public. What is her identity? She is the Grand Commander who holds the reins of the fortress's lifeline. Now you're going to be a maid who makes a man's bed and folds his blankets? Even if he has made great contributions and is a favorite of the general, it doesn't mean that everyone has to fawn over him. In the fortress, very few people truly respected Chu Feng. Most believed he rose to power through the favor of the Grand General. Especially for those in high positions, with their inherent pride. How could they possibly bow down to a man? The medics and wounded soldiers around them all held their breath when they heard this. The head coach's move was absolutely brilliant. It's clear he intends to use this method to deal with all the leaders who disagree with him, one by one. What? You're afraid to gamble? Chu Feng laughed, a laugh filled with disdain that said, that's all? What's there to be afraid of? Kinyu was completely enraged, her temper flaring. But what if you lose? If I lose, Chu Feng shrugged, looking indifferent, I'll hand over the position of head coach and go work in your logistics camp as a woodcutter or a fire starter. How about that? These words shocked the entire audience. Head coach, that's the number 2 person in the fortress, second only to the Grand General. Are you just going to use it as a bet, so casually? This is insane. He's playing with fire. Okay. Kinyu was afraid he would go back on his word, so she insisted. It's a deal. All the sisters in the camp heard it and will be our witnesses. Someone, go to the wine cellar and bring us the finest fiery cloud wine. Before long, 10 large wine jars sealed with mud were carried in, and the strong aroma of wine immediately overpowered the stench of blood in the tent. Head coach, can you deliberately emphasize the word sir? Her tone full of sarcasm. The drinks are here. Let your performance begin. Using strong liquor to treat injuries has never been known to have miraculous effects since ancient times, and she didn't believe that Chu Feng could defy fate. Chu Feng glanced outside the tent. Don't worry, just wait for the delivery. It'll be here soon. As they waited, the discussions inside the tent grew louder and louder. Is the head coach just bragging? Judging from this, is he trying to stall for time? Who knows? Anyway, he has made great contributions now, and the general is protecting him. Even if he loses, he probably won't be in any trouble. If we do this, who will respect him in the future? Just then, the sound of wheels rolling came from outside the tent. Commander Yan Xian of the forging camp personally led a group of people in, pushing a cart in. Inside the vehicle was a strange contraption consisting of gleaming copper pipes, copper pots, and coils of serpentine tubing. This is the distillation equipment that Chu Feng drew up the blueprints for, and that they were asked to expedite its production. Head instructor, we, the sisters of our forging camp, worked tirelessly to get what you requested. Yan Xian bowed deeply, her words filled with respect. She felt both awe and curiosity. On the one hand, she was unsure whether what she had made was up to standard, and, on the other hand, she couldn't understand what this pile of pipes could actually do. Chu Feng nodded and inspected it over his hands. Thank you for your hard work, Commander Yan. There's a minor problem with the item, but it won't affect its use. Being able to share the burden with the head coach, Yan Xian dares not complain about the hardship. With Chu Feng's approval, Yan Xian finally felt relieved. This is her first performance in front of the head coach. If she messes it up, how will she ever be able to get along in the future? Next, Chu Feng began to assemble it. Come over here and take a look, learn the basics, and you can improve upon them on your own later. Amidst the curious onlookers, Chu Feng began connecting pipes, installing valves, and sealing them. His hands moved incredibly fast, each part clicking precisely into place, as if he had been playing with this set for thousands of years. Kinyu and a group of military doctors were completely baffled, unable to understand what this pile of scrap metal had to do with saving lives. Head coach, what are you doing? Kinyu couldn't help but ask. Weren't you supposed to use strong liquor to save people? Why are you messing around with this junk? To make the wine purer. The simple distillation equipment was finally assembled. Although it still had many flaws, it was barely usable. Chu Feng immediately poured the wine into the copper pot one by one, covered it, and lit a fire underneath. Soon, the wine in the pot began to boil, and white steam flowed along the copper pipe into serpentine pipe coiled inside the bucket of cold water. A moment later, at the other end of the serpentine tube, drops of clear, water-like liquid began to slowly drip and flow into a ceramic bowl. Then, a smell even purer and more pungent than the sunset clouds spread out. Is this wine? Granny Ma leaned forward, took a sniff, and covered her nose because she was choked by the smell. I suppose so. Chu Feng picked up the bowl and walked over to Qianyu. But I call it alcohol. It's not for drinking, it's only for disinfecting, decomposing, and saving lives. Want to see it? Before Qianyu could react, he poured a little alcohol from a bowl onto a dry cloth and lit it with a tinderbox. Call! A ball of pale blue flame silently leaped up, much stronger than an ordinary wine fire, and burned completely without a trace of black smoke. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was so astonished by this miraculous skill that their jaws nearly dropped. It's such a small amount of liquid, yet it's burning so intensely. That's so weird. Now we can save people. Chu Feng carried the bowl of high-concentration alcohol to the bedside of the female soldier, whose wounds were oozing pus and whose fever was persistent. Hold her down. The two apprentices reacted immediately and rushed forward, pinning down the female soldier's arms and legs. Chu Feng soaked a clean burlap sack in alcohol, and without the slightest hesitation, pressed it directly onto the female soldier's thigh wound, which was oozing yellowish-green pus. Ah! A scream 100 times more agonizing than being branded with a hot iron pierced everyone's ears in an instant. The female soldier's body suddenly arched, convulsing and struggling wildly, her eyes rolling back, and she was about to faint from the pain. Stop it! Kinyu was the first to react, and her voice was hoarse from shouting. Chu Feng, you're not saving people, you're killing them. Grandmama, quick, stop him. Chapter 54. The spirit of wine removes corrosion, brings the dead back to life. Grandmama was also terrified and turned pale. Such excruciating pain was unbearable, even for a god. If even you, the commander of a logistics battalion, don't dare to stop me, how could I? She was about to step forward. Chu Feng's single glance instantly made everyone who was itching to make a move take a step back. Kinyu's actions were all bark and no bite. She did shout, but when she thought of the bet, she stopped in her tracks. You should all learn diligently and observe as you learn. Chu Feng turned his head, his hands moving without stopping, calmly cleaning the wound with alcohol again and again, wiping away the rotten flesh and pus little by little. He didn't stop until the entire wound was cleaned, until the tender, bright red flesh was exposed. After that, we need to wait for the alcohol to dry. Wait until it dries. Next, he evenly sprinkled the wound medicine on the wound, and then quickly bandaged it with clean linen. The entire process takes no more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After experiencing extreme pain, the female soldier gradually calmed down, though her body was still twitching slightly and her breathing was rapid. That's it. Kinyu recalled the still bloody and mangled wound, finding it hard to believe. But after a while, no miracle happened. The patient remained unconscious. Otherwise what? Chu Feng stood up and walked towards the next wounded soldier. Next. A cold, mocking smile appeared on Kinyu's lips. Okay, very good. She stood to the side with her arms crossed, observing coldly. Head instructor, I'll be right here watching to see how you pull the sisters back from the brink of death. The next half hour, Chu Feng used the same method, expressionless, to treat more than a dozen seriously injured people. In the wounded soldiers' camp, screams of agony rose and fell, like a scene from hell. The voices of doubt and dissatisfaction are growing louder. This isn't saving lives, it's torture. It hurts so much, I can't even bear to watch it. The wine poured on, it was like hot oil being poured on it. Kinyu's smile grew wider and wider. She could almost see Chu Feng, looking disheveled, rolling out of the head coach's position and kneeling before her, begging for mercy. Just then, something unexpected happened. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. An apprentice pointed at the first female soldier that Chu Feng had dealt with and screamed in terror. The female soldier was trembling violently, her teeth clenched and making a grinding sound, her face turning bluish-purple, and she looked like she was about to die. Grandmama rushed over and touched her forehead and was immediately horrified. It's over. The fever's gotten even higher. This is an evil wind entering the body. I'm going to die. Murderer! Kinyu pointed at Chu Feng, and her long-suppressed anger finally erupted at this moment. What else do you have to say? I'll go report to the general right now and have you punished for disregarding human life. After saying that, she turned around and was about to rush out of the tent. Wait a moment. Chu Feng immediately rebuked her. Commander-in-Chief, aren't you being a little too hasty? The medicine must be applied one moment, and the illness cured the next. Do you really think I'm a god? Can you stop in her tracks, about to say something? Chu Feng continued. It's only been less than half an hour since the disinfection started, and you're already in a hurry to convict me? Isn't that a bit too hasty? You! Kinyu was so angry that she trembled all over. She pointed at him, and then at the female soldier on the bed who had started to convulse. She's in this state, and you still say she's not dead? Granny Ma said it's an evil spirit entering her body. Even a god couldn't save her. Grandmama. Chu Feng's gaze fell on her. You've practiced medicine for decades. Have you ever seen a person whose fever keeps rising after being infected by evil wind? Grandma Ma was taken aback, and subconsciously said, when evil wind enters the body, it is the invasion of cold and damp energy, which will only cause a sudden drop in body temperature and cold hands and feet. Isn't that settled then? Chu Feng stood. Her whole body is burning hot right now. And you call that evil wind entering her body? With just one sentence, Grandma Ma was left speechless. Yes, that doesn't make sense. Head coach, stop being so mysterious. Seeing this, Kinyu thought that Chu Feng was making excuses. Even if it's not an evil spirit invading her body, she's clearly dying now. You've gambled with the lives of thousands of sisters, and now that someone's dead, even the great general can't protect you. I'll say it again. Chu Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. She's not dying, she's coming back to life. What? Come back to life? This outrageously arrogant statement made everyone think they had misheard. Huh? Kinyu laughed angrily. What a wonderful thing to come back to life. Head coach, I think you've gone mad. I'm not crazy. Chu Feng walked to the female soldier's bedside, ignoring her violent trembling and pained expression, and instead said loudly to the military doctors and apprentices around him, you all need to take a good look and remember this. Her wounds had long been corroded by putrefactive toxins, which were like evil spirits lurking in her body, constantly devouring her life force. He pointed to the bowl of remaining alcohol. And the alcohol I refine is divine water, the essence of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, the nemesis of these evil spirits. When the divine water enters the body, the evil spirits are killed in droves. But before they die, the evil spirits will release their last resentment and toxins. Right now, the vital energy within her body is fighting a desperate battle against this last bit of poison. That's why she has a high fever and is trembling. This is called destruction before construction, living from the brink of death. It is the darkest hour before dawn. This seemingly mystical explanation left the crowd with mixed feelings of belief and skepticism. The theory sounds somewhat reasonable, but the scene before me was truly horrifying. Nonsense. Kinyu didn't believe it all. Do you think we sisters are 3-year-olds who can be fooled by you? Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll see in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Chu Feng was too lazy to waste any more words with her, so he turned around and gave an order to one of his apprentices. Go, fetch a basin of clean, cold water, and also get a few clean pieces of linen. The apprentice subconsciously looked at Kinyu. Why are you looking at her? Chu Feng, thou wen. Before I lose, I'm in charge of the wounded soldiers' camp. My Wort is love. The apprentice shuddered, dared not hesitate any longer, and ran out as fast as he could. Soon, cold water and linen were prepared. Chu Feng soaked the linen cloth, wrung it out, and applied one piece to the female soldier's burning forehead, while using the other pieces to wipe her neck, armpits, and palms and soles. This is to help her body share the pressure of the high temperature, so that she can concentrate her vital energy to eliminate the remaining poison gas. Chu Feng explained, but his actions didn't stop at all. Everyone should apply it to them, as I have suggested, to cool them down physically. Time passed, second by second. The wounded soldier's camp was deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on the female soldier on the bed. Her trembling seemed to be gradually subsiding. The clenched teeth gradually loosened. His bluish-purple complexion was visibly regaining its color. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn feels like an eternity. When the last spark of the incense burner went out, the female soldier on the bed stopped trembling completely. Her rapid breathing became steady and long. Grandmama, what are you waiting for? Come and take a look. Chu Feng said to Granny Ma, who was already stunned into silence. Chapter 55, The Spirit of Wine shows its power. Kinyu is completely convinced. Oh yes. Grandma Ma seemed to wake from a dream, and with trembling hands, she reached out and touched the female soldier's forehead. Upon touching it, the scalding heat had subsided, leaving only a slight warmth. She then placed her hand on the female soldier's wrist, carefully feeling her pulse. This. Grandma Ma's eyes widened, her lips trembled, and she was too excited to say a word. Grandma Ma, what happened? Kinyu asked anxiously, her heart pounding in her throat. Refunded? Grandma Ma turned around abruptly, her voice trembling with a mixture of sobs and ecstasy. The fever has subsided. Her pulse has stabilized. She's alive. She's really alive. His words shocked the entire audience. After a brief silence, the entire wounded soldiers' camp erupted in a thunderous roar of amazement and cheers. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. The head coach is a god descended to earth. A miraculous recovery. I witnessed a miraculous recovery with my own eyes. Those wounded soldiers who were still groaning in pain, upon hearing in their unconscious state that they could live, immediately struggled to get up and kowtowed in the direction of Chu Feng. Kinyu, however, remained frozen in place. The color drained from her face in an instant, leaving it as pale as paper. How is that possible? How is that possible? Her proud experience and unwavering principles were shattered by Chu Feng in a way she could not comprehend at all. This is not medical skill. This is a miracle. She lost. They were utterly humiliated. They lost convincingly. Just as she was feeling lost and disoriented, Chu Feng slowly walked up to her. He neither mocked loudly nor rebuked harshly. He simply looked down at her, speaking softly in a tone so calm it was almost cruel. Commander Kinyu. Kinyu's body trembled violently. My bed still seems messy. Besides, I don't think I heard you call me. Chu Feng leaned down slightly, close to her ear, and whispered so softly that only the two of them could hear. Dear head coach, but maybe it's just good luck for a while, and it doesn't mean that everyone is like that. Kinyu could no longer hold on, and her legs went weak. Just then, the staff responsible for caring for the injured all shared the good news. Commander Qian, her fever has subsided as well. My situation has also improved. Commander-in-Chief, her pulse has stabilized considerably. Chu Feng felt extremely pleased as he listened to the continuous stream of good news. However, Kinyu's plump and beautiful face was drained of color, yet she still bit her lip tightly, refusing to admit defeat. What a coincidence! This must be a coincidence. You just happened to save a few women who were in good health. Most of the women are still in great pain. You just made them suffer another round of torture. Yeah. Chu Feng didn't argue, but simply turned around and walked straight to the other side of the wounded soldiers' camp. There lay several female soldiers, also seriously injured, but because the alcohol they had left behind was limited, they were still being treated using traditional methods. Come over here and look carefully. Chu Feng called everyone over. The group followed with mixed feelings of surprise and uncertainty. As soon as we got closer, the groans and pain from the people on this side became much stronger than those on the other side. A female soldier lay on a straw mat, her body burning with fever, and she kept talking incoherently. Her thigh was covered with a dark herbal ointment, but the ointment couldn't cover the wound at all. Yellowish-green pus mixed with blood was constantly seeping from the edges of the ointment, emitting a foul stench. The skin and flesh around the wound were red, swollen, and shiny, bulging high as if they would completely ulcerate at any moment. "Grandmama, come and see." Chu Feng pointed at the female soldier. "This is your secret medicine for stopping bleeding and promoting tissue regeneration, isn't it?" Grandmama blushed and lowered her head in shame. "Remember this taste, remember what this wound looks like." Chu Feng's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. After saying that, he led everyone back to the bedside of the first female soldier who had been treated. "Now let's look at her again. Come and smell it." Without Chu Feng giving any instructions, Granny Ma had already rushed over first. She knelt by the bed and first carefully leaned in to smell it. There's definitely no more odor. The smell of rotting flesh is completely gone. Only a light, refreshing aroma, similar to alcohol, remains. Not only that, another apprentice added in a trembling voice, "Look, there's no pus or blood oozing from her wound." Chu Feng nodded to Granny Ma. They approached a female soldier who had just been disinfected with alcohol, but hadn't yet been bandaged. "Come over here, let Commander Kinyu take a good look at the wound." "Yes." Grandmama arrived first, followed by Kinyu. When the wounds were fully exposed to everyone, the entire wounded soldiers' camp fell into a deathly silence. The horrific wound, which was originally deep enough to expose bone and oozing pus, now appeared unusually clean. All the rotten flesh and pus had disappeared, leaving only bright red, neat, tender flesh, and the redness and swelling at the edges had clearly subsided. Although it still looks horrifying, the feeling of rotting has completely disappeared. "How are you feeling?" Kinyu's voice trembled uncontrollably as she subconsciously asked the female soldier. The female soldier weakly opened her eyes. Her lips were chapped, but her gaze was incredibly clear. She sensed it for a moment and said softly, "Before, I felt an itch and swelling in my bones, like countless insects were gnawing at them. It still hurts now, it's a burning pain, but it feels much better and not as uncomfortable anymore." "Did you hear that?" Chu Feng's voice rang in her ear. "That's the difference." He looked around at everyone and said loudly, "My spirit potion can kill those poisonous insects that are invisible to the naked eye but cause wounds to rot and stink. Once the poisonous insects are dead, the wound will naturally become clean. As long as the wound is clean, it will heal itself." He pointed at the female soldier, as if issuing a divine prophecy. "Today, her wound is clean. Tomorrow, it will dry and begin to scab over." Then, he pointed to the female soldier opposite him, who was applying herbal medicine. And her, Chu Feng's tone suddenly turned cold. "If she continues to use that kind of thing, the wound will only become more and more foul-smelling. The flesh will rot away piece by piece. And in the end, she will have a persistent high fever and be slowly consumed by the putrefactive toxins in her body. This is the method you used to use." His words were like daggers to the heart. On one hand, there are miraculous results that produce immediate effects. On the other hand, there's the painful reality that has been proven countless times. The contrast is so stark and brutal. Kinyu could no longer hold on. Her body swayed, and she staggered back a step, her beautiful face as pale as paper. Her proud experience and the principles she upheld were shattered in that moment. She lost miserably, and she accepted her defeat wholeheartedly. Chu Feng slowly walked up to her, looking down at the distraught woman, a playful smile curving his lips. "Commander Kinyu now, do you have anything to say?" Chapter 56. Get out of here, you bunch of useless trash. Kinyu opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Her once plump and beautiful face was now deathly pale, devoid of any color. The facts are right before our eyes, and the contrast is so stark and cruel. She lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. They lost convincingly. All around her, hundreds of eyes, some sympathetic, some mocking, and some gloating, were focused on her. She could feel the gazes that had once been filled with awe for her gradually peeling away, turning instead towards that man and transforming into fervent worship. She knew that if she didn't keep her promise, she might save face today, but tomorrow she would lose the hearts of the entire logistics battalion. Thump! Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Qianyu, one of the 5 commanders of the Iron Wall Fortress and the logistics commander who controlled the lifeline of the entire army, collapsed to her knees. He actually knelt down on one knee. She lowered her head deeply, her proud, full breasts heaving with the violent trembling of her body. Tears of humiliation streamed down her cheeks. A long time, a sound barely louder than a mosquito's hum, tinged with sobs and endless shame, escaped from her lips. Kinyu greets her dear, beloved head coach. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The female soldiers' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Oh my God, Commander Kinyu actually knelt down, and they call each other so affectionately. Very good. Chu Feng looked down at her. Since you've admitted defeat, let's get to work. My bed is waiting for you to make it. But before that, you need to organize the manpower, distill all the usable spirits, and collect all the clean linen in the camp, boil it in boiling water, and let it dry for later use. It's our dear head coach. Kinyu bit her bloodshot lips and squeezed out those words through gritted teeth. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless people, he got up in a disheveled state and fled the wounded soldiers' camp. Looking at her dejected figure, Chu Feng knew that from now on, this logistics battalion would belong to the Chu family. Grandmama, come here. Chu Feng turned his head and looked at Granny Ma, who was already so excited that tears were streaming down her face. Head instructor, Granny Ma stepped forward and, mimicking Kinyu, tried to kneel down. All right, stop with the nonsense. Chu Feng grabbed her arm and said, if you want to save people, then pull yourself together and learn my method. Yes, Chief Instructor, please give me your orders, and I will gladly die for you. No need for death. Chu Feng pointed at the wounded soldiers, his expression becoming extremely serious. From now on, I will only teach you once. All of you military doctors and apprentices, pay close attention. He approached a female soldier whose leg had been cut open. This kind of wound is just a superficial injury, which we call a superficial wound. Chu Feng instructed his apprentice to remove the blackened herbal ointment and bandages, releasing a faint, fishy odor. He gently wiped away the pale yellow liquid seeping from the wound with a clean cloth. Remember, this yellow liquid is the food for those unseen, poisonous insects. When the food is gone, the poisonous insects will starve to death. He explained it in the simplest and most straightforward language. He then used freshly distilled alcohol to moisten a cotton ball and carefully wiped the wound and the surrounding skin. Hiss! The female soldier gasped in pain. A second disinfection is required every time you change the dressing. It has to be done like this. After the alcohol dries, apply the wound medicine and rebandage. I guarantee it will scab over in less than 3 days. Simple, direct, and logically clear. All the military doctors and apprentices understood, and one by one, they suddenly realized, their eyes shining with an unprecedented light. Who knew saving lives could be so simple? Next, Chu Feng then approached a female soldier who had been wounded in the shoulder by an arrow. This kind of deep wound is called a deep wound. He examined the wound, his brow furrowing slightly. The poisonous insects inside are hidden deep and cannot be completely killed in one go. Therefore, this kind of wound needs to be disinfected at least twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. As he spoke, he took out a thin strip of gauze soaked in alcohol. Watch closely. He carefully inserted one end of the gauze strip into the deep arrow wound with tweezers, leaving only a small section sticking out. This is called drainage. It draws out the necrotic pus and blood inside, allowing the divine water to kill the poisonous insects deep inside. When we change the dressing tomorrow, we'll pull out the old one and replace it with a new one. This move left Granny Ma and the others in awe, as if they had opened the door to a new world. Finally, Chu Feng returned to the bedside of the first female soldier he had treated, whose fever had completely subsided. But hers is already infested with poisonous insects. We call it an infected wound. He pointed to the female soldier's wound, which had visibly reduced in swelling. To deal with this, we have to be ruthless. Not only do we need to repeatedly wash her with holy water, at least twice a day, but we also need to apply cold water compresses to reduce the internal heat. Only by using both methods can we snatch her back from the brink of death. Superficial wounds, deep wounds, infected wounds. 3 scenarios, 3 different approaches. In just half an hour, Chu Feng established a complete, clear, and proven effective new medical system. The entire wounded soldiers' camp, which had been filled with lamentations and chaos, instantly became orderly. The female soldiers no longer cried out in despair, and the military doctors were no longer a loss. Hope has been rekindled in everyone's heart, and Chu Feng is the god who brought all of this to light. Did everyone understand? Chu Feng looked around at everyone. Understood. Hundreds of military doctors and apprentices shouted in unison. their voices shaking the rooftops. All right, Chu Feng nodded and looked at Granny Ma. From now on, you are the head of the wounded soldiers camp, responsible for teaching everyone. Commander Kinyu will ensure your supplies. If there are any problems, I will hold you accountable. Yes, Chief Instructor. Grandmama straightened her back, as if she had become 20 years younger. Not long after, news arrived from the wounded soldiers camp. It spread like wildfire, almost instantly throughout the entire Ironwall fortress. The patrolling female soldiers whispered among themselves, their voices filled with barely suppressed excitement. Have you heard? The head coach turned the fiery clouds into divine water and applied it to their wounds, bringing even the sisters who were on the verge of death back to life. More than that, even Commander Kinyu lost the bet. In front of the entire battalion, she knelt on one knee and called the chief instructor darling. That's not all. I heard that Commander Kinyu will be warming the head instructor's bed every day from now on. Inside the military brothel, Sherman was shirtless, pinning a male concubine down beneath him, venting his pent-up frustration from the past few days. Several close female friends followed suit, enjoying a moment of indulgence. Just then, a subordinate rushed in and recounted in detail the miracle of the wounded soldiers' camp and Kinyu's humiliation. Bang! Sherman kicked the male concubine beneath him away. The man cried out in pain, curled up on the ground, and dared not make a sound. He's just playing tricks again. Commander, sure, this time it seems to be true. My cousin is in the wounded soldiers' camp, and she said she personally witnessed the head instructor turning rotten flesh into new flesh. Yes, Commander, that's Commander Kinyu. Even she admitted defeat. Listen to your subordinates. The image of Chu Feng's hateful yet composed face flashed through Sherman's mind in an instant. I glanced at his arm as he easily drew the composite bow, and at his focused profile as he forged divine armor. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Looking at the male concubine on the ground who was still groaning, she felt extremely disgusted. Compared to Chu Feng, he was simply a piece of useless mud that could not be helped. A surge of bitterness and jealousy welled up in her heart, even though she herself was unaware of it. She roared, "Get out of here, you bunch of useless trash." Chapter 57, Is Dragonfish Really That Nourishing for Men? Meanwhile, on the city wall, Qin Shuang, the commander of the city defense battalion, is directing the female soldiers to repair the battlements damaged by the barbarians. Upon hearing the news brought back by her deputy, her voluptuous body stiffened abruptly. She subconsciously looked at the spot where Chu Feng had stood that night. The shock and unbelievable events of that night all happened to this man. This man not only wields divine punishment, but also possesses a compassionate heart. What secrets are hidden behind his seemingly frivolous and playful gaze? Qin Shuang felt a surge of heat in her chest, and a barely perceptible blush rose on her mature and charming face. Inside Kinyu's tent in the logistics battalion, she buried herself tightly under the covers, as if that would shut out the whispers and gossip outside that made her feel utterly ashamed. Humiliation, shock, and resentment eventually transformed into a powerless, convinced, and awe-inspiring reverence. She repeatedly recalled Chu Feng's confident and determined gaze, and the moment she knelt down. She was so ashamed she wanted to die. But in my mind, I couldn't help but start rehearsing it. "My dear head coach." She murmured something in a voice only she could hear, her face flushed red with shame and indignation, her whole body turning as red as a boiled shrimp from head to toe. The thought of having to make the bed for that man every day from now on, and having to call him that in front of everyone, made her wish she could disappear into a crack in the ground. But this man belongs only to the general. Will the general suspect me? And that bed, as she made it up, would he? Thinking about those shameful things, this girl who hated men and had never touched a man's finger since childhood actually began to have a glimmer of expectation. Meanwhile, in the bustling forging camp, Yan Xian, along with her sisters who were filled with admiration, carefully assembled the second and third sets of distillation equipment. She stroked the objects, her eyes filled with fascination. For a craftsman, this is nothing short of a miracle. She secretly resolved to make the spiritual water equipment even more perfect and efficient, and never let down the head coach's trust. Perhaps when the head instructor comes again next time, I can ask him for more secret techniques about forging. The thought of being alone with him, discussing these divine skills, is so appealing. A flush of burning red appeared on Yan Xian's face, which was blackened by years of exposure to the fire in the stove. Outside the general's tent, Shueging, dressed in military uniform, stood ramrod straight, waiting as her food was reheated again and again. At this moment, a guard quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words in her ear, reporting everything that had happened in the wounded soldiers' camp in detail. When I heard Commander Kinyu knelt on one knee and addressed him as her beloved head coach, I was deeply moved. Shui Guiying's usually cold and beautiful face could no longer hold back. She was first shocked, then a huge sense of relief at surviving the ordeal overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. Fortunately, I made the right choice last night in the dungeon. This man is not human. His methods and schemes were like an inescapable net, leaving no room for resistance. Who are the people under Kinyu's command? He controls the lifeline of the fortress, and his pride rivals that of Lain. Yet he is patient and will not overstep his bounds, as calm and collected as a fox. But within a short hour, he was manipulated by Chu Feng, his dignity crushed, and forced to make his bed for a month. Compared to Kinyu's fate, his submission in the dungeon last night was an immense blessing. Shui Guiying subconsciously touched her still flat stomach, her cheeks slightly flushed. He's coming tonight to have a long talk with me. Should I address him the same way Commander Kinyu does? Dear head coach, moreover, there is a very high probability that sexual relations will occur. The moment the thought crossed her mind, her heart began to race uncontrollably, and a current of shyness, fear, and secret anticipation surged through her body. Just as she was in a state of utter confusion, a suppressed yet languid moan came from inside the tent. Someone come here. The general has woken up. Shui Guiying took a deep breath, suppressed all distracting thoughts, and quickly entered the tent with the food that had been prepared. General, you're awake. Inside the sleeping tent, the bed was in a mess. Murong Yan lay limp on the animal skin bed, like a phoenix drenched by rain, too weak to even lift a finger. Her entire body felt as if it had been repeatedly trampled by a tireless warhorse, every bone in her body protesting with aching pain. The burning, swollen sensation made her feel ashamed and indignant, yet she couldn't help but reminisce about the intoxicating madness of the previous night. That bastard is like a tireless bull. Is it possible that dragonfish is so highly nutritious for men? She had never fed the men in the fortress before. At most, she had given them fishbone soup. She never imagined that several days of consuming arowana would have such an effect. Help me up. Her voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of weakness and exhaustion after the release of passion. Yes. Shui Guiying put down the tray, stepped forward, and carefully helped her up, placing a soft cushion behind her. When I saw those glaring purplish-red marks on Murong Yan's neck and collarbone, Shui Guiying's breath hitched, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look any further. How intense must the battle have been last night? General, I am guilty. Once Murong Yan was steady, Shui Guiying knelt down with a thud, her forehead hitting the ground heavily. Deputy Commander Lin Shu is a traitor, and my subordinates misjudged him. They deserve to die. Commander Lei's tragic death also reflects my negligence in supervision. I beg the general to punish us. Murong Yan sipped the dragon fish porridge, feeling the long-lost warmth flowing into her stomach, and her body gradually regained a bit of strength. She looked at Shui Guiying, who was kneeling on the ground, her body trembling slightly, and a complex emotion flashed in her phoenix eyes. In the past, she might have been furious or suspicious. But now, what flashed through her mind, however, was Chu Feng's whisper in her ear last night. Shui Guiying is still useful. She is absolutely loyal to you. This man seemed to have seen through everything long ago. Get up, Murong Yan said calmly. Chu Feng has already handled this matter properly. Lin Shu is a traitor, and it has nothing to do with you. You have been my personal mate since childhood. How could I not trust you? You will still be my personal guard commander in the future. General, Shui Guiying suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with unbelievable gratitude. Murong Yan's eyes dimmed for a moment at Lei Yin's death. Don't make a fuss about it for now. Let me discuss it with the head coach before making a decision. Unbeknownst to her, she had already placed Chu Feng in a position equal to hers, one where they could even jointly make decisions on the fortress's top secrets. Yes. Shui Guiying nodded emphatically, her awe of Chu Feng deepening even further. Even the great general listened to his every word. I need to perform even better in the future. What is the current situation at the fortress? Murong Yan asked. Reporting to the general, at the mention of serious matters, Shui Guiying immediately regained her efficiency. The bodies of our fallen sisters are being collected, the city defenses are being reinforced, and the destroyed houses are being rebuilt. It's just that the wounded soldiers' camp. Chapter 58. What cooking? This is divine water for building walls. What happened to the wounded soldiers' camp? He's the head coach. A fanatical light instantly blazed in Shui Guiying's eyes. She recounted how Chu Feng engaged in a verbal battle with Qianyu in the wounded soldiers' camp and made a bet with her. The story revolves around how a strange set of copper pipes transforms strong liquor into spiritual water, and how this magical water pulls a dying sister back from the brink of death. He told the story vividly, without missing a single word. She spoke with great emotion. Murong Yan was deeply moved by what she heard. spiritual water, disinfect, infect. These unheard of words and the incredible ability to bring the dead back to life intertwined in her mind. And the protagonist who accomplished all of this, it was the same man who had recklessly ridden her last night, sending her to the peak of ecstasy time and time again. During the day, he was like a god, deciding life and death with a wave of his hand and saving countless people from suffering. At night, he was like a demon king, using the most primal and domineering methods to possess her body and devour her soul. Murong Yan felt the lingering soreness in her body transform into waves of scalding heat, leaving her mouth dry. This man, he not only conquered the battlefield with his terrifying MO family secret weapon and won people's hearts with his miraculous medical skills, but also completely conquered her, the eldest princess of the Great Yin, with his ridiculously strong body. She originally only wanted to use him to make him a sharp weapon in her great cause of restoring her country. But now, she realizes she was wrong. She has become the scabbard, inseparable from this sharp blade. It wasn't just the cause of restoring the nation that needed him. Her body and her heart were completely and utterly marked with his imprint. An unprecedented, intense desire to completely possess this man grew wildly within her. He's mine. It can only be mine. He actually used the matter of treating wounded soldiers to seduce Kinyu. Snort. Just you wait. This general will not let him off the hook. The great general? The great general. Shui Guiying's call pulled her back from her reverie. Murong Yan came to her senses and realized that her cheeks were burning hot. She coughed lightly to cover her mouth. I see. She remained silent for a moment, her phoenix eyes flashing with determination. Go. Invite the head coach over. Tell him that I want to discuss the victory celebration banquet and the compensation with him personally. Yes. Shui Guiying accepted the order and bowed as she withdrew. Watching Shui Guiying's departing figure, Murong Yan leaned against the headboard and closed her eyes helplessly. She could sense that her relationship with Chu Feng had completely spiraled out of control. But she did it willingly. They even eagerly anticipate the next time things get out of control. She slowly reached out and gently touched her still swollen lips. An uncontrollable smile, a sweet and shy hint of jealousy, crept on her lips without her even realizing it. Montauk Chu Feng, aren't you satisfied with having me, the general? Just wait and see how this general teaches you a lesson. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, after inspecting the wounded soldiers' camp, had arrived at the west side of the fortress. The barbarian catapults destroyed a large number of barracks and fortifications here. At this moment, hundreds of female soldiers, with bare arms, were carrying stones and timber while chanting slogans. They used the most primitive method, mixing mud and bits of grass, to build new walls. Inefficient and visibly flimsy. Qin Shuang, the commander of the city defense battalion, was inspecting the construction site with her hands on her hips. Her tight leather armor accentuated her already stunning figure, making her even more alluring, and her full breasts rose and fell violently with her breathing. Chu Feng was attracted by her stunning figure from afar, and the thought unconsciously formed in his mind. Qin Daitong's fit physique at his age is truly impressive. If I were to fight her, I don't know who would win or lose. Give me a push. We have to get these barracks repaired before dark. Otherwise, we'll all be sleeping in the snow tonight. Qin Shuang's voice was extremely loud and full of energy. Commander Qin, strength alone is not enough. Just then, a lazy voice came from behind. Qin Shuang turned around and saw Chu Feng strolling over with his hands behind his back and several of his personal guards, as if he were inspecting his territory. Head instructor. Qin Shuang's eyes lit up, and she quickly went to greet him, her chest heaving. Why are you here? It's all rough work here, and there's dust everywhere. Don't get yourself dirty. She had long harbored a deep-seated awe and curiosity towards Chu Feng, especially after witnessing firsthand last night the thunderous punishment that defeated the enemy with a single blow from hundreds of steps away. The news that Xianyu had just surrendered to the wounded soldiers intensified the sentiment. Let me take a look. Chu Feng pointed to a half-built, crooked mud wall and shook his head. If it's built like this, it will collapse if there's a strong wind. If another catapult is used, it'll be no different from a paper doll. Qin Shuang grinned and said, Hey, Chief Instructor, you don't know this, but our fortress is short of supplies. We're lucky if we have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Otherwise, we can only set up tents. That's how we've built it all these years. That was before. Chu Feng remained non-committal, but gave Chun Tao a wink. Chun Tao and Alan immediately stepped forward and unfurled a huge roll of parchment. The drawings depicted an architectural style they had never seen before. Chu Feng wasn't just busy having a passionate battle with Murong Yan in bed. Afterwards, when discussing the post-war situation with Murong Yan, he had already come up with blueprints for treating the wounded and repairing the houses. These drawings were architectural plans he had drawn early on at his desk after waking up. Winter is approaching, and the climate outside the fortress is already covered by snow and ice. However, the temperature inside the fortress is considered late autumn, so it's still not too late to build houses now. It will be troublesome once deep winter arrives. The drawings show straight walls, neat windows, roofs with a triangular structure for stability, and even strange annotations such as load-bearing wall and drainage ditch. This is... Qin Shuang leaned closer, her eyes full of confusion. Design drawings for the new barracks, Chu Feng said calmly. Just then, an elderly woman came closer to take a look and couldn't help but laugh. Head coach, your drawing is quite beautiful. But this thing looks good, but is useless. Look, there isn't even a main beam. How can this house stand up? And these walls are too thin. I'm afraid they could be kicked open with one kick. Qin Shuang hurriedly introduced, the head instructor. This is Granny Shi, who is in charge of building the house. Back when the Great Yin Kingdom still existed, she was the imperial architect. That's what Granny Shi said. The female soldiers in charge of the construction all nodded in agreement, thinking that the blueprints were just the wild imagination of an amateur. How can a single layer of stone be strong? Their traditional construction method resulted in a thickness more than 3 times greater. Yeah. Chu Feng didn't argue, but pointed to an open space next to him. Here's what we'll do. You send a team to build it the way you always do. I'll lead a team to build it according to my blueprints. Let's have a competition and see whose house is built faster, uses less material, and is more sturdy. As for the time, we'll just build the walls around the house and test how difficult it is. What do you think? Granny Shi immediately became interested. This was a perfect opportunity to publicly humiliate the deity. All right, head coach, you said it yourself. If you lose, don't blame this old woman for taking advantage of your lack of knowledge. Chu Feng politely replied, of course not. Qin Shuang glanced at Chu Feng with some concern, only to find that his face was full of a confident smile. Soon, the match between the two sides began. On Granny Shi's side, everyone was gathered together to build a house, still using the old method of mixing mud and laying stones. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's side. He first had someone bring him specific clay and sand, and then asked the kitchen for a large amount of glutinous rice soup and lime. Head coach, are you going to cook? Alan looked at the pot of fragrant glutinous rice soup and couldn't help but swallow. Make your head out of here, Chu Feng laughed and cursed. This is divine water used for building walls. Chapter 59 Miracle Blueprints, you call this a house? Everyone was completely confused after hearing this. It's SK2 again. Head coach, there's wine and spirit water for saving lives and healing injuries, and there's also a magic water for building houses and mixing mud. Chu Feng smiled. Of course. He didn't offer any further explanation, but instead called Alan and Chun Tao to his side, pointed to the piles of materials that had been prepared in advance, and began on-site instruction. Watch closely, I will only teach you this magic water for bricklaying once. This kind of wall-building magic water must be made with lime, clay, and sieved fine sand. Chu Feng pointed out each point one by one. The most important thing is that pot of glutinous rice soup that is still steaming hot. Alan and Chun Tao were completely confused. Could glutinous rice soup really be used to build a wall? Chu Feng noticed their confusion and continued. Remember this ratio, it's the most important thing. Using this wooden bucket as a reference, use 3 buckets of sand, 2 buckets of lime, and 1 bucket of clay. First, pour these 3 dry ingredients together and stir them repeatedly with a shovel until the color is completely uniform and no impurities can be seen. Head coach, what about the glutinous rice soup? Chun Tao couldn't help but ask. Don't rush. Chu Feng picked up a wooden spoon and scooped up some glutinous rice soup. After the dry ingredients are mixed well, slowly add the hot soup. Remember, add it slowly while stirring, just like kneading dough. Do not pour it all in at once, otherwise it will clump and the holy water will be ruined. He personally poured a pot of glutinous rice soup into the mixed dry ingredients, while directing several female soldiers to vigorously stir it with long-handled shovels. The gray powder gradually turned into a thick paste as it was soaked in the hot soup. Head coach, how much soup should we add? Alan asked, his eyes wide as he tried to remember every detail. Until it becomes like this. Chu Feng used a shovel to scoop up a lump of mixed mortar and tilted it. The gray mortar, like thick maltose, slid down slowly and steadily, neither flowing down instantly like mud, nor sticking to the shovel like dry soil. Do you see this level of adhesion? Chu Feng et lai. If it's too runny, the bricks will slide and the wall will be unstable. If it's too thick, it won't stick well and there will be gaps in the middle. It is this perfect stickiness that allows the bricks to fit together seamlessly, forming a unified whole. He smeared mortar from the shovel onto one stone, then pressed another stone on top. With a little force, the 2 stones stuck together firmly. How long does it take for this to dry? Chun Tao curiously reached out and poked the mortar overflowing between the two stones, finding it soft and sticky. Don't underestimate it. Chu Feng brushed the dust off his hands and said confidently, in the current weather, it will begin to solidify in about 2 hours, and you won't be able to press it with your hand. After one night, its hardness is no less than that of ordinary rammed earth. But its real power lies in the fact that it becomes harder and harder in the wind over time, and after 7 days it can be as hard as bluestone. By then, only the catapult will be of any use. No other collision will be able to budge it in the slightest. He personally taught Alan and Chun Tao how to prepare the ingredients, and only after watching them go from being unfamiliar to skilled did he nod in satisfaction. Alan, let's build it according to the blueprints from now on. Good. Alan accepted the order and immediately led his men to begin preparing the mixture. On the other side, Granny Shi's large army had already built a long mud and stone wall that was half a person high. They worked with great enthusiasm, bursts of laughter occasionally rising from their seats, their gazes glancing intentionally or unintentionally toward Chu Feng, filled with undisguised mockery. Hey, look, the head coach is playing in the mud. What do you mean by playing with mud? That's called a secret technique of the Manhwa school, and they make a kind of divine water for building walls. It's not something that rough people like us can understand. Granny Shi leaned on a wooden cane, watching the wall on her side rapidly taking shape, then glanced at Chu Feng's slow progress, her cloudy old eyes filled with self-satisfaction. She cleared her throat and raised her voice. Chief Instructor, it will be dark soon. Why is there still no progress on your end? The 4 walls on my side will be finished before dark. If you admit defeat now, it's not too late, so as not to waste that rice porridge. This old guy is quite good at taking advantage of his age. Chu Feng chuckled inwardly, too lazy to even acknowledge her. Qin Shuang, who was beside him, couldn't sit still any longer. She leaned forward with her voluptuous body, lowered her voice, and her full breasts were almost touching Chu Feng's arm. Chief Instructor, are you really confident? Granny sure is, after all, the best craftswoman in our fortress. The houses she builds, though not beautiful, are at least habitable. You've been mixing mud and starting a fire all day, and you haven't even laid the foundation yet. What if something goes wrong? She didn't finish her sentence, but her concern was obvious. What if what? Chu Feng turned his head and looked at her with great interest. Her sweaty cheeks and anxious eyes, combined with her exaggerated figure, created a unique and captivating scene. Afraid that I'll lose and embarrass the head coach? That's not what I meant. Qin Shuang's heart skipped a beat when he looked at her, and she quickly lowered her head. I was just worried about affecting the fortress's repair progress. This woman is clearly worried about me, but she insists on bringing up the bigger picture. Chu Feng also developed some feelings for her. Qin Shuang isn't as arrogant as Qian Yu. She should be easy to tame. Don't worry, Commander Qin. He reached out and patted her naturally. Her amazing physique and resilience made him admire her in his heart. She really had a unique charm. Tomorrow morning, I will show you what a real miracle is. Qin Shuang froze when he slapped her, a strange electric current running through her body from the point of contact, and her cheeks instantly turned red. This man is so good at flirting. She dared not say anything more and silently stepped aside, her heart filled with unease. As dusk fell, a miracle was unfolding on the construction site to the west. On Granny Shi's side, although the 4 walls had been completed, they were crooked and twisted, with cracked joints full of dry mud, as if they would fall apart if pushed. On Chu Feng's side, the wall built with glutinous rice divine water was only half a person's height, but it was as straight as a ruler. The gray mortar between the bricks had already begun to solidify. If you pressed down hard with your finger, it would only leave a shallow mark. This thing works way too fast. A female soldier couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and reached out to push the wall, but the wall didn't budge. And it's so hard. Incredibly hard. Granny Shi, leaning on her cane, walked over shakily, her cloudy old eyes fixed on the wall. She tried to scrape the mortar in the cracks with her withered fingers, but only managed to scrape off a little bit of powder. The head coach is indeed incredibly tough. She looked again at the stone wall on her side, built with thick piles of stones, and her old face showed some embarrassment. Based on my observations over half a lifetime, this wall-building magic water will probably become even stronger after tonight. This isn't just building a wall, it's practically forging a new great wall. Am I really going to lose? Standing beside Chu Feng, Qin Shuang watched as the female soldiers around her cast gazes at him that were a mixture of shock, admiration, and fervor. Her own heart pounded. This man always manages to create results that defy conventional wisdom in the most unbelievable ways. Just as she was about to say something, a familiar figure strode over. Head coach. Shui Ging approached and bowed slightly, a rare, unnatural blush appearing on her usually cold and pretty face. The general requests your presence. Oh, Chu Feng glanced at her and noticed her evasive gaze, realizing something was amiss. So he lowered his voice and asked with amusement, "What's the rush?" Shui Guiying's face turned even redder. She leaned close to Chu Feng's ear, her breath sweet and her voice barely audible. "The general has heard about the wounded soldiers' camp. I heard that you had Commander Can you call you dear head instructor, and even had her make your bed." When she spoke the last few words, Shui Guiying's voice was almost inaudible, and her ears turned bright red. Chapter 60. This general has a reward for you. Chu Feng understood instantly. This general's jealousy gets churning pretty fast. He remained calm and responded in an even lower voice, almost whispering in Shui Guiying's ear. "And what about you? Will you leave the door open for me tonight?" Shui Guiying felt a surge of heat rush to the top of her head, and her whole body felt like it was about to catch fire. He still thinks about it. It seems she can't escape tonight. Your subordinate obeys. After saying those words, she didn't dare look at Chu Feng again and practically fled in panic. Watching her hurried departure, Chu Feng's smile deepened. This tamed wild horse now possesses a unique charm. He looked at Qin Shuang and Granny Shi beside him again, and they no longer had any intention of making comparisons. They had clearly given full approval to his new architectural approach. So I lost the desire to compare. I have taught Alan and Chuntao the blueprints and methods. Starting tomorrow, all new barracks shall be constructed according to this standard. If there are any problems, you will be held responsible. Yes, Chief Instructor. Qin Shuang and Granny Shi bowed in unison, their voices filled with unprecedented reverence. Inside the general's tent, the atmosphere was oppressive and ambiguous. Despite her aching body, Murong Yan sat upright behind the table, where a sumptuous dinner was laid out before her, especially a large pot of steaming dragonfish soup, which emitted an enticing aroma. But she didn't touch it. Those clear, cold phoenix eyes were now burning with a small flame as they stared intently at Chu Feng, who had just entered. The head coach is so imposing. Her voice was icy, with a hint of bitterness that she herself didn't even realize. Even Kinyu, the commander of the logistics battalion, has been completely won over by you. She calls you darling all the time, and she's so affectionate with you. When working for the fortress, someone has to play the good cop, and someone has to play the bad cop. Chu Feng seemed oblivious to the barb in her words and walked straight to the table. He picked up an empty bowl, unceremoniously filled it with a large bowl of dragonfish soup, and then picked up a large piece of roasted meat and began to eat heartily. Glug glug. He finished the bowl of dragonfish soup in a few gulps, feeling a powerful surge of heat rise from his stomach and quickly spread throughout his body, instantly replenishing the energy he had expended during the day. They are even more energetic. This is really good stuff. After a few bites, I actually got a cold again, and without any side effects whatsoever. This thing is truly amazing. Murong Yan almost ground her teeth to powder looking at his matter-of-fact attitude. That bastard. Didn't he know that he had reheated the food 3 times while waiting for him? Doesn't he know that his whole body feels like it's falling apart? He actually still had the appetite. And you're eating so heartily. Montauk Chu Feng. She finally couldn't hold back any longer, slammed her hand on the table, and shouted angrily. However, the next second, she felt a blur before her eyes, and then a strong masculine scent rushed towards her. Chu Feng had already moved closer, placing his hands on the table and completely enveloping her petite body beneath him. The general is still so energetic. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips as he stared intently at her pretty face, which was filled with shame and anger. It seems I didn't work hard enough last night, which is why you still have the energy to slam the table here today. What are you trying to do now? Murong Yan panicked and shouted, her voice trembling with fear. I didn't call you here for a meal. I'm asking you why you did that kind of thing to Commander Kinyu in the wounded soldiers' camp. Oh, Chu Feng's gaze slowly moved down, landing on her slightly trembling red lips. But why do I feel that this place is more suitable for discussing life? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly leaned down and, in the most domineering and unyielding way, silenced all her unfinished protests. Murong Yan's body froze instantly. Then she began to struggle violently. But her meager strength was no different from a cat's claw in front of Chu Feng, who had just finished drinking dragonfish soup and was full of energy. Soon, her resistance turned into weak sobs. The bowls and plates on the table clattered together, and the dragonfish soup steamed up a cloud of white vapor, enveloping the two entangled figures. When Murong Yan was tackled onto the familiar animal skin bed, she completely gave up resisting. She was like a fish out of water, her body limp and powerless, only able to let that man ride on her and take from her. I don't know how much time passed. You bastard, slow down. He's not human. Please, I really can't take it anymore. His intermittent pleas for mercy only elicited an even more ferocious response. In the end, Murong Yan completely lost consciousness, drifting into a deep drowsiness amidst extreme pleasure and exhaustion. When I woke up again, it was already completely dark. Chu Feng was lying on his side next to her, one hand supporting his head, the other hand still wandering restlessly over her smooth back. Suddenly, it moved down again. Murong Yan felt his movement, and her body trembled involuntarily. You're coming again? Her voice was hoarse, with a hint of sobbing. If the general desires it, your subordinate will naturally fight to the death. Chu Feng chuckled softly and pulled her into his arms. Murong Yan leaned weakly against his burning chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, her mind in turmoil. With the last of my strength, I pushed her away. Get out. No. Chu Feng frowned. What's wrong, General? Aren't you in a hurry to have an heir? Murong Yan's fair face had lost all color after a series of battles. With you doing this so frequently, I'll die before I even get pregnant. She was in a great inner struggle. This can't go on. This man is like an insatiable bull. If this continues, I'll forget about restoring my kingdom. I probably won't even be able to get out of bed. But the thought of pushing him to other women, like that vixen Kinyu, and the idea that other women could also experience this feeling of both love and hate, made her feel as if she were being scratched by a cat. He's mine. It can only be mine. A moment later, a bold and absurd idea began to grow wildly in her mind. Got it. She suddenly thought of someone. Shui Guiying. That was her personal maid who had been with her since childhood, and her most trusted and loyal confidant. Since ancient times, it has been a natural rule that a master's man would have his personal maid-servant serve him in bed, or even act as his concubine. Guiying is completely loyal to me and would never betray me. Placing her by Chu Feng's side would not only relieve her pressure, but also keep an eye on him, preventing him from being seduced by those sluts outside. Right? That's what we'll do. This is both a blessing and a command. Thinking of this, Murong Yan's mind immediately became active. Despite her physical discomfort, she turned over and kissed Chu Feng's lips, speaking softly in a languid yet supremely authoritative tone. Chu Feng, this general has a reward for you. Chapter 61. Guiying serves the emperor. Master and servant share one husband. Reward. Chu Feng stopped moving and looked with great interest at the beautiful body beneath him that had completely lost the power to resist. The playful look in his eyes made Murong Yan's heart tighten. What? Chief Instructor, you don't want my reward? Murong Yan maintained the last shred of her general's dignity, but her voice was as soft as a cat's meow. This woman really thinks she's an empress? After being exhausted from repeated battles and unable to get out of bed, he didn't think of begging for mercy. Instead, he started playing the game of imperial psychology. What means is he trying to use to bind me? He was quite looking forward to it. Chu Feng grabbed Murong Yan's chin, forcing her to look at him. I naturally want the general's reward. However, I'd like to hear what kind of reward could tempt me more than the general himself. You. Murong Yan was both embarrassed and angry by his blatant flirting, but she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he is still incredibly fascinated by his body. That makes things easier. She took a deep breath and, with her last bit of strength, called out towards the outside of the tent. Guiying, Guiying. Outside the tent, Shui Feng, who had been standing upright, suddenly stiffened. She straightened her military uniform, suppressed the complex emotions in her heart, and bowed her head to lift the curtain and enter. An intense, ambiguous atmosphere wafted over her. The bed was a mess, and the air was filled with the aroma of dragonfish soup and another scent that made her blush and her heart race. Meanwhile, her master, the majestic and aloof general, was now slumped in Chu Feng's arms, his clothes disheveled, his eyes filled with seductive allure, and his face still flushed. Shui Guiying's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. She dared not look any longer and immediately knelt on one knee, burying her head deep in her hands. Your subordinate is here. In fact, she had made preparations well in advance. She took a bath during her free time, changed into clean undergarments, and applied face powder, all in preparation for Chu Feng's arrival that evening. But as she stood guard in front of the general's tent and heard the sounds of lovemaking, she began to feel worried and envious. What worries her is that no man can expend so much energy. This means that when Chu Feng comes to see her that evening, all that's left is questioning about serious matters, and what she wants and desires will likely be in vain. What she envied was that the general could openly enjoy everything Chu Feng had, while she could only watch and listen secretly. Guiying, how many years have you served this general? Murong Yan looked at her trusted confidant kneeling on the ground, then glanced at the playful man beside her, and her desire for control, typical of someone in a superior position, surged once more. Reporting to the general, it should be nearly 20 years. Shui Ging couldn't remember either, as she had been the princess's personal maid since she was old enough to understand. Very good. Murong Yan nodded, her tone regaining a hint of coldness and authority. You have been loyal to me and made great contributions. Now, the chief instructor has made unparalleled contributions to my Iron Fortress, but he doesn't even have a single person who cares about him. She paused. From today onwards. What? Shui Guiying looked up abruptly, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Is the general going to dismiss me? Is it because of Lin Shu that she finally doesn't believe me anymore? In an instant, endless grievances and despair welled up in my heart. This general hereby bestows upon you. Murong Yan's gaze swept over Chu Feng and said, word by word, you shall be given to the chief instructor to serve him personally. From now on, he will be your master in your heaven. Upon hearing this, Shui Guiying's mind went completely blank. Should this be a reward for the head coach? Personal care? She subconsciously looked at Chu Feng, only to meet his eyes, which seemed to be both smiling and not smiling. That look in his eyes seemed to have seen through everything. An unprecedented sense of shame and astonishment. She knew what this meant. She will become this man's woman, like a great general, serving him every night and taking whatever he desires. Isn't that exactly what I've been hoping for? Could it be that Chu Feng guessed his thoughts and made the conditions with the general? Or does the general have another purpose in having me keep an eye on Chu Feng? What? You're not willing? Murong Yan's voice turned cold. Subordinate, subordinate. Your subordinate dares not. Shui Guiying's lips trembled, her mind in turmoil. She dare not refuse. But she was even more afraid. What she feared was not serving Chu Feng, but that her already captivated heart would be completely exposed in the daily close service. It seems that Commander Shui doesn't like the general's reward. Chu Feng's voice rang out leisurely. Hearing the veiled meaning in those words, Shui Guiying immediately kowtowed to the ground. Your subordinate dares not. From now on, I will obey the chief instructor's orders and will not dare to disobey. Murong Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Guiying, you're right to think that way. You've been with me since you were little. Although you're my personal maid, I've always treated you like a sister. I won't mistreat you. Of course, with me around, Chu Feng will also love you very much. Chu Feng saw that the time was right. Finally releasing Murong Yan, he slowly sat up and looked down at Shui Guiying kneeling on the ground. Raise your head, he commanded. Shui Guiying trembled, slowly raised her head, and her usually cold but beautiful face was now filled with shame. Since the general has bestowed you upon me, you are now my man. Chu Feng said calmly, my man must abide by my rules. He held up one finger. First, you are not allowed to kneel without my permission. Shui Guiying was taken aback. Second, Chu Feng said, giving her no time to react, the general ordered you to serve me, but when and how you serve me is up to me. He turned to Murong Yan. General, you must be tired after a long day. How about having her stay and massage your legs and back? Murong Yan was completely dumbfounded. She originally intended to use Shui Guiying to share the burden and, incidentally, to keep an eye on Chu Feng. But instead of eagerly taking her away, he made her stay to serve him. What does he mean by that? Demonstration? Or is it truly about being considerate of oneself? As for personal service, Chu Feng's gaze returned to Shui Guiying. Come to my room after the general has rested. We talked all night long. He deliberately emphasized the words discuss in detail. Shui Guiying's body trembled uncontrollably. She knew that the so-called detailed discussion was definitely not as simple as just talking. Murong Yan, seeing that Chu Feng was satisfied with her arrangements, also revealed a triumphant smile. Now I can finally rest easy. It's just in time. I need to give Guiying some proper instructions. This girl has to serve Chu Feng well. She has to drain him dry every day. Then let's see how much energy he has left to seduce those sluts like Qinyu. Chapter 62. Qinyu makes the bed. Shui Guiying honestly confesses. After Chu Feng left, the atmosphere inside the tent did not ease. Instead, it fell into an even more eerie silence. Murong Yan leaned against the headboard, looking at Shui Guiying kneeling on the ground, her body trembling slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her phoenix eyes. Get up. Thank you, General Xie. Shui Guiying got up, but kept her head down, not daring to look at the mess on the bed. Guiying, Murong Yan waved. Come here and give this general a shoulder massage. Yes. Shui Guiying walked to the bedside and, through the thin quilt, carefully massaged Murong Yan's sore shoulders. Upon touching her, the stiffness and exhaustion of her master's body sent a shiver down her spine. Guiying, do you feel that I, the general, have given you to him as an object? Murong Yan asked softly, Her eyes closed. Shui Guiying paused in her work and immediately said, "This subordinate dares not." "You dare not? Or is that what you really think?" Murong Yan opened her eyes. "You and I are nominally ruler and subject, but in reality, we are sisters. I am handing you over to him not to humiliate you, but for our great cause." She grasped Shui Guiying's hand, a hint of weariness and vulnerability showing in her eyes. This man is an insatiable bull. A blush rose on Murong Yan's cheeks. This general is almost worn out by him. If he has any free time, who knows if he won't set his sights on those vixens like Qinyu and Qin Shuang. Shui Guiying's heart sank. "I see. The general is jealous, and he really can't take it anymore. My man is also your man." Murong Yan's words were startling. "Starting tonight, you must use every trick in the book to serve him well and drain him dry. Make sure he has no energy left to go after other women." Shui Guiying was completely dumbfounded. "This is an order." Murong Yan's tone left no room for argument. "Rest assured, you are my person. If you are pregnant with this child, then that child will be my child, one of the future heirs of this iron fortress, and no one will dare to neglect it." She looked at Shui Guiying's shocked face and softened her voice. "Guiying, you've been with me for so many years, I won't treat you unfairly. This is also giving you a chance, an opportunity to truly capture this man's heart." Shui Guiying's heart was in complete turmoil. This is both an order and a blessing. She took a deep breath and kowtowed heavily. "Your subordinate obeys." In fact, her apparent reluctance was half pretense and half shyness. "Actually, I was really looking forward to it. She is a woman too." She kept hearing the general and Chu Feng inside the tent. How could she not imagine herself in their presence? Moreover, now that I have a way out and a new status, it's a win-win situation for everyone. Half an hour later, Shui Guiying returned to her tent and tidied herself up again, changing into a clean cotton undergarment. She even went so far as to apply a little bit of her treasured perfume behind her ears and on her wrists. The night breeze was cool, blowing on her damp hair and clearing her muddled mind a little. She walked step by step toward the pavilion at the highest point of the fortress, each step feeling like walking on clouds. There lived a man who could decide her future. Finally, she stopped in front of the attic door. The door was ajar, letting in a warm candlelight. She knew he was waiting for her. Shui Guiying raised her hand, but it remained suspended in midair, and she hesitated to push it away. Is the door to heaven or the abyss? She didn't know. All she knew was that from the moment she pushed open that door, she, Shui Guiying, would no longer be the Shui Guiying she once was. After a long while, she gritted her teeth, her slender hands trembling slightly, and finally pushed open the door. The flickering candlelight cast a long, slender shadow of Chu Feng. He wasn't wearing an outer robe, only a loose undergarment, and was sitting at the table, wiping his oddly shaped Type 92 pistol. He didn't even look up when he heard the door open. "You've arrived." His voice was flat, but this made Shui Guiying's heart tighten as she stepped into the room, because she saw that Commander Qinyu was indeed making a bed for Chu Feng. The two powerful figures in the fortress blushed upon meeting eyes, feeling incredibly embarrassed and wishing they could disappear into a mouse hole. "All right, Commander Shui and I have some business to discuss." "Commander Qinyu, thank you for your hard work." "All right, Chief Instructor Shui, I'll take my leave now. You can continue your discussion." Upon hearing this, Qinyu quickly left the room. She was perfectly clear-headed. "Let's talk business." Who talks business in bed in the middle of the night? It's nothing more than that little thing. And Chu Feng, I really underestimated you. Not content with the general's favor, you've now resorted to tricks to get Commander Shui to come and favor you in the middle of the night. But then she suddenly grinned. "But Commander Shui is not as weak as the general. If you fall into her hands, you'll probably be rolling your eyes tomorrow." After Qinyu left, Chu Feng turned around. "Commander Shui, are you here for a detailed discussion, or to serve me in bed?" Shui Guiying's face flushed bright red instantly. She lowered her head instinctively, her voice barely audible. "Your subordinate will obey the chief instructor's orders." "Oh." Chu Feng finally put down his pistol and looked up at her. After bathing, Shui Guiying lost some of the coldness and austerity of her military uniform and gained more of a woman's gentle charm. Her damp hair clung to her fair neck, and her plain undergarment accentuated her toned figure, a result of years of martial arts training. A faint, lingering fragrance drifted through the air. "Come over." Chu Feng gave the order. Shui Guiying stiffened, but still obediently walked over. "Pour the wine." He pointed to the wine jug on the table. Shui Guiying picked up the wine glass and filled it for him. Her hands were trembling violently. Chu Feng took the wine glass but did not drink it. Instead, he held it to his nose and sniffed it, his gaze fixed on her. "Did the general send you here to drain me dry and keep an eye on me?" Upon hearing this, Shui Guiying's mind went blank for a moment. "How'd he know? Looks like I guessed right." Chu Feng chuckled and suddenly pulled her away. Ah! Shui Guiying gasped as she fell into a warm and firm embrace. Chief Coach. She struggled frantically, but was firmly held in place by a pair of iron arms. Don't move. Chu Feng's voice rang in her ears, carrying an undeniable authority. I'm not someone you can just touch. If you want to gain my trust, answer my questions honestly. Shui Guiying was mortified, her body stiff as she let him hold her, her voice trembling. Chief Instructor, Guiying will answer all your questions. Chu Feng's hands began to wander restlessly over her taut waist. Shui Guiying's body slowly softened. He lowered his head, his lips almost touching her earlobe. The first question is about Aroanus. Shui Guiying shuddered. The heat from the breath made half of her body go numb. The dragonfish are the foundation of the fortress, living in a rare underground river deep beneath the fortress. The secret passage leading underground. Only the great general knows its exact location. Chapter 63, Shui Guiying. After using it, do you just throw it away? Continue. Chu Feng's hand slowly moved upwards. It can strengthen bones and muscles, and has a remarkable effect on restoring energy. Shui Guiying's voice grew softer and softer. However, the side effects are also obvious. It makes it very difficult for women to conceive. Even a little fish soup can cause infertility, let alone the sisters of the Golden Cavalry. But in order to protect the fortress, we have no choice but to eat dragonfish. Chu Feng instantly understood. That's why Murong Yan is so eager to increase the population of the fortress. Yes. Second question. Chu Feng used his other hand to pinch her chin, forcing her to raise her head. Are there any precedents of women in the fortress becoming pregnant? A hint of urgency flashed in Shui Guiying's eyes. We still haven't found a solution. The fortress initially had a population of over 50,000, but now... That's why the general is even more anxious. She couldn't help but let her eyes glaze over and hugged Chu Feng tightly, hoping he would hold her firmly and not hold back. Chu Feng, Thou Wen. No wonder this women's army wanted to plunder fire seeds. Everywhere. No wonder Murong Yan was so eager for her. This is no longer a simple matter of continuing the family line. It is a matter of life and death for the entire clan. So, the fortress's population has plummeted from the initial 50,000 to the current 10,000. And it's not just because of the war. A batch died in battle. Another batch died of old age, but no new life was born. Shui Guiying's voice was filled with despair. One last question, Chu Feng said, gripping hard. Who exactly is your master? Shui Guiying tensed up instantly. My master is the great general. No, you're the only one who's the chief instructor. You know that's not what I'm asking. Chu Feng tightened his grip slightly. Xiao Chun is just a crown prince of a fallen kingdom. What gives him the right to order you around? Lei Yin is in the dungeon, heavily guarded. Who could have made her commit suicide so cleanly out of fear of punishment? Behind you, there is another master. The one who ordered you to send Lin Shu to silence him, and then to rescue Xiao Chun and deliver the message. Tell me, who is he? Shui Guiying looked into Chu Feng's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, and her psychological defenses completely collapsed. She knew that she had no secrets left from this man. Tears of humiliation streamed down her cheeks. It is Murong Fu, the prince of Onal of the Great Yin. Murong Fu. A thought flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Royal relatives? He is the general's own uncle. Shui Guiying's eyes were filled with tears. He faked his death and defected to the northern barbarians. Xiao Chun was just a pawn he sent to deliver a message. What does he want? He wants the Iron Fortress. Shui Guiying closed her eyes in despair. He wants to cooperate from the inside and outside to offer the fortress to the northern slave king as a pledge of allegiance to restore the Great Yin. And what about you? Why did you help him? Because my sister is in his hands. Before she could finish speaking, Shui Guiying felt dizzy and was suddenly picked up by Chu Feng and thrown heavily onto the bed. Head coach. She was genuinely worried that if she told the truth, Chu Feng would abandon her. Then she's completely finished. But the next second, her hope was restored. Chu Feng leaned in and pressed forward. Since we're going to have a detailed discussion, we should naturally find a more comfortable position. You've told me about the fortress's underwear. In exchange, I'll let you see mine. In the dim light, Shui Guiying only saw a pair of eyes burning with flames. She gave up all resistance and resignedly closed her eyes. The sound of clothes being torn, accompanied by a suppressed cry of pain, was quickly swallowed up by the towering waves. That night, the candlelight in the attic burned until dawn. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Shui Guiying woke up feeling weak and sore. The man beside her had already stood up and was standing by the window, facing the morning sun, wearing a black outfit she had never seen before. The morning light outlined his tall, imposing figure and his calm and stern aura was completely different from the wild and domineering man he had been on the bed the night before. Shui Guiying struggled to sit up, but found that every part of her body ached, as if she had been taken apart and then reassembled. The burning, swollen sensation in that part of her body, in particular, made her feel incredibly ashamed and indignant. Awake, Chu Feng didn't turn around. Yes, Shui Guiying said, so embarrassed she almost buried her head in the blanket. Chu Feng said calmly, "You are still the commander of the personal guard. Don't dwell on last night's events. Keep doing your work and be my eyes and ears." Shui Guiying's heart suddenly tightened and sank. Do you just throw it away after use? He truly had no feelings for me. I was merely a dispensable tool to him. I will handle things with Murong Fu. Chu Feng turned around and his gaze fell on her. I will save your sister too. Shui Guiying suddenly looked up, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Am I overthinking it? He was actually willing to save my sister for my sake. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she hurriedly kowtowed. Chief Coach Xie is acting behind the scenes. Guiying is willing to go through fire and water for the head coach from now on, without hesitation. But the condition is, Chu Feng walked to the bedside, leaned down to look at her, that your loyalty belongs only to me. Understand? Looking into those deep eyes, Shui Guiying had no doubt that if she had even the slightest disloyalty, she would disappear silently like Lei Yin in the next second. She used all her strength to prop herself up and kneel on the bed, her forehead pressed against the sheets. Shui Guiying swore on behalf of her parents in heaven that she would follow the head instructor's lead for the rest of her life. When Chu Feng walked out of the pavilion looking refreshed, the construction site on the west side was already in an uproar. Qin Shuang and Granny Shi, along with a group of female soldiers, were standing around the newly built wall, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. After drying overnight, the glutinous rice water has completely solidified. The wall was straight and sturdy, with gray mortar between the bricks as hard as iron. Even scraping it with a knife would only leave a white mark. No, I don't believe it. Qin Shuang didn't believe in superstition. She took a deep breath, mustered all her strength, her full chest heaving violently, and then slammed her fist hard against the wall. Bang! A muffled thud. The wall remained completely still. Qin Shuang, however, clutched a reddened fist, wincing in pain. My God, this is harder than a rock. A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. Grandma Shi, leaning on her cane, trembled with excitement. She looked at the crooked, cracked mud wall on her side, her old face turning red with shame. Fortunately, I didn't confront the head coach directly last night. Otherwise, we would have been thoroughly humiliated today. Although she was an old woman, her embarrassing fate would not be much better than that of Commander Kinyu. Head coach. Upon seeing Chu Feng approach, Qin Shuang and Granny Shi immediately went to greet him, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. The head coach is awesome. Build everything according to the blueprints, and quickly. Chu Feng ignored their flattery and gave the order directly. He doesn't have time to waste with them right now. A prince lurking in the shadows, who also holds the weakness of his trusted confidant, is the real trouble. The entire Iron Wall fortress must be transformed into a true steel fortress as soon as possible. Housing, weapons, training, everything needs to be upgraded. Chu Feng's gaze passed over the city wall and looked towards the distant northern snowfield. That place was the territory of the northern barbarians, and also the hiding place of the prince named Murong Fu. Murong Fu. That old guy's pretty cunning. Chapter 64 with power in hand. The 3 battalions are won over. Chu Feng looked at Qin Shuang and Granny Shi again. You two. One as the chief engineer and the other as the chief coordinator. I don't care what methods you use. Within 10 days, I want to see a brand new, indestructible western city wall. The necessary supplies can be obtained directly from Commander Kinyu of the Logistics Battalion. If she refuses, mention my name. Yes, Chief Instructor. Qin Shuang's pretty face flushed red with excitement, and her already magnificent breasts heaved even more. This is not an order. It is clearly an immense trust and authorization. Chu Feng nodded, said nothing more, turned around and led the Alpha team straight towards the logistics camp. Yan Xian from the forging camp had long been a believer in his technique. Now, Qin Shuang, who is in charge of the city's defenses, has completely submitted to the government. The wounded soldiers' camp, the forging camp, and the city defense camp, half of the fortress's territory, had unknowingly fallen into his hands. But he knew that wasn't enough. These loyalties based on personality cults are still very fragile. He needs a system that originates from him and serves him to completely unite the military forces of the entire Iron Fortress into one force. Logistics Battalion. The atmosphere was somewhat eerie. Kinyu stood in the center of the camp with a dark expression, directing her subordinates to move supplies. He didn't know what Chu Feng was thinking. If he continued to mess around like this, the Iron Wall Fortress would be completely depleted of supplies in just a few days. Are we not going to live our lives anymore? But the female soldiers who used to treat her with utmost respect were now intentionally or unintentionally keeping their distance from her, gathering in twos and threes, whispering among themselves, glancing at her from time to time, before quickly looking away. What are you all standing there for? How do you finish your work? Kinyu, seething with anger, shouted angrily. The female soldiers shrank back in fright, but none of them dared to talk back. They simply quickened their pace. Kinyu felt a pang of sorrow. She knew that ever since she lost the bet that day and knelt down in front of everyone to call him darling, her prestige in the logistics camp had plummeted. These sisters no longer revered her. Instead, they pitted her and even laughed at her. These sluts are definitely gossiping about how they made the bed for Chu Feng. She might still be wondering if he slept with her. Just as she was filled with shame and indignation, the figure she both hated and feared appeared. Commander Kinyu, you've got quite a temper. Chu Feng led his men and walked slowly over. My dearest head coach. When Kinyu saw him, her body trembled involuntarily. The two shameful names lingered on her lips, but she finally managed to squeeze them out softly. The female soldiers around her, upon hearing this title, all suppressed their laughter, their shoulders trembling. Our president looks terrible. That's right. When has our president ever given a second glance to a man? I never expected the commander-in-chief to suffer such a huge loss in front of the chief instructor. It's so frustrating. Kinyu wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. However, Chu Feng seemed oblivious to her embarrassment and ignored the laughter around him. He walked over to the several distillation units that were still in operation, inspected the purified alcohol, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned around and, in front of all the female soldiers in the logistics battalion, said to Kinyu, from today onwards, in addition to your position as the logistics commander, you will also have to take on another role. Kinyu was taken aback. Commander, Chu Feng said calmly. Commander? Kinyu was even more confused. She had never heard of such a position before. That's right. It's the regimental commander who manages the 3 battalions and above. Chu Feng explained. The spiritual potion for the Wounded Soldiers Battalion and the wall-building potion for the City Defense Battalion both require large-scale production and distribution. These 2 matters concern the survival of the fortress, and I need a trustworthy and capable person to take overall charge. He looked at Kinyu, his gaze calm and profound. This person is you. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the production, storage, and distribution of all divine water, and will report directly to me. You will also be in charge of liaising with Yan Xin and Qin Shuang. These words shocked everyone present. The female soldiers who had been watching the spectacle with amusement were now completely dumbfounded. Commander, how can this be considered punishment? This is clearly a tremendous favor to be given. The head coach has entrusted the most core and mysterious technical project to Commander Kinyu for management. He also oversaw the City Defense Battalion, the Logistics Battalion, and the Forging Battalion. Kinyu herself was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Chu Feng, her plump and beautiful face filled with disbelief. She thought that if she lost the bet, she would become a laughing stock and be marginalized. But instead of humiliating himself, he gave himself an unprecedented power that could reach the ears of the heavens. At this moment, all shame and resentment vanished. A complex and intense emotion welled up inside me. It is gratitude. It is awe. And even more so, it is a great honor to be recognized by the strong and included in their inner circle. What, can't you do it? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow when he saw her staring blankly. No, I can do it. Kinyu snapped back to her senses, excitedly puffing out her full chest, her beautiful eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. With a plop, she knelt down on one knee again. This time, there was no humiliation whatsoever, only heartfelt submission and fervor. Kinyu, I swear to serve the head coach to the death. Oh no, I mean, dear head coach. Inside the general's tent, the news quickly reached Murong Yan's ears. Murong Yan finally recovered from the exhaustion of the night. She frowned upon hearing the news. Chu Feng, what exactly do you want to do? You actually promoted Kinyu without my permission? One concern is that their power will be undermined. On the other hand, it's also based on a woman's little bit of jealousy. She was always worried that Chu Feng had ill intentions towards Kinyu. She changed into a black robe with gold trim, a symbol of supreme power, and her expression returned to its usual coldness and majesty. However, when she saw the purplish-red marks on her neck that she couldn't completely conceal in the bronze mirror, a blush involuntarily rose on her cheeks. That bastard. It's something you both love and hate. Someone come here. General. Shui Ging lifted the curtain and entered, enduring the discomfort in her legs as she continued her duties as usual. However, The look in his eyes as he gazed at Murong Yan held a subtle, complex quality. Pass on my orders. Murong Yan stood up. Summon all commanders to the council chamber for a meeting. She wants to restore order to the court. She wants to tell everyone who is the sole master of this impregnable fortress. However, when she stepped into the council chamber surrounded by her guards, she was suddenly taken aback. Inside the council chamber, all the leaders had already arrived, but their positioning was quite strange. No longer as before, with her at the center and people lined up on both sides. Instead, the man standing in the center with his hands behind his back was implicitly considered the leader. When she appeared, Qin Shuang, Yan Xian, Qin Yu, and other pillars of the fortress looked at Chu Feng immediately, their eyes filled with requests for instructions and awe. After Chu Feng gave them a slight nod, they seemed to receive an order and turned around in unison, kneeling on one knee in front of Murong Yan. Greetings, General. The sound shook the roof tiles, but this perfectly synchronized movement was incredibly jarring to Murong Yan. She felt as if she had become an outsider. A surge of intense jealousy and unease, which she herself had not anticipated, rushed into her mind. Chapter 65, The Dragonfish Calamity and Enemy Infiltration. The atmosphere inside the council chamber was oppressive. Murong Yan sat upright in the main seat, her gaze slowly sweeping over the kneeling generals below. Her gaze finally settled on the only man standing there. Chu Feng remained as calm and collected as ever, as if this were not the power center that determined the fate of the fortress, but rather his own backyard. Get up, everyone. Murong Yan suppressed the turmoil in her heart, and her voice returned to its usual coldness. The commander stood up, but still subconsciously stood half a step behind Chu Feng, forming a clearly defined camp. This detail caused Murong Yan's phoenix eyes to narrow slightly. Although our Iron Wall fortress suffered heavy losses during this barbarian invasion, we also displayed the might of our women's army. She spoke, attempting to take control of the meeting's pace. In this battle, Chief Instructor Chu Feng has made outstanding contributions. I hereby formally declare that the position of Chief Instructor is permanently established in our Iron Wall fortress, ranking above the Grand Commander, and in times of war, he can command the 3 armies. This was something she had planned last night. It was both a reward and a confirmation of her power. However, the generals reacted indifferently, as if it were a matter of course. Qin Shuang, Yan Xian, Qin Yu, and the others didn't even show the slightest surprise. They just looked at Chu Feng with even more fervent eyes. This left Murong Yan with a bellyful of words, prepared with both kindness and threats, stuck in her throat, unable to come out or go. She felt like she had punched a cotton ball. Just as the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence, Chu Feng said, General, esteemed commanders, winning a battle is nothing to celebrate. He looked around at everyone, his tone suddenly becoming serious, because we were losing an invisible, yet more deadly, war. Everyone was taken aback. What does the head coach mean by that? Shui Guiying stepped forward at the opportune moment, playing the role of the straight man. Chu Feng's gaze fell on Murong Yan's face. Arawana. He slowly uttered 2 words. Murong Yan's heart sank. Chu Feng continued. The dragonfish strengthens my muscles and bones, invigorates my blood and qi, and is the foundation upon which my iron fortress depends for survival. But it is also a slow poison. It has deprived you of the ability to have children. There has been much speculation about this matter over the years, but no one has dared to bring it up in front of the general. After all, these are precious items for defending the fortress. It is also the reason why the women soldiers have the physical fitness to be no less than that of strong men and the confidence to survive in this world. This is almost the highest level of the Iron Fortress, a tacitly understood taboo that no one dares to mention openly. Poison? Head instructor, Kinyu's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, You mean to stop supplying dragonfish? But this concerns the morale of the troops. Morale. Chu Feng sneered, interrupting her. People are almost gone. What do you need morale for? What are we guarding this fortress for? To revive the Great Yin? But if we can't even produce a person with the blood of the Great Yin, what are we reviving? War is fought by people. Without newborns, how many of our 10,000 sisters will be left in 10 years? What about 20 years from now? When we are all old and dead, who will defend this city? Who will take the land we risked our lives for? Are we to let this iron fortress become the final grave of our generation? That's what they said, but they've tried everything they could, and they're still at a loss. Qin Shuang, Yan Xian, and the other fierce women, these iron ladies who shed blood but not tears on the battlefield, all had tears in their eyes at this moment. They are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of having no descendants. I fear their sacrifices will be in vain. Murong Yan stared blankly at Chu Feng. She had considered the potential side effects of the dragonfish. She always believed that she was thinking about the world and the great cause of restoring the country. But this man was considering something far more profound and fundamental than restoring his kingdom: the survival of his race. Pattern. At that moment, she truly realized the gap between herself and this man. Her little tricks of kingship and her methods of checks and balances of power seemed so laughable and so naive in the face of his extraordinary talent. But how can this problem be solved? If we don't eat, how can the fortress survive in this chaotic world? The voice of head coach Murong Yan trembled slightly. Do you have a way? All eyes instantly focused on Chu Feng, filled with endless anticipation and longing. Chu Feng did not answer directly. He slowly said, I suspect that the dragonfish is an extremely young and vigorous creature. If a woman eats it for a long time, it will cause an imbalance of yin and yang in her body, resulting in cold uterus and blood stasis, making it difficult for her to conceive. This is not an incurable disease, but rather there is a better way to deal with it. What method is there? Murong Yan was extremely anxious. Tell me quickly. I'd like to know something first. Did the men in the fortress eat the same food as the women of the Golden Cavalry? No, they just drank fishbone soup, Murong Yan said casually. Chu Feng said calmly, I suspect it might be a problem with men's physical constitution. What do you mean? Chu Feng continued, this is also one of my guesses. If a woman's physique improves, then correspondingly, a man's physique and constitution must also improve to the same extent. Otherwise, it will definitely be difficult to conceive. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. What does the head instructor mean? Kinyu suddenly said after thinking it over. You want to improve the food and treatment of the girls in the military brothel to the same level as the sisters in the Golden Cavalry camp? Sherman suddenly said, that's absolutely not going to happen. Dragonfish are scarce, and there aren't enough for all the sisters to eat. How can we let them have them? That's true. Chu Feng nodded. Since the production is limited, I'll reluctantly agree to be the first test subject to verify whether this method is feasible. These words were spoken. A blush spread across the faces of everyone present. So that's what the head coach meant. Does that mean we all have to cooperate with him? It wasn't that they were unwilling, but Chu Feng's method might infringe on the general's possessiveness. If this is done, then the general can no longer keep him by his own waist. He will have to share him with all the sisters. Upon hearing this, Murong Yan's jealousy was completely aroused. I've been so fond of you. It's not enough that I've already rewarded you with shui guing. You're still eyeing other women. But she was just about to find a reason to refuse. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out. Report. A scout, covered in blood, stumbled in, his voice shrill and desperate. General, Chief Instructor. The barbarians have not retreated. They've set up camp at the foot of the frozen Great Wall. The craftsmen are all hammering and tinkering, making catapults. They seem to be building a city. The news brought by the scouts. This plunged the fortress, which had just begun to recover, into crisis once again. Everyone rushed out of their tents and went to the highest point. Building a city? When did barbarians learn how to build cities? Qin Shuang stared at the dense black dots beneath the frozen Great Wall, her face filled with disbelief. Not barbarians. Chu Feng put down the binoculars and handed them to Murong Yan. It's a standard military camp in the Central Plains, with a triangular structure and barricades and arrow towers on the outside. Their craftsmen are assembling heavy catapults, at least 12 of them. Surround them without attacking, cut off their supply lines, harass them day and night with heavy weapons, wear down their morale, and deplete their resources. When they are at their wits' end, they will collapse on their own without a fight. This is not how barbarians fight. Chapter 66, A Strategic Siege, a gamble to win hearts and minds. Chu Feng's description of the details was even more accurate than what the scout had seen with his own eyes. After Murong Yan saw the details through the telescope, his body trembled. This is the most orthodox strategy of siege warfare employed by our great Yan dynasty. Complex. She examined the royal flag more closely. Murong Fu. Could it be my royal uncle? Murong Yan clenched her fists. Apart from her uncle Murong Fu, who had sided with the northern barbarians, who else could make the barbarians and the northern Yan artisans cooperate so well? The fall of the great Yan kingdom was mostly due to his rebellion. When his father wanted to reduce the power of the vassal states, he directly allied with the northern barbarians to attack the royal city. What does that traitor who stole the country want to do? Kinyu's voice trembled. Is he insane? The Iron Fortress is easy to defend and difficult to attack. He wants to surround us and kill us. It will take at least a year and a half. He can't wait that long. Chu Feng shook his head. He looked at Shui Ging, who immediately understood and handed him a list of supplies that she had just compiled. This is our current food supply. Chu Feng handed the list to Murong Yan. If we eat sparingly, it's enough for the whole army to eat for a month. But after the last great battle, we only have less than 50,000 arrows left. As for logs and rocks, they're almost gone. Murong Fu's goal is very clear. He doesn't want to take the fortress. He wants to force us to our deaths, or rather, force us to surrender. He knows our strengths and weaknesses. Murong Yan realized what was happening instantly, and her expression turned even more unpleasant. Could the last barbarian attack outside the Great Wall have been a conspiracy by them? Very likely, Chu Feng said calmly. But he guessed that all of this was also due to the efforts of Xiao Chun, the crown prince of the fallen kingdom. He must have told Murong Fu everything about the fortress's internal affairs. Surrender? My sisters in Iron Wall Fortress would rather die than surrender. Qin Shuang roared, grabbing the hilt of her sword at her waist. That's right. We'll fight them to the death if necessary. Charge out. Fight them to the death. The generals were filled with righteous indignation, each one exuding a murderous aura. And then, Chu Feng retorted coldly, charge out with less than 10,000 men from our fortress. Only 3,000 are capable of fighting. Are you going to ram into their massive army and the impenetrable wall of heavy machinery? Even if you can wipe them all out, how many of us will be left? 100? 1,000? At that time, even without the northern barbarians, any band of bandits could raze this place to the ground. Yes, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. When the time comes, the person is gone. What future can we talk about? Head coach, what should we do? Kenya looked at Chu Feng, completely bewildered. All eyes turned to Chu Feng once again. Chu Feng did not answer immediately. He walked up to Murong Yan. General, dare you gamble with me again for something big? Murong Yan looked at him, at the calm confidence in his eyes, and her originally flustered heart miraculously calmed down. How do we bet? He's playing open games with us, so we'll play psychological warfare with him. Chu Feng turned around to face all the commanders, his voice suddenly rising in pitch. Pass on my orders. First, he pointed at Qin Shuang. From this moment forward, the City Defense Battalion will work in shifts around the clock, using the wall-building magic water to reinforce all city defenses as quickly as possible. Don't be stingy with any supplies. I want to make the walls of the Iron Fortress 3 feet thicker. Second, he pointed at Yin Exine. The forging camp should abandon all other tasks and focus all its efforts on producing composite bows and new scale armor. Make as many arrows as you can. Third, he looked at Kinyu. Tonight's victory celebration banquet will feature dragonfish. It's a tribute to our fallen sisters and a welcome to new enemies. But after the banquet, all dragonfish will be discontinued. We'll switch to regular food. However, we'll spread the word that the head instructor has taken control of all the dragonfish and is tyrannical. What? The final order took everyone, including Murong Yan, by surprise. Mo Chu Feng, this, Murong Yan said urgently. If this is publicized, the morale of the army will completely collapse. We need to let them know. Chu Feng looked directly into her eyes. Murong Fu is outside the city. What we want to see most is panic and low morale within our ranks. We need to put on a show for him. If we don't make it convincing, how can he fall for it? All right, Murong Yan nodded emphatically. We'll do as the head instructor says. Commander Qian, hurry up and prepare for tonight's victory celebration banquet. Tonight, I'm conferring ranks and reorganizing the 3 armed forces. Night falls. Dozens of huge bonfires were lit in the training ground of the Iron Wall Fortress. The aroma of roasted meat mingled with the strong scent of alcohol, dispelling the chill of winter. This was both a victory celebration and a memorial service. The female soldiers sat around the campfire, their faces showing little joy at surviving the ordeal, but rather deep sorrow for their fallen sisters and a somber atmosphere over the approaching army outside the city. They watched as hundreds of their sisters, who had died in the last city battle, were cremated on high piles of wood. The atmosphere was incredibly heavy. Murong Yan sat in the main seat, wanting to speak up to boost morale several times, but found that words seemed utterly pale in the face of the heavy reality. Just then, Chu Feng, carrying a wine bowl, walked to the center of the training ground. All eyes instantly turned to him. He didn't say anything, but silently poured the bowl full of strong liquor onto the ground. The wine seeped into the frozen soil, creating a puff of white vapor. This bowl is dedicated to the sisters whose bones are buried in the snow-capped mountains. They gave their lives to give us a chance to catch our breath. We cannot let their deaths be in vain. The entire room fell silent. Many of the female soldiers' eyes instantly welled up with tears. Chu Feng had another bowl filled and held it high. This bowl is a toast to those of us who are still alive. We have won a war that should have resulted in the extinction of our race. He tilted his head back and poured the entire bowl of strong liquor down his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing, not a drop spilling. Smack! He smashed the ceramic bowl on the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Happy! This loud shout instantly snapped everyone out of their slumber. Tell me, how powerful are the barbarians outside the city? Chu Feng surveyed the entire area. Awesome, a female soldier shouted. Where are they now? Buried in the snow by the head coach's might. A cacophony of shouts, though uneven, erupted from the crowd, filled with fervor. Is that cowardly Murong Fu outside the city, that traitor of the great Yan, any good? No matter how powerful he is, would he dare to attack the city? Qin Shuang was the first to stand up and shout. I wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare. The female soldiers' emotions were completely ignited. They all stood up, raised their wine bowls, and the suppressed fear and sorrow in their hearts transformed into a soaring fighting spirit. Well said. Chu Feng pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. The enemy is not scary. What's scary is when we lose our composure first. In the past, we were like scattered sand, each fighting our own battles. So Commander Lei Yin is dead. So Lin Shu will betray us. So we'll be trapped in a fortress and unable to move. From this day forward, my iron fortress must establish new military regulations. Chapter 67, Celebrating Victory and Conferring Ranks to the Three Armies. Chu Feng paused for a moment. He swept his gaze over the assembled commanders and shouted loudly. I hereby announce the reorganization of the three armed forces. 10 people form a class, with a class leader. 3 shifts form a platoon, with a platoon leader. 3 platoons form a company, with a company commander. 3 companies form 1 battalion, with a battalion commander. 3 battalions will form 1 regiment, with a regimental commander. Throughout the fortress, the Grand General is supreme, commanding the entire army. I, Chu Feng, serve as the chief instructor and chief of staff, assisting the general and advising on military matters. This series of unprecedented organizational structures left everyone stunned. Murong Yan sat in the main seat, looking at the man who was full of vigor in the firelight, her heart filled with mixed feelings. He didn't even consult with himself beforehand, but every word he uttered seemed to carry an undeniable magic, striking directly at the fortress's vitals. Shui Ging, the former commander of the Imperial Guard Battalion, has been reorganized into the battalion commander of the Imperial Guard Battalion. Her subordinate company commanders, deputy company commanders, platoon leaders, and squad leaders will be reported at a later date. Yes. Shui Guiying stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a clear voice. Qin Shuang, the former commander of the City Defense Battalion, has been reorganized into the battalion commander of the City Defense Battalion. His subordinates will be established in the same manner as above. Yes. Qin Shuang's pretty face flushed with excitement. Yin Xian, commander of the Forging Battalion, was reorganized as the battalion commander. Yes. Yin Xian's eyes gleamed with admiration. Commander Qinyu of the Logistics Battalion. Here, Qinyu stepped forward, her expression complex. Officially promoted to commander of the Logistics and Supplies Regiment, overseeing the Wounded Soldiers Battalion, Forging Battalion, Supply Battalion, and all other supplies, armaments, and the production and allocation of all divine water in the fortress. What? Commander? Those who knew about Qinyu's promotion beforehand weren't so surprised. But when this news is announced to everyone in the fortress, it becomes a done deal. This regimental commander position is clearly above that of a battalion commander, and he wields immense power. Qinyu obey. This was a formal appointment, and she knelt down, filled with gratitude. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone understood that the head coach was using tonight's celebration party to reward those who had contributed, and more importantly, to use his power to win over people's hearts. Finally, Chu Feng's gaze fell on a figure silently drinking in the corner. Sherman, deputy commander of the Golden Cavalry Battalion. After Lei Yin's death, the entire Golden Cavalry camp was leaderless, morale was low, and they were filled with hostility towards Chu Feng. Everyone thought that Sherman and Jinkai camp would be suppressed and dismantled. Golden Cavalry Battalion, where is Deputy Commander Sher? Chu Feng shouted. Sherman stiffened, slowly stood up, his face showing a hint of stubbornness and resentment. Exist. I hereby declare. Chu Feng's voice echoed through the night sky. Promote Sherman to the position of commander of the Golden Cavalry Elite Regiment. He will be in charge of all the main combat troops of my Iron Wall fortress. His subordinates, including battalion and deputy battalion commanders and company commanders, will be reported for approval at a later date. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Chu Feng with eyes that looked like they had seen a ghost. This is insane. He must be insane. Lei and Sherman certainly gave Chu Feng a lot of trouble back then. Today, however, he has handed over all real power to the confidant of his former mortal enemy. Sherman was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Chu Feng, utterly unable to comprehend the man's thoughts. In the firelight, Chu Feng's eyes were calm and deep as he stared directly at her. Commander Shi, do you dare to lead your sisters and fight to the death for me and for this fortress? Sherman's mind went completely blank. She looked at Chu Feng, the man standing there calmly, as if what he had just made was not a decision that could overturn the power structure of the fortress, but merely the appointment of a kitchen manager. Why should he believe me? Behind her, thousands of fierce women from the former Golden Cavalry Battalion stared intently at her, their eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, there was doubt, and even a hint of anticipation that they themselves were unaware of. What, you're afraid? Chu Feng's voice rang out again, tinged with provocation. Sherman suddenly snapped back to his senses, a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. A scholar will die for one who understands him. Commander Lei Yin was brave, but she had never shown her such trust and respect as this man before her. With a clang, she drew her long sword from her waist, pointed it downwards, and plunged it into the frozen ground in front of her. Thump! She knelt heavily on one knee. Sherman, I am willing to die for the great general. As long as the head instructor gives the order, our Golden Cavalry Elite Regiment will be ready to die 1,000 deaths wherever the blade points. Good. Chu Feng secretly praised the unruly wild horse, finding it even more spirited than he had imagined. It's also easier to win them over. The celebration banquet ended in a frenzied atmosphere. The next day, the entire Iron Wall fortress began its militarization reforms with unprecedented efficiency. The new organizational structure of squads, platoons, companies, battalions, and regiments was quickly implemented, with clear division of responsibilities and a clear and efficient command system. However, just as everyone was immersed in the new atmosphere brought about by the changes, a single order sent a chill down everyone's spine, by order of the chief instructor. In order to cope with the powerful enemy and conserve energy reserves, effective immediately, the entire army will suspend the supply of dragonfish and switch to ordinary rations. The announcement caused an uproar throughout the army. Immediately afterwards, another rumor, as if it had grown wings, spread swiftly to every corner of the fortress. Have you heard? That guy surnamed Chu has confiscated all the dragonfish. It's not just about confiscating. I heard he eats dragonfish like it's food, and he even supplies it to those newly promoted battalion and regimental commanders. Why? We're risking our lives on the front lines, while they're enjoying the good life in the back. Without the dragonfish, how are we supposed to fight those barbarians outside the city? Exactly. What right does he have to cut back on our food? Panic and anger spread like a plague. The morale that Chu Feng had just forcibly rallied instantly plummeted to rock bottom. The newly formed Golden Knights Regiment, in particular, reacted most strongly. They were originally Lei Yin's former subordinates and harbored resentment towards Chu Feng. The dragonfish was the foundation for their strong fighting power. Commander, you need to give us an explanation. Commander Shi, is that pretty boy deliberately targeting our Golden Cavalry Battalion? He's going to ruin us. Sherman's camp was almost overturned by his angry subordinates. She was extremely stressed and also harbored a deep resentment. She had just sworn allegiance when Chu Feng turned around and gave her this enormous problem. Is this a test for me? Or are you trying to humiliate me? Shut up, all of you. Sherman kicked over the table in front of him and roared. The head instructor must have his reasons for doing this. Of course, she dared not reveal Chu Feng's true purpose. He wanted to concentrate resources on feeding these upper-class people and then verify the possibility of conception. She's now a high-level leader, which means she also has the opportunity to have a child with Chu Feng, and she's quite looking forward to it. Just then, the shrew, who had just been promoted to deputy regimental commander, suddenly flew into a rage. The deeper meaning? I think he just wants to fatten up and harden the thing in his crotch so he could become emperor. Then turn the entire Iron Fortress into his harem. Chapter 68 from today onwards, disband the military brothels. Shut up. Sherman kicked the table over, the fire in her chest burning her insides. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, it's no wonder the women were talking about it. Chu Feng's current actions do not preclude this possibility. That man had a mind as deep as the sea. He put himself in the position of regimental commander, and then cut off the lifeline of the Golden Cavalry Battalion. This isn't trust, it's flattery that could be used to kill. Commander, please say something. If this continues, our Iron Wall fortress will really be destroyed by that guy named Chu Feng. Yes, Commander. He's trying to suppress our Golden Cavalry Battalion. Inside the tent, the clamor was so loud it almost lifted the roof off. Looking at the anxious and angry faces, Sherman realized that these were her sisters who had followed her and Commander Lei Yin through piles of corpses. She couldn't let them down. Shut up, all of you. She took a deep breath, and her already imposing chest heaved even more dramatically. Whether the head coach is lining his own pockets or not, I'll find out for myself. Do you think arguing here will summon a dragonfish? She grabbed the spike club hanging on the shelf, a relic of Commander Lei Yin, slung it over her shoulder, and strode out of the tent. You just wait. Even if it means being dismissed, I'll get you an explanation today. Behind her, the group of fierce women from the Golden Cavalry camp watched her resolute back and fell silent for a moment. Sherman searched around angrily. Only then did I realize that Chu Feng had gone to a military brothel. There, dozens of men were also imprisoned, who were being used as seeds, i.e., to be used as fire. What did he do there? Military brothels. This place is less a place for pleasure and more a prison of despair. A sense of utter despair, as if life were worse than death, permeated the air. Dozens of captured men were kept like livestock in a simple hut. They were all emaciated and had empty eyes, as if their souls had been taken away. They were what is known as the spark, but the fire was already so weak that it could go out at any moment. Chu Feng was standing in front of a room with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Chun Tao and the others stood solemnly on guard. Head coach, I'd like to speak with you privately. Sherman's face was full of anger, but he tried his best to suppress the frustration in his heart. When Chu Feng saw that it was Sherman, he waved his hand, and Chun Tao and the others withdrew. Chief Instructor, what exactly do you mean? Sherman said bluntly. Why did you suddenly order the extermination of all the dragonfish in our Golden Cavalry camp? Do you want us sisters to just wait to die? I just swore allegiance to you with my sisters, and you turned around and cut off our lineage. Are you playing me, or are you trying to force us to rebel? Inside the tent, her subordinates were practically in an uproar. If she hadn't fought so hard to suppress it, a mutiny would have been inevitable. However, faced with her overwhelming rage, Chu Feng simply turned around slowly, his expression completely calm. He didn't argue or get angry. He simply raised his chin, gesturing for her to look at the men. Commander Sher, take a look at them first. Sherman was taken aback and followed his gaze. Those men, huddled in the corner, were emaciated, their eyes numb, and they didn't even have the strength to lift their heads. What are you looking at them for? A bunch of useless trash. Sherman spat in disgust. In recent years, countless women have come here every night in an attempt to continue their lineage. But what has been the result? Not a single one is pregnant. On the contrary, countless of these seeds were killed by the torment or disease. Waste. Chu Feng Chuka Sopti. He's truly a piece of trash. Then tell me, do you think these useless people can get the sisters of your Golden Cavalry to get pregnant? Sherman's face froze instantly. Chu Feng continued. No matter how brave you are, or how skilled your sisters are, you are still women after all, and you need men to sow the seeds for you to bear fruit. I ask you, in all these years, has the Iron Fortress ever had a newborn child? Sherman's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. No, not a single one. I'll ask you again, how many of these sparks died? Sherman's face grew increasingly grim, and he gritted his teeth, saying, so what? It's because they're physically weak and can't withstand the strain. Wrong. Chu Feng retorted decisively. It's not that they're weak, it's that you've ruined them. He pointed at the men, raising his voice. You only know how to take, but not how to maintain it. It's like a field. You only think about harvesting crops, but never fertilize, water, or weed. Even the most fertile land will be drained dry. What exactly are you trying to say? Sherman was getting annoyed by what he said. What I'm trying to say is that the problem isn't just with you. It's with them too. You people eat dragonfish for a long time, so your physical condition is far superior to that of ordinary people. But what about these men? Chu Feng looked directly into Sherman's shocked eyes and used the simplest and most straightforward language to throw out a metaphor she had never thought of before. They can't even get enough to eat. They only drink scraps of fishbone soup. Their seed is weak and feeble, let alone take root and sprout in your bodies. They probably don't even have the strength to enter the battlefield. Commander Sher, no matter how fertile the soil is, if the seeds are shriveled, how can crops grow? These words suddenly cleared Sherman's muddled mind. She stared blankly at the withered men, then thought of her strong and vigorous sisters. Yes, how can seeds germinate if the soil is too hard and the seeds are too weak? This logic, though simple and straightforward, left her speechless. So, Sherman's voice was somewhat hoarse. So, my plan is very simple. Chu Feng was confident. Starting today, I want to disband the military brothels. Let the female soldiers under your command who are eager to have children find husbands. Chinjia. Sherman seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Yes, the dormitories were rebuilt after the war, and I designed them to be detached houses, each with its own courtyard. Although the houses are not big, they are enough to prove my idea. Chu Feng's idea was simple. Sherman soldiers all treated men as playthings, and each one of them was more unrestrained than the last. There are far more women than men, and if this continues, the fundamental problem will not be solved. It would be better to give each of these sluts a man and keep their wanton desires in check. To put it bluntly, these shrewish women are so insatiable. They don't share evenly, and they all rush at any man they see. No wonder the men can't handle it. But if each person has one, it's different. It becomes private property, and people will be more careful with their actions, not so ruthless. Although this transition process may be lengthy, things will gradually improve. He wasn't worried that these men would cause any trouble, otherwise these shrewish women would be the first to kill them. Sherman was momentarily dazed, then settled down. She had never thought about this question. The women under my command have all become dissolute. Suddenly asking them to behave like traditional women is really not feasible. Chu Feng noticed her worry and said calmly, "Your soldiers are too disorganized in this regard. Only when they each establish their own families can they help the army reproduce. Female soldiers should stop using dragonfish, and even stop drinking fish soup, so that the land becomes softer and less domineering. Then improve the diet of these men, slowly conditioning their bodies with dragon fishbone soup, making their seeds strong and full. By working up and down in this way, simultaneously, the bodies of men and women will gradually reach balance. I refuse to believe that given enough time, we won't be able to grow crops." Chapter 69, How to Divide Among Less Than 30 Men? Sherman fell completely silent. She looked at the man in front of her, her heart churning with turmoil. Commander Lei only taught them how to charge and how to kill the enemy. But this man was teaching them how to survive and how to have a future. After a long silence, she finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Why should I believe you? What if you're wrong?" Chu Feng interrupted her. 3 months? I only need 3 months. From now on, any men you capture will be given priority to your female soldiers, one for each of them. Keep your own men to yourselves. Once the first batch of new life arrives, you will be heroes of the Iron Wall Fortress, and you will have done something great for the Iron Wall Fortress. He paused, then changed the subject. "What's more, Murong Fu's army is right outside the city watching. Commander Sure, do you want to start an internal conflict with me now over a few bites of food and let him laugh at our Iron Wall Fortress?" Sherman's body jolted violently. She glanced at Chu Feng, then at the Alpha Squad behind him, whose eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. She knew she had no choice. This man gave her a way out, but also gave her a warning. "Good, I promise you, it'll be 3 months. She gritted her teeth and said, word by word, "For the next 3 months, my sisters in the Golden Cavalry will not eat dragonfish. But if after 3 months, not a single sister is pregnant, I, Sherman, will risk my life to overturn your bullshit plan. It's a deal." Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. This most unruly horse was finally put on its reins. "Since Commander Sure has agreed, then the matter of disbanding the military brothels and how to distribute these men is entirely your responsibility. I still need to discuss with the general how to deal with Murong Fu outside the city." Sherman walked back to camp, looking utterly dejected. The cold wind blew on her face, but it couldn't clear the tangled mess in her mind. Getting married? Disband the military brothels? 1 man per person? What kind of nonsense is this? The group of sluts under her command were all like wild horses, unable to bear not being with a man for 3 days. Making them live with a man now is tantamount to taking their lives. And how can you divide it among less than 30 men? She now has about 3,000 sluts under her command. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. But Chu Feng's words weren't without reason. The soil is too hard and the seeds are too weak. The reasoning is crude, but it's damn right. In recent years, not a single newborn has been born in the fortress. The sisters may not say it, but who isn't worried inside? If you hold such a large fortress and conquer a great empire, but then your lineage dies out, wouldn't it all become a joke? Well, Sherman scratched his head in frustration and kicked a rock the size of a human head off the roadside. She returned to the Golden Cavalry Regiment's camp, where dozens of shrewish women swarmed around her as soon as they saw her. "Commander, how is it? What did that guy surnamed Chu say? Is he willing to return the dragonfish to us? If he doesn't give it to us, we'll rebel. We'll just go our separate ways." Seeing the excited women, Sherman shouted, "Shut the hell up, all of you." The entire tent fell silent instantly. Sherman cleared her throat and recounted Chu Feng's theory of starting a family and career and improving the seed, in her own words, albeit in a fragmented manner. At first, all the shrewish women were dumbfounded. "Huh, Mary, One for each of us? Does that mean the sisters can't take turns playing with it anymore? My lover is pretty good in bed. I'd like to use him a few more times. Exactly. Why should others benefit from this? The camp erupted in chaos, filled with complaints and laughter, like a bustling marketplace. Sherman was completely exasperated and roared. All of you, shut up. She pointed at the female soldiers who were shouting the loudest. You, and you, all you ever think about is that kind of nonsense. I'm asking you, do you want a child of your own? After these words were spoken, the tent fell silent again. But can the regimental commander really do this? Those men all look like wilted eggplants, a deputy battalion commander muttered under his breath. The head coach said that from now on they will be fed the best food and drink the best water and nourished with dragon fishbone soup. He guarantees that the seeds will grow fat and strong. Sherman patted his chest and guaranteed it. And these men in the military brothel, I'll give you all the first turn, so don't complain to me. That's great. Once they're well fed and healthy, they'll be more effective at using us. Exactly. When we have a child, we'll make sure he takes my surname and becomes a female general someday. Sisters, I think this is a good idea. Otherwise, we'll just kill them one by one as soon as we catch them. This can't go on forever. The shrewish women who were just complaining suddenly changed their attitude completely. They were all eager to fight, their eyes shining, as if they could already see themselves holding their babies and commanding thousands of troops. Sherman looked at her sisters, whose expressions changed faster than turning the pages of a book, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She finally understood that Chu Feng's move was called drawing the firewood from under the cauldron or drawing a picture of a cake to satisfy hunger. But they actually ate the pancake. All right, stop shouting. Sherman ordered, go choose your men, and all of you better be courteous and not fight. Take them home and raise them well. If any of you dare to misbehave outside or mistreat your men, don't blame me for my ruthless hammer. Oh, by the way, sisters down there, you all need to keep them calm. There's so many men outside waiting for us to catch them, and we won't let a single one of them go. Yes, Commander. The group of shrewish women responded enthusiastically and rushed out of the tent with great excitement. They didn't seem to be going to fetch a man, but rather to snatch a treasure. Sherman looked at the empty tents and shook his head helplessly. She knew that from today onwards, she, the leader of the Golden Riders Regiment, would probably become the Golden Riders Goddess of Mercy who grants children. Inside the general's tent, Murong Yan changed into a black robe with gold trim, symbolizing supreme power, and her expression returned to its usual coldness and majesty. However, when she saw the purplish-red marks on her neck that she couldn't completely conceal in the bronze mirror, a blush involuntarily rose on her cheeks. That bastard is someone you both love and hate. She had just finished dealing with several military matters when she heard the news that Chu Feng had reorganized the army and lavishly bestowed official titles at the victory celebration banquet. Qin Shuang, Yan Xian, Qin Yu, and even his mortal enemy Sherman all became his confidants. This man is gradually seizing power over the entire Iron Fortress in a way that she cannot understand or stop. A surge of intense jealousy and unease, which she herself had not anticipated, rushed into her mind. What exactly is he trying to do? Murong Yan slammed her fist on the table. Her concern about being sidelined stemmed from one aspect, but another was also rooted in a woman's little bit of possessiveness. She was always worried that Chu Feng had ill intentions towards Qin Yu, Qin Shuang, and those other women. Just then, Shui Ging lifted the curtain and entered. Her gait was slightly unnatural, but she still managed to maintain the capable demeanor of a guard battalion commander. General, the chief instructor requests an audience. Let him in. Murong Yan took a deep breath to suppress the turmoil in her heart. Chu Feng walked in leisurely. The general is looking for me? Is she in a rush to have a baby again? He looked at Murong Yan's imposing python robe, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 70, Disbanding the Military Brothels. Is it for your own sake? Chu Feng, how dare you? Murong Yan was furious and ashamed to see that Chu Feng had shown her and Shui Ging no respect whatsoever. You were quite the big shot at the victory banquet last night. You reorganized the three armies and lavishly rewarded them without my permission. Where do you place me? She could only make up excuses. Speed is of the essence in war. Chu Feng sat down nonchalantly and poured himself a cup of tea. With a large army pressing in from outside the city, the people inside the fortress are in a state of panic. If we don't establish a new command system as soon as possible to stabilize morale, are we going to wait until Murong Fu's camp is built and he's at the city gates before we hold a meeting to discuss this? Murong Yan was speechless, unable to utter a single word. He was right about everything, but the feeling of being sidelined made her very unhappy. Moreover, Chu Feng changed the subject. I did this for your sake, General. For me? Murong Yan sneered. That's right. Chu Feng put down his teacup, leaned forward slightly, and looked at her intently. I promoted everyone and put them in charge of their respective roles. Their power all comes from my appointment as the head coach. But who appointed me as the head coach? Murong Yan was taken aback. It is I, Chu Feng, serving as chief instructor and chief of staff, assisting the general and advising on military matters. Chu Feng repeated his words from last night, word by word. General, did you hear me clearly? It's assist. In name, you will always be the sole master of this iron fortress. And I am the prime minister who manages your empire. The more they trust me, the more inseparable they will be from you, the general who appointed me. These words pleased Murong Yan greatly. She stared blankly at Chu Feng. This man was actually using this method to help her consolidate her power. He turned everyone into his subordinates, and then turned himself into her subordinate. In this way, the power pyramid of the entire fortress became unbreakable, and she will always be the most dazzling pearl at the top of the tower. Looking at him, Murong Yan's resentment and jealousy vanished instantly. She found that she understood this man less and less. Then why did you stop supplying dragonfish and disband the military brothels to give those sluts men to marry? Murong Yan's voice softened unconsciously. This is called an open strategy. Chu Feng leaned back in his chair, his expression returning to ease. Murong Fu is waiting for us to fall into internal strife by not attacking outside the city. We'll deliberately create chaos for him. With the army's morale low and the high-ranking generals vying for power, the more realistic the play, the more he'll believe it. Once he believes that we are weak and vulnerable, he will lose patience and launch an attack. And we, in the city, are waiting in comfort to prepare a great gift for him. A cold killing intent flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Then we'll capture these men one by one and assign one to each of those shrewish women in the Golden Cavalry Battalion. That way, the population crisis at the fortress will be solved. Murong Yan nodded. That might not be a bad idea. Those sluts in the Golden Cavalry are indeed too unrestrained. They need to be settled down and married before they can be put to peace. But, Shuegang said with a hint of worry, the Jin cavalry camp has 3,000 sisters. What if they bring in so many men all at once and cause trouble? Chu Feng shook his head. No way. Men with food, drink, and women, who would turn their life away when they have a love nest. Besides, those shrewish women are all incredibly fierce. What man would dare to cause trouble? These words acted like a reassuring pill, miraculously calming Murong Yan's restless heart. Murong Yan looked at Chu Feng. This man always managed to twist seemingly fragmented power back into a stronger rope in the most unbelievable ways, and the other end of the rope was always firmly held in her hand. This feeling made her feel both at ease and filled her with an indescribable sense of frustration. She, the eldest princess of Great Yin and the supreme commander of the Iron Wall Fortress, is gradually becoming dependent on this man. The army is pressing in from outside the city, and Murong Fu's intentions are hard to fathom. Murong Yan regained his commanding presence and ordered Shuegang, who was standing beside him, going, send out scouts to patrol again. Report back immediately if there is any disturbance. Yes, General. Shuegang accepted the order, but her eyes darted between the two men. I know what the princess is thinking. She probably wants to have sex with the head coach again. What could she do? She also longed to lie in Chu Feng's arms day and night, but due to her status, she could only bow and step back. Only 2 people remained inside the tent. The air seemed to freeze, with only the occasional crackling sound coming from the charcoal brazier. Murong Yan sat upright in the main seat, tried to use a cold mask to conceal the turmoil in her heart, but the affection revealed in her phoenix eyes had already betrayed her. The general is truly magnificent today. Chu Feng broke the silence, walked slowly to her, and pulled her into his arms. How dare you? Murong Yan was both ashamed and angry, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her phoenix eyes wide open. Chu Feng ignored him and reached out, saying, the marks on the general's body can't be hidden by his python robe. Would you like me to add a few more strokes to make it a complete painting? You. Murong Yan's resistance was completely swallowed up by a domineering and scalding kiss. Her python robe was roughly torn open, and the cold air sent a shiver down her spine, but it was quickly covered by another, even hotter body. She gave a few token resistances before collapsing into the man's arms, letting him lift her up and press her heavily onto the tiger's skin-covered desk. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Murong Yan lay languidly on the messy desk, her hair disheveled and her pretty face flushed like a female leopard that had been thoroughly fed, devoid of any majesty. Chu Feng slid his finger around the phoenix totem with a playful air, feeling every inch of the firm skin beneath it. I think I understand now. Murong Yan suddenly turned her head to the side, her phoenix eyes half closed. You went to great lengths to disband the military brothels and give each of Sherman's sluts a man, not really to increase the population of the fortress, but for your own sake, right? Oh, Chu Feng stopped what he was doing, intrigued. For me? Murong Yan snorted lightly, her tone tinged with a hint of sourness. Those sisters in the Golden Cavalry camp are all like wild horses. They've slept with more men than they've eaten salt. You think they're unclean, you don't like them, and you're afraid they'll harass you endlessly when they're free. So you simply found each of them a man to tie them up, and that's the end of it. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. General, what's going on in your head? It's a waste of your talent that you're not writing novels. He turned over and pulled Murong Yan into his arms, whispering in her ear. You really think I'm some kind of tireless stud? I'm already almost drained after serving you few, and you still dare to mess with those 3,000 tigresses? Do you think I'm tired of living? How many of you? Murong Yan instantly grasped the key point in his words, sat up abruptly, and glared at him with murderous intent in her phoenix eyes. Besides me and Guing, who else are you thinking about? Is it Qianyu's voluptuous slut, or Qin Shuang's suffocatingly large breasts? Once a woman's jealousy is ignited, it spreads like wildfire. Chu Feng looked at her, who resembled a wife catching her husband cheating, and didn't answer. He simply pounced on her again. With such a sharp tongue, it seems you haven't used up all your strength yet. Inside the tent, soon came a series of suppressed, blush-inducing gasps and sounds of impact. Chapter 71 Dragon Fish Forbidden Land, Terrifying Beast Beneath the Deep Pool. When Murong Yan awoke from her unconsciousness, it was already late at night. Her whole body was so sore and weak, like a lump of mud, and she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Chu Feng leaned against the headboard, wiping his pistol. Now, can you tell me the secrets of the Arawana? Murong Yan gasped for breath, staring at him weakly. You're such a jerk. All you do is bully me like this. If I'd known that letting you eat dragonfish would turn out like this, I wouldn't have let you eat so much. You flatter me. Chu Feng put down his pistol and turned to look at her. Murong Fu is eyeing the city covetously outside, and the morale inside the fortress is unstable. The supply of dragonfish is the root of all problems. As long as you don't reveal your trump card to me, I won't be able to formulate a foolproof plan. Do you really have to wait until we're out of ammunition and food, and the city is destroyed, and everyone is dead, before you'll confess? His words had to be taken seriously by Murong Yan. Yes, given the current situation, she has no choice but to trust him. This man, with his wisdom, methods, and primal conquest, has become an inseparable part of her life. After a long silence, she let out a resigned sigh. Okay, I'll take you to see it. She struggled to get up, and the soreness in her body made her gasp. But this matter is a top secret of our iron fortress. It's known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. If a third party were to find out, I guarantee it with my own life. Chu Feng interrupted her. Murong Yan gave him a deep look, said nothing more, and began to put on her undergarment. It took her quite a while to get dressed, rustling as she did so. Come with me. After that, she walked to the innermost part of the large tent in a strange walking posture. We stopped in front of a wall, displaying a map of the Great Yin territory. After a moment of fumbling, a soft click was heard. The entire wall slowly opened inward, revealing a bottomless, pitch-black passage. The next second, a biting wind carrying a damp, earthy smell swept in from inside the passage. The passage was carved entirely from solid rock, narrow and steep, winding downwards as if leading to the depths of the earth. The walls were covered with slippery moss, and every 10 steps or so, there was a faintly glowing luminous pearl embedded in the ground, barely illuminating the path beneath our feet. Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the fortress survived in this chaotic world. It turns out there are so many valuable treasures here. Unfortunately, the news still got out. This iron fortress is not going to be peaceful from now on. The air grew colder and colder, carrying only the damp, earthy smell. Chu Feng also caught a whiff of a strange, vibrant fragrance. Murong Yan walked ahead without saying a word, her tall figure appearing somewhat lonely in the dim light. Chu Feng followed behind her, his heart filled with curiosity. What kind of secret needs to be kept so deeply hidden? After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the view suddenly opened up before me. A colossal underground cavern appeared before the two of them. The cave's dome is so high that its top is invisible, covered with large patches of moss that emit a ghostly blue light, like an inverted starry sky, making the entire cave look like a dream. A wide underground river flows slowly from one end of the cave, through the center, and disappears into the darkness at the other end. The river water was crystal clear, shimmering in the deep blue light. Look, Murong Yan pointed to the river. Chu Feng looked in the direction she pointed, and his pupils suddenly contracted. In the clear river water, hundreds of strange fish, each about a foot long, were swimming leisurely. The fish were covered in silvery white scales. It shimmers with a metallic luster under the light, with faint dragon-shaped patterns on its scales and 4 short, claw-like fins growing from its belly. When they swim, they are agile and full of explosive power. This is an arowana. It is the foundation that supports the entire Iron Fortress and gives a group of women physiques that are no less than those of strong men. This is the Dragon Fish River. Murong Yan's voice echoed in the empty cave, tinged with a hint of awe. I set up nets here every 7 days to fish, but I never dare to fish on a large scale. Chu Feng remained silent. He could sense that these dragonfish contained an extremely pure and powerful life energy. No wonder, after Murong Yan and the others were exhausted from their own ordeal, they were full of energy the next day after eating a whole dragon. This thing is practically a mobile super energy bar. The two walked along the riverbank towards the upper reaches of the underground river. The further Chu Feng went, the fewer dragonfish there were in the river, and the smaller they became. Finally, they reached the end of the cave. The source of the underground river is a huge, bottomless pool. The pool water was as black as ink, its surface without a ripple, like a huge black mirror, exuding a chilling stillness. The surrounding rock walls were devoid of even the glowing moss. There was only oppressive darkness. Far away, Murong Yan stopped in her tracks, her pretty face serious, and pointed to the dark pool. The production of arowana is decreasing, not because we overfish, but because of it. Chu Feng sensed a faint but dangerous aura emanating from the deep pool. A water monster. Murong Yan's voice was very low, with a slight tremor. I don't know what it is or where it comes from. All I know is that it feeds on dragonfish. During the reign of the Great Yin Kingdom, my ancestors organized a force to try to wipe it out with giant nets and sharp weapons, but they lost thousands of elite soldiers and still had no way to deal with it, so they had to give up. Over the years, I can feel it getting stronger and stronger, and it's preying on more and more rawness. All I can catch now are the scraps it's left over. As soon as he finished speaking, the still pool suddenly gurgled and a huge bubble rose up. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow flashed past in the depths of the pool. Splash! A thick bucket-like tentacle covered in black, slimy scales suddenly shot out of the water. With a loud bang, a deep crater was carved out of the hard rock, and fragments of rock flew everywhere. That terrifying power caused the entire cave to tremble. Careful! Chu Feng reacted extremely quickly, grabbing the startled Murong Yan and leaping backward to narrowly avoid the flying pebbles. The two men stood still, both still shaken. If just one tentacle has such power, how terrifying must the monster's true form be? Murong Yan's face turned deathly pale, and her chest heaved violently. Now you understand? This is the true impasse of the Iron Wall Fortress. Murong Fu outside the city is a wolf, but this thing is a guillotine hanging over all of our heads. If this continues, the dragonfish will be devoured sooner or later. Chu Feng's gaze was fixed on the deep pool that had regained its calm, but his eyes were unusually calm. His mind raced with calculations. This thing is enormous, incredibly strong, and hides underwater, making it completely ineffective against conventional melee weapons. To defeat it, we must use weapons that are beyond the comprehension of this era. Although sniper rifles are powerful, the bullets lose power drastically when they enter water, making it unlikely to cause fatal damage. Automatic rifles are practically useless against it. The only way is to use explosives. Destroy it completely from the inside with absolute power. He had only one grenade left in his backpack, but its power was probably negligible. We have to use explosives. A large quantity of explosives. Making explosives is not difficult. It requires 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. He had seen saltpeter in the fortress. It was quite common. Charcoal is also not difficult to obtain. But the most crucial ingredient in this explosive is sulfur. He had never seen it before. It seems we still need to take a long-term approach. Understood. Chu Feng withdrew his gaze, looked at Murong Yan, who was still trembling with fear beside him, and hugged her in his arms, laughing. It's just a beast. I'll kill it after I deal with Murong Fu. His calm and confident demeanor seemed to possess a strange magic, inexplicably igniting a glimmer of hope in the heart of the originally desperate Murong Yan. Can you really do it? She stared blankly at the man, utterly bewildered by this unimaginably terrifying behemoth. Far from being afraid, his eyes gleamed with excitement. That's the look a hunter has when he sees his top prey. When have I ever lied to you? Chu Feng had already begun to formulate a hunting plan in his mind, calculating the yield of the grenade and thinking about how to accurately deliver this deadly earthquake grenade into the mouth of the water monster. This will be a revolutionary, dimensional reducing attack. Chapter 72 Military Merit Points Exchange System. If you want a man, earn it yourself. Back in the general's tent, the atmosphere remained heavy. Murong Yan was restless, her mind replaying the terrifying waves unleashed by the tentacle. The earth-shattering power made her feel powerless. Are you really sure? She looked at Chu Feng, her voice carrying a dependence she herself was unaware of. That thing is hidden underwater, invulnerable to swords and spears, and possesses immense strength. I don't even know what it looks like. Chu Feng had calmed down by now. Swords and spears won't work, but my Mo family secret weapons are the perfect solution to any kind of resistance. This is called a thunderbolt. Don't underestimate it because it's small. One of these can blow a house to the sky. As long as we can get into that beast's mouth, I guarantee his intestines will be ruptured and he won't be able to save him. But one isn't enough. We need at least tens of thousands to be confident. Murong Yan looked at the strangely shaped thunderbolt with skepticism. When she and Chu Feng were being chased by the barbarians, they did witness that shocking scene. But those were people, not water monsters. Just as the two were discussing how to hunt the water monster, the tent flap was suddenly flung open. Shui Guiying rushed in anxiously. General, head instructor, something's happened. What's the matter? Murong Yan frowned. The morale of the troops is about to collapse. Shui Guiying said urgently. The news that you distributed men to the Golden Cavalry has somehow spread throughout the entire fortress. Now, the City Defense Battalion, the Forging Battalion, and the Logistics Battalion are all in an uproar. The sisters are all talking about it, saying that you, the head instructor, are biased. After the military brothel was disbanded, they have even less hope of having children. They're all complaining. They're sweating and forging iron in the forging camp, saving lives in the wounded soldiers' camp. Are their contributions any less than those of the Golden Cavalry? Now no one's in the mood to work. Everyone's throwing a tantrum. Before Shui Guiying could finish speaking, another series of hurried footsteps came from outside the tent. Qin Shuang, the battalion commander of the City Defense Battalion, and Xian Yu, the Logistics Regiment commander, arrived together, both with expressions of urgency on their faces. Head coach, Qin Shuang is a straightforward person. She got straight to the point as soon as she entered the door. My women are very upset. They're saying, we're all risking our lives for the fortress, so why did the Golden Cavalry get all the good stuff? If this keeps up, I, as the City Defense Battalion commander, won't be able to control them. Although Qin Yu phrased it euphemistically, the meaning was essentially the same. Chief Instructor, General, rumors are rampant in the army, and resentment is high. If this continues, it may affect the city's defenses and logistics. I urge the Chief Instructor to make a decision. Suddenly, the pressure inside the tent increased dramatically. Murong Yan never expected that a temporary measure to appease the Golden Cavalry would trigger such a huge chain reaction. She looked at Chu Feng. He was the one who had caused this mess. Now, everyone is waiting to see how he will handle this situation. After listening to the report, Chu Feng knew that Yan, Xian, and Xianyu had definitely exaggerated the story, but it was no wonder that the female soldiers had objections. They had been suppressed for too long, so it was understandable. But, aside from the shrewish women of the Golden Cavalry Battalion, he didn't want any of the other female soldiers in the Iron Wall Fortress to pick up this bad habit. But we need to find a compromise, to make a promise and appease them. Indeed, men are now the most scarce strategic resource in the fortress, even more precious than dragonfish. Such a precious item should have its military merit redemption system improved. We can't let the sisters in the Logistics Battalion feel disheartened. These words made everyone present patiently wait for what would happen next. Chu Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. The previous system of exchanging military merits for rewards needs to be improved. How can we improve it? Qin Shuang and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Chu Feng said, from today onward, whether it's beheading an enemy leader, destroying enemy weapons, defending the city, offering sound advice, or even improving a piece of equipment in the Forging Battalion, saving a seriously wounded soldier in the Logistics Battalion, or rebuilding damaged houses. All contributions to the fortress can be quantified into military merit points. These are military merit points. As for what can be exchanged, Chu Feng Bao said, you can exchange it for better food, such as dragonfish, but the stock is not always available and the inventory is replenished from time to time. Everyone understood that this was just an empty promise, meant to give people something to look forward to. Chu Feng continued, it's okay if you don't have a dragonfish. You can still exchange it for the new divine weapons from the forging camp. And their newly built single-room recruit camps, right? Of course, you can also exchange it for the right to choose men first. Once we defeat Murong Fu, the men we capture from his camp will be your spoils of war. Whoever has enough points can redeem it. There are no restrictions. This points-based system, with clear distinctions between military merits and a redemption mechanism is not just for the Golden Cavalry Battalion, but for everyone. This completely overturned the previous system of exchanging military merits, making everyone equal. Envy? Dissatisfied? Resentment? It no longer exists. These women, struggling to survive in chaotic times, are the most realistic. For them, the ethereal honor is far less tangible than a man who can give them a child and keep them from being so lonely at night. How are the points calculated? Can you get points for building houses? Of course. Even the cooks who do the cooking in the kitchen get some. Chu Feng, note that I won't get involved in the detailed rules for accumulating points. You guys discuss it, then report up. We'll discuss and correct it a few times before implementing it. Just after everyone calmed down for a moment, Chu Feng continued. Furthermore, I also have special rewards for you in management. For those who perform well, I can give them points and allow them to redeem more opportunities to help them realize their dream of becoming mothers sooner. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's beautiful eyes shone brightly, and her full breasts heaved violently. Based on Chu Feng's analysis last time, they were already aware of their own bodies. The more dragonfish they ate, the stronger their physiques became, which meant they needed even stronger men. And Chu Feng is now the strongest in the entire fortress. More importantly, she had been eyeing Chu Feng for a long time, so wasn't this a perfect opportunity? I must perform well. She doesn't want to end up like the great general, unable to get out of bed at the drop of a hat. Kinyu was also breathing rapidly, her cheeks flushed. The head coach really knows how to flatter himself. Does he really think we all admire him? Qin Shuang, however, had a different feeling. She wanted to openly use her points to redeem a night with the head coach and see what it was like. Chu Feng saw the excitement in the women's eyes and knew that it shouldn't be difficult to implement this system. After all, once this points redemption system is properly established, it will be a satisfactory explanation to both the management and those below. The pie in the sky has been drawn. As for men, you wouldn't let them mess up Ironwall Fortress so easily. You'd just have to wait and see. Tell your women to stop whining like complaining women. If you want men, hurry up and build houses, forge weapons at the forge, and treat the wounded at the wounded camp. Use your own hands and the heads of the enemy to earn and plunder them. I, Chu Feng, keep my word. He continued to make empty promises. Yes, chief instructor, but everyone took it seriously. Qin Shuang and Qin Yu responded in unison, their voices filled with unprecedented excitement. They turned and walked out of the tent, their steps quick and eager to spread the news that had driven all the sisters wild. Watching their departing figures, Murong Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. But she slowly walked up to Chu Feng, touched his face with her hand, and her eyes were full of anger. Head coach, your point system reform is brilliant. So, from now on, if this general wants you to serve him, will I have to use points to redeem more opportunities? Chapter 73 Leader, I want to exchange for a dragonfish. Is the general jealous? Chu Feng gently brushed his hand across her slender waist, then leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, his voice tinged with a hint of teasing. The great general is of inestimable worth. How can he be measured by mere points? However, he then changed the subject. His palm slid down smoothly and gave her a light tap on her pert shape. If the general wants to use his points to redeem some new tricks for me that will keep you in bed, I might consider giving you a discount. You're shameless. Murong Yan was both ashamed and angry. She tried to break free, but Chu Feng held her firmly in his arms. Is this shameless? I have even more shameless tricks up my sleeve. Would you like a try, General? Murong Yan looked into his deep, aggressive eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. She knew that if she continued arguing, she would only be the one to suffer. This man always has so many tricks up his sleeve. You took your hand out without even looking where you are. Although she said that, there was a hint of desire in her words. Chu Feng sensed the emotion in her words, and his heart stirred. What's wrong with this place? It's not like we haven't done it before. Come on, right here. Orts 7. The next few days, despite the frozen Great Wall, Murong Fu continued to build military camps at a breakneck pace, seemingly intending to establish a long-term presence there. Occasionally, they would organize small groups to attack the fortress to test its strength, but these were always minor skirmishes before retreating. Then the detailed rules for redeeming military merit points at Ironwall Fortress were also officially finalized. An announcement that was enough to set the entire Ironwall Fortress ablaze was posted in the most conspicuous spot in the training ground. Provisional regulations on the redemption of military merit points for Ironwall Fortress. The announcement was handwritten by Kinyu herself, with delicate handwriting, but the content was full of tempting allure. The regulations quantify all contributions to the fortress in detail. For every foot of house built, 2 points are awarded. Repairing 1 foot of the city wall earns 5 points. Forge 100 ordinary arrows, and you will receive 5 points. Forging a new type of composite bow, 100 points. One lightly injured person was treated, 5 points are awarded. Heal one seriously injured person, 50 points. What drove people crazy the most were the regulations regarding combat merits. Killing one ordinary barbarian soldier earns 10 points. Kill a barbarian centurion, 100 points. Kill a barbarian centurion, 1,000 points. And the uses of these points are even more enviable. 300 points will give you priority in selecting one male seedling from the next batch of prisoners. 500 points can be redeemed for a dragonfish. With 1,000 points, you can choose a strong male seed and obtain a separate barracks to officially start a family. With 10,000 points, you can make a private request to the head coach within his/her capabilities. The announcement immediately caused a huge stir. The entire fortress was in complete uproar. My God, I can choose a man with just 300 points. I finally don't have to fight with those sluts from the Golden Cavalry. Is this all you've got? Did you see the last item? 10,000 points. You can make a personal request to the head coach. My God, I'd be willing to shorten my lifespan by 10 years if I could have the head coach spend one night with me. Yeah, it's great to have the head coach personally instructing you. The female soldiers surrounded the notice, chattering, laughing, and expressing their undisguised longing. They directly regarded Chu Feng as the top star of the fire seed. The resentment and panic that had arisen from the interruption of the Arawana supply vanished instantly. Jealous of the Golden Cavalry? It no longer exists. Instead of wasting time on that, you might as well stand guard on the city wall for an extra hour and move a few more stones. Qin Shuang, the battalion commander of the City Defense Battalion, was standing on the construction site of the West City Wall, personally directing the female soldiers to repair the city wall with glutinous rice mortar. Give me a push. Haven't you eaten? She kicked a lazy female soldier in the butt. This wall has to be finished before dark tonight. It's so easy to earn military merit points. You don't even need to risk your life to get a man. Let's get to it. Drive. Go, sisters. The female soldiers let out an excited howl, their enthusiasm growing even stronger. Looking at the bustling construction site, Qin Shuang couldn't help but smile. She was also calculating that she had already accumulated nearly 1,000 personal points in the past few days just by supervising the repair of the city wall. Her cheeks flushed at the thought of that personal request. On the other side, the forging camp went into a frenzy. Battalion Commander Yan Xian moved all the bedding to the forge and led his female blacksmiths in 3 shifts, working 24 hours a day without stopping. The clanging sound of blacksmithing echoed through the sky. Battalion Commander Yan. Battalion Commander Yan. A female blacksmith with a face covered in soot ran over excitedly. Come and see. I modified the quenching cooling water tank according to the lever principle that the head instructor mentioned before. Now, one person can operate it, and it saves effort. Yan Xian ran over to take a look, and sure enough, the female blacksmith had simply added a simple wooden lever to the side of the sink. By using counterweight stones, she could easily lift heavy ironware and immerse it in the water. Great! That's wonderful! Zan sin et golim happy li. What's your name? Reporting to the battalion commander. My name is Abi. Abi, I've got it. This improvement saves time and effort and increases efficiency. So I'll give you 100 military merit points. Yan Xian approved on the spot. Thank you, battalion commander. The blacksmith named Abi was so excited that she could hardly speak. 100 points. If she saves up a little more, it will be enough for her to buy an Arawana. The female blacksmiths around them stared in amazement, rubbing their hands together and racking their brains. All wanted to come up with some inventions as well. The logistics battalion, on the other hand, became the most sought-after place in the entire fortress. The group leader, Kinyu, a voluptuous beauty who used to be in charge of the meals, has now become a goddess of wealth, who holds the power of currency exchange. She set up a military merit exchange office in a large room. A huge wooden board hangs on the wall, with a list of items that can currently be exchanged written on it in charcoal. Commander Qian, I want to exchange for a dragonfish. A female soldier who had lost an arm in the last battle to defend the city handed over her identity badge with her remaining hand. Kinyu took the waste token, checked the points on the wall, and smiled gently. May, last time you single-handedly killed 3 barbarian soldiers and a centurion. You also helped defend the city, losing an arm in the process. You earned a total of 505 points. After exchanging them for dragonfish, you'll have 5 points left. Confirm the exchange. Change it now. One-armed May nodded excitedly. Good. Kinyu wrote it down in a notebook, then took out a lively dragonfish from an ice cellar behind her that was used to store dragonfish, and handed it over. May received the dragonfish, her eyes welling up with tears of emotion. She thought that since she was disabled, she would only be a burden for the rest of her life. I never expected that the military merits I earned through my own hard work would bring me such treatment. Moreover, being assigned to the logistics battalion means I can accumulate points, so I'm not considered a burden. Thank you, Commander Qian. Thank you, head instructor. She held the fish and bowed deeply. Chapter 74. Who told you that the production of Aroanis would always be this low? This scene was witnessed by the female soldiers queuing around them, which further strengthened their determination to earn military merits. However, wherever there are people, there is a social hierarchy. Wherever there are rules, there will be people trying to exploit loopholes. The experienced craftswoman, Granny Shi, relied on her background in the imperial court and her knowledge of construction techniques to become a minor foreman in the bricklaying department under Qin Shuang. She watched others working hard to move bricks and stones, while she hid in the shade, pointing at the blueprints under her hands and occasionally scolding them, taking all the credit for others' work for herself. At the end of the day, her team was exhausted, but she herself easily earned the highest number of work hours. Grandma Shi, this is so unfair. We're the ones doing all the work. Why did you get most of the points? A young female soldier finally couldn't hold back and stood up to protest. Granny Shi glared and slammed her cane on the ground. Insolence. I am a technical advisor. Without my blueprints and instructions, could you have built it so quickly? These points are what I deserve. The young female soldier was so angry she couldn't speak. The news quickly reached Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang was already dissatisfied with this old woman who was taking advantage of her age and was about to lash out when Chu Feng arrived and stopped her. After hearing what had happened, Chu Feng simply smiled. He walked up to the group of people who were arguing and cleared his throat. Military merit points are awarded for contributions, not for positions. Starting tomorrow, all point assessments will include a last-place elimination system and a report verification system. Each shift will select the person with the lowest contribution each day and deduct all of their points for that day. If they are last for 3 consecutive days, they will be demoted from the combat or technical positions to menial tasks. At the same time, anyone who discovers fraud or false claims of military merit can report it to the exchange office. Once verified, the informant will receive all the illegally obtained points of the reported person, and the reported person's points will be reset to 0, and they will also be demoted to menial labor. These words caused an uproar in the audience. The young female soldier who had been complaining lit up and immediately recounted in detail how Granny Shi had been lazy and how she had tried to steal credit. The female soldiers around them also testified. There are both witnesses and physical evidence. In front of everyone, Chu Feng said to Qianyu, "Commander Qian, follow the rules." "Yes, Chief Instructor." Qianyu walked up to Granny Shi and announced expressionlessly, "Granny Shi, after verification, you have fraudulently claimed 120 military merits. All your points are now transferred to the whistleblower, Axio. Your points are reset to 0, and starting tomorrow, you will be transferred to the kitchen to chop firewood and start fires." "No, you can't do this." Granny Shi, her face deathly pale, collapsed to the ground. I shed blood for the fortress. I was a court craftsman." Chu Feng didn't even glance at her and loudly addressed the female soldiers around him. In Iron Wall Fortress, no one can rely on their age to act superior. Merit is merit, and demerit is demerit. Anyone who wants to slack off, anyone who wants to take advantage of the sisters, will suffer the same fate as Granny Shi. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a cold and resolute silhouette. Those who had harbored some ulterior motives instantly fell silent. Meanwhile, the hardworking female soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. Their eyes were filled with awe and respect when they looked at Chu Feng. This man not only gave them hope, but also gave them fairness. It was late at night. Inside the pavilion next to the general's tent, candlelight flickered. Qianyu, carrying a brand-new silk quilt, her pretty face slightly flushed, lingered as she entered Chu Feng's room. According to the bet, she had to serve Chu Feng personally for a month. Tonight marks the 8th day she has come to make the bed, but it's the first day she's actually seen Chu Feng. "Dear head coach, I'm here to make your bed." Her voice was barely audible, and a shameful term of address was practically squeezed out between her teeth. Chu Feng was sitting at the table, slowly wiping a uniquely shaped short blade. Hearing the voice, he didn't even look up and said indifferently, "Okay, let's set up." Qianyu felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly went to the bedside to spread out the brocade quilt. She was originally the logistics commander, and now she is the supply corps leader who holds the power of exchange. She has never done this kind of servant's job before. After clumsily working on it for half a day, the bed was still all wrinkled and messy. "Stop!" Chu Feng's voice wasn't loud, but made Qianyu's body stiffen abruptly. He put down his dagger, walked slowly to the bedside, pointed to a crease, and frowned slightly. "This place is uneven. I'll get it done right away." Kinyu's cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly bent down to pull the corner of the blanket. Her figure was already voluptuous and full, and now, as she bent over, her breathtaking curves were outlined in full detail by the candlelight, swaying slightly with her movements. The pillow is too flat. Pad up a bit, make it higher and softer, Chu Feng suggested again. Kinyu bit her lip, picked up the pillow, and started hitting it hard. The corners of a sheet should be tucked under the mattress, taut, without any wrinkles. I like the feeling of being tightly wrapped when I sleep. Kinyu stopped moving. She looked up and met Chu Feng's eyes, which were filled with a playful smile. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He wasn't teaching me how to make the bed at all. He was clearly using the bet to flirt with me in this ambiguous way. Head coach Kinyu felt both ashamed and angry, but dare not show it. She could only plead in a low voice. Please don't make things difficult for me. Difficult. Chu Feng Chuka. Regimental Commander Qian. Military orders are absolute, as are the bets. As the regimental commander, if you can't even handle this small matter, how will you manage the distribution of supplies for the 3rd Battalion in the future? How will you gain the respect of your men? I'm here to teach you how to make and fold a quilt. With such a heavy accusation leveled against her, Kinyu was immediately rendered speechless. She took a deep breath, suppressing her shame and indignation, and knelt by the bed as Chu Feng had asked, carefully tucking in and smoothing out the sheets. Seeing her submissive demeanor, Chu Feng's smile deepened. Just then, Kinyu suddenly spoke up. Chief Instructor, the sisters' enthusiasm has soared to unprecedented heights since the implementation of the military merit exchange system, which is a good thing. But I'm worried about the supply of dragonfish. I've calculated it. At the current exchange rate, our stockpile of dragonfish will only last for 2 months at most. Dragonfish are already scarce. If we continue exchanging them like this, and the supply can't keep up, the morale we've just built up will likely collapse. Your concerns are valid. Chu Feng nodded, acknowledging her professionalism. However, you've overlooked 2 issues. He held up 2 fingers. First, accumulating points takes time, and they are reset to 0 after redemption. This is inherently a dynamic equilibrium process, preventing a sudden surge in resource shortages. Second, Chu Feng paused, walked up to her, and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Who told you that the production of a Roanus would always be this low? Kinyu's body trembled, and she suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with shock. What did the head coach mean by that? Does he have a way to increase the production of Arauna? Before she could think it through, Chu Feng straightened up and changed the subject. By the way, I have a question for you. Is there any sulfur in the fortress? Sulfur? Kinyu was taken aback, and after a moment of shock, she shook her head. This stuff has a pungent smell, and it can't be eaten or used. Nobody buys it normally. The fortress treasury only has a small amount in stock. If we need more, we'll have to send someone to Ice and Snow City, dozens of miles away, to buy it. As she spoke, the worry on her face deepened. Chief Instructor, we are now besieged by Murong Fu's army. Forget about buying sulfur from Ice and Snow City. We can't even get the most basic food and medicine in. I've taken stock of the warehouse, and even if we use every penny, all the supplies can only last for a month at most. If we can't break this deadlock in a month, we'll run out of food. This is the sharpest knife hanging over the Iron Wall fortress. Murong Fu's open scheme was to starve them to death. A little sulfur. Bring me as much as you can and send it to my private workshop. Yes, I will arrange it myself later. Kinyu nodded. The atmosphere in the attic instantly became heavy. No one knew what Chu Feng was up to. However, Chu Feng's face still maintained that calm and composed expression. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and looked at the endless, brightly lit enemy camps outside the city. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A month? That's enough. Who says that being besieged means you can only sit and wait to die? Murong Fu thought he was the hunter and we were the prey, trapped in a cage. But in my eyes, the 100,000 troops he delivered to our door were nothing more than a supply convoy to deliver supplies to us. Chapter 75, Throw in all the plague-infected corpses. The scene inside the Iron Fortress was bustling with activity. The news quickly spread through various channels to Murong Fu's camp outside the city. Inside the central command tent, a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe with a delicate face was listening to his subordinate's report. He was none other than Murong Fu, the former imperial uncle of the great Yan dynasty and the Prince of Anil. To his left sat a pale-faced young man with venomous eyes. He was none other than Shao Chun, the crown prince of the fallen kingdom. Your Highness, the news is absolutely true. A scout knelt on the ground and reported. The chief instructor of the Iron Wall Fortress, Chu Feng, was autocratic and embezzled the entire army supply of dragonfish, causing widespread resentment within the fortress and demoralizing the troops. Now, those women are arguing incessantly in the camp every day over a few bites of food and a few military merit badges. Oh, Murong Fu picked up his teacup, a cold smile playing on his lips. It seems my plan has worked. Xiao Chun, who was standing nearby, quickly chimed in. Your Highness is wise. Cutting off the enemy's supply lines and subduing them without a fight is the best strategy. Those women are nothing but simple-minded barbarians. Without the dragonfish, they will surely fall into chaos within half a month. At that time, your Highness can simply sit back and reap the benefits. Montauk Chu Feng. Murong Fu murmured the name softly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A wild boy who appeared out of nowhere, relying on some strange skills and tricks, bewitched my stupid niece, and actually thinks he can defy fate? It's really laughable. Has my niece still not appeared before the envoys sent over? He asked again. The scout replied, Yes, your Highness. Murong Fu sighed. My niece is so stubborn. She's a girl who insists on staying at the fortified stronghold. She's putting me in a tough spot. I'm determined to win her over. He put down his teacup and gave orders to the generals beside him. Passed down the order to prepare the catapults. However, this time, we will not throw stones. The general was taken aback. Your Highness, if we don't throw stones, what should we throw? Murong Fu chuckled sinisterly. Of course, we throw away the good stuff. 3 days later, on the walls of the iron fortress. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sharp shouts of the lookout shattered the morning tranquility. Qin Shuang rushed to the top of the city wall immediately and raised her binoculars to look outside. Outside the city, dozens of huge catapults were slowly pushed to the front of the battle line. But instead of boulders, their throwing arms carried huge, roughly sewn cloth bags. What is that? A newly appointed company commander frowned. Who cares what it is? Sisters, prepare for battle. Qin Shuang shouted, raising her arms. These are all military merits delivered to our doorstep. Cheer up, all of you. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers showed no fear. Instead, they excitedly picked up their bows and arrows, staring at the catapults and estimating the distance. But it was too far, and they were so anxious they kept stamping their feet. Under the city. Put! With Murong Fu's command, dozens of huge cloth bundles whistled through the sky, soared over the high city walls, and landed inside the fortress. Bang! 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 The cloth bag exploded on the ground, but what splattered out was not gravel or kerosene, but snow-white grains, dried meat chunks, and even rolls of brand-new cloth and some women's rouge and powder. In an instant, the entire fortress was filled with the aroma of food. The female soldiers on the city wall were dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Are there gifts during wartime? Immediately afterwards, a second round of shells came flying in. This time, the cloth bag was filled with countless flyers. The flyer used vulgar and blunt language to write. Sisters in the city, how are you? There are only a few men in the city. They can't even get enough to eat, and their lives are in danger. What are they risking their lives for? King Onel said that as long as you open the city gates and surrender to the royal army, you'll be guaranteed to have meat every meal and men for everyone. If one is not enough, 10 will be provided. The prince has countless strong men under his command, and he will surely make you live like gods. Murong Yan has been betrayed by his followers, and Chu Feng is acting arbitrarily. The Iron Fortress is doomed. Those who understand the times are wise. Let's stop risking our lives for them. These leaflets drifted like snowflakes across every corner of the fortress. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the fortress. Some of the less determined female soldiers, looking at the grain and dried meat on the ground and smelling the tempting aroma, couldn't help but swallow. Is this really true? 10 men really surrendered? So much rouge and face powder. Whispers began to spread among the crowd. Qin Shuang's face turned ashen, and she roared, Shut up. This is the enemy's psychological warfare tactic. Anyone who dares to spread rumors will be dealt with according to military law. However, her rebuke seemed somewhat pale and powerless in the face of people's most primal desires. Just as the morale of the army was about to waver, Chu Feng appeared on the city wall. He glanced at the grain and leaflets on the ground, and instead of anger, he smiled. Murong Fu finally couldn't sit still any longer. He walked to the city wall, picked up a homemade tin megaphone, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the outside of the city. Murong Fu outside the city, listen up. Your little tricks can only fool a 3-year-old. You think you can bribe my sisters at Iron Fortress with a few bags of grain and some rags? Are you dreaming? The women of my Iron Fortress stand tall and proud. We eat dragonfish earned through our own military merits. We wear divine armor forged by ourselves. The men we use are spoils of war we seize from the battlefield. We don't need your condescending attitude. If you're so capable, then attack the city with real swords and spears. What kind of hero are you, hiding in the back and throwing these things? I think you're not the king of peace and joy, but a cowardly king. Chu Feng's voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Although the loudspeaker wasn't as powerful as modern ones, with the wind and the diffusion effect, Murong Fu could still hear it clearly. The female soldiers inside the city were stunned at first, then burst into deafening laughter. Well said. Head coach is awesome. The cowardly Turtle King. Ha ha ha. We don't care about his rotten meat and rotten grain. I'll sleep with the wildest man I can. The morale of the troops was just wavering. Chu Feng's words instantly snapped him back to reality. The women's self-esteem and sense of honor were fully aroused. They looked at Murong Fu's army outside the city with disdain and contempt in their eyes. Outside the city, Murong Fu heard the mocking laughter coming from the city wall, and his face turned purple with anger. You brat! You brat! How dare you insult me? He kicked over the table in front of him. Xiao Chun quickly advised, Your Highness, please calm down. This Mo Chu Feng is sharp-tongued. There's no need to lower yourself to his level. The more he acts like this, the more it shows that the city has reached its limit. He's just bluffing. Pass on my order, Murong Fu roared. Hang up all the plague-infected corpses and throw them in. I refuse to believe we can't wear them down. Chapter 76, Do you prefer me to use a different method to personally train you? Soon, the third round of ammunition arrived. This time, it was a stinking, rotting corpse. The corpses were smashed into the city, splattering blood and emitting a stench that filled the air. Don't touch them. These corpses are afflicted with plague. Burn them all. Chu Feng immediately ordered Logistics Battalion. Well, quick. Can you immediately organize people to pour kerosene on the corpse and then start burning it? A biological war, without gunfire, quietly broke out inside the Iron Fortress. However, Murong Fu's offensive did not stop. Next came burning oil bombs, and then sharpened giant crossbow bolts. In an instant, arrows rained down from the city walls, and flames soared into the sky. What followed was Murong Fu's first attack on the city after setting up camp. Kill them. Take the Iron Fortress, and you can have any women you want and eat any dragonfish you want. On the city wall, Sherman also roared angrily. Sisters, hold the line. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a bonus. For military merit. For men, kill them all. Under the leadership of their respective officers, the female soldiers displayed astonishing combat power. The newly reinforced city wall is exceptionally sturdy. When logs and stones are thrown at it, only white marks are left. The newly forged composite bow had a long range and great power, effectively suppressing the barbarian troops below the city. The female soldiers were fearless because they knew that every swing of their swords and every shot of their arrows could bring them a better life. The battle lasted from dawn until dusk. The area beneath the city walls was already littered with the corpses of the northern slaves. While the Iron Wall Fortress also suffered casualties, the losses were minimized compared to the last major battle. At sunset, Murong Fu looked at the fortress that still stood firm amidst the flames and thick smoke, unable to break through after a long siege, his face so gloomy it could drip water. His carefully planned psychological warfare strategy not only failed to demoralize the enemy, but instead aroused their stronger will to resist. Sound a retreat, withdraw the troops. He waved wearily. The soldiers, like a tide, retreated in panic as if granted a pardon. On the city wall, a huge cheer erupted from those who had survived the catastrophe. The female soldiers collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, but their faces were beaming with excitement. I killed 50 points in hand. I shot a centurion dead, 1 arrow through his throat. Ha ha ha, 100 points. This defensive battle did not frighten the female soldiers in the fortress in the slightest. On the contrary, they were excitedly rubbing their hands together. They didn't even have time to rest. A long queue formed in front of the merit exchange office, with people eager to exchange their merits for items. Chu Feng stood on the city wall, watching all this with a calm expression. He knew that today was just the appetizer. Murong Fu's real killer move was those heavy catapults. As long as those big guys are still around, Iron Wall Fortress will never have peace. Looks like it's time to get rid of these things. The night was as dark as ink. Inside the pavilion next to the general's tent, candlelight shone brightly. Chu Feng was carefully mixing a packet of pale yellow sulfur powder with saltpeter and charcoal in precise proportions, and then carefully dividing it into individual bags sewn from cowhide and linen. These are his trump cards for tonight. A simple explosive pack. Head coach, what exactly do you need these things for? Kinyu stood to the side, watching him fiddle with the powder that emitted a pungent odor, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and worry. Chu Feng did not answer. He simply finished setting the fuse of the last explosive charge, picked up a rope that had been prepared nearby, and threw it into Qian Yu's arms. Come over. Kinyu held the rope, somewhat at a loss. Come here. I'll teach you a way to tie a knot. Once you learn it, teach it to the people below, and they'll be able to use it. Kinyu blushed and reluctantly walked up to him. The two stood almost touching. Chu Feng's strong masculine aura, mixed with a unique smell of saltpeter, forcefully entered Qianyu's nostrils, causing her heart to skip a beat. I saw it clearly. Chu Feng took the rope from her hand, looped it around his wrist, and his fingers flew across the rope with a speed that was dazzling to behold. This is called a double figure-8 knot, used for securing the rope during high-altitude rappelling. The rope end goes through the main rope, wraps around it twice, and then goes back through the loop. His voice was deep and magnetic, and his warm breath brushed against Kinyu's earlobe intentionally or unintentionally. Kinyu felt a tingling sensation in her ears, and her whole body went weak. Her attention wasn't on the complicated knots at all. Her mind was filled with the close proximity between them and his large, strong hands with distinct knuckles. Have you learned it? Chu Feng looked up at her. I didn't see clearly. Kinyu's voice was barely audible, her cheeks already flushed red enough to bleed. Fool. Chu Feng gave a low rebuke, but there was no impatience in his voice. He grabbed Kinyu's soft, boneless hand, wrapped the rope around her wrist, and taught her step by step. Tighten it here. His fingertips, intentionally or unintentionally, brushed across her palm, bringing a slight tickle. Here, we need to leave enough slack to make it easier to untie. He leaned forward slightly, his chest almost touching her back, enveloping her entirely in his shadow. Kinyu's body stiffened abruptly, and she stopped breathing. She could clearly feel the warmth of his chest and the powerful thumping of his heart, as if it were being imprinted on her skin through 2 layers of clothing. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He's clearly using the guise of teaching to take advantage of me. Chief Instructor, Kinyu's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Please don't do this. What? Chu Feng's voice rang out above her head, tinged with a playful chuckle. Regimental Commander Qian, the situation is urgent. I'm giving you pre-battle training. As a regimental commander, if you can't even tie a knot properly, how will you ensure logistical support on the battlefield? Or perhaps, he paused, leaned close to her ear, and lowered his voice. Do you prefer me to use a different method to personally train you? Such intimacy made Kinyu's heart flutter. I've learned it. Like a startled rabbit, she suddenly broke free from Chu Feng's embrace and hurriedly tied the double figure-8 knot. Although it's crooked and twisted, it's finally taken shape. Looking at her shy and frightened expression, Chu Feng's smile deepened. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the attic. Reporting, Chief Instructor, Alpha Team, all members are assembled. It was Zioki's voice, clear and strong. Chu Feng suppressed a smile. Come in, all of you. Hearing the order, all 10 female soldiers from the Alpha Squad, including Zioki, Alan, and Chuntao, walked in. They had changed into a neat black outfit, carrying compound bows on their backs and short swords at their waists. One for each person. Chu Feng deftly packed the dozen or so explosive packages and ropes on the table into a specially made leather backpack and distributed them. He then tucked the Type 92 pistol behind his waist and finally put on a black nightclothes. Kinyu, here. Kinyu stood at attention as if by reflex. Tonight, I'm going to lead a night raid on the enemy camp and blow up their catapults. This is something only you and I know. What? Kinyu exclaimed in shock. Chief Instructor, this is too dangerous. There are 100,000 troops outside the city, and you're only taking a dozen or so people. Isn't this just sending them to their deaths? Committing suicide. Chu Feng, in my eyes, they're the ones who are here to die. He walked up to Kinyu. Remember, keep it a secret until I return. If anyone asks, say I was in your room and we talked all night. Kinyu's face flushed red again in an instant. This time, however, she did not flinch, but met Chu Feng's gaze and nodded firmly. I'll wait for you to come back. Chu Feng looked at the girls. Target, enemy catapult position. Mission, destroy it completely. The requirement is 0 casualties. Do you have confidence? Yes, the 10 female soldiers roared in unison. Chapter 77 Night Raid. Just then, a series of heavy, hurried footsteps sounded outside the attic. Head coach, you wanted to see me? The person arrived before the voice. Sherman's tall figure lifted the curtain, his left eye slanted by a leather hat, and strode in, followed by several trusted men from the Golden Cavalry. She immediately spotted the Alpha team, fully prepared for deployment, in the room, and the strangely shaped packages on the table, and her brows furrowed instantly. Head coach, what kind of secret operation are you planning? Chu Feng laid out his plan straightforwardly. That's right. I'm going to blow up Murong Fu's catapults. However, I need a decoy. Bait? Sherman was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Does the head instructor mean that we need a force to launch an attack from another location to draw the enemy's attention? Smart. Chu Feng not that happy. But it's not just about attracting attention. I need someone to burn down their grain supply camp. Upon hearing this, not only Sherman, but also the several fierce women from the Golden Cavalry behind her, began to breathe rapidly. Burn the grain and fodder. Bomb the catapult. This was like stabbing a knife into Murong Fu's heart. More importantly, this means tremendous military merit. I'll go. Sherman stepped forward without hesitation, his breastplate slapping loudly. Chief Instructor, we, the Sisters of the Golden Cavalry, are determined to be the bait. My 3,000 sisters are just worried about not having enough military merits to exchange for men. This woman is more sensible than I thought. Chu Feng chuckled inwardly, but feigned seriousness on his face. Oh, are you sure? Burning supplies is no joke. If you get bogged down, your entire army could be wiped out. Completely wiped out? Sherman sneered, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Chief Instructor, you underestimate the sisters of my Golden Cavalry camp. We may not be able to defeat the Northern Barbarians' heavy infantry, but when it comes to mounted archery and speed, no one on this snowy plain is our match. Her eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit and confidence. This is exactly what Chu Feng wanted to see. What he wanted was not a group of reckless brutes who only knew how to charge, but an elite cavalry force that knew how to utilize its own advantages. Good. Chu Feng stopped probing, took out a simple map from his pocket, and slapped it on the table. Since you volunteered, this task will be assigned to you. He pointed to a mark on the map. This is the location of the enemy's supply camp, 15 li away from us. Their patrol range is about 1 li in radius. Your composite bows have an effective range of 150 paces, which is an absolutely safe distance. My requirements are very simple. Use only rockets, long-range hurling, never get close. Light the fire and run. If the enemy chases, retreat to this side and lure them away. Then the lurking sisters can circle around and continue shooting. Remember, always keep the distance beyond the range of the arrows to minimize your losses. Keep them running for their lives, but they won't be able to touch you. Sherman leaned closer to look at the map, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. The map not only marked the location of the grain and provisions camp, but also clearly depicted the surrounding terrain, patrol routes, and troop rotation times. When did this man manage to gather such thorough intelligence about the enemy camp? She originally thought this was just a suicide charge, but she didn't expect that Chu Feng had already planned a foolproof, kite-flying tactic for them. How could Chu Feng tell him that his telescope was not just for show? This little thing was child's play to his all-seeing eyes. He hadn't been observing for nothing these past few days. The fact that they waited for so many days was also to allow Murong Fu to reveal all his secrets. Otherwise, why would he have endured it for so long? Head coach, Sherman raised his head, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Chu Feng completely changed. There was shock, there was admiration, and finally, it transformed into an almost fanatical conviction. She knelt on one knee, her voice firm and powerful. She-man, Obi, I guarantee the mission will be completed. If I fail to burn their provisions, I'll offer my head in return. I don't want your head. Chu Feng helped her up and patted her shoulder. I want you and your sisters to come back alive with military merits. If we can catch them off guard tonight, we can arrest tons of men. Then, you can go and choose the man you want. This crude yet straightforward statement was more effective at igniting the fighting spirit of these shrewish women than any grand pronouncements. Yes, Chief Instructor. Sherman and her confidants roared in unison, turned around and strode away to gather their wolf pack, eager for military merit. The night grew deeper. Two black-clad teams, like ghosts, silently slipped out of the hidden door of the Iron Wall fortress and disappeared into the vast snowfield. A group headed east, their menacing aura palpable. One group headed west, as still as ice. Chapter 78 Night Raid on the Enemy Camp. At midnight, all was quiet. Inside Murong Fu's camp, apart from a few patrols yawning, most of the soldiers were already fast asleep. Although the daytime siege was fierce, they believed that it was only a matter of time before they breached the isolated city. Prince Onel, Murong Fu, had already retired for the night, and Xiao Chun beside him was fast asleep with a smug smile on his lips. In his dreams, he may have already regained the throne and trampled Murong Yan and that damned Chu Feng under his feet. However, none of them noticed that on a hillside 15 miles away from the eastern grain and fodder camp, 3,000 pairs of eyes, gleaming with green light, were staring intently at the continuous stretch of tents. Is everything ready? Sherman lowered his voice, and the warhorse beneath him pawed restlessly. Don't worry, Commander. The rockets are all ready. A company commander licked his chapped lips, his eyes filled with excitement. Remember the head coach's tactics. Sherman emphasized again. Only fire 3 rounds. After 3 rounds, regardless of whether it's on fire or not, retreat immediately. Do you understand? Clear. Superior. Sherman waved his hand. 3,000 cavalrymen drew their composite bows and nocked specially made arrows wrapped in oil-soaked linen. They rushed down the slope. Once within range, ignition, Sherman shouted loudly. At a command, all 3,000 sisters simultaneously pulled out tinderboxes and lit the arrows. Whoosh! Moment. More than 3,000 arrows, like will-o'-the-wisps in the night, all lit up. Full draw. Put. Call out. Call out. Call out. In an instant, more than 3,000 rockets, like a reverse meteor shower, pierced the dark night sky, their sharp whistling echoing as they precisely covered the entire grain and fodder camp. In a military camp, the soldiers who were on night patrol paused when they saw several flaming arrows appear in the sky. Then he started screaming like a madman. Enemy attack. Fire. The piercing screams and chaotic clanging of gongs instantly shattered the tranquility of the camp. But the next moment, the second round of firing has begun again. More than 3,000 flaming arrows flew into the sky in a flurry, just like a popular saying goes. Countless barbarian soldiers were awakened from their sleep and rushed out of their tents, their clothes disheveled. But by then it was too late. 3 rounds of shots came down in succession, one after another, falling from beginning to end. The dry hay, the wooden grain carts, and the tents themselves were set ablaze almost instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The fire was fueled by the wind, and the wind fueled the fire's power. In the blink of an eye, flames soared into the sky, and those who were unlucky enough to be riddled with holes by rockets. Countless soldiers stared dumbfounded at the grain and provisions camp that had been reduced to a sea of fire. Fire! Fire! The enemy is over there. Kill them. The entire camp was in complete chaos. The bugle calls resounded across the sky. On the hillside, Sherman looked at his masterpiece and excitedly clenched his fist. Withdraw. At a command, the 3,000 female soldiers of the Golden Cavalry turned their horses around and disappeared into the night like the wind. When Murong Fu was woken from his bed by his guards and saw the towering flames, his effeminate face twisted into a grimace. How could this be? Are the night patrol scouts just incompetent? How'd they do that? How'd they do it? A bunch of useless trash. He trembled with rage. Send the order. Chase them. Tear those arsonists to pieces. Several cavalry units were urgently mobilized and chased after the source of the fire. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Sherman strictly followed Chu Feng's kite-flying tactic, having already maintained a safe distance. Seeing the pursuers getting close, they launched another volley of rockets, causing men and horses to fall before fleeing far away again. After half an hour of back and forth, the pursuing barbarian soldiers not only failed to touch the hem of the enemy's clothes, but were also completely outmaneuvered, suffering countless casualties and a sharp drop in morale. Some people were even arrested. What a strong man. Sisters, let's take his turn. Get out of the way. Let the company commander go first. I heard a lot of noise. Sherman rode up and cracked his whip. The female company commander, who had already sat on the muscular man, jumped up after feeling the pain. Commander. Nonsense. Don't you know what time it is? If you don't pull up your pants now, you'll be court-martialed. Commander, we've always been like this before. The past is the past. The present is the present. And we will follow the head coach's orders. Take everyone back to the fortress and hand them over to the supply corps. Everyone else, mount up quickly and prepare for the next volley. Yes, the bigger the commotion, the greater it is on the east side. The west side is even more desolate. Chu Feng, leading the Alpha Squad, took advantage of the cover of firelight and the chaos in the enemy camp to silently infiltrate the outer perimeter of the catapult position. As he had expected, most of the defenses here had been redeployed. Take out the sentries. Chu Feng made a gesture and drew the bowstring taut. The Alpha team instantly understood, drew their bows, and silently flanked the enemy. Put. Whoosh whoosh. 11 arrows pierced the sentry's body in an instant. They died without even knowing how they died. This scene also alerted the other sentries. However, despite being prepared, they were killed by a hail of arrows that flew out from the shadows before they could even find their target. In less than 2 minutes, all the sentries were wiped out. The training results are good. The strikes are ruthless and accurate. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Action! 11 figures in black instantly stormed into the position. Here, dozens of catapults, resembling ancient behemoths, stand silently in the night, exuding a cold, oppressive aura. 2 people per group install the protective gear together and proceed with the installation. Chu Feng ordered in a low voice. The female soldiers immediately dispersed, skillfully taking out explosive charges from their backpacks, and, following Chu Feng's instructions, securing them to the most vulnerable load-bearing structure and torsion arm of the catapult. Their movements were swift and precise, without a single unnecessary motion. Chu Feng himself was in charge of the largest and most central one. Just as he finished placing the explosive charge and was about to connect the fuse, a series of footsteps approached from afar. A patrol of 7 men unexpectedly turned back at this moment. "Who's there?" The centurion at the head of the group shouted sternly. However, in Chu Feng's two-person coordinated tactic, this was simply suicide. The bow was already fully drawn and aimed at them. Whoosh whoosh. 5 arrows pierced right through them. The remaining 3 fled in panic. No need to chase. Continue. Everyone double their pace. The head coach is all set up. I'm fine here too. Head coach, mission accomplished. Prepare to disperse, ignite. Chu Feng took out a tinderbox and blew on it. After everyone was in place and the tinderbox was lit, at the command, the first step is to draw the wire. Ignition. Laugh. The fuses of the 11 explosive charges sparked and burst into flames. Retreat. Back to the fortress. Yes. At Chu Feng's command, the 11 men shot off like arrows, rushing back the way they came. Quick, there's a group of women trying to sabotage the catapult. Capture him alive. Damn it, tonight we'll let the brothers have their fill. Let's gang rape these sluts to death. Chapter 79, this general will give everything to redeem this reward. But by the time the 3 escaped sentries reported back and the main force returned, it was too late. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth, as if a god had struck a war drum, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. More than a dozen explosions occurred, and blinding white light instantly engulfed the night, tearing dozens of massive catapults into pieces like toys and hurling them into the sky. The terrifying shockwaves spread out in a ring, tearing tents to shreds, twisting weapons, and causing countless barbarian soldiers to bleed from their 7 orifices and die on the spot. Chu Feng and the others, who were running wildly, were also violently thrown away by this force and crashed heavily into the snow. Chu Feng immediately got up and looked at the ruins and sea of fire behind him, as well as the broken wood and debris falling from the sky like rain. He was also extremely shocked. Very good, the destructive power far exceeds my expectations. Next time, we'll blow up that big monster in the Dragonfish secret realm. When that earth-shattering roar came, Murong Fu was standing on the high platform, furious at the unfavorable situation of the pursuit to the east. The sudden, violent tremor caused him to stumble and nearly fall. He turned around abruptly and looked to the west. When he saw the enormous fireball that had engulfed the entire catapult camp, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. My mind is blank. Impossible. That explosion sound is absolutely impossible. He muttered to himself, his eyes bloodshot and filled with madness. The catapult was his greatest asset in breaching the Iron Wall fortress. It was the core of his siege tactics. Now it's all gone? The supply depot in the east was still ablaze, while the siege weapons in the west had been reduced to a sea of fire. A feint to the east while attacking in the west. An incredibly clear thought struck him hard on the head. He'd been tricked. From beginning to end, he was completely manipulated by that man named Chu Feng. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted from Murong Fu's mouth, splattering all over the railing in front of him. Montauk! Chu Feng! He pointed towards the Iron Wall fortress, let out a blood-curdling roar, rolled his eyes, and fell straight backward. Your Highness! Your Highness! Xiao Chun, who was standing nearby, was so frightened that he rushed to help. The entire camp was completely in collapse. Meanwhile, on the walls of the Iron Fortress, a completely different scene unfolded. When the earth-shattering explosion rang out and the towering flames lit up the sky, all the soldiers guarding the city were stunned. They were initially bewildered, but then a surge of ecstasy welled up inside them. It was the head coach. It must have been the head coach. My God, what divine power! Could the head instructor really summon heavenly lightning? Isn't the head coach having a long talk with Commander Qian? You believe that? The head coach always surprises us without us even realizing it. Anyway, we won. We won. After a brief silence, the entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers. The female soldiers hugged each other, laughing and crying, enjoying the joy. On the high command platform, Murong Yan clung tightly to the wall. She looked at the 2 seas of fire that illuminated the night sky in the distance, felt the ground trembling beneath her feet, and her delicate body trembled slightly uncontrollably. It was a mixture of shock, ecstasy, pride, and a complex emotion that was hard to describe. That man did it again. When Chu Feng and Sherman's teams returned with a record of 0 casualties and having captured over 300 strong men, they received a hero's welcome. Countless female soldiers spontaneously lined up on both sides of the road. The way they looked at Chu Feng was no longer just simple awe. It was an almost fanatical worship and infatuation. The head coach is incredibly powerful. Someone shouted first, and then a roar like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami echoed through the sky. The head coach is incredibly powerful. Commander Shi is mighty. Chu Feng stood in the center of the crowd, basking in the glory of victory. He knew that from this night onward, his position in this fortress would be unshakable. He raised his arm, and the commotion instantly subsided. The greatest credit for this battle belongs to the Golden Cavalry Regiment. Commander Shi, undeterred by danger, perfectly completed the mission of luring the enemy. They also captured more than 300 strong men, which is the greatest achievement. Sherman stood tall, basking in the glory of being the center of attention. Her gaze toward Chu Feng was filled with gratitude and submission. Secondly, there's the Alpha Squad. They're the sharpest daggers piercing the enemy's heart. Female soldiers Zioki, Alan, Chuntao, and others, dressed in tight-fitting black combat uniforms, stood tall and proud, their faces radiating unprecedented confidence and pride. As for the spoils of war, Chu Feng looked around and said loudly, "Tomorrow morning, all the sisters who participated in the night raid will have priority to exchange them. The rest will all be credited to the Military Merit Department, and everyone will have a chance." The female soldiers erupted in excited wolf howls once again. The night is deep. As the noise subsided, the general's tent remained brightly lit. When Chu Feng pushed open the door, Murong Yan was standing quietly in the tent, already dressed in a light undergarment, and deliberately showing off her bodice. Hearing footsteps, she slowly turned around. Their eyes met, and it felt as if lightning was flashing in the air. She didn't say anything, but simply took long strides and walked step by step to Chu Feng. Then, she reached out her delicate hand and began to unbutton his night clothes, which were covered in gunpowder and dust. Chu Feng grabbed her hand. "I am dirty." Murong Yan did not break free, but stared at him with her bright, star-like phoenix eyes, her voice carrying a hint of husky sexiness. "I don't care." Her hands continued their movements. When the tattered night clothes were removed, revealing Chu Feng's muscular chest and several bloody scratches from the rubble, Murong Yan's eyes instantly reddened. Her fingertips, trembling almost imperceptibly, gently stroked the wounds. The highest reward in the military merit exchange system. She suddenly spoke, her breath sweet and warm, landing on Chu Feng's chest. "It's a personal request to the head coach, one that's within his capabilities." Chu Feng looked down at her, a thought stirring in his heart. Murong Yan slowly raised her head, her beautiful face showing a hint of shyness, a hint of domineering, and a hint of an irresistible desire. "Tonight, this general will give everything to obtain this reward." Before he could finish speaking, Chu Feng suddenly let out a soft laugh. He suddenly bent down, picked up the astonished female general, and strode towards the command desk. He gently placed her on the desk, leaned down and pressed down on her, their hot breaths mingling. "The points the general has with me are unlimited and can be redeemed at any time." Chapter 80: The Handsome Judge's Favor, Unlimited Rewards. On the commander's desk, maps were scattered and military orders lay strewn about. Murong Yan's delicate body trembled, and then an even hotter male body covered her. Murong Yan struggled symbolically for a moment. In the blink of an eye, their hot breaths mingled together. The air was filled with the smells of gunpowder, sweat, and a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance of a woman's perfume. Outside the command tent, there was deafening cheering and the fervor of victory. Inside the command tent, however, lay another, more primal and intense conquest and subjugation. From the desk to the soft couch, and then to the white tiger rug. That night, Murong Yan completely forgot that she was the eldest princess of the Great Yan and the supreme commander of the Iron Wall Fortress. She was just a woman. When she awoke from her drowsy state again, it was already dawn. Chu Feng was already dressed and sitting by the brazier, wiping his pistol with great focus. I heard a noise. Without raising his head, he said indifferently, "Awake? Then get up and make a show of it." Pass down the order to have the soldiers prepare for battle in advance. Murong Fu's supplies were burned last night, and he can't hold out for more than a few days. I bet he will launch a major attack today. Murong Yan struggled to sit up, but found that her whole body was sore and weak, and her bones felt like they were broken, especially her waist, which felt like it was broken in two. She looked at the incredibly energetic man, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. They weren't worried about the imperial uncle who was about to attack. Instead, I couldn't help but ask, "Mo Chu Feng, who exactly are you?" Your Mo family's secret weapons, with their earth-shattering explosions, are powers that no ordinary person could possess. Chu Feng stopped what he was doing, turned his head, and smiled knowingly. I'm your man. Isn't that enough? Do you want more? Murong Yan's cheeks instantly flushed red. She bit her lip, turned her head away, and said nothing more. This man is always like this. Whenever asked about his secrets, he'll change the subject by talking about his body. Chu Feng smiled, stood up, and walked to her side. He leaned down, pinched her delicate chin, and forced her to look him in the eye. Remember, you'd better not know my secret. All you need to know is that with me, there is hope for your restoration of the nation. His eyes were as deep as an abyss. Murong Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she dared not look him in the eye again. And another thing, Chu Feng's voice lowered, carrying a hint of warning. I had a great time last night, but I don't want to measure our feelings for each other by exchanging them. You are my woman. If you want her, just say so. After saying that, he released his grip, turned around, and strode out of the command tent, leaving behind only a domineering and resolute silhouette. So handsome, so domineering. Murong Yan collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. After a long while, he let out a sigh that sounded like a mix of crying and laughing. She knew that she was completely doomed to be in this man's hands for the rest of her life. Outside the city, Murong Fu's camp was in complete disarray. The once elegant Prince Onil now had disheveled hair and beard, and bloodshot eyes, looking like a madman. Investigate. Investigate. What exactly happened last night? Your Highness, a general knelt tremblingly on the ground. 70% of the grain and fodder has been burned. The catapults are all destroyed, and not a single piece of wood can be found. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Murong Fu kicked him to the ground. 100,000 troops. 100,000 troops. And you've been turned upside down by a dozen people. What are you all good for? Xiao Chun, standing to the side, was deathly pale and stammered. Your Highness, please calm down. That Mo Chu Feng is cunning and must have used some kind of sorcery. Sorcery? Murong Fu laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, grabbing his collar. What I need is a strategy to defeat the enemy, not to listen to your nonsense. Xiao Chun was terrified and hurriedly said, Your Highness, I've got it. I've got it. We don't need to fight him head on. Murong Fu's eyes narrowed. Speak. A strategy to wear down the enemy. A sinister glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Mo Chu Feng has fewer soldiers, while we have more. We can learn from him. Doesn't he like night raids? We'll attack the city every day. Attack during the day and at night. We don't aim to break through the city. We just want to wear them down. I don't believe that his iron will can withstand a war of attrition. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Murong Fu's eyes. Right? He has superior forces and more men. He can afford to wait. But the original plan to surround and kill him was no longer feasible. They had run out of food and supplies, and they couldn't afford to waste any more time. We must finish this quickly. Pass on my order, he roared. All troops prepare for the attack on the city in 1 hour. Murong Fu's siege came earlier and was more frantic than expected. Kill them. The first one to scale the city wall will be rewarded with 1,000 pieces of gold and ennobled as a marquis. Amidst deafening shouts, the northern barbarian soldiers surged toward the iron wall fortress like a tidal wave. On the city wall, Qin Shuang, long sword in hand, stood with a grave expression. Chief Instructor, the enemy is attacking. What's the panic? Chu Feng leaned against the wall and even yawned. Pass down the order to let the sisters shoot freely. Use all those broken bows and arrows we captured yesterday. Don't waste our own arrows. Qin Shuang was taken aback. Coco can't block it like that. Who said we were going to block them? Chu Feng glanced at her. Let them get tired, then step back and rest. Remember, our goal is not to kill the enemy, but to give them hope of winning and to wear them down in the illusion of that hope. Once the order was given, the battle on the city wall seemed somewhat strange. The female soldiers fired their arrows lazily, their aim wildly off. The northern barbarian soldiers, at minimal cost, managed to erect siege ladders over the city walls. Just as the northern barbarian soldiers thought victory was in sight and excitedly climbed upwards. Fall! With a command given, boiling oil, molten gold, and excrement that had been prepared beforehand were poured down, scalding the northern barbarian soldiers and causing them to scream in agony. Immediately afterwards, the Alpha Squad, armed with composite bows, appeared at the breach in the city wall and, with a burst of precise shots, killed several centurions who were crawling at the front. Then, they quickly retreated. All day long, the battle unfolded in this bizarre rhythm of you advance, I retreat, you crawl, I push. Murong Fu's army seemed to have the upper hand, but they were never able to gain a foothold on the city walls. Just when they thought they were about to break through, they were always hit back by a precise and fatal blow. At dusk, the troops sounded the retreat. The northern barbarian soldiers dragged their exhausted bodies back to the camp, cursing and swearing. Damn it, this battle is so frustrating. Those women are as slippery as eels. How are you supposed to catch them? If you chase them, they run away. If you back off, they shoot at you. Yeah, we can't sleep well at night, and we still have to attack cities during the day. If this continues, we won't even see what the dragonfish looks like before we're all sent to the heavenly punishment to feed the fish. Chapter 81, a new move? Please enlighten me, General. Most of Murong Fu's soldiers and generals saw no hope. You won't know until you come here in person, and once you do, you'll understand why this legendary Iron Wall fortress is called an Iron Wall. Backed by Tianfeng Mountain, steep as a cliff, towering into the sky, covered with snow all year round. No one has ever climbed up. The other three sides are long, natural ditches, with even the narrowest part being over 100 meters wide. There's a suspension bridge at the main entrance, with narrow bridges on both sides. To capture the Iron Wall fortress, one must cross the bridge, and this first hurdle will result in many men being shot dead as targets. After crossing the bridge, the city wall and the cliff face of the heavenly punishment are less than 10 meters apart. Once the siege ladders reached the top of the wall, attacking the city was a matter of life and death. A single misstep could lead to divine retribution. Anyone who saw this formation would be discouraged. At first, things were fine. The siege was a siege strategy, with catapults used to attack the city. Everyone didn't have to fight desperately, and they were quite confident. But no one expected that before they could even settle down for a day, their camp would be burned to the ground. However, their nightmare had only just begun. That night, just as the exhausted soldiers were drifting off to sleep, the sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly rang out again outside the camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A piercing scream once again tore through the night sky. Sherman led his 3,000 golden cavalry, like ghosts in the night, and returned once more. They didn't get close. They just kept launching rockets from outside the maximum range of the composite bow. This time, the rockets weren't targeting supplies or the central command tent, but rather the huddled-together ordinary soldiers' tents. In an instant, flames erupted everywhere, and screams filled the air. Quick, go put out the fire. Cavalry! Where are the cavalry? Chase them! The camp was in complete chaos once again. But when their cavalry gave chase, Sherman's troops had already fled far away, and if they pursued too closely, they would be shot dead. If the pursuers return in frustration, the camp will have been quiet for less than half an hour. The sound of horses' hooves rang out once again. Still the same direction, still the same tactics. Ignition. Fire salvo. Run. You chase, I retreat. Stop, I'll shoot. That night, Murong Fu's camp was ravaged 7 or 8 times. The soldiers were unable to sleep at all, suffered from nervous breakdowns, and their morale plummeted. What made them even more desperate was that every time they were harassed, the other party would always manage to grab some of the unlucky ones who had fallen behind in the chaos. Commander, we've arrested over a dozen more. A female company commander excitedly reported. Behind her were several strong men who had been stripped naked and tied up tightly. Looking at these spoils of war, Sherman nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Take them back. Tell the sisters that this is not enough. Keep catching more. Every sister in our Golden Cavalry camp must have one, so we can all have a happy new year. Oh, go grab man. The female soldiers of the Golden Cavalry Battalion erupted in excited wolf howls. The next day, they continued to defend the city during the day to wear down Murong Fu's rage and continued to harass and capture people at night. This process was repeated for 3 days. Murong Fu's army of 100,000 was decimated and reduced to less than 10,000. Desertion broke out everywhere, and morale of the army completely collapsed. Inside the central command tent, Murong Fu looked gaunt, with sunken eyes, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. How am I supposed to explain this to Wanyan Khan when I return to the northern barbarians? Of the 100,000 troops, less than 10,000 remain. Your Highness, we've run out of food. At this moment, a general reported, trembling. The last straw broke the camel's back. Puff! Murong Fu spat out another mouthful of blood and fell straight backward. This time it's a real collapse. Xiao Chun rushed over, pinching Murong Fu's philtrum and shouting until Murong Fu slowly woke up. Let's retreat. Murong Fu, barely able to speak, thought of his last hope. Let's go to Ice and Snow City to find Zhang Lin. Your Highness is wise. A hint of joy flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Zhang Lin commands 300,000 troops in the northeast and calls himself the Lord of the Snow Kingdom. As long as we tell him the secret of the Iron Wall Fortress, he will definitely send troops. At that time, flattening the Iron Wall Fortress will be as easy as turning one's hand. When news of the enemy's defeat arrived, the Iron Wall Fortress became a sea of jubilation. The female soldiers piled up the spoils of war, and nearly 2,000 able-bodied prisoners were imprisoned and awaited distribution. The sisters of the Golden Cavalry camp chose their favorite men first, all beaming with joy, and dragged their assets into the newly built couples' rooms. The remaining men were all placed under the management of Kinyu's supply regiment, with prices clearly marked and redeemable based on military merit. Chu Feng even issued special regulations for the management of male prisoners, strictly prohibiting their mistreatment. However, strict discipline was also stipulated for male soldiers, and those who violated it would be executed without mercy. He knew very well that too many men, if not properly managed, would be a source of chaos. But at the moment, in order to appease these lustful and shrewish women of the Golden Cavalry, he had no better solution than to deal with them temporarily. Order in the fortress was quickly restored and returned to normal after the celebrations of victory. Everything is thriving. However, Chu Feng stood before the secret passage leading to the underground cave, his brows furrowed. Murong Yan had a worried look on her face. After this great battle with Murong Fu, the sisters' merit points have increased significantly, and the production of dragon fish can no longer keep up. Chu Feng not dead. He knew that the giant beast lurking in the deep pool had begun to threaten the lifeline of the fortress. It's time to deal with this big guy. To make the thunderclap bomb, we need one more crucial ingredient, Chu Feng said, looking at Murong Yan. Sulfur. It seems there's no stock left in the treasury. Commander Qian said you've used it all up, Murong Yan said. We need to go north along the frozen Great Wall to the Snow Kingdom capital, Ice and Snow City, a few miles away, to make our purchases. Ice and Snow City. Chu Feng's heart stirred. Isn't that the direction Murong Fu and Xiao Chun fled in? Right. They most likely fled over there to seek help. Having lived in this era for so long, I still haven't gone out to see the world. Taking advantage of the opportunity to purchase sulfur, I'll also find out about Murong Fu's next conspiracy. Let's go and see. Then I'll go there myself. Chu Feng decided immediately. Just like, can you take the people there? I'm worried about your safety, Murong Yan said reluctantly, actually because she was afraid that Chu Feng would be philandering again. Chu Feng kissed her and coaxed, Sweetie, the sulfur is a matter of life and death for this fortress, and we can't afford to make any mistakes. All right. Murong Yan's heart was warmed by the coaxing, and after a quick consideration, she decided that the survival of the fortress was more important. She also believed that no matter how much Chu Feng played around outside, he would eventually return to her bed. We must make him hand over more grain tonight, lest he be seduced by that little slut Kinyu as soon as he enters the city. Head coach, I've had a sudden realization about the new moves you taught me, and I've developed new techniques for them. Her small hand slid over Chu Feng's body. Would you like to experience it for yourself? Chu Feng smiled and grabbed her small hand. Please enlighten me, General. Chapter 82 First Encounter in the Ice and Snow City. An unexpected meeting with an acquaintance. Ice and Snow City. As the largest city in the north, it is bustling with merchants and people, a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of the Iron Wall Fortress. Chu Feng and Qian Yu changed into luxurious fur coats, disguising themselves as a wealthy couple from the Central Plains who had come to buy medicinal herbs. They led their horses along the cobblestone streets. It's so lively. Can you change your clothes and put on heavy makeup, looking like a wealthy lady, completely losing her general's demeanor, but still retaining her charm? She looked at the dazzling array of goods and the bustling crowd, her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. Having lived in the fortress for a long time, she had always relied on her deputy to come to the city to make purchases. This was the first time she had ever seen such a prosperous scene. Chu Feng has grown a beard and hasn't cut his hair. His current appearance is completely different from when he was in the fortress. He didn't share Kinyu's enthusiasm. His keen eyes swept across both sides of the street, and he noticed that the number of guards in the city had increased significantly. Moreover, each of them was clad in gleaming armor and exuded a fierce aura, far superior to Murong Fu's ragtag army. It seems that Zhang Lin does indeed have some ability. Let's find a place to stay first, and go to the pharmacy tomorrow. Chu Feng led his horse toward the largest inn in the city, Lele Inn. Shopkeeper, 2 superior rooms. Chu Feng slapped a small bag of copper coins onto the counter. The waiter lazily raised his eyelids, glanced at their travel-worn appearance, and pursed his lips, saying, That's all. That's all. Chu Feng, Thou Wen. That's all. The waiter waved his hand impatiently. We have some important guests in the city, and all the best rooms in the inns have been booked. There's only one top-class room left. Can you afford it? His condescending attitude made Kinyu's eyebrows furrow in anger. What kind of attitude is this? Chu Feng stopped her, a playful smile on his face, and took out another silver ingot, throwing it on the counter. We'll take the top-tier room. The waiter's eyes lit up the moment he saw the silver, and his expression changed completely, turning into a wide smile. Oh, sir, please come in. I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please come in. Kinyu followed behind Chu Feng, pouting, and whispered, Head instructor, why were you being so polite to him and even giving him money? In my opinion, you should have done it. When you're out and about, if a problem can be solved with money, don't resort to violence, Chu Feng said calmly. Our goal is sulfur, not to cause trouble. Kinyu nodded as if she understood, but she was still somewhat resentful. The Iron Wall Fortress was certainly not short of money. It had plenty of gold, silver, and jewels. If Chu Feng hadn't stopped her, she really would have killed that despicable man. The two were taken to the top class room on the 3rd floor. The room was indeed spacious and luxurious, but the problem was that there was only one bed. A large, carved bed big enough for 4 or 5 people to lie down in. Head coach, we're staying here? There's only one bed. Kinyu's cheeks flushed instantly, and her heart pounded like a drum. What else? Chu Feng put down his luggage as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor? No, that won't do. Kinyu quickly waved her hand. You're the head instructor. You should sleep in the bed. You can't tell the difference between good and bad talk, can you? Chu shook her head and smiled. All right, I know what you mean. You want to sleep with me. I didn't mean that. Kinyu's face turned so red it was almost bleeding. She hugged her little bundle, huddled in a corner, and dared not say another word. The head coach must have done it on purpose. She felt both ashamed and angry, and muttered to herself. Did he have to be so explicit about this? If he had been more subtle, I would have just half-heartedly agreed to it that evening. So annoying. Chu Feng chuckled inwardly as he looked at her frightened, deer-like appearance, and was about to tease her a few more times when a commotion suddenly arose downstairs. Bang! A crisp sound of porcelain shattering followed by the loud commotion of tables and chairs being overturned. Are you blind? Do you know who this is? This is a distinguished guest of Prince Onel, a shrill voice shouted. Immediately, the waiter's obsequious and fearful voice rang out. Sir, gentlemen, I deserve to die. I was blind to your greatness. Please come in. I'll get you the best wine and food right away. Kinyu's expression changed slightly, and she subconsciously moved closer to Chu Feng. Chu Feng patted her hand to reassure her, then walked to the door, pressed his ear against it, and curled a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. A distinguished guest of Prince Onel? Murong Fu's men? What a coincidence. The noise downstairs didn't stop. Instead, it intensified. A slightly effeminate young man's voice rang out, filled with undisguised arrogance and disdain. What kind of lousy place is this? I am supposed to be the crown prince of a country. After enduring wind and rain all this way, I have to stay in and outside the city when I arrive in this snowy city. Young Master Xiao, please calm down, another voice quickly reassured him. Yuan is already the best in the city, but even the top class rooms have been booked in advance. This person was none other than Xiao Chun, the crown prince of a fallen kingdom. He arrived in the city seething with anger. While Murong Fu was accommodated in the palace to enjoy himself, he was put up in an inn in the city. Occupied, Xiao Chun waved his hand angrily. Go, throw them out. This young master must stay in that superior room. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers rushed to the 3rd floor. Kinyu's heart leaped in her throat, and she nervously grabbed Chu Feng's sleeve. Chu Feng gave her a reassuring look, his face remaining completely expressionless. Bang! Bang bang! You bastards inside, get out here. Our young master wants this room. Outside the door, soldiers began banging on it. Kinyu was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. She gripped her sword, ready to fight. Don't panic, that useless crown prince won't recognize us. Chu Feng didn't even frown. He slowly walked to the door, reached out, and pulled the bolt. Outside the door, a burly northern slave warrior with a fierce face raised his foot, preparing to kick a second time. The door suddenly opened. He was stunned for a moment. Then a ferocious smile appeared on his face. His big foot, clad in a leather boot, kicked towards Chu Feng's chest without mercy, accompanied by a gust of wind. Taking so long to open the door? Are you trying to get yourself killed? This kick was powerful and heavy, enough to break a small tree. Kinyu exclaimed in surprise. However, the scene that Chu Feng was expected to be kicked away did not occur. Chu Feng neither dodged nor avoided the attack. He simply raised his right hand casually. The next second, that unstoppable foot came to an abrupt halt less than half an inch from his chest. Chu Feng gripped his ankle tightly, then spun him around, sending the soldier tumbling down in a 360-degree Thomas spin, knocking over the 2 men behind him. Well, the northern slave warriors fell to the ground in horror. How is this possible? He was a centurion under the northern slave king. So how could this seemingly refined merchant have been defeated in one move? In the hallway, the other guests had already been alerted and were peeking out, pointing and whispering about the scene. They were furious, but dare not speak out when they saw the barbarity of the northern slave warriors. But when they saw Chu Feng make his move so casually, they felt a sense of relief, but also couldn't help but worry for him. Just then, "Who goes there? How dare you lay a hand on my guards?" Surrounded by several northern slave warriors, Xiao Chun slowly walked up the stairs. He clearly hadn't expected his men to suffer such a setback, and a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes when he saw Feng's attire. The man before them was dressed in a fine black fur coat. Although he was travel-worn, he was composed. Facing the intimidating presence of several northern slave warriors, his eyes remained as calm as a deep pool of water, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary merchant. "Who are you?" Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, not immediately reacting, but instead tentatively asking a question. He was now living under someone else's roof and knew all too well that in a place like Ice and Snow City, there were hidden dangers and powerful figures. If he accidentally kicked a hornet's nest and caused trouble for Murong Fu, he would definitely suffer the consequences. Chu Feng's mocking gaze fell on Xiao Chen's face. It's true what they say, life is full of unexpected encounters. Releasing this stray dog back proved effective. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted Murong Fu's army to attack, eliminating this potential threat. However, Shuigang's sister was still in Murong Fu's hands, which is why they didn't exterminate her completely. Otherwise, Murong Fu wouldn't have escaped so easily right under their noses. However, this matter needs to be handled gradually. We cannot rush it. He did not answer Xiao Chen's question, but simply said, "You are not worthy to know." His voice wasn't loud, but it made Xiao Chun lose face. "You." The northern slave warriors behind him were even more enraged and drew their scimitars. Presumptuous. Court death. Chapter 83 Kinyu, do you want it or not? An atmosphere of impending doom instantly filled the entire corridor. Chu Feng ignored them and easily knocked them to the ground in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the people behind wanted to step forward. It looked like someone was about to die. "Stop." Xiao Chun was so frightened by this aura that he involuntarily took half a step back. What a terrifying look. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He forcibly suppressed his anger and shouted, his voice stern but his voice weak, "Get out of my way." Although he wished he could tear this madman in front of him to pieces, reason told him that this person was not to be trifled with. "My grand plan to pledge allegiance to Zhonglin, the leader of the Snow Kingdom, is not yet complete, and I must not allow any unforeseen complications at this moment." Although the northern slave warriors were unwilling, they could see how terrifying Chu Feng was, so they had no choice but to reluctantly put away their swords and help their wailing companions up from the ground. Chu Feng didn't even bother to look at them again, turned around, and closed the door. Bang! The door slammed shut in front of Xiao Chun, shutting out all his anger and humiliation. "Damn it, let's go." Xiao Chun was so angry that he trembled all over, but he didn't dare to provoke him any further. He could only lead his men and slink downstairs. Inside the room, Kinyu watched the door close again, and her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. She walked to Chu Feng's side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration and worry. "Head coach, you're amazing." Fortunately, Xiao Chun didn't recognize us. But even so, haven't we offended them to death? They'll definitely cause us trouble next. A bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively and walked to the table to pour himself a glass of water. "Perfect if they don't bother me. I'll be worried about not being able to find them." Kinyu seemed to understand, but seeing Chu Feng's confident demeanor, all her unease vanished. With this man around, it seems that no matter how big the trouble is, it's not a problem. Her face flushed as she began to make the bed for Chu Feng, but her mind was filled with all sorts of wild thoughts. Should I really sleep in the same bed with him tonight? Downstairs, Xiao Chun led his men out of the inn with grim faces. "Young master, are we just going to let it go like this? That kid is too arrogant," a warrior said indignantly. "Shut up," Xiao Chun snapped irritably. "This man is highly skilled and of unknown origin. Don't cause any trouble before we get the job done." Although he said that, he couldn't swallow his anger. The scene from just now kept replaying in my mind. For some reason, the last look that man gave him before closing the door always gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Where have I seen this before? Where have I seen that look before? Xiao Chun suddenly stopped in his tracks. He suddenly turned around and stared intently at the window on the third floor of the Yule Inn, a deep look of surprise and disbelief flashing in his eyes. Etc. That figure, that look. Although his appearance and clothing had changed, that aura that made people hate him to the core remained. Could be him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if you gave him the greatest courage, he wouldn't dare come here. Go and find out who these two wealthy businessmen are. Yes. Inside the room, Chu Feng knew that the other party would definitely leave someone to monitor and investigate their situation. Since it was almost evening, he decided not to go out and ordered wine and food to eat in his room. The food and drinks were served quickly, and the table was filled with exquisite dishes. Kinyu stood awkwardly to the side, serving Chu Feng food and pouring him wine with careful movements, like a maid serving someone for the first time. Sit down and eat together. Head coach, this is against the rules, Kinyu said, her head lowered and her cheeks slightly flushed. Here, I am the rule. Chu Feng pointed to the seat opposite him, without room for argument. Or, do you want me to feed you myself? Kinyu trembled and dared not say anything more. She quickly sat down opposite her, but only dared to sit on half of her buttocks, keeping her back straight. Chu Feng found her nervous appearance amusing and picked up his wine glass. Come on, Commander Qian, have a drink with me. I can't hold my liquor well. Kinyu quickly waved her hand. She wasn't making excuses. She genuinely couldn't hold her liquor well. You have to drink even if you don't like it, Chu Feng said firmly. Have you forgotten our bet? For the next month, you have to listen to me. If I tell you to drink, you have to drink. Kinyu bit her red lips, looking at the wine glass Chu Feng handed her, her eyes filled with struggle. In the end, she took it and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy liquor made her cough, and her fair cheeks instantly flushed with 2 beautiful blushes. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Under Chu Feng's half-commanding, half-teasing offensive, Kinyu quickly became somewhat unable to hold her liquor. Her eyes began to glaze over, and her mind became hazy. The usually shrewd and capable female commander now only showed a touch of womanly naivete and charm. Head coach, I really can't drink anymore. She shook her head, trying to push away the wine glass that Chu Feng offered her again. Chu Feng grabbed her slender wrist and pulled her into his arms with a little force. Kinyu gasped and slumped onto Chu Feng's lap. The intense masculine scent instantly filled her nostrils, making her heart race and her body go limp. Head coach, you! She cried out, frantically trying to get up. Don't move. Chu Feng's arm encircled her soft waist. Kinyu, you seem to have forgotten that you still owe me something. What is it? Kinyu's breathing became rapid. You lost the bet, so besides calling me dear head coach, you also... Chu Feng deliberately dragged out his words, his other hand resting on her back. You've been serving me closely for a month. Shouldn't you be the one making the bed and warming the blankets? Kinyu was so ashamed that I wanted to disappear into the ground. Of course she remembered, but she never expected that what surprised and excited her would happen tonight. Chu Feng's words had already made it very clear that he wanted that. What? Trying to renege on your debt? No subordinate dares to. Faced with absolute power and authority, her resistance seemed so pale and powerless. Then why aren't you going? Chu Feng released her. Kinyu felt as if she had been granted a pardon, yet also like a walking corpse. She stood up unsteadily, and under the combined influence of alcohol and shame, she walked unsteadily toward the large, carved wooden bed. She resignedly began to tidy the bed, making sure the bedding was neatly arranged. Every movement was like performing some kind of solemn and shy ritual. Once everything was ready, she turned around and looked at the man sitting leisurely at the table drinking, her voice barely audible. My dear head coach, the bed is ready. And then, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Kinyu's face was so red it looked like it could bleed. She knew what he meant. Struggle, hesitation, shyness, and a host of other emotions churned within me. But when she met Chu Feng's deep eyes, which seemed to see through everything, all her defenses crumbled instantly. I'll warm your bed right away. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and slowly took off her coat and boots, leaving herself in only a thin undergarment, and climbed into bed. Then she pulled the blanket over herself, turned her back to Chu Feng, and flexed her body like a fully drawn bow. The room fell silent for a moment, with only the crackling of the candlelight and the clearly audible heartbeats of the two people. After an unknown amount of time, the edge of the bed dipped slightly, and a tall figure, reeking of alcohol, slipped into the covers. Kinyu's body stiffened abruptly. Chu Feng hugged her from behind. Now, the bed is warm. Warm me up too. No, Kinyu said shyly, feigning reluctance, but her body betrayed her true feelings. Chu Feng didn't give her any chance to react before turning her petite body over. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Do you want it or not? The candlelight flickered, and the clothes were stripped away. That night, the once proud logistics commander completely abandoned all his reserve and resistance, allowing that man to ride and conquer him. From initially passively enduring, to later responding naively, and finally to utterly succumbing. Chapter 84 Zhang Kun, the young master of ice and Snow City. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the window lattice and fell on Kinyu's smooth, jade-like back. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Chu Feng's sharply defined profile. He had already gotten up and was standing by the window, calmly gazing at the street below. The madness and debauchery of last night flooded her mind like a tide, and Kinyu's cheeks instantly burned. She subconsciously pulled the blanket up, revealing only a pair of watery eyes as she timidly looked at that back figure. Last night, this man completely transformed her from the high and mighty leader she once was into a woman who could take whatever she wanted. Awake, Chu Feng asked calmly without turning his head. Kinyu's voice was